Big week on the economic calendar kicking off this week. We'll get an inflation reading coming up tomorrow morning at this time, 8:30 CPI for last month. Going to be a big print for the overall market. That's how the NASDAQ's shaping up right now. A little bit to the downside coming off back-to-back decent days heading into the weekend. We ended last week basically a little bit higher, but basically where we started coming off the back end of earnings season as well. We'll get a few more this week, a few more notable names coming up as well, with NVIDIA included in that. Speaking of NVIDIA and AMD, going to be in focus not only today, but I think for the next couple of days here until we get more clarity on this. The initial move kind of shrugged off here this morning. NVIDIA shares back to almost where we traded on Friday. Yeah, still negative on the morning, but well off the lows. There's a slight fly problem in here this morning, so just be prepared for that. Dara's with me this morning. Sharif with day off today. Good to see you.
Yeah, good to be back here, Brendan. The flies are a little less pleasant, but we will certainly get through them. I want to say as well, in addition to this NVIDIA AMD story, which is very interesting, Intel on watch. Lip-Bu-Tan apparently visiting the White House. We'll have to wait and see if that's on camera or not, but that could be pretty interesting. We have Micron increasing its guidance, C3 AI majorly decreasing their guidance. So there's a lot to discuss this morning. For
yeah, Lip-Bu-Tan getting called to the principal's office today. We'll see how President Trump discusses this. As you said, will it be a on-camera type situation or will it be off-camera? And then we'll get the results of that later on in the day. I'm sure Intel shares just kind of chopping around here this morning a little bit higher to start things off. All eyes on the Semiconductor group, though. AMD as well, looking very similar too. NVIDIA shares downside ever so slightly to start the week, but more to come potentially on this. If you missed it, again, both set to pay 15% tax to the U.S. government for the rights to sell chips into China. The H20 for NVIDIA and AMD. I think it's still going to be to come as far as how that's going to be applied to AMD, but both falling into that that circumstance so far this morning. So you mentioned C3 AI, the other big mover so far this morning, absolutely crushed right now to $15 on a revision of forward guidance.
Yeah, I have a lot more to say about this one going forward. The CEO note, especially from Tom Siebel, was very, very interesting. But long story short, they are looking for a new CEO. Tom Siebel, the current CEO, has admitted he's having some health issues with his vision and otherwise that are apparently impacting the company's ability to sell, which I wasn't expecting. They also had some reorganizational disruptions, which led to these sales being what they were, because this guidance is not great, guys.
Over the past couple of weeks, we've seen big moves in the pre-market for one reason or another. Turns out most of the time that tends to be a little bit liquidity related more than the actual news story itself. Whether this will be the case or not, we'll see. Down big time here, guys, though. Happy Monday.
Good morning. Happy Monday. Hope everyone had a fantastic weekend. It was ridiculously hot here.
Yeah, it can continue.
Oh my, the heat's like still ridiculous here today. Well, the heat's on AI. The heat's on. There's more earnings this week as well. Like after the bell, we're gonna get some interesting ones. But I was surprised that AMC reported before the bell. Was expecting them, I think, after the bucket. Didn't really move too much. The cannabis names are in play today as more talk of rescheduling. So maybe this is going to be the day for things like Tilray or CGC. But wow, what a move in Bitcoin over the weekend. That's a big story. Look, we've been talking about crypto for a while, but almost to that all-time high. You're well above the 120 mark on BTC, ETH making a big power move. So lots happened over the weekend. Now the chips are going to be back as long as they pay up. It's such a weird precedent. Like just give a percentage of your revenue if you want to be able to sell anything. But at the end of the day, you saw like that big write-down that NVIDIA was taking. They just want to be able to sell the chips. So it's better to pay something and be able to sell that $4.5 billion in extra inventory they have than the alternative. So I think it's ultimately, it seems like it's ultimately somewhat good news, even if the initial hit was, well, they're gonna have to pay 15%, so they're down a bit here. Not too bad.
They're at all-time highs, so whenever you're at all-time highs, you'll get a little bit of a kickback in. What's up to you guys in the chat? They were mentioning that this move on Apple on Friday. I'm sure Neil and Obi were part of this one. This was 220 break. I mean, that's something that, and you guys are right. Like, this would be right on the radar right there. Huge move up for Apple, up $10, almost in a complete straight line. So that could have been a trade there. I know Obi was mentioning some stuff, but yeah, we're back here. It's 228 right now for Apple. It's down there a little bit today. I don't know. The Nasdaq's giving me some kind of ways here. We'll wait to figure out what we want to do with it. Yeah, what's up, dear Ollie? I can't wait to get you the sticky note today. We'll get some good notes on there. I really like what Adair was talking about with Micron. I think that was something that was pretty fun to look at here, up to 125. So that's up 5%. So that's a nice move right there, trying to break through some of these highs. So we'll see if we fade that 130 or not, if we can get up to there. That's a big move to get up there so far. We were, Joe was mentioning, we almost ran into each other. My daughter played 5 hockey games this weekend, 1 baseball game, and the one game that I didn't go to, Joe apparently was at the same arena. So yeah, might have saw Marissa there, so it's too bad. Yeah, because I would have loved to see him there, but yeah, so that was over there at Ford. That was really busy. I think it was over almost 100 teams or something in this one tournament that she was in. But you don't realize how much you like the hockey instead of baseball because of the weather. You get to chill out indoors and wear sweaters instead of dying to death. We had a game yesterday outdoors, 5 o'clock start time for baseball, so it wasn't too bad. But it was hot.
Hot, even if
hot as fuck.
Of course, like we finished our it was a year end for our baseball on Saturday, and the second we finish the game, we leave, to do all the presentations and get pizza for the kids after. And she's like, we went to the store to buy basketball. She was like, she need new basketball.
Yeah.
So it was on to the next. But then the day after,
when I told
her that the next year, because the next year it's coach pitch, but then the other inning is player pitch. So the second she found out the next year the kids get to pitch,
it's more
he's
exciting.
like, Daddy, let's go practice pitching outside.
Right.
So yesterday, in like the ridiculous heat, I wasn't even moving. I'm just sitting there crouched and catching a ball and throwing it back, and I was drenched sweat. It was ridiculous.
I think it might have been one of the first times that we wore shorts
Insane.
as coaches yesterday.
You had to. It was way too hot otherwise.
Warm. How's it going, everybody? It's Monday. It's 8:37 right now.
It is.
Sharif off sick. So.
On that ladder fell down.
The ladder fell on Sharif?
No, that one.
Oh. Yeah, we have, there's been flies rolling around here. And with all the construction, I believe, doors have been left open and this and that. So we've got some fly traps.
I forgot to bring my 20 of them. Crushed them.
I forgot to bring my chopsticks.
Mr. Miyagi.
A fly. Anyways, yeah, Micron's on my mind over here right now. We finally watched that Heads of State. It was pretty good, actually. The kids both liked it with Cena and Idris Elba. Yeah, it's not as comedy. It's more like.
I thought it looked funny.
There are some funny spots, I think, but it's more like an adventure, action comedy, as Marissa mentioned it.
I'll take it.
There, but you know what I'm watching more and more is that Unreal. It's the WWE Netflix. It's really great, man. They're talking about Elimination Chamber, which I was at, and it's pretty cool to see some of the behind the scenes stuff. Wrestling stuff is real serious, man. It's not like anything else because you can't. Oh yeah, my son's at talk about being hot tonight. My son's at golf camp today for half day, so he's gonna have that. That's outdoors. That's gonna be fun. No, it's about. There's a lot of politics in it, of course, right? And so it's not just like, you hit some home runs, you get starting next play, or you score some goals, you get more ice time. It's pretty interesting to see all that. I mean, I'm a big fan of wrestling, obviously, for a long time. Oh, and we went to VaughnCon. Shout out to VaughnCon. It's like a gangster Comic-Con.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's like the one up in Vaughan. So Vaughan is a city above Toronto, the city of Vaughan. Who remembers that song? Nobody. All right, cool. So, anyways.
Usually I had.
Yeah. So Vaughn. And you know who was there, but we missed him? Bret the Hitman Hart.
Get out of here.
Yeah, there was a big line there, and
was there?
Yeah, I thought we were. Like, he must have only been there for a half hour, but there was all these like wrestling guys there.
Hitman.
It's really funny to see like 50, 60-year-old dudes that are, quite clearly out of shape, wearing wrestling belts, walking around trying to grab autographs. I'm like, oh, damn, hopefully I'm not like that. But this one guy, actually funny, this one guy had all of these Pokemon cards, like there was those full of booths.
Right.
Because it's like a card show, basically, is what it is at the end of the day. Oh, and by the way, all these people dressed up as LARPs and like all this like people dressing up as different characters, costume people.
That's what it's about, though.
No, those people scare the shit out
They
of
don't
me.
mess around, man.
Yeah, they scare. We're walking around and I look over, some guy's dressed as Wolverine. There's some guy dressed as like serious Batman, like all full Batmaned out. And then there's these anime people that I have no idea what, like I don't trust walking around one of these Comic-Con. Like I can't look at these, because they're serious.
Were there any of the
I'm looking at
K-pop teen hunter?
Yes, there was a whole bunch, like Demon Hunters. I don't know what the hell there was. There was a whole bunch of these people there.
Those songs are catchy,
and
by
you
the
know, like honestly, they have huge I was gonna say the word I'm looking for is balls, but I'm looking for something more appropriate. Like to be able to walk around like that with that much confidence, I'm just like, wow.
The one downtown, I mean,
Yeah, it's a little more
I've been
crazy.
around when it happens downtown. Like I haven't gone to it, but it's intense.
Yeah, these role play,
Like,
these costumes are serious.
Some of the costumes, it's like so much effort gets put into it.
It's like I'm a little uncomfortable just seeing how serious these people are. I was like, oh my gosh.
Actually, I got this funny feeling that maybe Michael Noss, maybe he's like the type to dress up as Wolverine. He's got that look. He's
Michael
got the
Noss?
Wolverine look.
I thought he was kind of Wolverine.
He is Wolverine.
I think you're now spoiling
I'm just saying,
what
he is Wolverine.
is like his alter ego over there. But anyways, this one guy had a rack of cards. They all had different, available for sale. This card, 20,000, 15,000, 10,000. So I was looking at the thing. I think there was over a couple $100,000 at least they wanted in cards. So I was talking to the guy, and he goes, obviously we didn't talk about what I was doing right there or what I do, but he's like, it's like the stock market. He's like, he just invests all his money in all these cards, and some go up in value.
Yeah.
Some go down in value. And he said he's been doing pretty good about it. So I think it's all,
for him.
Yeah, it's like if you know what you're doing, similar to all of this kind of stuff. But anyways, it was a lot of fun. So there you go. So I went to a hockey, baseball, Comic-Con, and volleyball is we have a baseball game tonight, volleyball. Anyways, the kids are just running.
I think we're doing a call-up game tonight.
Yeah. That's fun. Well, call-ups are fun.
Yeah, I think it's playoffs for the 9U, so I think she's going to play.
She's going to play. Yeah, you should definitely play as a call-up. But all right, there it is. Let's go back to the desk and see what Wolverine himself has to say.
I'm counting flies. Let's bring in Michael Noss here and get a look at a few things on the market. I was just actually keeping an eye on TKO, Mr. Noss. Not that you probably care about this, but Paramount is paying this company $7.7 billion to stream UFC events for the next, I think it was 6 or 7 years. So about $1 billion a year for streaming rights of UFC. So TKO up a bit. I didn't look at Paramount, but you want to talk about rotation. I'm not necessarily convinced that people would be rotating into the UFCs and the Paramounts of the world, but you never know. But what area, Mr. Noss, are we going to be rotating into?
Hopefully small caps. I don't know how many times I've been teased by this, but I think I might have some data to back it up this time. And the reason we joke is if you go back and look at the chart of the IWM, we've gone absolutely nowhere for like 6+ years. It's really been a large cap tech rally. But looking at some of the positioning data, that might be open for a little bit of change. So first of all, I want to just take a look, and we'll start with the ES here and talk about a little bit of what we're looking at with this kind of lower indicator, which is the commitment of traders data. So I talk about it a fair amount here. It's one of my favorite data sources because I don't really care about a survey. I don't care if you tell me that you're bearish or you're bullish. This shows the actual positioning of futures traders, long and short. If you trade futures, are in this data. The broker just reports it automatically once a week. And one of the things that I've been kind of pounding the table and talking about for a long time is that the reason that I believe this rally is just unstoppable, and every time we get any sort of a dip down in the S&P 500, we get a buy, because we're looking at this red line, and this is the average or the net positioning data on the ES, and they're short. And they're short pretty substantially. And if you look at the red line in particular, the red line is going down as the chart is going up. So not only have they been short, they've been shorting into this rally. So as this rally continues, more and more people have been piling onto the short side, which obviously has not been working for them. I like to leave the green line in there because that's the small speculators, that's us. And generally, if you read the books, we're considered the dumb money, but I'd just like to point out that they have been buying the whole time. So this one, one up on retail and not so much for the big institutions. Now, I've been talking about this ad nauseum. I believe until this resolves itself, every kind of dip, it has to be bought. We could have more of these short squeezes that we're seeing. But today, in particular, I wanted to dive in a little bit deeper from just the S&P 500 and give you some idea of why some rotation may be coming into play. So this is the NQ, or the NASDAQ 100. And they haven't been short the NASDAQ 100. In fact, they've been buying the NASDAQ 100 as it's moved higher. Both the red line, which is the large speculators, and the green line, which is the small guys. They've been making a lot of money in this trade. They were late, but they've been buying. Now let's go to the next chart, which is the small caps. And not only have they been shorting the entire time and selling more and more contracts, more short the IWM, or the Russell, today than it has been in years. So when the last data report came in, they shorted so much into that data. So why do I think that this could set up for rotation? Well, if you think about it, if you're one of these large speculators and you have a long on the NQ and a short on the Russell, at some point to pay yourself, you have to resolve that trade. And that means selling the NASDAQ, which is, mainly comprised of these names that we know, the NVIDIAs and Netflixes and Metas and all of that of the world. And you would have to take that profit and cover the Russell. And very particularly if the Russell continues to move higher, which it has, you may be forced to cover that, and then you may be forced to sell your NASDAQ to get out of that position as well. So the boat is kind of very heavy. Everyone's over on one side of the boat, and quite often that can lead to some kind of disastrous. You get one hedge fund exploding, and then a whole trickle down can happen there. So that would cause, again, some maybe selling of that NASDAQ position and pulling those big cap techs down a little bit, and then pulling back up these Russell. So your little guys, your small banks, your biotechs, things like that. I've been seeing more and more of this data that's made me interesting. The fact that price is confirming, again, this is a weekly chart of the Russell, has been doing very well, not near all-time highs like everything else, but getting there makes me think we may be due. And then last but not least, I wanted to show here Bitcoin with the same thing, that, this was taken on Sunday night, and we rallied pretty significantly since then. I see we're kind of flirting with 120. We were 123 at some point on Bitcoin, and you can see that they are still net short, and they've been shorting a little bit more. So as of last week's candle, they shorted, and now we've kind of broken out to this new high as well. So I love, this is the equivalent of looking at short squeezes in individual equities. We're just doing it across all of the futures data that's out there. And you better believe that if the US futures market's like this, then the rest of the futures markets are pretty closely tied. And then also the ETF markets is going to be about the same. So maybe, keep your eye on small caps. I know I've been kind of beating this dead horse and not been correct for a long time, but I feel like the day is coming where, it's funny, if you read all of the textbooks from like Pharma French and all of that, we're supposed to have this thing called the small cap premium, where because they're more risky assets, we're supposed to get a little bit of a premium in owning them. And that just has not taken place for like 6 years. So maybe the day is coming when this kind of position unwinds.
Just focusing on that NASDAQ chart, just for 2 seconds here, there's been so many headlines that have, and so many people with opinions, I guess, surrounding not only the NASDAQ, but the top 7 companies that we talk about so much, and how much that has been the reason for the buying and the reason for the rally in the overall market. Could it just be more a weighting issue, S&P specifically versus the NASDAQ? And then, Russell, set that aside. I don't think anyone's really, terrible or trying to make the argument that all three go together. But specifically the S&P and the NASDAQ, could that just be more of a weighting issue at this point?
Yeah, it feels like it's either a waiting kind of thing or a pairs trade where, it makes sense if you just sit back and think about it and say, if you believe, and they've been right to do so, that you're going to get this dramatic outperformance in those big names, you could either buy those big names, or with all the advantages we know futures have with leverage and tax and all of this stuff, you could really leverage yourself up into a long NASDAQ position. But then maybe you're worried about some sort of, another tariff tantrum or something like that. So then you would short potentially what's been the weakest of the indexes overall. So you're buying your NASDAQ and then you're offsetting that a little bit. And if you look at the numbers, about 33,000 net contracts long on the NASDAQ and only 7,000 contracts net short on the Russell. So they're not offsetting their entire position, but they're just offsetting some of their position. So again, the trade has been working and the trade makes perfect sense. I want to be long the best guys out there. I want to be short some things that haven't really participated outside of that. Now, what I think is going to be the determining factor is some sort of interest rate change, because as we know, the small caps, they're very interest rate sensitive. The large caps, they don't really care about interest rates. So when you get this, at some point, this kind of pairs trade, you could call it, is going to potentially unwind, and that could again cause this rotation. But yeah, it's definitely a waiting thing. It's definitely saying, I want to be long these big names. The NASDAQ is pretty much exclusively, the other 80 stocks could go bankrupt. But if, NVIDIA, AMD, all these ones are shooting higher, that trade will work out, and then shorting that against something that has been very relatively weak for a long time.
Mark this day down. It was the day that we got Michael Noss to mention interest rates as a non-technical reason for the market to be moving. No, I think you're bang on that. There's been so many reasons as to why the market should have potentially maybe gone down. Tariffs, another one, and uncertainty, just on a global standpoint. But it just continues to march higher. There's this never-ending supply of buyers. So at some point, I think what you're saying does play out. When that will be, maybe it has to be around an interest rate directional change here at least. So great stuff.
Maybe
as always.
September.
Yeah, we'll say maybe December at this point, but one of those, anyways. Michael Noss,
when
back
he
with
gets
us.
bullied enough on Twitter, then that's probably what will happen.
Yeah. One side or the other. Anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
Michael Noss back with us after the close tonight. We'll see you then.
Talk to you then.
Yeah, see you then, Michael. Looking forward to it. And speaking of the interest rates, well, the odds were 93% for the back half of last week. I think it was maybe on Wednesday or Thursday we hit that, and we more or less stayed there. Back down to 86. So still pricing in that we're going to get a rate cut in September, but maybe not as sure a thing as it was a couple of days ago. We're still leaning toward thinking we're going to get it, and obviously that's going to be a big deal for the IWM, like small caps. Hey man, small caps want low rates. That's the reality, but this is it's a trade that's waiting to get off the schneid. And I think a lot of times, when we talk about bottom picking stocks, it's like, well, wait for it to show you like the roundy face. Well, maybe this will actually show you a breakout of some kind that you just join, because it's not really doing a heck of a lot. Ari Pages in the chat was asking about like a trend break on HIMS that we were talking about. I'm like, yeah, great. It's testing the trend. It's just not doing anything off of it yet. So you gotta, sometimes you can have the thing you're looking for, the indicator, whatever it might be, but you need to see the action start to come. And you're not just gonna sit there anticipating it every single day. I mean, I hope we get the rate cut. I think obviously at this point, it's almost locked in. I'm still not sure why we got that 7% decrease though over the weekend. Yeah, it doesn't really, I don't know what really changed over the weekend to cause that. But let's get to see what the upgrades and downgrades boards say.
Beauty on here for the second day in a row, getting a upgrade from Morgan Stanley with a $134 price target. SoundHound AI, day 2 earnings play. Ladenburg Thalmann upgrading this one. Generac getting a couple upgrades this morning, one of them here from JP Morgan, and Cummins with an upgrade here from Wolf Research. On the downgrade side of things, not surprisingly, C3 AI getting a negative note after that very disappointing preliminary earnings we got this morning. This negative note coming from D8 Davidson. The trade desk getting its price target halved from $100 to $50 from Jefferies. This is not the only downgrade for this stock. So TTD, lots of negative sentiment heading for this day 2 earnings name. Then we have Adobe getting a downgrade from Milius this morning. Last but not least, Aspen Aerogels down about 4% with a negative note from Barclays. Back to you.
We better drink these. We better drink these before. Cheers. We better drink these before.
Chug it before the flies get in there?
Oh.
That's probably a bad idea.
Yeah, so for me on there, oh boy. Oh yeah, it was Elf Cosmetics. I feel like I should be buying some of this at least. With my daughter's birthday actually tomorrow, I already know that they're going to be going to Sephora
Nice.
first thing probably, and we have a whole bunch. You ever heard of Labubus?
No, well, I feel like I'm going to in a few years, apparently.
I don't even know. They're like they're like $150 little stupid things that you attach to like your bags and you carry them around. I don't know. Anybody in the chat heard of these Labubus before? Like, you heard? Oh, Andre knows all about them. I should just bought a fake Labubu. Can't believe we're talking about this. But right there, $100 on Elf. I mean, you know, we had earnings. They came right back into such a great level there, Elf Cosmetics. So, I mean, 99, 105, 125, 135. Like, you know, with the upgrade here, I think it's set to go. You know, to review the quarter would be one thing, but we've already now seen it sort of make these moves back into the 200 period moving average. Again, you know, I think the products are probably pretty legit there. I know they're made in China, I guess. But, you know, with this tariff talk, it seems to be getting better. I don't think anything's going to be as bad as we were on Liberation Day. But I like Elf Cosmetics, especially bouncing off that 105 area. So I think if you go, like, I mean, what's wrong with this trade? You go long here at 105 and you get out if it breaks 100. I mean, I think that's a pretty great 5% risk for, you know, what potentially could be something else, a double up, basically. Getting back to highs, right? I mean, we can see in stocks like Carvana, SoFi, Uber, like a lot of stocks that Google's another example that have, you know, fallen back in, and we didn't think that highs would be there. But, you know, a stock like Elf Cosmetics, I mean, look at DraftKings, look at Roblox, some of these newer names that have come to market, you know, continue to work out. You know, they're, I like them, and I was going to go, I saw you're on TTD as well, so that would be another name. Out of all 8 of them, it'd be these two that I'd have my eye on.
Yeah, Trade Desk. Look, Trade Desk was the one that got squashed to the downside after earnings on Friday. So, I mean, downgrade doesn't necessarily surprise anybody. That said, we've talked about this before, like the continuation play. Like when you see something like this, until it proves it's got some kind of momentum to the upside, still favor the short. It's still some room to go to get to a 52-week low. Like you'd have to drop like 20% today to even tag that. So it's got a lot of room till you get to obvious support. It was a simple VWAP type of morning on the Trade Desk, and if it does anything similar to that, like if I see it rejecting VWAP, it's like just continuation to the downside for them, at least temporarily. I think, you know, the comparison game has been made, and ultimately, you know, when you have the slightest weakness in earnings, whether it be advertising, or Amazon had this issue with their cloud comparison to Microsoft. Comparison to Google, you can call it unfair, but this is what happens, and you have to wait until the buyers start to come in. We did get a couple of super chats here, and Mr. Westermeyer, you got caught in IOBT halt. Was that over like on Friday? Did it halt? I'm curious. It was halted on news, maybe. Well, it's open back up now, so good luck with that one. This is one of those like it was a gapper, and then I guess it halted in the pre-market on news. But you always have to be careful. Be careful with these small cappers. They can be very, very dangerous. And options indeed. Thoughts on MP this week. Thanks, guys. Remember what is happening this week. You've got the deadline, which, I don't know, I guess we're thinking it'll be extended. China, US, they're a little bit of a pause or reprieve or truce, whatever you want to call it. That could get extended for another 90 days. That's the early speculation. I think if it gets delayed, that could end up being a good thing for MP. If they get a deal and any of it involves more flow or just easier access to rare earth materials and magnets from China, then this could weigh on the stock a little bit. It's been running pretty heavily. So the D-Day for them is really tomorrow. I'd expect an extension, but you absolutely never know. Like, to me, ringing the register on some makes some sense here for MP. It's been on an absolute tear, that stock.
I didn't realize that the Boo-Boos would tear up the chat the way they did. So shout out to everybody that has heard of the Boo-Boos before, maybe entering our household next couple of days. Yeah, that Trade Desk down to $55, even lower, 53. Yeah, it's a good level there for sure. Yeah. Oh, and I heard you guys had tacos there on Friday. That was a nice one.
Yeah, they were okay.
Oh, yeah, okay.
They were a little small, and you only got for us on the plate, like you get like 2 little small ones.
You got them. They were on the plate for us.
Yeah, for the salad lunch. But like they were super tiny. They were still good.
right.
I mean, I'm not going to complain over tacos, but
I was talking.
I was still kind of
I was
hungry.
talking with Russell. Like I was spray painting everywhere around here, but he wasn't wearing a mask. So I was like, "Come on, dude! Like, you know, this guy's getting high on his own supply over here." You know, so no wonder why there's spray paint everywhere. I was joking. Great job, Russell. Okay, 19.6 right now. 119.6 for Bitcoin. So that should be fun. We'll keep an eye on that. Yeah, I just have it down here. I'm still looking at Micron up here, watching out for 125. See if there's any sort of an actionable trade coming through. I don't know about taking something in the pre-market. You're still a half hour away right now. I don't know what the bigger trades potentially were on Friday, but we had Apple right here today trying to break out through that 230 again. We'll see. I completely stopped at 231. We'll see if that gets going. I'm not sure I'm in love with it today, down 0.48 against a market that's flat. So anyways, all right, Sharif off today while not feeling well. Hopefully be back in tomorrow. Hopefully you're feeling well, Sharif, if you're watching this. Adara and Brendan over at the big desk.
Into everything else we need to know here this morning, we'll kick things off with a look at the watch list. If you haven't done so yet, make sure you jump down to the description of this video. Top link in the description will get you to the sign-up page for the watch list. Takes 2 seconds. Grab that. It's absolutely free. Again, all you need is your email, and then that just shows up every single morning in your inbox from Miss Adara to the left of me. Just real quick, PSKY, remember, is now how you look at Paramount. After this deal gets done, did pop up on that TKO news early on this morning. We're right back down to essentially where we started. But yeah, let's talk NVIDIA. Let's talk AMD here. Big day, big potential week here, maybe. I mean, Neil, you were just touching on the China aspect and the rare earths aspect. Essentially, you know, if you think about it from that standpoint, Trump saying, yeah, you can go sell H20s in China, but what happens if China then says, you're not going to get any battery metals until you give us the good stuff, not the 4-year-old or the 4th generation at this point of these chips. So I think there's still more to come on this.
Well, now I think, Brendan, a bigger concern as well is that we actually have the Chinese government saying they're worried about H20s having some kind of back door. So that's another issue. They may not even want these if they're able to sell them. But nonetheless, according to the Financial Times, in exchange for 15% of revenue, the U.S. will allow NVIDIA to transport its H20 chips to China. AMD would be able to transport its MI308 chips to China. Now, it's interesting as well. I reported this maybe a week and a half ago. It wasn't a huge story at the time, but I was seeing a report that apparently the Commerce Department was having a lot of issues with getting these export licenses out to companies like NVIDIA and AMD. They'd finished their applications, but they weren't able to send the chips. So now maybe this, I guess 15% was maybe part of why we had the Commerce Department waiting. It seems like whatever issues there hopefully resolved as long as we have NVIDIA and AMD paying this 15% revenue. NVIDIA actually addressed this, saying that they follow the rules that the U.S. government sets out for their participation in worldwide markets. So it seems like they're going to comply.
Yeah, 15%, not a little amount either.
Yeah.
And the other question to ask here is what precedent does this set then for, you know, the rest of industry as a whole going forward if they, you know, comply and then just start paying that. I'm just reading a quote here real quick, guys, on Barrick Gold CEO coming out saying essentially these gold tariffs or gold transfer tariffs that came into effect end of last week, causing quote unquote confusion in the industry, and they're basically sitting on their hands until they understand a little bit further what this actually means. This is a daily chart. If you remember, we got to all-time highs initially on that headline. Quick reversal. We're down a little bit, ever so slightly here on that news today as well. So 2.3% forward. Gold stocks could be a little bit volatile today as well.
Yeah, that was a weird one because I thought they said the White House was like that was not true and it's misinformation, the gold tariff thing. So I don't know. The fact that it's still moving on that makes...
I mean, gold is outperforming the S&P 500 like easily over the last 30 years now.
But I mean, anyways, we'll see. Well, there'll probably be clarification on that at some point. But as far as the chips go, NVIDIA was marching back up to maybe get back to some of those highs, and I will say it's doing better than AMD. And as Brendan mentioned, look, the deal, or we're probably not assuming a deal is going to get done. A comprehensive deal with China is not getting done in the next 24 hours. Like, I think what we're looking for here is progress, something that extends the deadline for another 90 days, I guess, would be the look. And if these guys have to pay 15% to be able to make revenue they wouldn't already make, then that's better. That's better than nothing. Unfortunately, when you're at all-time highs, it just gets seen as like, oh, that's a little bit of a ding. We thought you'd be able to sell those 4.5 billion. Now all of a sudden, you're going to get 6 or 7 billion less out of it, so you get a little bit of a ding for Nvidia. Even though, in theory, that's kind of good news because you're getting rid of inventory with this. So at the end of the day, I'd probably look for the buy dip here, and Nvidia's got 179 pegged. You had no chance to see that on Friday, but on Thursday, it was prior close, prior day resistance area, and if we do decide that we're selling off, then Nvidia at 79 makes sense to me. The 184 is, because we're not really trending toward a breakout, I might even look for a reversion up there at the 184. But really, in the chip space, Micron, with that updated guidance, is the strong player here. Like, this was a stock which was primed for a breakout regardless of this news. With the revised guidance, and I don't know if we'll get to that one. I don't see it on the list, so we can mention it now. Like, it looked like it closed above the 50-period moving average, couple of strong trend days to the upside. If it can break 26, it's got room. But the other way to look at it, and what I threw down in the note, was just play the trend. It's been up multiple days in a row. It was a trend trade along VWAP. You think somebody knew something on Micron? Remember on Friday, we were like, why is Micron so strong today? There was no news. And we're like, it's the only thing going, and it's just trending up, and it's like, why is it so strong? And then all of a sudden, now we figure out that they updated their guidance. So the buy program, quote unquote, clearly knew that the guidance was going to be good, and we'll go trying to buy some dips here today.
Look,
but usually you get the answer as to why those things happen after the fact, and it looks like we did here.
You and I have gone back and forth about this market being rigged. I know we have some different opinions, but that's a good example right there, as well as Apple. I mean, if you see Apple's action before that news, it was the same shit. So same stuff. All right. So yeah, look, I actually not that impressed here. I mean, the government just, like, as long as there's money being thrown around, they can solve all problems, it looks like. We don't want China to get too strong, do we? But if we're going to pay 15%, then they can do whatever they want. Now, I know it's not the updated chips, and I think that that's a good sign, but NVIDIA doesn't like this story for some reason, and it's making the move down here. So I don't ever want to give back profits, and it looks like that's what's going to have to happen right now in order for this to be a thing. It looks very, very vulnerable here, dropping below this 181 to 150. So for me, this is a problem on NVIDIA, on AMD. They're all the same. It's just like, I don't want, it's like part of me as being I think NVIDIA is probably my largest holding right now, just in all my accounts, across all accounts. I'm thinking about getting lighter on it, but then I don't want to sell NVIDIA. It's one of those things. It's like I have that Palantir 195 pegged, right? I don't know if it gets there. We probably should start to sell some of that. And I'm kind of feeling the same kind of ways here for NVIDIA. Huge move up. We're through earnings season. And it's just every day. It was 5% last week, 5% in a week. Nothing wrong with taking a little bit off and seeing if it can slow down. But the problem with taking something off these stocks is that it's so hard to get back in, because when do you do that? And then the next story is higher, and you feel like, oh man, I'm now getting in higher, than where I had sold. But right now, AMD is the one that's taking the brunt of this just a little bit more. It's down double what that of NVIDIA is down. So for me, we're short. We're short today. We have to be short these names right now. Unless the market absolutely burns upside, then I would say these are shorts, and we're just going to wait for it to give us a top. Right now, AMD looks like 171, and NVIDIA looks like a break of 181. So I feel pretty good about both of those plays, but not something immediately. As Neil just mentioned here, 125 for Micron. I know it's a huge move up, but it's almost, it is now a double from that bottom. And yeah, it does look like it's getting a lot stronger here. Breaking down from that 50-period moving average, which is right here, the pink, and then holding out to the 200. For me, Micron is right there, and Micron is the number one. You guys can go find it right now. I see there's already some people that have liked it. How do I go to my profile? Right into here. But yeah, we have Micron once it loads right here. I don't know if our internet's slow or what, but there it is. 123 VWAP. If it comes back in, we can look at that. Or a 125.50, which is the pre-market break. So that's going to be the top trade idea that I have right now today, is going to be Micron. So we're all over that one. If it breaks 125.50, I'm in. And we'll be in it hopefully pretty strong off the open. And we'll give that to like about a 120, maybe 124.50 again. I like to see where VWAP is once we open up. Scary thought to get punched in immediately, but it's been working out, but we are very aware that these imbalances can have quite an effect on all of the stocks that we're going to be talking about. So like there's MP Metals right down there. We have AMC right here was a 400,000 buy as well, up 5% on earnings. So we'll pay attention to all this, but Micron for me is the trade of the day. Look, and the other thing is, I see a lot of people sort of spamming BBAI. Like I know I talked about this name down at $3 and it went to $8 and it's a huge winner and we've talked about all of this stuff, but they report tonight. So you're going to be having to wait for Big Bear AI. I mean, if you want to trade it today, there's 500,000 shares right there at 95. So someone's buying this thing before earnings right now, right? 500,000 shares, and that's a visible order sitting there at 95. So I don't know, man. I'm already long. The question really is, are you guys? Earnings tonight, Big Bear AI.
To Intel to the upside this morning so far in pre-market trading, but more to come potentially throughout the day today. If you missed it again, CEO going to be at the White House for a meeting with President Trump to discuss, I don't know, things, how his weekend was maybe, what he did on his holiday.
Very likely not that. It is much more likely going to be about any potential conflicts of interest ties that Lip-Bu Tan does have. There's also the potential, we were discussing this off camera, and this has been discussed as well in this initial report from the Wall Street Journal, but there's a very good chance Lip-Bu Tan and Donald Trump will be talking about whether or not Lip-Bu Tan and Intel will be investing further in the U.S., because that could be pretty much a surefire way to quiet down some of Trump's criticism.
Seems like that's how things go.
That seems like it's how it's going to go. But I was saying to Brendan as well off camera, I was looking a bit into Reuters' reporting on these different firms that Lip-Bu Tan has had connections to in the past. I would say two of the more damning would be his connection to Walden International, through which he invested in SMIC. Literally, the year it was founded in 2001. He served on their board until 2018, but he didn't exit his investment until 2021. That is a year after the company was placed under U.S. government sanctions, so that could be a bit dicey. He's also apparently the sole owner of Sakaria Limited. That is a Hong Kong holding company that invests in 38 Chinese firms, actually controlling these firms. And that being said, I haven't really seen any clear sign that these companies are involved in military investment. I think that's really what the government's worried about. But either way, there are some potential causes for concern.
Whether this will be an on-camera event or not remains to be seen. We'll bring that to you live as it happens, obviously, if it is. I was just checking CoreWeave here, guys. After the close of tomorrow night, we'll get earnings from CRWV. A couple of nice days here for that one, too.
Yeah, CoreWeave really getting a nice bounce going into their earnings off that $100 level. Look, as far as Intel goes, I mean, 20 would be nice if we get down there. Like 20, it was 2 days in a row that you essentially were gifted. It just went 20 to 1960 and then 20 to 1960 again. But you're gapping up on this. We already knew about these concerns before they were even brought up on Thursday. It was sort of rehashed. Pressure got put on. Now they're having a meeting, which I'm gonna assume, like you say, all of the right things come out of it without the CEO having to, if the CEO doesn't have to resign, Lip-Bu Tan. They still have all the issues at Intel. Like nothing changes here, really. I mean, they have all the issues they had previously, but with all of that, they've been holding $19. So as long as that continues to happen, we just bounced off of 19 and just got bad news again after earnings, and now this nonsense, but it's still managed to make a higher low. Intel actually doesn't look terrible. And I think if it gets to 20, I'd look for a bounce off of that level. We had a couple of super chats to get to. Buy Caps asking about PHAT and just mentioning it's at $9 now. So congratulations, it's a triple up for you. And then there was a question about BMNR. It was addressed to you, Sean. I know we looked at this one on Friday. Remember, this is another one of the treasury plays in here, BMNR, and this was a super high flyer. You're long 56.4, Shane D in the chat.
All right, shout out to Shane D. We'll have a quick look at that. And I just want to bring this up again. This is something that Fabian's made for us, and I'm actually going to reset this because right now, just going to explain how this works. You got to type in $sign and then something into the chat, and then once you do that, then it all populates. The only way to be part of this chat, of course, is to go in, hit the like, hit the subscribe, and it's completely for free. So now we'll hit that start over again. And now any name that comes with a $sign, see, so there's Oklo, Marvell. Wow, Marvell up okay. I like Marvell there at $77. That's a recent buy of mine as well. And then we'll talk about as that starts to populate, we'll look back there and we'll be able to see, here we go. All right, now we're starting to get going there. Thank you, everybody in the chat for doing that. And we'll be able to look at it. Look, trade idea number 2 for me today. 1 is Micron, 2 is Intel. Intel either comes down into $20 and gets us long. We're bidding there right now. We're bidding at, just so you guys know, we're bidding at $20.10. So that means you should be bidding at like 12 cents because it's often come down and miss and then ripped up. So we'll wait to see. That's kind of where this dark pool goes down into, just before $20. And then, yeah, I'm going to take a 21 break just to see if it does anything on this. There's nothing really up here, just an even dollar level for Intel. I mean, looking at the daily, it's come up. It's looked at 21 before, but really it's like 20.80. I just want to see it going. I'm not sure how excited I'm going to be about it. Another play that I saw some people asking about that, again, I gave this. You guys saw me buying this live on the show pre-earnings. We're down here on Oscar, which is another one that's been nicely moving to the high side since its earnings call, but we still need to see this thing break through 16. So those of you asking if I'm selling, no, we are not selling any of this stock right here. We're long just down in around here, around 1360 or so, up to 1560 right now, hopefully a little bit higher than that after this market opens up. We did have a problem with 1550 on Friday. I wasn't here Friday, but that was a level there of concern. So we'll see if Oscar can break through there, giving us $2 on 13. Not bad, but we're waiting for a little bit more for OSCR. So we've got Big Bear AI in our account. We've got Marvell. We've got Webull. We've got Oscar. These are just a couple recent plays that we put on. And then on the longer term account, we put on Eli Lilly, which is still starting to fall back in. So maybe we'll add some to this, but we'll give this one a little bit of time. I don't have UNH vibes on this, but this is not stopping right now. So we're going to have to wait to see what Eli Lilly's doing. It's nice to get green here so far today, but that doesn't mean that it's going to hold. And then another name, it's 9:16. We have lots of time right now. Roblox. I mean, how good has Roblox been? It's been awesome. And it's just continuing to ride higher as well. But again, some of these stocks, right? Like valuation hasn't mattered through this whole run up. But at some point, as Michael had said, you know, people are going to start looking other places on some of these names. So I don't know, I'm getting a little bit like, you know, jittery on some of these plays, especially the ones that have moved so far. Coinbase, another one. I'm seeing a lot of people putting in coin. Look, Big Bear AI is still leading the way on this. I mean, you mentioned it one day or a couple of days. Actually, I guess we built a good case on this show for people to be long. And like I said, I hope you are, guys. But there it is, Big Bear AI, AMC, and BMNR kind of switching through the top right now with Oklo. All the big names here kind of not getting too much love today.
Oklo
Tesla
reports too.
Yeah, Oklo reports. Yeah, so that'll be a good one. And then there's Coinbase as well, swinging around.
Oh, Robinhood.
Ripple, XRP was up nicely there on Friday.
Yeah, Ripple did have a nice day. I'm surprised Robinhood didn't make that list, but I guess it gets boring making those all-time highs every single
here comes
day.
crypto
As
next.
we talk about crypto next, lots of close to all-time highs there. I shouldn't jinx it.
Coming back in though, right now, both Bitcoin and IBIT here trying to fill this gap, huge gap to the upside this morning on this move. We were discussing, if you were with us in the first 30 minutes, Bitcoin over the weekend with a nice rally to 120. I mean, there's a couple of interesting news headlines, most of which happened last week with the 401k executive order being signed. So that's now a thing. And that seemed to kick off this rally into the weekend. But a lot of these moves, as we've seen over the past couple of months, tend to happen on the weekend.
Yeah, it's really interesting, or after hours, right? Like we, of course, had Bitcoin hit all-time highs during the election, which was after hours, during the inauguration when the market was closed. Right now, though, it's interesting. If you look at the daily chart on Bitcoin, we actually have a lower high now on the daily with two topping tail candles both times we get into that 122, 123,000 level. So maybe a bit concerning. I do want to mention an interesting small cap crypto-related catalyst. We've heard of a lot of different treasury strategies. Brendan, this one is for ALTS, Alt 5 Sigma, actually gapping down, announcing plans to raise $1.5 billion through a share sale, after which they're going to be integrating a World Liberty Financial treasury strategy, and Eric Trump, one of Donald Trump's sons, will become part of their board. So lots of interesting little crypto catalysts. Another treasury strategy, I guess, being added to the mix in addition to the many Solana, Ethereum, et cetera, that we hear about.
For everyone that was putting AMC on that board, I was just double checking here. 66.2 million this is July 15th, so you got to go back a few weeks, but as of July 15th, 66.2 million shares I mean, the float on that stock is just enormous because of all of the shares that were issued, but 66.2 million shares, which is about 15%, guys, still short.
Surprised it's even that high. Good for them. It just means that there's actual chance that it could go. But speaking about crypto, though, if you look, Bitcoin tried to get to all-time highs, got pretty close over the weekends. ETH broke out a local top, but did not get there. Ethereum, this local high at 41K, that's now been blown away, and looking for a dip back into that 41 area. Just the thing about the crypto moves, almost every single morning when we look at, well, at least when I go back and look at Bitcoin and Ethereum, it's almost as if they prefer, why is one blue ocean? It's almost as if they prefer to make the run, like the bigger run later in the session. Like it'll, nice pop early on ETH, and then it trends down, and then you get that late day surge when it finally breaks the trend. So if it doesn't go right away, then I want that break of the trend if there is a downward trend. And right now we're downward sloping on ETH. So I want to be playing pullbacks into prior high, and same thing with Bitcoin. That's what I want to be looking for. There you go. Like Bitcoin, trend down, wait for it to finally break away, and then try to get into the long. ETH looks a little bit stronger than Bitcoin today, at least when I look at that daily chart, so I might tend to favor that. But yeah, I want to be a dip buyer, but this is something that might take some time to set up. Because I've noticed if you have it early, that's not always the best time on these crypto plays once all the equity action starts to come in.
Yeah, I mean, we had that BMNR was obviously a big thing today as well. With wow, what a great call, and you know how wrong. I mean, I put the money to work other places, but yeah, selling some Ethereum seems to be wrong. That was $4,200. But yeah, BMNR again up 12%. The Tom Lee fund just keeps on going, right? I mean, if they're going to have that treasury in Ethereum, and Ethereum's going to do what it's doing, then who knows how far this name is going to go? And you are near a breaking spot right now for them, right into here at 60. Well, I guess we're not quite there yet. I was looking at this little level right there, 66, 67. So maybe 68 break. I don't know. The short float on this thing continues to climb, I had thought. But let me just quickly check that before I give those details to you. BMNR, here it is right here. This is, again, BitMine. Yeah, remember when this name was first announced. Yeah, I guess the short float on here is 1.3%, so I don't think that's going to be right, which is why I want to double check that one right there. But yeah, Bitminer, a good name there if you're looking at Ethereum. Huge move. Trade this stock. You can also use ETHA just to see where that was as opposed to Friday, up another 3%. So yeah, I mean, just look at this. Like, you have sold some of this down into this area, which I did. I just got out of all of the stuff that I had on exchange. I still hold ETFs for Ethereum, but to get out of this around there, then switch it over to Ripple, which was fine. But at the same time, I think this has been outperforming, and there goes ETHE and ETHA actually to the upside. And if you are interested, make sure you do scan that QR code right there, because VinFast delivered over 35,800 EVs in Q2 of 2025, marking an amazing 172% jump from last year. This brings their first half total to more than 72,000 EVs, up over 220% year over year, with stronger sales. We're talking about Tesla's sales down. With stronger sales usually in the second half, they're on pace to easily double 2024's 97,000 units. They're also crushing it on two-wheelers, Neil, with nearly 70,000 e-scooters and bikes sold in Q2. That's up over 400% from a year ago. And with gas-powered two-wheelers being phased out in Hanoi and Ho Chi Minh City by 2026, the growth potential for VinFast looks enormous. You can find them on the NASDAQ under ticker VFS. We want to thank VinFast for sponsoring this portion of the show. So there it goes, man. That's something my daughter wants, a two-wheel electric scooter, but of course they are illegal in the cities of Toronto.
People use them.
So shout out to Hanoi City, Hanoi and Ho Chi Minh City for moving the other way.
Yeah,
and, you know,
get it done.
Doing that. So yeah, all those e-scooters are all illegal.
People still use them anyways, though.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, they don't care.
Things being illegal hasn't stopped anybody. I mean, these jails are loaded with people.
Look at the next topic.
And weed, yeah, there we go. Jails littered with people selling dime pieces. Back over the desk.
Wall Street Journal reporting that the Trump administration considering, again, to once again classify cannabis lower. So it's not as illegal in certain states throughout the US. So this is going back to Friday. So we did get a nice pop after the close on some of these stocks. MSOS, the ETF, for anyone who wants to look at it.
The context for these comments is pretty fascinating. Apparently, they took place at a $1 million a plate fundraiser event at Donald Trump's New Jersey Golf Club. This included apparently executives from the pharmaceutical industry, including Pfizer executives. It included cryptocurrency advisors, and it included Kim Rivers, who's the CEO of Trulieve Cannabis. I guess Trump mentioned that he's interested in this change, apparently even flagging this change to staff members that were present at the event. And this isn't really the first time recently that we've heard Trump is interested in rescheduling. The CEO of Scotts and Miracle-Gro recently said that apparently in private comments between himself and Donald Trump, Trump expressed interest in rescheduling marijuana. So we'll have to wait and see if this comes to fruition.
Real quick, AI just got smacked back down below 15 again. A little bit of volume coming in here. I might as well touch on this real quick while we're here as well. A huge revision to the downside from C3 AI. And when I mean huge, 30 million worth on the revenue side of things, or better part of 30 million worth. They're now saying 70.2 million, 70.4 versus 100 to 109 was the initial projection, down 19%. So not good for C3 AI either, guys, down better part of 30.
And it was just 1 million to sell on the imbalance locator. Now 860,000.
Yeah, they just got updated here.
For C3. AMC is a buy of 500,000. Nvidia is a buy of 500,000. Neo 400,000. ETHA 320. Soundhound's there. Well, there it is, like 350,000. So yeah, not good for C3 AI. It seems like it's the morning of earnings or earnings and guidance revision. Look, down that much. There's not much to look at. Outside of, this is a bad wick on the daily. The actual low was about $17. So if it were to get to 17, like that's an obvious place to look for reversion. Otherwise, pre-market highs in pre-market top at about $16. I'm looking to fade on AI. If it breaks out that top, I'd still be waiting somewhere around 17 for some kind of a trend reverse on C3i. Tilray on the weed names, actually, hey, I mean, it was kind of trending up from the lows before all of this.
21%?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
So look, it's a double top here at 85 cents. It's at 78, so it's a stone's throw away. You take the breakout with a penny stock breakout. It's not like you're giving a dollar back. It's not even worth a dollar. You're giving a couple pennies against you, and if it goes 85 to $1, then it's certainly worth it in my books. Volume's only good, not great. We're at 10 million pre-market or so, which is good. It's not through the roof or anything crazy, but yeah, this Tilray's definitely on the radar here today for sure. But AI, I'm going to be looking to short that thing. Like yuck. Like most people don't even understand what they do, and you've already seen. You can see winners and losers in pretty much every single space. This barely even moved off of the lows. I suppose that's a good move, but for names in this ilk, it was already trending down going into this revised guidance. I'm going to be looking short.
And what does C3I even do?
Nobody knows.
Yeah,
we asked that question.
I know. I'm asking you, like, I'm not.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm trying to put you on the spot. Like, I just.
No, but I've always said I don't really.
Yeah, no, I know.
We had someone actually point us to something. We read it. It was, you might not have been here. We read it, and we were like, and I remember Obi and myself were like, yeah, I still don't know.
Yeah, okay. SMR, New Scale does have some sort of an offering here, 500 million. It's not really affecting the stock though, so just I did see some people asking about it from 40 down to 30. I mean, it was a nice drop down to 39. Now it's come right back. So there's that drop off if people were wondering what was up with that, a $500 million offering for SMR. Just trying to raise some capital, I guess, still not making money, but we're gonna have to wait to see what's going on. But some of these stocks that are starting to move here in the pre-market here, Apple making a move. Remember, we do have those imbalances that Neil just mentioned, so those are gonna have to get sort of faded out a little bit. CGC with the buy. Neil just talked about some of those weed names. For me, they're all shorts. I'm not super excited about any of those names, to be honest with you. SoundHound had quite a run there on Friday. I hope you guys were looking at that one if it's your cup of tea. But nice move for SoundHound, and it's trying to hold some of these highs as well. Right here, 13 looks pretty good there as the breakout. Let's see if that wants to hold a little bit higher now. This has been a name that people have looked at from AI related. We see C3 AI get killed today on guidance. SoundHound not with earnings on Thursday night. Nice bump up there for SoundHound. We're going to see if that can hold $13. That could be a good play, especially if it does come into those levels due to C3 AI. All right, so just for me with a minute and a half to go, we're still, okay, well, Micron, I was gonna say Micron's on the dip down there and it did get into 124. This is making me a little nervous. I do have that break long on Micron. The thing is, we just held 124. That's quite a decent hit if it goes up there and then breaks all the way back down to 124. So I think we might have to get out if it takes maybe even 125 if it does break through long. We do like that long. I mean, that's what I'm scheduled for right there. I don't have Apple written down as a long, but that could be something around that 230. I'm looking to see if Palantir wants to keep sort of the boat going to the long side. We haven't really looked at this. Its move on Friday stopped at 188. So we'll have a look at that. That could be worth a break long as well. Or that could be a fake and break where you hit it because we did it on Friday and then it comes down and tests your patience down here at 186. So be careful with Palantir. I have more shares ready to go. Actually, I have the same on Micron and on Palantir. And then I'm also looking for Intel just to see what that wants to do. But Intel's done nothing all pre-market here, so I'm not convinced that it wants to do anything. So then the TQs for a dip buy. But other than that, man, 15 seconds left. Here we go.
Yeah, it's the first bell of the week, and it's brought to you by VinFast. Shout out to them, VFS over there on the NASDAQ. And always scan the QR code. Adara, let's get this party started. Ring it.
There we go. We're now open. 125, 187. Yeah, I think Micron will probably be the first one to look at here as it's trying to break 50s, and there it goes right now, breaking through 50s. And Neil, immediately in the money, huge. Right now, it's your first dollar club right there on Micron, on your trade, hopefully of the day. We'll wait to see where it goes, but it's a banger already, Neil, and there it goes, man. It's a dollar club right off the jump right there as your number one trade idea, right? Micron breaking through 125.50, your boy has it. Now let's wait to see. That's a very excited bump up right there. I mean, you don't normally get that exact dollar. We got a pretty good price, 125.50. So there it goes already. Day made, goal made. We're here. We're in the building. One more time, Neil.
Yeah, that's what it's all about over there. I got AI immediately to the south side. It tried to break the pre-market resistance almost immediately and then tagged off the 15 area. So we're going to be short that. NVIDIA is trending back into the upside. We'll have a look there. We're just going to get a bid at the lows on C3 AI. And then jump on over to NVIDIA, which is trying to break out as well, trying to get to that 184. That's looking pretty strong already. AI, just give it to me. Give me 2 points. We're trying to bid.
Yeah.
That one heads to the downside. Tilray, my order's out there for the breakout, but it doesn't look like that name is doing much of anything. Weed name's taking a bit of a break, at least early. It's at 80 cents. The breakout's at 85.
And we just got some outs there on Micron. Now Micron's falling back in as the futures are getting killed. We just got some outs up there at 127. Like I said, like when you're getting these huge plays like this, especially off the open and especially if you're using shares, it's better just to get some out. Like right now I only have about 35% left of this. I'm going to take another piece out right now, 126. Hopefully that was just a dip down and we don't give up too much profit. Starting to cover a little bit right now, but we are going to start to cover more of this. So we just got some more out there at 126 flat as now it's coming back in pretty decently. Let's take another piece out here at 80. I'm going to cancel that Palantir script order as well. Palantir right now trying to fall back just a little bit. We had almost 4 times or 3 times our daily goal right there, but again, it's falling back in and sometimes that's not what you're looking for. There's the market to the downside. I am also looking at a TQQ bid. We wrote down yesterday's closing areas of around, sorry, not closing areas, some kind of support areas down here at 91.7, which was close to the support. So close to yesterday's close. So we're going to see if that wants to work. But there goes Micron all the way back in there. So let's just watch out for it. I mean, if it does break 125, we can get out. I'll take another piece right.
Tesla's apparently flying.
Tesla's flying, yeah. Go ahead. I mean, I don't know. I just see you have AI.
No, I'm only in C3 AI, still looking over. Tilray's not really doing much of anything, but it looks like, oh, by the way, Figma, all-time low break. If it happens, I'm going to be short. It's not happening. Tesla, $341, it looks like, is the high. It's not a New York stock. Is Tesla, wow, just continues to power higher and higher. What an unbelievable name that is off of the open here. So look, it's not a blue sky setup. Let's go to the daily chart. It's not a blue sky setup, but there is some resistance at this area at $340. And after that, it's not till 360 that you run into trouble on these. The lithium name's also going absolutely nuts all morning for sure. But The NASDAQ's headed to the downside. I just went over to Intel. Intel, forget about dip to 20.
Yeah,
that just tagged $21. Now 5% to the upside is Intel. As I said, I'm just in C3. I just reloaded. Ooh, it bounced off VWAP. But watch out. If a name that's SSR bounces off VWAP, you gotta be careful because those SSR bounces. Short sell restricted just means the uptick rule is in effect on C3AI. So if you're gonna get that pop, I'm gonna get some out at the volume weighted average price, see if we can't get it to the low of the day. Again, that Tilray's long might have gone up in smoke. The problem with a breakout is if it never actually gets through the price, you don't get into position.
Yeah.
Wow, Tesla is super strong here.
I just put in the put in the wrong stop. I thought I got long at the bottom of Intel. I got long at the top of that break. I'm gonna have to get back into Intel. I don't mind this trade. I just have to get back into it. So Intel did break $21 there. I thought I was getting long on the bottom because I was watching the futures. I thought Intel broke that way, so I put the stop at 20.85, not realizing that we were long 21. But we don't want to take a break anyways and hold it for that long. If it's not going to work out, it's not going to work out. So you don't need to be in that. It's the same example that we were using with Micron. Like it ripped up, and like I said, it was going so quickly there. Before I could even put my first key out, we were in the money 80 cents on Micron. So I just feel like, you know, when stuff gets that excited early, you got to be a little careful with those kind of plays. Micron right now is trying to bounce a little bit off VWAP. We said that we would try to look at that level there for Micron. So let's just take a little bit more of a shot here and see if it does want to hold out some of these lows on Micron. Let's just give it to that. Well, that's 124. That's way too low. All right, so we just bought some. Okay, well, that was a good dip buy. So we just bought some more there in the teens. It just went to 40s. Let's see if it can get back going, especially if this market wants to go. So there it is. Nice little reload there. So, okay, we're reloaded there on Micron, but it doesn't really matter unless you get some out. So we're doing some of that up there. We got a couple outs in the 40s and 50s right there for Micron. So let's see what it wants to do right now, Adara.
Keep an eye here on some of these lithium plays. As Neil mentioned, some of these making some interesting moves. Here's LAC. Apparently what's happening here is the automaker battery supplier Contemporary Amperex Technology has suspended mining operations for 3 months in China because of an expired permit. There's also potential strength in this space because there's some investor sentiment suggesting that Beijing might suspend other projects, which could impact overall supply of the resource. So some lithium supply, I guess, issues sending names like LAC to the upside. Back to you.
Right.
Thanks so much there, Dara. I know a lot of people in chat were like, what is going on over there in lithium? And that's why we have the best over there at the desk, locked and loaded, making sure you get the news. Ooh, IBIT just broke the trend line. Oh, I have to go to ETH first. You said ETH first over IBIT. That's already gone. It looks like it's going to be Bitcoin after all. Bitcoin breaking that downward trend that we were sitting in pretty much, I mean, the entirety of the pre-market, we were in this downward trend in IBIT. I'm going to go long off the 68 level because clearly, without even drawing it, but I can draw it for you, I can eyeball and just see that it broke, and then you broke that prior high in here. So prior bar low is like 68, just underneath 68. So I'll throw my stop adjacent to that level. C3I still finding buyers here. Maybe the worst is in. The first dip got to the actual lows, and then the second one barely broke the volume-weighted average price. So I'm not reloading at a higher price. If it breaks 1540, I'm just going to jump out on the last of these shares and maybe even get another leg out in front of VWAP. Sometimes you're down 31%, and that's just about it. I just realized the position board just went.
Oh, really? Oh, no.
I'm only in, I'm now long. It was gone 2 seconds ago. I look over, I look back.
I reloaded my position.
And then it's there. It must have been it just happens, everybody. So there it is. Long IBIT, short into C3AI. And wow, why ever hope that you're going to get a breakout on a weed name?
Yeah,
I don't want to cancel my order, but yeah, I'm just going to leave it in there. I'm still crossing. I'm not breaking out at 86.7. I'm just, if it breaks 85, I'm crossing a penny and a half. But I'll leave that in there. I thought maybe at the open you get a little action in the weed names.
All right, let's go Intel. Intel now above 21. I told you we were back in now. We did punch out by accident. We got right back in once we punched out. We understand that we're now just making back what we had lost. Well, we're going to be up on it, but we're making back what we lost right now at Intel, waiting for those positions to fly through. And there goes Micron, man. Micron's still a positive stock, but we'll fail on those last rebuys as now it's back down through 123. We had written down down on here that we didn't, I think we didn't mind a 120, that's the wrong one. We didn't mind a 123 long, which was VWAP at the time. So I'll test it again here, risk a little bit at these levels just to see if we do break again through 123. And if it does do that, then yeah, we'll fly out. I mean, this has not been a good stock except for off the open, like I mentioned there, where we crushed that one. But yeah, here we go. We're back into the 20s, so we're long at 28. We just got some out there at 30s, as you can see on the way back up there. We even got a 50 fill there as well, so let's wait to see. Intel's trying to go. We got a nice piece out there at 08s now, but yeah, I told you that this NVIDIA and AMD story was that if I wasn't so obsessed with sort of holding on to things forever, I think I would be selling a little bit of NVIDIA. I don't love this news for them. They're down now 0.9% on that news that they have to sell now. So 15% back over to the government with their sales into China. But Micron right now, 36, 37%, trying to finally get back up to the upside. Let's see if that dip buy just occurred to us down there at 123. We don't get it right all of the time, but this time we punched along. That was a successful trade. Then we dip bought into here, which we probably should not have. We wait for the 123 level that we posted, and it's working. Intel fading all the way back upside as well. So I only have these two trades on right now, and I see some people talking about Oscar. Yes, sir. Spin it again. There goes Oscar. Thank you so much for bringing that one up there, the Jameson. This is a name that we're also up on earnings as well recently, so I hope some of you were tailing on that trade. There goes Oscar. Let's just wait to see right now. Intel and Micron, the only names on my mind as of now.
Yeah, same too for me, but I told you I wasn't going to reload that third time on C3AI. Held the volume weighted average price, and that was the sign. You get the low of the day, then you get the higher low, then you get out of dodge on a short trade. It's now powering up. I said 17 on C3 after that guidance, updated guidance, I guess is what it was, and obviously not very good, and health concerns for the CEO, all that good stuff. $17 on the daily is the level that I'm eyeballing. We're into IBIT here, but as you mentioned, BMNR flying higher. This is more ETH play, obviously, up another 20%. It just hit an over-under at 63, with the sellers really starting to come in. So if it is pulling back into VWAP, that would be a nice little spot to try to get into that thing. And I see a few people in the chat mentioning, let's go Webull.
Let's go Webull.
Probably, I'm just gonna, there was no news on Webull specifically. So more likely, more of a crypto rise all ships kind of deal. Robinhood made an all-time high as well. Right again off that 15. This is continuing to make higher lows, and we're in it, we love it, but you're getting higher lows once again, actually steepening out a little bit here. Probably on the way back to that $17.5 to $18 area. Hopefully today, but certainly this week. I'm going to make the assumption that Robinhood is also having a good day, but I'm just in IBIT, and I'm going to look for places to try to add into this. If we've broken the trend and I'm going to get to the pre-market high, we've got the chance that it can start holding above the volume weighted average price. Otherwise, it dips back into 68 even as far as IBIT goes. We're chilling at 19,009 on Bitcoin. So like right here, if we break VWAP, that's like retaking 120K.
Yeah, I was trying to do the similar math here. We have BMNR, we have SBET, some different stocks worth looking at. Right, exactly. So, I think
BMNR has been moving way better than SBET.
Yeah, someone was mentioning that
SBET
was sort of down there, and if you did like it, it might be a better investment than BMNR. But again, you have the Tom Lee factor. Like we've said a couple times here, back and forth. So, all right, lucky enough to get that out at 21.10. It looks like on Intel there today. But yeah, U.S. stocks opened up modestly flat, I guess. I mean, the NASDAQ did make a move down, and it actually went right into our level of the TQs, and I didn't do anything about it. 91.80, that's exactly what we had written down. 91, look what we written down here. 91.60 to 91.80. Now we'll have to wait to see if Micron can make that move back up, which I believe it probably can. Just a quick look, we did get some talk on Friday about Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, and trying to go public, I guess. And they had a huge move up, and now today it's not doing anything. So we'll have to wait to see what FNMA or FMCC SPCE are doing. What's up, Randy? Right there, right on time, because we haven't talked about Tesla yet today. It's not a pink sheet name. All right, so there's Tesla. Nice move upside today again, Randy, up to 340, looking like it wants to keep on going. My car's down there charging, and we'll get an update on that one. Couldn't be happier with that so far. But yeah, there goes Tesla, bouncing off VWAP, 338 and change, all good. We do finally get a little bit more action here on Intel. We get some 91s now. We'll get a piece out there. Micron, again, back to 124. Take another piece out up on the high side. How was your weekend, Randy? Was all right?
Oh.
Yeah, birthday party yesterday.
Boom.
For my old man. He's 80 years
Nice.
Boom, 80. Happy birthday.
old. Birthday.
Get it.
Randy's
That's what-
old
Good
man.
times.
Good,
Good
man. You got
times.
some good genes there. That means you'll be living
It was
living a good life.
hot.
Forever.
It was way too hot.
Oh boy.
Was it a barbecue brisket type of thing? Were you guys indoors? What were you guys doing?
No, we had it catered.
Oh, nice.
Just nobody had to cook outside
Right.
and inside the house. Yeah, it was fun.
I'll never hate on catered ideas, man. I think that's a
No.
great idea.
It was,
Keep it simple, man.
yeah,
It was
exactly.
good times.
Yeah.
And the thing about that too is it gives you time to do other things.
Yes.
Like you're not sitting
Mingle
there
and-
by the barbecue. You can
Exactly.
spend time with your pops and everything like that.
That's
so,
right.
oh, great
So-
to hear. Great
What's
to hear.
his secret? What's his secret? 80, still staying healthy. Everyone has a shtick.
That's right. I mean, your health is the most important thing. So it's all good. It's all good. He's upset that you can't water his lawn because there's a water ban on it. It's so dry.
Oh, water ban,
He
hey?
likes his yard work.
Water ban, huh?
That's what
I
they
know.
do, though. But that's yeah, a lot of
It is.
places. doing
It's
that.
so dry up here. We need some rain. So somebody
There's a
please do the
fire.
rain dance.
The grass is dying.
Fire ban too, I think.
We've been.
There's a forest fire right north of my house.
That's
There
what
you
I was
go.
gonna say, like they're ramping up again. The air
Yeah.
quality's trash because we have a
It's-
forest fires everywhere around
It's
here.
nuts. So
Yeah.
stay cool, folks.
Yeah, definitely steak.
Maybe a reload if you have a second, or else I can go. If you have a second, otherwise I can go. You
I'll
know.
take one.
Yeah, okay, there
But
we go.
if you're going.
The double request. Thanks, Randy. Yeah,
No,
great
my-
to hear, man.
my-
80 years old.
I shouldn't. Someone in my neighborhood, let's just say their sprinkler is on every single day, and they do it really early in the morning, like people don't notice. I'm like,
Well, people will be proud of my household. My front yard looks like hay.
well, I'm
So
just
we are
saying,
not spending the water.
Yeah, my grass looks like it's dying because you're supposed to be easy.
I spent like a half hour picking weeds yesterday as I had a little bit of
too
time
hot
to kill
for that,
between my daughter going to the game and then I had to
Too
wait
hot
for
to pick weeds.
VonCon. Man, those
shoot,
furries,
did
you
he-
know what I mean? Those furries. Okay, yeah, I got Joe piped up there on that one. All right, so yeah, just to see Intel goes to 21 again and falls back in. Yeah, kind of the same old stuff happening here right now. You know, waiting for Micron to do something. Finally, it doesn't look like it may or may not want to. I don't know, but Micron right here back up to 124. We've been getting some more outs in and around this area. What's up, Adara?
I just want to let you guys know about Tempest AI here. TM, this is a beautiful push here off the open from about 59.50 to 64.50, so $5 move. They do have a 26.5% short float. It's a day two earnings name. I also want to mention we don't have any economic data coming out today at 9:45 or 10 a.m., but at 10 a.m. we will have Donald Trump, President of the U.S., hosting a press conference on crime in the Washington, D.C. area. So unlikely to be market related, but there can always be questions or comments that are made after the fact. So I'll definitely cover that for you guys. Back to you.
You know, just talking about Rocket Labs there on Friday was pretty wild.
And it was wild at the open again today, apparently. Rocket Labs did another just absolute dump off the open and then reversed. Huge. Like yesterday. On Friday, it was a breakout, then reverse. Today was a dump, then reversal to the upside for Rocket Labs. But Tempest, that's the Pelosi special, right? Like,
Yep.
isn't that her? Wow, that is one hefty buy program. You know, you can tell a buy program
She ready.
because it's just obvious. When you don't even look at, like, you look at the chart and it's a 3-minute chart and it's 946 and all it's done is go up, 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 up and away. 65 big resistance on Tempest AI. Let's see if we can get there. My goodness, Tesla, that is insane. Tesla, the day Tesla's not on the radar, just double checking I've been in here. I want us to break, it's got to break about 16.4. We're above 120 and I'm looking for the dip buy. I'm still waiting at 68 on trend, but if we start holding VWAP, then that's where we have to get to. It is Tesla that just went absolutely ham again, bouncing off 39, now headed
Tesla's
towards.
world, man.
It's 4% to the upside and absolutely screaming. There is not much in the way. 50 is an obvious number, and then 360 on the daily chart's got some resistance on it. But here comes NVIDIA as well. All right, NVIDIA is up at that high. It's Friday's high. It's 183
good,
as
Joe?
well on NVIDIA. So we get up here. I'm looking for the shot to revert this, meaning if it's going to trend up and just give me the shake and bake, I'll look for the other end of the V.
All right, right now we do have to remind you all to check out Beta Pro by Global X. Right now, savvy Canadian investors looking to boost their exposure can now tap into the NASDAQ 100 and the S&P 500 with Beta Pro 3 times daily levered ETFs, featuring, of course, that built-in FX hedging. This aims to amplify short-term market moves, minimizing the impact of currency swings. Whether you're feeling bullish or bearish, these ETFs are built for active day traders ready to take on the market. Read the full risk disclosure at Beta Pro now, betapro.ca. Go check it out, yo. Okay, man, here we go. It's Micron. We're trying to get that back through the upside, so let's go Micron as we cheer them on. Let's go Intel right now as well. What a good mover for Intel, for your boy right now. Spin the cash here on INTC. Finally starting to get going. Now, whether or not this is the high or the low, I don't know, but Intel kind of just in the middle, so we'll buy some more dip buys there. And of course, if you're watching for the first time, any of these indicators will tell you if we are long or short simply by looking down below, and then you'll be able to see our ins and our outs here. Make sure you do hit the like and the subscribe, and of course you can hit up the chat at any time. Ask Neil or I how our day's been going, positive, negative, any stocks you want us to look at. We have no problem having a quick peruse of any of those symbols, especially when we do get reloaded with coffee. And speak of a devil, there's Randy right now with the coffee. Thank you so much, Randy, for that. And timing is indeed impeccable. So thank you, Randy, for all that. And thank you to all the guys behind us, of course, for doing all the work. Studio 8
in full effect
is ready. Rex and Effects right now. So we're very, very excited.
All the market wants to do is zoom,
and then eventually boom,
somewhere
boom.
that you can't say.
Yes.
Well, if the shorts, yeah, you know what?
I don't know where you're going with this one, but.
Well, I mean, they would have been pretty crude, so I'll just.
Okay, yeah. So we'll stay away from it.
You have to. Rex and Effects, legit. I was a huge fan of them. Gigantic fan of Rex and Effects. Shout out to Teddy Riley of Blackstreet fame.
Yes.
NVIDIA is trying to go here. You're absolutely screaming to the upside. Friday's high was 183.3, somewhere around there. It's like 31 or 32. And then on Thursday, it did not break 184 either. To me, the breakaway is above 84. And getting into here is where I would look for the short on that bad boy. We're getting a little bit of a dip, which might give me the reload into IBIT. That's the first place I'm thinking in here. Still waiting at 68. My stop is underneath that for sure. And Shane, is that Shane Ed? Shane Ed in the chat, 25, 35. Everyone's got these funky numbers because that's what YouTube is doing to us. BMNR, $65 now. Wow, that is going absolutely ham, continuing to rally. Remember, keep a close eye on ETH. We were saying this on Friday. Like, if ETH pulls back, then those names can go. I mean, I'm talking about them and SBET. They can fly to the downside rather heavily. And I don't know what was wrong with SBET, why it wasn't going earlier as much, but it rectified that problem by itself. It's turning with ETH as well. So just always be careful with those. ETH pulls back a little bit, and they can pull back a lot. It's the NVIDIA short that I'm looking for in here. Haven't really gotten to those highs yet. Looking for that trend reversal. Still working its way to the upside.
Yeah, there's been. I got to go get another coffee. I think.
What's wrong with the?
I don't know. We have that huge coffee machine. I don't know. Sometimes I wonder if you catch it during a cleaning cycle or something.
Oh.
I'm gonna have to go get another one. Randy trying to poison us up in here right now. Randy, man, come on, man.
No,
we're just hosts over here. I don't know, Randy.
Taste the soap.
Yeah, you taste something there. Anyways, yeah, we'll get something different in there. Okay, so AMC's, of course, shares had climbed earlier as they report greater attendance in these summer months. We talked about Superman getting some nice little bumps, I guess, as well this past weekend. That has been really well received. So AMC catching a little bit of that. I don't know what else there was. Minecraft, I guess, was probably a big name for them. I don't know what else was in the theaters, really. I probably saw a couple of the movies that had sort of topped them off there. But yeah, AMC nicely climbing there today. So that's going to be a good one. We talked about some of the downswings in today's market with NVIDIA and with AMD. But I mean, I guess that was short-lived. As I was saying, like possibly.
It's always a short.
Yeah, it always is. I mean, possibly selling some of this name, but that looks like that might have been incorrect. And I didn't do any of it, just that talk, not right. It's nice to see us battling back here on Micron. Of course, Intel doing its best to do absolutely nothing. 180. 183.20, that could be a great break level there, 183.23 there. As Intel, as Nvidia, or anybody I get, that 15% was just anybody selling anything to China, right? We're just, or was it only these two names? Because we're focused on
I only
this.
saw AMD.
Like, does this hurt
Nvidia.
Marvell? I don't know. Yeah, okay.
But I mean, obviously those are the two by volume that matter the most.
I mean, we're looking at Intel because of the visit to the White House, and I just think that.
What even comes of that?
Well, I'll tell you what comes of it. Probably good news, because the thing is
not gonna
Donald
fire
Trump
him
was.
there. He can't.
He can't fire anybody.
That's what I'm saying.
The thing is, he can't even fire Fed Powell. The thing about Intel is I remember Tim Cook was getting cooked by Donald Trump for a very, very long time. And then all of a sudden he visits him, and next thing you know, Tim Cook is one of the biggest geniuses in the world, and then Apple gets this levy or whatever, this tariff-free zone there, and some good talk. So I just wonder if Intel and their CEO, Lip-Bu-Tan, can go over there and try to play nice. President likes when you play by his rules and play nice. So, yeah, we'll wait to see. I mean, it's going to be a red stock for me at the end of the day here. We only have one losing trade. It's this Intel trade, and it's because we did punch into 21. And, you know, the reloads have been great into there, but we did make that mistake. What's up, Ramin? How's it going? Great. Okay. Good to see Ramin here today. We really like that. But yeah, it's Intel having a problem. So if we break through VWAP, we're out of this one. Intel doing its best, as I said, to do nothing. Was up 4 or 5% in the pre-market. Still winds up. We shot up real early, and now we're just hovering around here. So I shouldn't say it's doing nothing. I mean, Intel up 4% is like its birthday. So we'll wait.
Intel, that's amazing.
It's amazing. So that's what I mean. So
I mean, not everybody can have their best week. I'm trying to remember how long was it that Apple had its best week in a very, very long time.
Apple's still red on the year, though.
I know, but it was 13%. And then when Adara said it on Friday, I looked at the weekly chart and was like, oh, yeah, it's been a while since it's had that big of a week to the upside for Apple. So, look, 4% on Intel. If anybody's complaining about 4% on Intel, then I don't know. Like, that's ridiculous.
There's bigger things to complain about.
No, there's a
world hunger.
Like yeah, but the stock is. Anyway, after bad earnings and after seemingly negative news, because I mean, ultimately just simply tweeting out or truthing out that the CEO should go because of a Fox report that had just come out, which we already knew some of that stuff. I don't really think that was that big of a deal, but the perception is everything on a beaten up company already, in a good space, but a beaten up company nonetheless. So it looks like Nvidia broke the trend, and I don't want to chase it too far. I want adjacent to the pre-market high. Prior pre-market high, 182.6, and that's as far as I kind of want to go here in terms of chasing it to the downside to be able to give it to this prior bar at about the quarter higher. So I want to try to get that short. IBIT still didn't. Why didn't I get filled? Oh, it didn't get there. Well, that's
why.
Well, that's why. Yeah, I mean, why didn't I get filled in front of 68? Because it didn't get to 68, Neil. It bounced off 68.06, so I might try to reload this one at like 9s or 10s. But if you look at the cross crypto, it's actually ETH that is stronger. Oh. So if Bitcoin comes out under 68 and I just dump out of that second long, I might go over to ETH, which is much stronger at this particular point and looking incredible. And whoa!
I said whoa.
There's actually whoa in the chat. Whoa, Bobo.
Oh, no, not a Labubu.
I know. HIM's down 4% and still flushing. It broke that $50 level. All right, trend break and a flat bottom break. It's time to slap the old fail. There's no point drawing that trend line from last week and then watching HIM's break it if I'm not going to try to be short this stock. The prior low, 50.25. 50.30. So any short back into 50.30 on HIMs, I hope we don't have to pay for locates on this. We probably don't. We do not. HIMs is free.
Ooh, I like that.
So I like it back into 50.30 on HIMs. It was kind of a random price. I was just testing to see if we had locates.
I do that all the time.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, yeah, you try to short at that $50.08. Not really. I just wanted to make sure we didn't have to pay for these. But I'm going to jump into this short if we can get it. 50.30 would be the stopping point. For sure. Still IBIT for me. Would like to get involved in at some point, NVIDIA, but it doesn't look like that short set up all that well. And given the market strength, I don't know if I want to rush into the short. It's got to be just right.
Well, that's the thing. You don't need to do anything here. It's 9:57, so we're still a little bit early. We want to thank everybody, of course, for staying with us, watching us, and continuously supporting the show. I have to refresh to see what's going on here with our feed, but thank you so much for everybody joining. We do have over, as I hit play right now. Here it is. Okay, so there it is. Takes me forever. I'm going to show you Fabian's little screener in a second. 870 likes, over 10,000 of you right now. So thank you for that continued support, of course. Hit the like, hit the subscribe, and get involved. And put your names in the chat so we can figure out what exactly you guys want to look at. Neil just mentioning there with Ethereum, there's BMNR right here, the #1 name, BBAI. You guys want to look at that. And that's now $7, so that's a good one, even though it's still showing down on the day. But we like the fact that it's back to 7. It was, in the 680s before. Webull, yes, sir. Holy, I know we talked a little bit about that, but Webull there up 8%. Let's go. We're rocking on that one right now. Palantir down to 185. Maybe we'll just tap out of some Palantir at 185 instead of 195. Getting a little greedy on that one. Open Door up 9%. That goes today as well. That tracks. There's AMD 0.34. We like that trade as that's coming back up to the upside. We'll have a quick look at that in just a couple seconds. We are getting out of some more Micron. I'm just trying to hold this against that low and just been getting out. It doesn't look like it really wants to go. We were able to dip buy in Intel, and as we sit here and kind of make fun of the name, it's actually been quite okay on these dip buy opportunities. So I like that stock here today. Looking for some more, though, in order to get involved. We did have, again, some talking points. Neil had mentioned earlier there today, what does Fed rate look like, right? And I mean, when I left you guys on Thursday, chug some more of this water, man. I go get another coffee up in here. 87% now. It was 93. And then Neil mentioned to me, he's like, oh my God, have you seen it? And I was like, no. And he's like, it's 87. So that's starting to look a little more likely that, well, it's still very likely to get a cut. But if we go here to December now, we're only looking like maybe 2 rate cuts by the time December 10th comes right there. So we'll wait to see what Powell, the more I talk about this, the more you're maybe hearing an echo as we talk like that. But yeah, so that's pretty interesting there about the Fed. And I don't know who's reporting tonight, but most of the earnings are now through.
Oklo.
Yeah, right. So most of the major names are done, but there are still some very important.
Caps.
Yeah, and especially for our viewers, right? There's a lot of viewers here that are paying attention to some of these smaller cap
one of
names.
them.
What is it? Oh yeah, Big Bear. Yeah.
ASTS.
Astis, yeah.
The thing about ASTS, I think traders call it Astis because that way I will never typo the stock. Like if I say, it's just one of those.
Yeah, I get that, yeah.
It's like there was another symbol that was similar. And if you say the name of the company, I'll always say Astis or ASTS because it was something else very, very similar back in the day. But no, Oklo's a big one because we saw what already happened to that group. And they tend to run together. We'll see. I mean, SMR got spanked the other day, and then they had an offering. So those are big time movers, all double-digit short floats. As HIMS is starting to come back into VWAP, so I'm going to look for the fade into that prior high. And let's go. It's 10 o'clock already.
Oh boy.
What's happening now, Adara?
What's happening right now is the S&P 500 trying to find some support here at that 637 level. This is 2 straight bottoming tail candles for the S&P 500. Let's see if it's able to get a bit of a bounce off that point. NASDAQ looking fairly similar, but this one actually doing slightly better, trying to take out already this pre-market high. And then, of course, we'll have that post-market high of 576 to contend with. Let's take a look at MNDY, one of the pre-market earnings reports we had to watch today. Monday.com posting EPS and sales beats, but their guidance for the coming quarter more or less exactly in line with estimates. Then we have AMC, actually a better than expected report, initially gapping up pretty well, but selling off a little bit at the open. Now, last but not least, speaking of selling off, C3AI had a really, really rough pre-market session here, reporting preliminary revenue well below estimates. We did have CEO Tom Siebel citing this drop in part to, I guess, his health issues that he's undergoing currently. The company is apparently looking for a new CEO. Back to you.
Wait, Adara, what am I doing? What are we doing here?
Thank you very much, Dara.
You don't want to hear me thank Adara. You want to hear the President of the United States thank Adara personally for all the hard work she does so you guys and everybody here in the community can stay up to date with live news. Shout out to Jedi the force is strong with this one. Good morning. Can you take a look at Figma and Circle? No problem. Figma, yeah, well, Figma didn't break out that low. So I said this with Tilray, and I'll say it with Figma. If it's not going to break, then
there's nowhere to go.
You can't. What are you going to do? Like, I'm taking this break, but it bounced off of its all-time low. It's only been trading a week or two, so obviously every single new low is an all-time low. But good day for Figma off of some of those bottoms for it to be able to hold a second day here. And then Circle, CoreWeave's the one that I would have thought would be a little bit more of a mover because CoreWeave reports tomorrow. But Circle catching a bid. Why? Well, ETH is up.
Ooh.
Crypto's up.
Wow, catching a bid.
So obviously it makes sense. All of these sympathy plays are going, and this has a big breakout level at about 170. We'll call it 170. I don't think it's exactly 170 bucks. What was Thursday's high? Oh, no, that is exactly 170 bucks, it looks like. So yeah, 170 Thursday's high when this thing just dumped at the open and never caught a bid all day long. So 170 is your big level on Circle. I'd almost venture to say that's more exciting than a Figma bounce.
I have some bad
I think
news.
there's a little bit more, what's the word, like for excitement, rally potential, short squeeze potential in these names than I think you get over in Figma. That's just my 2 cents. Like, I'd be more inclined to fade Figma's move at some point than I would try to fight Circle when all of crypto was going haywire. Oh, NVIDIA, you suck.
I have bad news. There was a lineup at the coffee.
Lineup?
Yeah, so shout out to Herman and everybody over there. I was just like, bro, I'm trying to get a coffee over here. Then the guy started talking to me about everything, and I was just like, come on, my guy. I mean, and then what's his name? Started with a D, ends with an N, came a blog. He's like, don't you have a show to be on? And I'm just like, Can't catch a break? And then he's like, oh, don't you have somebody that gets coffee for you? And I'm just like, yeah, we do actually. And so I hustled back to the show. I'm just joking around, but we hustled back to the show here, and I could not retrieve us a coffee.
It does happen sometimes.
There is a lineup. Sometimes the policy is around here is three days a week or so. The staff kind of needs to be in. Some of the programmers and stuff like that here at Real Trading, so today they're in, I guess. My guy Dimitri, shout out to everybody that's part of the Trading for Development team. That was my guy. It was he and I. Well,
you know,
it was I, and then it was
age, right?
he, and then it was what?
Dimitri doesn't age.
Dimitri doesn't age? Yeah. Have you seen him lately? No, just joking. Dimitri looking like fine wine right there, getting better with age as well.
Shout out to everyone in the Real Trading community, everybody.
Yeah, you know who else doesn't age because she is just so damn young. It's Adara over there at the screen. We're glad to have her part of our team, of course, now for how long, Adara? A year and a bit, I guess? I never know anymore because, like, I see Fabian and Ramin, and it feels like they just sort of got here, but I know they've been here for a while now. 2 years for Fabian, for sure. Ramin, I think 3 or 4 months. Adara, give the viewers an update. What are we looking at here? How many months? How many years have you been with Trader TV Live?
It will be 2 years as of August 30th. So that is the exact date. HURA making a massive pop to the upside here. Tahura Biosciences, it's worth noting, volume on this is a bit light, around 400,000 shares traded so far today. Representative Laurel Lee filing for a purchase of up to $100,000 worth of Tahura Biosciences stock. So HURA on watch. This one is in the Russell 2000 with a market cap of around $109 million. We have a short float of about 10% for HURA. Back to you.
I have to go to the bathroom. Thank you. Thanks, Adair. So I got into that HIMS trade. I always love it's like, it comes back, you just happen to come. We're talking to each other. We're going to get a coffee in a minute. But I just got into HIMS underneath prior day lows. If you're wondering why favor short on HIMS, it just broke this trend on the daily. There's nothing to do. That's not fundamental. I could care less about any of that stuff. But you're breaking down on a big trend reversal there on him. So I'm just favoring the short as long as we're underneath this trend line on the daily. And this was the first opportunity to be able to get into that. Ooh, Tesla. Is Tesla starting to give up the ghost a little bit here?
I keep forgetting that EdJ is now, they pay you for that one. So I keep on using the wrong key.
It's a good gateway.
It's not getting filled anymore.
I actually had to, for anyone at Real Trading, when a major shift happens, like so a gateway goes from you add liquidity and get paid to post to the other way or vice versa, the first thing I did was I moved my key to another key so that I would mentally think of it differently. If I kept it the same key, I would treat it the same way, which is, anyway, it helped me because It's not a huge deal unless you're trading small stocks that move around a little bit less. But Tesla just lost VWAP, everybody, and that was one of the stronger names out there. It doesn't really look like it wants to hold. Yeah, they've got to 343. I guess the road to 350 is going to have to wait till another day. If it can get back above the volume-weighted average price, re-get that trend, I think it's constructive. But at the end of the day, I like stocks holding VWAP on the way back in. I got quickly in and out of HIMS because I must have mispriced the stop. So I just punched right back in the same price. That's what you have to do. Bidding 50s, and I'll bid low of the day here. But I want to be short this as long as we're underneath that volume-weighted average price. iBit's doing basically the same thing that it was before. And whoa, have we not even talked about the all-time high maker?
Which is?
That's a bit of a program. Palantir.
Yeah.
We joke about this every time that it doesn't make an all-time high, that there's something wrong with the stock. So today there is something wrong with the stock because it didn't make an all-time high. There's nothing wrong with the company not making an all-time high every day, but when I say there's a program, there's your support on Friday, there's your support in the pre-market, and there is your resistance for 30 minutes. Someone's been selling this at the 185.5 zone on Palantir. Well, if it breaks away from that, Palantir is worth a long anytime it goes through any kind of a big seller. So if it can get through this, I'm taking, just because I want to take it long and scalp it to 187, which also happens to be the opening range top. So if it can break above 185.70, sellers in control until they're not, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, Uber on a nice little run up right here as well. I don't know, you know what? Maybe my earpiece is not working because I went back and forth into the.
I didn't even.
Andre, can you test my earpiece if you get a second? Yep, it's working. Okay, good. I just reloaded it. Okay, good. So, yeah, Uber on a little bit of a jaunt upside right now. So there goes Uber. Yeah, get it, Uber, I guess. $90.40. I mean, straight up, that's about $1 to the north side right here as the market just kind of chills out. So Uber on a nice move higher today for sure. So that's nice to see. C3AI, we could talk about that a little bit here. Again, there it is right now. C3AI, of course, down after warning of disappointment on their earnings. But you could see a nice move higher right there as we all try to figure out if we want to buy this stock or not. First thing first, figure out what they do. But there goes C3AI, a nice move. What's today's date again, Neil?
Today's what?
Yeah, like it's not Tuesday, it's
Monday.
Yeah, so we have Monday.com right here with a nice move there. Yeah, good. Just trying to set you up there.
Well played, sir. Well played.
Yeah, down rate.
How much is it down?
Thank you, everybody. Down now 28% as Monday.
That stock has a serious case of the Monday.
Yes. Nice one, Neil. Not quite as good as mine, but
I love
it's
that
there.
movie,
It's there.
by the
Yeah,
way.
it's a good one. You know, what movie is that from?
Oh, it's Office Space.
Oh, Office Space. I kept thinking Ferris Bueller's Day Off for some reason. I was like, it's not what it is. I'm just going to ask you. All right, so earnings beat, but again, cautious revenue guidance. I mean, this is what honestly, like, you can beat all you want. That's the past. It's what are you thinking about your business moving forward, which is why we stay away from Big Bear AI until we hear those numbers, right? Because this is kind of the stuff that could happen. This could happen to Big Bear. This could happen to Small Bear. I mean, anybody. AMC, again, today going the other way, thankfully, for a lot of traders, as AMC right now just trying to absorb, whoops, come on, charts. Get going. I was going to say AMC's down 27%. That'll be bad. It's not. It is up 5% on Q2 results that beat. And then, again, a little bit of a better guide there as they see some more traction coming into their theaters. So we'll have to wait to see if AMC wants to hold out or not. That low of around 250 looking pretty juicy there. We've gotten as high as 4 on a squeeze, but I guess today, after decent earnings and a beat, that's generally the recipe for success higher, and it's not happening right now. But just, I'll review some of this, but again, traders got to trade. Shout out to Taylor Swift. But right there, here you go. Huge move on Intel. Dip buy. Yes, you can. Intel right there. Nice move higher on that one. So that's 20 cents in the money. And then it's Micron right now. My number one idea of the day was first things first. We did both of these ideas, and it is a monster trade. I mean, here's Micron right here. Go find the sticky note. I put it up right here. It's 125.50 long. So there's the 125.50 long. There's the march to 127. Made our daily goal, gave some back as we came in and lost that goal, which is why it doesn't really matter. Back into 125. We tried the long, then we got stopped out at 124. Reverse dollar club there. Dollar club hit. But then it came back in, and then as you could see right right here, Neil. What did we write down? 123 is where we like the long there on Micron. So if you were following the note and you have that, then there's 123 long. We have it. We're long at 123.10. Now $1.70 in the money on that Micron trade. So as I say that, might make some sense to get some out upside. So I just crossed to 84. So let's see if we can get that. And again, here's me using Edge. I need to switch my keys over on that one. But here, I'm just going to take out, punch low. I just tried to punch 77 and missed it. Okay.
It's good on the thicker stocks. Like if you unlike Apple, Edge is great because you swipe the level and you just get paid. But Micron doesn't do the kind of the volume that.
It depends if Swiper is there, since there's no swiping or not. It's from Dora.
Swiping. I want to get to the super chat in a quick little second there. There it is. It's Mike Lowry.
It's Mike Lowry's here?
Mike Lowry.
Okay,
Mike
good.
Lowry going to be all right.
Good, thank God.
AMD baby, thank you all for what you do. I haven't even looked at AMD today, but I will in a quick little heartbeat. Whoever was selling, someone joked and said it was Kathy Wood that might have been the program seller at the open on Palantir. I have absolutely no idea. Doesn't really matter. The key is, was it happening? Did it release? It broke and went right into that 187. So clean from that 185.7 into 187, but then the opening range top did what it did and started selling again. If I get back into Palantir, I'll wait for it to retest the volume weighted average price. Like that was a pure breakout because there was a program seller there. So you get in, you get out, you wait for the next opportunity. If Palantir is going to go all day and get green, then usually you don't have any trouble getting back into this thing. So I'll look for the volume weighted average price. And AMD for Mike Lowry. It just keeps on going.
Like Lowry.
Going and going. Another 1%. Where is this? Now it's is it $8? $7 away from NVIDIA's price. I think it was 5 trading days ago they were exactly the same, which was fun. It was like a nice little afternoon or something where these were exactly the same price, which is annoying if you're actually trying to look at both of them because it's easier to make keystroke errors that way if you're not paying attention close enough on your level 2. That being said, yeah, I still think, I don't know if I'll get back in. I missed that NVIDIA trade, and I'll go on over to show you NVIDIA before I finish with AMD. Yeah, NVIDIA came back in, and I had misplaced my stop. So I had my stop order. My intention usually is I'm sitting there. I have my stop order in case it breaks the high. So if I get filled, I already have a stop, and I can go on and look at other things. I had my stop at the wrong dollar level. So I got in and out at exactly the wrong spot. Flat trade, but it should have been into VWAP. Now you're trending higher. NVIDIA wants to go green. AMD has already gone green. I don't think I go for the second short in NVIDIA the way that AMD is trending to set upside. I think you don't want to fight that trend. It's just way too strong as far as I'm concerned. So hey, at the end of the day, flat trade, but it's a fail for me on NVIDIA because it broke the trend and gave you that entry. Speaking of trends, HIMS still trending down, but now it's re-challenging that volume weighted average price. So it was able to get some out, did not get to the low of the day, down 3%. But if we start breaking this downward pressure that we have, I'll jump out of this as well. Market looking strong, only 0.15% to the upside for the NASDAQ. That said, it has been all higher highs and all higher lows. It's a nice slow grind higher. It's nothing crazy. It's individual stocks that are giving you these moves, which is what happens during earnings season, which is what we're in right now. But the Q's struggling to take out that top. Once it does, don't want to get caught in those shorts.
No, I was going to say, you guys have a way of making your boy real happy right there. Thank you to someone in the chat that said we're sleeping on Eli Lilly. So, yeah, you know, we had recently bought some Eli Lilly there, and it's just a matter of time, I think, before obviously this name gets going one more time. So Eli Lilly still trying to do the best here, but huge move, upside 3%. I mean, back up to 645. So we're a little happier right now with our recent dip buy opportunity that we had took there in Eli Lilly. So nice move, a higher rate there. As we talked about some of the, is it going to be Obi on the midday, by the way? Yes. Okay. So shout out to Obi. Right now, if you didn't get enough old boys on Friday, you're probably going to get some here today. So we say, hopefully, the healthiest of the healthy Sharif recovers from being sick. Today we shout out that you never know when you're going to get sick. I mean, especially in this kind of weather too. Like, you know, it's just the change of temperature. It gets super hot outside, and then you can even see people with respiratory. Not that Sharif has that. I have no idea what he has. I just hope he's feeling better.
It's brutal. Like, you got to be careful. If you have respiratory in the GTA, if you have respiratory issues, like, you got to stay inside. Like, my pop tries not to go outside at all in this nonsense, which kind of sucks. But you got to do.
People saying that maybe Sharif's on leg day today, which is
it leg day? It's always.
I don't know. Is it always leg day for Sharif?
He said live on the show, which I believe, that he doesn't take rest days or breaks.
Right.
And he trains like two a days.
Yeah.
Like 2 a days without any rest.
That's called not having kids.
No, but like just physically, I could never. I could never.
Well, you're not a machine.
No, like that's what I'm saying. That's an absolute machine if you can do that. Like 3-4 times a week, fine. But I also take I'll take like a week off of not actually lifting. I'll still do like I might run, I might hop on the bike, but every few months I'll take a week off. Right. And it's just I just found that's what's best for me. But I was also like I was known in high school as being rather injury prone. Like some people are just that guy. I was that dude that was constantly hurt. I was, Joe.
the guy's recovering from his Achilles.
We had 5 years of high school, right? Because we were the last to have the 5th year. And I had 2 track seasons in which I actually ran the full year. 2 out of 5. And that was my sport. Like it was sad. Let's get some breaking news from Adara. Let's break the market highs because that will be more fun.
Yeah.
9 AMD. Yesterday we had Financial Times reporting that AMD and Nvidia would have to pay 15% of their revenue from their China sales to the U.S. Now, apparently, AMD confirming that they have received their China AI export license for these chips. Apparently, the initial China licenses have been approved. It's unclear which approvals they're waiting on, but either way, apparently their initial licenses have been approved for AMD to send their chips to China. Keep an eye here on AMD. And we're still waiting here for Donald Trump to start this press conference. Back to you.
The world waits for the president. It's not the other way around. That's just how it rolls.
The world waits for the president. Yes.
He can do whatever he wants to.
Yes, and he has no problem telling everybody that either, right?
Nope.
So shout out. That's the way that it's going to operate. Again,
right,
some melts right there. Palantir starting to go to the upside as well. IBIT down 120. I know you're in that one. We've been in many of the same trades here today. I'm still looking for more, obviously, as we continue to go out. But, information is the name of the game there. We had Coinbase and MSTR both trying to head to the upside again today, right? Coinbase is a pick that I've made at the beginning of the year. It hasn't really done that great, but it's done okay. There's Coinbase. This was my whatever that holiday, Jimmy Carter. Holiday there. We're long at 280. It does make a move to 430 just last week, and then it dipped down up 5% today. So that's real nice there for Coinbase. MSTR, again, another big trust over here. It's not a trust, but you might as well think of it that way. I believe they have almost 700,000 BTC on their books right now, MSTR. I have to double check that number. It sounds huge, but I think that is right. And again, here's that AMD and NVIDIA story, as both of them agree right now to give 15% of their China chip sales right back into, of course, and Donald will have no problem telling you this, right back into the U.S. pocket. So, that's a win. That's a dub right there for the U.S. government, and apparently also a win, as it looks like right now, for everybody trading now, because AMD's popping, and so right now goes NVIDIA. Okay, let's go over to Adara right now. It's 10:20. Let's get an update, but here goes the market again, guys.
Time for the small cap recap. Here's the IWM. This actually had a really nice start to the day. This first 15-minute candle, very strong. It's been a little bit weaker now, though. We're actually near day's lows around that 220 halves level. Let's talk here about JMIA. Not seeing any news for Jumia Technologies, but they have rallied in the past with a 7.8% short float, so not insignificant short float there. Then we have HURA, Tuhura Biosciences. Sorry, I mentioned this one earlier. We did actually have apparently some filings showing that Representative Laurel Lee of the U.S. actually purchased roughly $100,000 worth here for HURA shares. Then we have BMNR, Bitmine Immersion. This is an Ethereum treasury play, saying this morning that their Ethereum holdings exceed $4.96 billion. So tons of Ethereum here for BMNR, consolidating near day's highs. Make sure to like and subscribe if you're enjoying the content. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Adara, for that. Yeah, hit the like and the subscribe if you are enjoying the content. Yeah, there it goes. NVIDIA. We're just hoping that the other 2 chip names that we have can continue to climb higher. We are almost out of all of them, though, as Intel and Micron still continue to be that name here again today. Tariff impact really only today is in the chip space. We can look at Broadcom or other names like that. We don't necessarily need to keep on harping the same stories. But I remember when Broadcom was breaking $200, now $307, as Broadcom look at at this story here, you want to talk about a stock that needs to be owned. Forget about, whatever other chip name you're looking at. There it is. There's what Broadcom looks like, FYI, on that one. Nice move there for Broadcom. Just try to take out 310 now. I mean, that stock is just an absolute monster. AVGO. I was always wondering, like, why is it called AVGO? What is the, used to be, it's past, got bought out. So I forget what AVGO, maybe you guys know the story behind Broadcom and AVGO. All right, it must probably stand for something. Inflation Watch Tuesday, CPI data comes tomorrow. 91% right now of the S&P 500 has reported. So like we said, it's getting into that last 10%. Right now, over 80% beat and raise on the overall market. And the S&P 500 right now sitting at 22 times earnings. So a little low, a little high for S&P historically. So the ways to get out of that might be looking at something like the VIX. We've talked about that a couple times here and how to get some different exposure. Rather than just sitting, of course, in equity, you can go over to the VIX and have a quick little look there and see if there's anything going on. This is what the VIX looks like right now. Down on the day because the NASDAQ is up, but there it is right here, floating back into the 14 or 15 $. I mean, this is a fear index. So if you are looking to gain some kind of help or protection against your positioning, we did have that spike up last week. It got this thing to 22. So you're long 13 or 14. You can quickly scalp out when you wake up and the market's getting crushed. Then you're okay. I'm in the VIX. Maybe you scalp out of that one, or you continue to hold it against some of your Mag 7 positions, right? It's funny. There's never, ever, I was listening on the way in, I think it was Closing Bell or something. There's never been a time where there's been one single name. I mean, unless this goes, I kind of question it with GE or XOM or something, but there's never been a time when the index has been so controlled by one name. And I think it's NVIDIA right now, something like 8% of the S&P 500. So, the best names keep on getting better, it looks like. And there it goes right now, trying to break through 183. I mean, this is probably a long push right there, 183. Well, thank you, Neil. I hope that coffee, I have many napkins here as we get that spill, but that's okay. Yeah, just put it on there. Thanks, Neil, for that. No lineup, I guess, or better lineup, or you push people out of the way. Good. Thank you for that. But there goes NVIDIA right now breaking through. So there it goes, man. Now NVIDIA shares turning positive. And we were like, remember I was like, maybe we should have sell some of that. And then NVIDIA's like, man, you're an idiot. And just goes all the way back up to the upside. It's not just NVIDIA that tells me that, but 183.20, that past high right there, that might be a good breakout spot to try that long if you do like it. I was always looking at Palantir longs today, and unfortunately it was that break right there on PLTR that would have given it to you 185.50. Now you're up to 187. Watch out for that huge break long on 188 is what I was looking for on PLTR. I guess it can still go there, right? We're flat on the day right there for Palantir. That's 188. Maybe we'll put that order back in and see if it wants to go. Micron up $1.60. Do you want to update something before? Position board's not right.
I just realized
it's right for me, but you probably got out.
Yeah, I just realized the position board's not correct. At no point did I ever get out of HIMS. So
okay.
I never covered HIMS. I was shorted underneath VWAP still, and I actually ended up reloading underneath the volume weighted average price. So I don't know if maybe we have to flip it. Not really sure, because I just took a fill. Like, I just got filled on the bid of IBIT, which I'll get to, and then there in front of 50 even on HIMS. But IBIT's coming right back into the downside, and this is with the market going up. So I said I'd wait for 68. All it ever gave you was 68 to 68.4, and it's doing this. It's doing a move right back in 68, but this is still downward trending, not looking like the strongest one out there. ETH much stronger. I'm going to take this out if it gets under 68, and then wait for the next opportunity over there in Bitcoin, back underneath that 120,000 mark. But you know what, everybody? Hey, you can see it right down under me and right in front of your screen. Trade the Pool's been here a while for us.
Yeah.
But they got something new. They've got the special ebook, which has 4 proven swing trading strategies from Trade the Pool's top funded traders. Inside, you'll see exactly how they approach the markets, how they manage risk, and what setups they rely on, so you can learn and grow from what actually works. Download it now by scanning the QR code on screen or hitting the link in the description. Big shout out to Trade the Pool. And let's go back to the desk. Dara's got something for us.
Just keep an eye on the market here. We do have the World Trade Organization apparently announcing that Brazil has launched a dispute with the WTO over these U.S. trade measures. So again, Brazil apparently launching a dispute with the World Trade Organization over the tariff measures pushed forward here by the U.S. Back to you.
Brazil.
The WTO.
Yeah, that's going to go real far.
Versus
shout out to Andre and everybody over there.
Yeah, not again.
Yeah, that might not go well for them, but who knows, man? Who knows, man? Bless you on that one.
Sorry, guys.
NVIDIA, again, trying to take out the highs. What other names you guys want to look at? I mean, we did talk a little bit about Eli Lilly. Any direct news on Eli Lilly, Adara? I might have missed a story that you might have given on that, but it is straight up. I think it's just day 5 play or something. You know, obviously, I'm just joking about that, but we did have that huge move down there on disappointed earnings, although I don't think the earnings were that bad. What's up, A?
No news on Lilly. It kind of double bottomed around 625 if we want to get technical with it, and it seems to just be a day 3 earnings move.
Yeah, exactly. So thanks, Derek, for that one. As we dip on in day 1, so far so good there. But yeah, we're gonna have to get that back to the upside. As a lot of people fearing right now that some of this has maybe been a little bit overdone to the upside, as we did not break through that 950 mark very strong. Came up there a couple times and now starting to fade back out. And of course, we talked about possibly taking the long side there on NVIDIA, and we didn't do anything about it. And there it goes now, NVIDIA just climbing higher, man. Great day so far today. There's no doubt about that, but some missed opportunities. Yeah, BMNR now finally going. Robinhood, Webull, all of those names going, man. Soundhound going as well. Soundhound's only up 17. I talked about that Soundhound being a good dip buy there as well at $13. Yeah, look at Soundhound right now. 30% short float. There it goes on good earnings from Thursday night, Friday. The names that everyone wants to look at, Neil just under his breath sort of said BMNR, and that's right there as well. There finally goes AMD with a big move there today as well, up 3%. Congratulations to that one. SoFi, I tapped out of this at 24, but did not get back in, so we still hold some shares on SoFi, so that's so far so good. You know, we've repurposed some of that money.
SoFi.
Yeah, get it, SoFi, up 3% as well. And then Open Door, 8% as well. Webull, 6%, so it's so far so good. Yeah, Open Door, nice move as well
it's
today,
alive.
up 8%. Yeah, some of these stocks just need to wake up, actually.
Well, this one's waking back up again, back over $2. Open, that's what you're waiting for. The short sellers have got to be getting nervous again. Look, the short sellers have been awoken, I think, on Open Door. But remember, like the recent story with Open, of course, was that they regained compliance, right? Didn't have to, you were able to cancel and not have to do a reverse split because you got over $1 and you stayed over $1. The hype train might have, I guess, trailed off a little bit, but if you're looking for a squeeze play, you always want it to break a resistance level.
I dabbed up Ramin and then she threw water at me.
Sometimes you just got to throw cold water on.
Yeah. No. Me and Ramin did like this, and then when she put her hand away, it's okay.
It's only water. It's thankfully water.
It's all good. Right? Someone's got to clean the floors around here, anyways.
As long as you don't spill.
Ramin, I'll get that afterwards. Don't worry about it.
Or
Reef might get mad if you don't update those TikToks. You got to get over there and get going on that ASAP. No, thanks, Ramin, for that. Glad to have Ramin, Fabian, Andre, and all of that. What's up to Joe? He just was like he wants more shares in Ethereum, of course, as we all do. There as that keeps on going higher right now. DraftKings, as we get ready, I mean, NFL Week 1 finally upon us, preseason Week 1 wrapping up, so that was pretty good there. Shedeur Sanders, probably the biggest story.
Yeah, thanks a lot for the trade we made.
Why? What happened?
Because Tajay Spears got literally off the field.
Yeah. I think he'll be fine, but
it's only ankles. No, Sean and I made a trade in our fantasy league. I have Pollard and the handcuff is Tajay Spears on the Titans. I make the trade. Like an hours later, the dude is carted off of the field in a preseason game with a high ankle sprain. And that's the NFL for you, though. I mean,
yeah, I'm not. You know, and then I traded that pick away, anyways. So we'll
you traded the pick like 10 minutes.
I'm actually really surprised that there's that there's so many trades in our pool because, as you just mentioned, man, once the season. Oh, here comes Randy with more coffee. Once Neil went, my guy.
My bad.
That's okay. No, thanks, Randy, for all that. Oh, we'll just take. Yeah. I was going to say there's so many injuries in NFL that it's like I'm surprised everyone just trading all their picks away because anything can happen.
I'm winning now, man.
Early on. No, I don't. I know that, but I just mean like some people don't have very good depth and they're just trading for the best players and you hope to have a good draft. We draft next Saturday.
No, this Saturday.
This Saturday.
By
next, I did.
Early draft for us this year.
Yeah. So I have to miss a game, but that's okay.
You shouldn't miss the game for it.
That's okay. I want to go to the draft anyways.
I know, it's like all
I
high school buddies get together.
Sacrifice, you know,
But
what it is.
Yeah, it should be a lot of fun. Not everybody is going to be showing up this year, though, for a draft.
I know.
Which is,
Okay, so I'm just playing around.
why is SoundHound going up? Someone just asked. Hope Richley asking why SoundHound is going up. When it's getting squoze, just let it
squoze,
squeeze. Which, by the way, is an actual word.
Yep.
I remember the first time it got said on the show, I'm like, that's cap. I didn't say that's cap. I said that's nonsense. It's not an actual word there, but it's Landenberg Thalman upgraded the stock from neutral to buy and raised its price target. Oh, did I just read it out? Sorry. I know Radera was going to come with it, but Radera was going to cover, but it looks like just an upgrade, and that seems to be scaring some shorts. Nice bounce off the volume weighted average price here. SoundHound is also a big time. This was already a breakout on Friday. You know why I'm upset about this? This is what grinds my gears, because it looked like it was breaking out on Friday on the earnings, and then ended up being a bit of a chop fest. It gave you some moves, but the real breakout then happens. Day 2, day 3. Sometimes that's where you got to go, which is reminding me that I should take a look at what was my best stock on Friday. Ooh, Rocket Lab's down 3%. That's what happens to you, Rocket Labs. And when you fail these breakouts, like it was a good, don't get me wrong, like Rocket Labs on the open on Friday after their earnings, like that was a clean breakout from 48 to 50. But even I said after the fact, like it was a better short if you had shorted it instead of gone long. Like if you'd shorted that move into 50 as opposed to just taking $2, it then dropped $7 from the highs and popped again and then dropping in a strong market. It looks like Rocket Lab's having some trouble. And it's not just them. Remember you had Voyager, not very good after that IPO. You had Fly disappointing on the IPO. It looks like these space names, Fly's up 3%, but that just dropped heavily after that IPO for a couple of days. So yeah, those space names not looking as great as they once were. Adara.
Really rough look here for Ford. F. This one already down in the day, now pushing even lower. The company announcing they're planning a $5 billion EV investment with a focus on low-cost models. Apparently, the goal of this is to help make EVs more affordable for consumers. Either way, the market does not seem to like this. F making a massive move to the downside after announcing their $5 billion EV investment to focus on these lower-cost vehicle models. Back to you.
Okay, I mean, I think lower cost EV models make sense to me. I mean, if they can't make money on the higher end models, you might as well stick to what you've been doing.
I mean, it's just such a tough road to, what's the term? Tough road to hoe?
Yep.
For Ford?
What'd you call me? Oh, tough road to hoe, my bad. Yeah.
No, you're trying to make a transition and you're trying to catch up at the moment where the market got the hardest. For these names. So Ford, GM, it's nasty looking reversal here. We got to go over to Ethereum apparently. No, but Ford.
I mean, look at BTC,
Ford
baby.
Just going nasty. BTC up to 120.5. ETH just broke ETHA 32.65. I don't actually have Ethereum, so I couldn't tell you what the spot price is at this particular moment, but I can tell you Bitcoin well over that 120,000 mark. There's ETH. But it's super strong. 6% doesn't mean anything because it's a 24-hour market, but it still gives you an idea of the strength. Bitcoin just bounced off 68 to retake that high. Not as strong, but trying to go higher and higher. We like crypto this week, for sure, but it would be nice if we could actually take out some all-time highs, everybody. It's one thing to rally. It's another thing to truly break away. So ETH has gone through resistance, but not yet to those all-time highs. It's like 48 something on eSignal. Bitcoin obviously has a ways to go, but not quite as far. 123 change. I mean, depending on what exchange you look at, don't at me if you get it off by a couple dollars here or there. They're all different.
As Neil might just said right there, if you are checking for exact data, you might as well do it there on eSignal because they will chart every single thing for you. Second charts, minute charts, Fibonacci for any sort of a technical indicator that you want as well. 24 hours on board eSignal. Make sure you do get them right now. It's a completely entitlement-based system. If you scan that QR code right now on your screen, you will get 1 month free. And if you're talking about, all this action here, tariffs, Chinese names, stuff going overnight, Blue Ocean, Moon, everything, e-signal right there, very capable of charting all of that for you. And again, like this is ICE, so this is NYSE, and you can ask them, again, the Indian stock market, we've had Rahim Alani come on here and talk about how strong that's been with recent news there on EWZ, with NEWJ, with Brazil ETFs and so on and so forth. Grab all of those entitlements, trade all of those stocks with e-signal. It is your first month free right now. Yeah, these names just have no chill. So shout out to you in the chat, right there, Notorious Dinkelberg. Like, look what's going on with Advanced Micro Devices. I mean, this is just straight to the upside right now for Advanced Micro. Still going. They just laughed at that 15% tariff. It looks like basically that's what it is. I mean, it's a tax, I guess, on selling into China. But there goes AMD. And NVIDIA probably no chill as well, Dinkelberg, as that's all the way up to 183.50. These stocks just keep getting stronger, man, every single day. And I just feel silly not being like just full boat into all of these. But always a risk, always a risk. What's up, Adara?
Yeah, just letting you guys know, it looks like Donald Trump's team has entered the building here for the press conference. They're all kind of standing unsure around the podium. In attendance includes Pete Hegseth, Secretary of Defense. We also have attorney there, Pam Bondi. We have Kash Patel with the FBI, and then also Justice Dineen Pirro. We have yet to see Donald Trump show up. Right now, he's walking through the door, so it looks like this press conference is getting started. I'll give you guys more details as he begins speaking. Back to you.
They're probably just going to release the Epstein files, so that's probably what's going to happen. Right there. So,
I wouldn't hold our breath on that one.
No, really? Okay, all right. I thought for sure that's what was going to happen. I mean,
Something tells me.
you run on that, you know.
That would be
so
hype.
Hopefully that will wind up happening.
But, I think we're out of luck on that one.
Yeah, you might be. Who knows?
It would be an interesting twist of events. But an interesting twist of events, the market's still going up.
Yeah.
Who knew? Who knew? The HIMS, it's still not showing me in HIMS, but I am still an IBIT. But HIMS off of VWAP, I did get tagged in front of 50. I'm just bidding low of the day, and Bitcoin continues to rally. But it's NVIDIA that's right back on the radar for me. Did not, like I said, I got in and out flat on NVIDIA. It was a keystroke error. My stop was in the wrong place. Good thing we didn't short the same price on the way back, because that was not the moment to do it. But it is now challenging trend one more time. That's maybe not the best way to draw it, but it's close enough, as we're going right into Friday's highs on NVIDIA. Super strong rally on NVIDIA. Just wicked Friday's highs. Thursday's top, though, still intact underneath 184. So as the trend reverse, as far as I'm concerned, still looking for another shot to this. Back into VWAP would be the target if we break the trend here. As we go up to the desk, it's time to see what is happening elsewhere in the markets as we focus on the runners and the chips. Let's see Sector Watch.
Take a look here at this sector board. It's a pretty mixed look, I have to say. Energy and minerals pretty weak here. Utilities weak. Producer manufacturing weak. Consumer services has some weakness. Transportation a bit weak as well. DoorDash down about 1.5%. This is earnings day 3 for DASH, but Uber actually up about 1%. In terms of strength, there are some random oddball names that are doing really well today. Tesla buoying an otherwise weak consumer durable sector, and that includes a big hit to the downside right now for Ford after announcing some, I guess, EV investment. Health services also really strong, led by a 3% move to the upside in UNH. Health technology has some strength as well. Eli Lilly up 4%. This is its first strong day since that earnings report on Thursday. Consumer non-durables, though, a bit weaker. And then we've got sectors like finance and retail trade, both relatively flat. Electronic technology, as Neil mentioned a bit there, some chips are being really strong. AMD up 3%, Qualcomm 2%, Micron about 4.5%, Intel about 4.5%, but technology services a bit more mixed. Microsoft and Meta relatively flat. Google actually a bit down on the day, and then Intuit down about 4%. So super mixed across the board for this market. Let's see what the rest of the day brings. Donald Trump currently speaking about crime in the Washington, D.C. area. Back to you.
I'm not quite into it yet, but that's not a bad stock there, as we all pay our taxes, or we try to, anyways. Okay, so yeah, they're a Home Rule Act. Apparently, the military now going to be getting involved. Well, what's going on in D.C.? Is there riots or something? Like, what is?
I've been talking about the crime.
The crime is
and then federalizing. That's been the talk.
So now the federales are getting involved over there. Okay. Well, stay safe, everybody in DC. Maybe this is trying to help you or not. I'm not going to claim to know anything about it.
Also, then the other talk was also to relocate a lot of the homeless population.
Right. Okay. So maybe they're going to be talking about that one. I know there's there's some social aspects in that one. So maybe we will stay away. Yeah, go ahead.
Just a quick update. Position board, at least for myself, is still very incorrect because I've trailed out of IBIT because that made the high and then broke trend, and I'm still in HIMS. So really, just to give you guys an update, if you see, it still says I'm in IBIT at 68.09, but I did get trailed out of that one, just took the profit as it broke the trend back in, and then HIMS, I'm still short. It's only those two positions, and I've taken some fills, and it hasn't really seemed to change it too much. But going right back over to what's going on in the rest of the market here, Tesla, on not much of a catalyst, really, one of the strongest names that we'll see up that 4 points, really holding on to the top end of the range. It seems like Tesla is starting to get a little bit excited again. And we've talked about since earnings, well, it wasn't good, but all it's been doing is going sideways. And if you're not going to go down after a sales miss, and after what was some cold water thrown by Elon, literally on the call, he was saying it could be a rough couple of quarters. Stock failed to go any lower, and now it's breaking this wedge to the upside. This seems like it's a move that is headed back into the 360s. And a lot of times, if you start buying on if a stock responds by buying bad news, then you should listen to it. And that's what we're seeing over here in Tesla. When they sell on good news, it's weird. It's like when they buy on bad news, it's a reason to buy. Well, if they sell good news, I find sometimes that's a reason to buy, but you have to be patient about it. An example of that might be the cybersecurity space actually caught a bid today. And everyone was sort of like, Fortinet, what the heck was going on with Fortinet last week?
Right.
Their earnings weren't necessarily all that bad, and it cratered. But hey, you hold a higher low and another higher low today. Maybe you try to fill in that gap tomorrow. So without even looking, I tell you, CrowdStrike catching a bid, Palo Alto catching a bid, the ETFs are catching a bit of a bid. They just need to digest it sometimes, and you let it calm down a bit. It wasn't like it was a terrible report for Fortinet. And cybersecurity, I mean, that's not going anywhere. They're definitely here to stay.
Oh, good. Yeah, I recently bought.
They look good.
Yeah, I bought some Pan W there recently, so we're
that's up this morning too.
Okay, good. Yeah, I was going to say we're kind of glad that that's been doing something there, so we're happy with that play. Shout out to my Palo Alto crew out there that's dipped by a little bit. All right, so Obi just sitting in the captain's chair right there. Oh my God, there's a fly right on my screen. I feel like if I smack the screen, maybe something there may happen. But look at Tesla today.
He just doesn't care.
Yeah, no, there's no. These flies are running crazy here right now.
They're so bold.
Tesla's going to take out this top man at 343. We had news that was like surrounding like not an absolutely fantastic story about lower sales there today, but Tesla right now trying to climb higher. In our morning note, we had written down here for Tesla, and again, shout out to everybody. Thanks Nimrod for coming through last week as well. CN, Chinese EV Post reported sales of the company's Model Y and Model 3 vehicles declined in China, declined in China. In July. So the company reported they only sold 38,700 units of Model Y, 15% decrease. I'm sorry if I'm just looking up here, I'm reading the numbers. And yeah, not great. So this number also represented a 40.79 month-over-month drop in Model 3s as well. So both models, Y and 3, not performing very well in China, but Tesla saying, that's nice, as that just continues to move upside right now. So a huge move there for Tesla. And look, whenever Tesla's moving, when we don't have too many stories here, I'm always thinking to myself, like, let's just break that top then, as the traders have gotten a hold of this, and it's now just moving on momentum and not necessarily on any sort of news. So yeah, it looks like Tesla does want to take this out. That could be a great trade. We only have 15 minutes left, but that doesn't matter. That could take 2 seconds to break through that level. So 343.35 right now for Tesla, looking mighty fine on that one. All right, so we have less than 2% left of Micron. It's actually broken below. I'm actually just going to get out now. I feel no kinds of ways about this. Okay, as now I'm feeling kind of ways. I keep on pushing the offer, and it keeps on going down. So we'll see if we can get filled there. I'm part of that at 58. You can guess which gateway if you want, but we are not getting filled there as that's pushing back down. Still 50 cents in the money. Micron's going to be my P&L number 1 trade today. And then we're going to get out of the way of Intel. It's down now here as well, down to the downside. So we'll have to to wait to see what Intel's doing. I think we have to think about going short. Apple had a huge move, only because the market's giving us this top. I don't know if the top is here, but when I look at some of these names, like Amazon here today, we haven't looked at that yet, up to 221, and that's fading out pretty good off of a huge run that we've had recently there in Amazon, and that sort of came off on earnings last week, and then it battled all the way back to 225, and now your downside on Amazon down 0.3, 0.4% against a market that's been pretty positive. So, you know, thinking about what might lead the way, is it going to be the banks moving forward now? JP Morgan flat on the day, so, you know, we hold out hope that the banks can do better, but right now they're kind of just hovering around, as well as JP Morgan. Quick check on the breadth of Morgan Stanley, 143. Again, I think that's pretty flat for them too. Yeah, so just hovering around right now. Robinhood, if we're going to talk about new finance, that name was starting to tick higher as well today.
On Coin?
No, 121 almost for
7% up for Coinbase. Now remember, you said JP, and the first thing I thought about was Coinbase, because the second the JP Morgan and Coinbase teamed up, it was like the high for Coinbase. It was just down ever since they announced that partnership, but bounce off 300. It's trying to take that 50 period back. Obviously, it's almost as if everybody that went into the S&P 500 instead of Robinhood is getting punished for it. Because if you look at all the stocks, the 3 or 4 names that got in there instead of Robinhood, Hood's at the highs, and these other names have been pulling back. But anyways, back right up with crypto. I'd love to see this regain that 50-period moving average there on Coinbase. But it's been weird for Coin, because a lot was expected on earnings. They disappointed across the board, especially in the face of Robinhood doing what Hood has done. And Robinhood made an all-time high today.
Oh yeah.
Actually, yeah, it did.
Wow. Weeble's going, remember?
Barely,
so far.
it barely made an all-time high. Now starting to come back a little bit. The position board is still incorrect.
Joe just messaged me. He's never heard of Robinhood before.
He's never heard of Robinhood?
No. He's going to do some research. He's going to figure that out.
Obi didn't like it when I called him the hooded one. Yeah.
Yeah.
I could have. Oh, now it's correct. There we go. All right, it's finally correct, because I got it at Bitcoin. There it is. Bitcoin a while ago, but HIMS is just off of the volume weighted average price. This is now the 3rd time off of VWAP. At some point, this could break out above, and I'll just jump out of the trade. But for now, it continues to hold. Is the market starting to come back a little bit? I wonder if it has anything to do with what's going on maybe in the dollar. Let's find out.
Let's find out.
US dollar, you're doing a bit of a topping tail so far here on the daily chart. It is poised, though, for its 2nd straight green day, and this uptrend that I've talked about off of these lows looks like it's going to continue. Today was a bit of a boring day in terms of economic data, in that we don't actually have any, but tomorrow we will get the closely watched CPI coming out at 8:30 a.m. Forecast 2.8% for the year-over-year print. Previous was 2.7%. CPI month-over-month, we're expecting 0.2% versus the previous print of 0.3%. Core CPI year-over-year 3% versus 2.9% expected. And then the core CPI month-over-month 0.3% forecast versus 0.2% previous. So what that means is all of these prints, with the exception of the month-over-month print, are actually expected to be a little bit higher. So let's see what ends up shaking out. These are, of course, just the forecast. We won't know for sure until 8:30 a.m. Tomorrow we'll also have some Fed speak later in the day. Fed's Barkin at 10 a.m. and then Fed Schmidt at 10:30 a.m. Back to you.
More Fed speak.
My kid is at, he's at golf camp.
You said golf camp, yeah.
Yeah. So here he is here. He just said this to my wife. He broke a ball. I just responded, haha, shitty balls. Like, I gave him, so he just has a bunch, unless this is a range ball, which it could be, but I don't know. There he is, breaking a ball. Right there. He's going to be really proud about that. He probably thinks he mashed it.
He just
right?
Roy Hobbs that thing.
He just crushed it right there. But I'm going to have to get him a couple better ones. I buy the ones from Costco. They're actually been pretty good, those ones there. So, see, Marissa responded, Jesus, how hard did you hit that thing? So I'm going to say LOL. Talked on show about that. That's funny that we both said the same thing there.
As long as he hit it straight.
Yeah, he probably not. But
he should Happy Gilmore that bad boy.
That's probably what they're all trying right now.
You're gonna get that surgery done for him, maybe?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
for sure, gonna get that.
The
surgery.
little hip surgery.
Yes, the tendons there. Get that going. I didn't mind Happy Gilmore 3 or 2. I thought it was pretty good.
I had fun with it.
Yeah, I thought it. That's the thing. I think you have to have fun with it. Like, you're not. You watch that movie, you don't think you're grabbing like any sort of Oscars or anything like that, or any Adam Sandler movie. The best one for me not comedy-wise, is
The
Hidden Gems.
Hidden Gems.
Yeah,
That was
a good one.
I mean, realistically, I'm not saying it should have won an awards or anything, but Hidden Gems was a really quality film.
Yeah, it was fun to watch.
Job.
Fun
I
to
thought he
watch.
did a pretty good job acting.
Uncut Gems.
Uncut Gems. What's Hidden Gems then? It's something else.
Hidden Gems is like my trading, but
No,
we're trying to.
there's something called Hidden. Trust me, there's
Probably
a
is
show.
something called that. Yeah. I mean,
And it's
don't
got to
worry.
be recently.
Don't have to worry
For
about
some
it. It's
reason,
probably, you're probably
like in
right.
my head. Anyways, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
That movie is hilarious. You just have to know that it's not going to be as good as the original. What comedy movie is as good as the original? It just.
I want to see Naked Gun. Apparently, that's not too bad. It's not going to be. I'm just saying.
That's already out.
I think it's in theaters.
Naked Gun.
The new one, isn't it, guys? The
Is it
Naked
really?
Gun. Yeah. I don't know.
Okay, I'm down with that.
Something like that.
Leslie Nielsen. Those movies were like the Airplane movies.
He passed though, didn't he, Leslie Nielsen?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. There's someone else is doing it now.
Airplane is for me. That's the number one. But then after that, The Naked Gun. I could watch just the sequence when he's the umpire a million times.
Oh, it's so unreal. It's like obviously that's the whole point of it. It's hilarious, man. And OJ was in that. It was a great. Yeah, if you haven't watched.
Nordberg.
I'm sure. Yeah, Nordberg. I'm sure a lot of people have seen it, depending on your age. I don't think. I'm willing to bet Obi has not, nor Joe. See Naked Gun.
Naked Gun, probably not. No.
Clips, okay. Joe, Naked Gun. You seen that before? No, there you go.
It's
2 for 2 again. All right, so that was easy. All right, what's up with this, man?
On the rail.
On the rail is off the rail right now. Yeah, thank you so much here. There's $10. Hit my stop on Eli Lilly. I was down about 2K on Friday. Okay, so we'll hit fail on that one, but there he is. But stopped out over 3K today, so I knew that was coming. So there it is, man, over a 5K swing. That's what, hey. Traders got a trade, man. Congratulations on that one. All right, looks like you super chat the same thing a whole bunch of times, so I'll just like it. Thank you so much. $50 done right there. Thank you. I don't know if that's just one time or if it just got reposted all that, but
different ones.
I think they're all the same.
Yeah, but it's all.
It's all different, yeah. So anyways, thank you. I don't know if it's an error there, but I just want to say thank you regardless to that. So thank you so much for these super chats and congratulations. And I mean, there's reasons why, hair loss, weight gain and all that as a trader. I've been doing this for 25 years and yeah, it's stressful. You will have those days where you'll be down, X, Y, Z amount of money like you just mentioned there, and then you made it back the very next day and you sort of question life and then all of a sudden it becomes very, very clear and you sing a song like I Can See Clearly Now, and then you realize that you should not be singing at all. But yeah, that's life of a trader as we go on. Fabian, how's it going?
And I love our community,
Same.
but I keep it as real as real.
That's good.
Cool C, Friday 2 just as funny as Friday, in my opinion. I have mad respect for Mike Epps, but no. You can't, there is zero comparison when you don't have Chris Tucker.
We're not talking about Freakier Friday.
Without Chris Tucker, it's not possible. It's not possible. Mike Epps is hilarious, Joe.
We're not taking Joe's opinion on actors,
but he's
remember?
not the same. It's just not the same thing as Chris Tucker.
It's not the same thing as Pierce Brosnan being James Bond. That was a quality. That was made all the other James Bonds look foolish, quite honestly, Neil.
That's yeah. I don't even want to start with that one.
You don't want to attend that one, okay? Yeah, Rush Hour. Actually, Rush Hour 2. See, once you get into all these sort of crazier names, there probably is a few that will wind up working.
Like what? Rush Hour 2 better than Rush Hour?
Jackie Chan. I don't know. Those kind of slaps, like those kind of like I don't want to say slapstick, but like those kind of funny, but like not really funny, like those kind of shows. Like I never know what's. Like Rush Hour 1, 2, 3. All I know is that Home Alone 1 is still the best, as opposed to Home Alone 2.
That's easy.
That's easy. Although you get that famous Donald Trump scene, of course, in the latter. But
that hits different now.
Yeah, it does it. I don't know. Did it hit something for you the first time? Yeah, so that's that one. And other than that, opinion on what your favorite Star Wars is of all time? Because I know that you actually have an educated opinion.
I go Empire. Is one.
I think is that.
And then Star Wars, the original, is tied for number 2 with Rogue One.
Is that chalk? Like there's a lot of people think
most
Empire?
people would say Episode 4 or 5.
Okay.
And then usually it goes from there. But I think Rogue One's just as good as any of those.
Okay.
Rogue One is an unbelievable. It's just high quality.
And then your favorite James Bond. I know. You can we can talk about this
That's
after.
a tough one.
We can get this on the after show.
My favorite one has more to do with the memories surrounding it.
Right, okay.
Like my pops and I probably watched License to Kill more than any other movie. We saw it in the theater with them as well. My brother was there too. So like that's the one that like I always want to go back and watch.
Yeah, yeah.
But I don't know that it's the best movie. And it had Timothy Dalton, by the way. Just before we go back, we only have 3 minutes to go.
So not Pierce Brosnan.
But we have reestablished the volume weighted average price on IBIT, so I'm back in. They pulled us out, and now they pulled us back in. Scarface is a great movie. I think it's.
If they made a Scarface 2, I think they're all a little bit too old right now. But
I think what you need
get some
to
Michelle
do,
Pfeiffer back in your life.
Scarface 2 is Scarface 2. Scarface was originally a black and white movie, and then they redid it in Miami. That's a movie you could make again and just change the location and change the character.
Yeah, Pacino could be like an older kind of like boss guy or something.
By the way, the
Might be onto
position boards, it's not updating. I think that's the issue. Because, like, you guys had to refresh
I'm flat. Yeah, I don't have anything anymore.
Yeah, so, like, I just got in on VWAP
Actually.
on IBIT here, and it's not updating. I think it was the same thing as before. Anyways, I'm back into IBIT at 68.3 as it holds on to, as it hangs on to the bid. Al Pacino, you said Al Pacino, someone in the chat goes Al Pacino. Remember the dude from the Tropic Thunder?
Yeah. Well, what's his name?
No, that's his name, Al Pacino, isn't it?
Is it? I don't know.
Anyways.
Man, you're the guy that remembers all this
400
stuff.
years.
I barely remember
God,
anything.
I love that. Booty Sweat was the name of the drink in
Someone owns 25.
that thing.
Booty Sweat. Yeah. You know, come on, why have to go there?
It's his
Someone's got
Phi Delta 45.
Yeah, go take that one. Someone's got a big position
I
over
have
there.
25,000 shares
Yeah,
of
$100,000
BBAI at $4 cost base. Nervous about earnings. Any recommendations
I have one.
on a hedge buy puts?
Oh. No, I was going to say my recommendation is sell some of your position. You know, like whenever you have $100,000 into something, and I don't know what $100,000 means to you or to anybody else, but if you are nervous about something, there's so many other trades like all of the time that you guys can trade, right? I mean, it's not just because, you know, you're excited about Big Bear AI and the potential there, as I am. It doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to nail that one on earnings. So I would just like, they're still not making any money, but, you know, there is a squeeze on there. Is a 30% shortfall for Big Bear AI. So I love it because you and I have the same cost basis there at $4. It's been quite the run up there for Big Bear AI. And I mean, I was pounding the table, I hope good enough to get some people involved, and I know that there are a lot. We get a lot of super chats about Big Bear AI, and I'm glad for it. And I'm glad that we had discussed our plan of action for this trade. And for right now, it's looking great. I mean, we bought it on the way down 3 times, 5, 4, 3. And then just very, very simple. Like I said, simple man. I'm not using too much to figure that out other than price. And we got some out at 850. We did that live on the show. We also got some out at 650, that first little bump up right into there. And now we're trying to hold that level. So for me, Big Bear AI is always going to be something where you're waiting out for that earnings report. You're going to see if they can kick it into full gear there. I'll have to look at what the numbers expected are. We'll do that, you know, during the midday, and then we'll come back to talk more about this, you know, on our afternoon show. But yeah, Big Bear AI, you know, we're going to wait to see what that expectation is. And for me, I don't have a huge expectation other than the fact that it has a huge short float and you're looking for it to make money. And we know what that means when these stocks finally turn EPS positive, and that could be a huge runner. So congratulations on your position so far. But you look like, you know, you've almost doubled up. You've got $100,000 in this name, and right now you've just made 75 grand. So I don't know, again, what you're comfortable with, but I'd be happy taking 20% off and letting the rest ride. It's 11 o'clock, Neil.
Did we do lunch?
We did not do lunch. People want to know what's up for it? All right, let's hit the button. You have it up. You have it up.
I have it up.
Let's go. Yeah, you take it.
I wasn't sure if you had done lunch.
No.
But I don't know this.
Okay.
Chicken adobo.
Yes, that's Thai. We had that before. Yeah, it's
Okay,
pretty.
so Thai chicken.
It's Filipino.
It's Filipino.
There we
okay.
go.
With steamed jasmine rice, steamed broccoli, yay! Chef's
be good.
choice salad as well. Oh, broccoli's good for you, everybody, but not necessarily my favorite. And we'll get a salad, which
This broccoli will be good though. It'll be steamed probably, or
yeah, it'll be good.
in the stir fry.
Yeah, steamed is probably the way.
We'll take it.
But I know somebody that cannot possibly hate on that one, can you, Joe? See, there he's got a smile on his face. You can always tell whether he's going to like it. It's not beef stroganoff, but it is going to be tasty. You guys have a tasty treat? Obi joining Joe.
Oh,
right about now, because we'll be back at 2 o'clock.
So it's Joby.
It's Joby.
Okay.
Yeah, Joby Aviation.
Trade.
No idea what
trade
that's
those.
been doing today, but I can't
All
beat
right.
that combo.
I'm out of here.
Peace. We've had this before. I guess
Yes.
this doesn't.
Yeah.
I'm not going to do the boom, but what's going on, everybody? Happy Monday. It's your boy Joe. Next to me is my good friend Obi. What's going on, Obi?
Not much, man. How are you doing?
Good, man. We can't complain whatsoever. Ethereum, crypto space was moving over the weekend.
Almost all
We really like that. We're gonna wait for some people to weasel into the chat, taking that one from Sharif. But we had a pretty good day so far this morning. We won't complain, especially with the swing account, loving it. But let's see who we got in this in the chat there, Mr. Easy Street. Mr. Easy Street, what's going on, my friend? Passport Chaos. Who else do we got? Mash Mees, Jay Walkin. What's up, my friend? Travman, Other Zinc, Michael Burnett, Dorothy Mantooth is a saint. What's going on? Who else do we got in here? Big Wreck. Big Wreck, did I read that correctly? Are you a fan of the band? Love the band Big Wreck. Good tunes over there. They are Canadian. Akios, Durango, What a Taker, Maximus, Domestimus, Maurilius. What's going on, my friend? Juggernaut. Who else do we got? Remy J82, Big Nephew, Grey Worm. Shout out to Game of Thrones? All right, so who else do we got? Why not? I love that saying. I've been going around saying, why not? It's my motto. Just do it, because why not? Gorv, what's up, brother? I've been looking for you all morning. Haven't seen you in the chat. Hope you've had a good weekend, my friend. We'll go through a couple more. Big Joel, we got Shane. Who else we got? Migraj. What's going on? Big Sky, Jojo, and the Corleone family. What's up, everybody? I hope everyone had a solid weekend. Welcome to Trader TV Live. And Monday morning, Sean's been putting on trades. Neil's been putting on trades. My guy Obi's been trading. We've been trading some Ethereum this morning. And now I'm currently short Bitcoin. What am I doing? I don't know. We'll talk about that here momentarily. We'll go over that trade. But let's pull up the old screen here. The stock was moving, the cryptocurrency was moving over the weekend, and I came in today, seeing some pre-market selling, wasn't in love with it, but hey, as soon as it breached the volume-weighted average price, we look to get involved in here. So always never enough shares, but it is what it is. We put the trade on. We did take a couple, so we're not going to complain about that. We enter, we add to this position, boom, 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 works out. This was my all out, and this was a secondary trade. You can see that we are forming a bull flag in there. I get in at the lower end of the range, starts working in my favor. The volume slowly starts to stair step higher. Then we add a little bit more, and then we piece it out, and I did get stopped out about 30% of the remaining position on that one there, guys. So that's all of that I've been trading this morning, with the exception of me being in some short IBIT, giving this a lot of room here, but why am I short Bitcoin? May not be the best idea, because at the end of the day, the space is strong. And if it doesn't work out, I'll just hop out. No worries about that. This is where my stop's going to be. Start relatively small. If it does come all the way back up to this specific level and then reject it, I'll just hop out, get right back in, improve my average, and then maybe we'll get that move to the downside. But this is essentially what I'm playing off here, is this inverted hammer, increased volume print, and you can see it across the space. We have it on the likes of Ethereum as well. This is a big time. Why is it doing that? This is a big time volume print here, guys, so we want to keep an eye out on just in case it decides to sell. But if it's breached, watch out. This can go absolutely further to the top side, so keep an eye out on that. But here it is. Massive volume signature, inverted hammer at an extreme high. That's going to be correlated with this pre-market high as well, too. So keep an eye out on Ethereum breaking.
Pretty pretty strong, if I do so say myself. But if you look at it here on the daily chart, we're catching a little bit of a bid after some strong selling, after multiple days of strong selling. So let's take a quick look at the daily chart right here and take off some of these indicators right here so we can see it pretty clearly. You can see right here, back-to-back days where you have day 1, day 2, day 3 gap up happening here on CoreWeave and holding pretty strong. So holding that VWAP as of right now and holding opening prices. So this is the consolidation that I was watching, that 134, 135 area, and coming in on the day, we did kind of chop that around a little bit. 135s was that opening price, just shy of 135s actually, 134.80. And yeah, a bit of a shake and bake of the opening range, but holding above opening range as of right now. So sure, it's not looking too great. That multi-day trend might be happening. It could just be that the selling that we had on that multi-day, as you can see here, is reverting pretty aggressively as we've seen over the past few days. So CoreWeave, can it get back all the way up to highs? I have no idea, but chopping around that 140 as of right now is what I have on watch. But nice little curl back up. We could not break back below 100. That was interesting. We could not break back below 100, and we're getting about a $40 bounce from those areas on CoreWeave. But these IPOs have been absolutely crazy.
Yeah, crazy, brother.
So some of the ones I'm watching from last week were Fly and Fig.
Yep.
We know how Fly's been doing. Fly on the daily. Let's just go to a 3-minute. Back-to-back selling after a pretty decent IPO day 1 there. Today is day 3, and some more selling coming in on the day on this stock here. So going to keep that one on watch. And Fig as well. Fig was about to break down its lows, but that 85, remember that was the opening price on Figma, and we've been kind of consolidating underneath that 85 since we broke a little bit below. So continue to have some of these IPO names on watch. But yeah, let me know in the chat what you guys are trading. There's lots of opportunity across the board in this market. I know a lot of people are watching Tesla as well. And Tesla, aggressive push off of the open. Didn't really keep eyes on it since then. So let's just refresh this page here. But Tesla could be an interesting push as it is breaking out of this consolidation we were talking about last week. Here, nice little breakout push on the day today. If this chart will load for me, I know there's some certain charting platforms maybe having some issues today. Oh, there it is. Here's some Tesla on the day today. So aggressive push off of the open. Since then, we've been kind of chopping and grinding to the upside here. Higher highs, higher lows as well. Maybe a little bit of a flat top push into this 343 area, Joe. So again, Tesla pretty strong on the day, but it seems like off of the open was the place to be on that one. Pretty chopped since.
Yeah. Tesla, I mean, it was a technical breakout. Did you see the daily on that? Yeah, so I've been keeping my eye on Tesla. It's kind of the same that we were experiencing on Apple as well, too. So you have some key resistance being broken, and then you have the downtrend on Tesla as well, too, that's been snapped. So way to be. We do have a super chat on the Rail TV. Check out Brian Pesham's book, How to Swing Trade. It's a game changer for me. If you have Prime, it costs nothing. I personally know Brian Pesham, and I know that group, too. Fantastic people. Yeah, read through all of those books as well. So shout out to those guys over there. So yeah, good friends of mine. There's no questioning that, because I'm sure you know where they're located. But yeah, Gore, pretty good stuff here. I mean, this is what we had cooked up on Ethereum this morning, and then now we're short some IBIT. We're going to take a look at Tesla's daily here momentarily. But I just mentioned that inverted hammer on Ethereum is dangerous. So you don't want to be going too heavily against that. And then here it is on Bitcoin, same thing. You have that inverted hammer signal with increased volume print. So that's when we look to get involved. I did try to get a fill right here. It didn't happen, so I just ended up punching. So the momentum picked up. You can see the volume picked up, but we're short. Double it up, and then now we're heading towards some key support levels here in IBIT, guys. So keep an eye out on that one. It's working out pretty good for us thus far. We're going to wait for this support level to be breached and then head towards the pre-market lows. But let's take a look at what Tesla's up to here, guys, on the daily, and why I believe it's broken out. I haven't even looked at Apple yet today, so just keep that in mind. I don't know why it's doing that. So just bear with me a moment. Uno momento, mi amigos. There it is. So 5 minute, we're going to break it down here. And then this is what we were talking about, guys. We've been going over this for quite some time. It's just look at the price compression. And then sure enough, now it's breached. You're on the backside of this trend and you're starting to continue to move higher. So that's a really, really good look in Tesla, and the same in the likes of Apple, right? So kind of identical patterns, even though one's more or less a wedge, it's just the breaching of key resistance zones. And then you get the continuation in that direction, all right? So where is my AAPL? What has it been up to today? So inside day, but the volume really picking up here, guys. And that's what you want to see as you're breaking through some key resistance levels. So there you go. You're building a factory in the States. The street likes that. Now, I think with Apple, a couple things need to happen, right? So I've just been doing a lot of research, been watching a lot of videos on what's going on. So essentially what some analysts are saying, there's a 0% chance. And the analyst that I'm referring to is obviously one of the biggest tech bulls of all time. That's going to be Dan Ives. Dan Ives is saying that there's essentially a 0% chance that Apple is not going to get this AI thing right internally. So they're looking for a path to, I don't know if they're looking, but he suggests that, hey, you guys need to start acquiring some outside talent and get that Perplexity deal done before it's too late. Now, obviously, Apple can benefit from AI in multiple ways, not necessarily having to be the leader in that space. But there's some things that they can do to play catch up. They are multiple years behind, but identical patterns here, Obi. Breakthrough resistance on AAPL, breakthrough resistance on Tesla. So some good moves in the tech space for sure.
Oh yeah, for sure, man. Again, got to keep those ones on watch. Whenever I'm watching some of these tech names, have you seen AMD on the day today? AMD going absolutely crazy here. So that's what I was looking at a little earlier as that bid came in pretty aggressively. That continuation, right? So yeah, Nvidia was on my watch today with some of that chip tariff news as well. But AMD, you can see that pre-market trend and holding up really well here on the day. An aggressive bid all the way from 170s to almost 179 on AMD, and still holding the upper quartile of its move on the day. So I'm watching that. It's holding that prior week, not necessarily prior week high, but middle of the week consolidation highs are coming in and around 176s, 177s ish, and that's what we're trading at as of right now here on AMD. So that's what I got on watch as of right now in terms of chip names. But yeah, I wanted this. This is a little bit of a reversion candidate. You know what I like to do here. This is a little extended on the day. We did break that trend from the morning bid in and around 178s. 177s only trading about $1 away from that as of right now. But with a name like this and with the way it's consolidating above prior week's consolidation highs as of right now, I do want to be a little bit wary on this one and not really be too, I guess, antsy for the reversion back into VWAP. Sure, it could come in, but if we're holding prior week structure that well after some aggressive strength in the morning, it's only 11 o'clock. It's only been a couple of hours since we've opened. So yeah, I got to be a little bit more patient with this one, Joe.
Nice.
But yeah, no, let me know in the chat. What are you guys watching? Zach in the chat saying Nvidia with a big green candle. Yeah, maybe. You can see that it's been trying to hold that VWAP. It's holding VWAP pretty well on the day and holding higher highs and higher lows here as that structure steps up. 180.25's day low, 181.5 step up, and then 182.5 step up as of right now. But VWAP sitting on 182. So yeah, some interesting stuff here. Let's see what else you guys talking about. Intel, yeah, Intel's kind of doing its own thing. I do have eyes on this one as well. And last I checked, it's going absolutely crazy, doing its own thing as Intel tends to do. We know that. What's his face? The CEO is going to sit down with Trump at some point today, and we can see that crazy push. Yeah, I was actually back at my desk. I was looking at this breakout, and oh boy, wow. 60 pennies off of that 21 break. Absolutely crazy, breaking past some of these highs that we made last week. So yeah, a little bit of a CEO meeting with the president happening at some point today. So Intel might be something to keep an eye on. It's already starting to work and push a little bit to the upside through that high-day break and holding some of those prior week levels on the gap up in the pre-market this morning. So yeah, a lot of these chip names, man, definitely had them on watch. But yeah, no, good job getting involved with some of the crypto-related names, because that was a big miss on my part. I totally missed that one there. But we know ETH is obviously pushing those 4,000. We might see that 5 very soon.
Yeah,
the way it's building up.
I think so. Yeah. On the trajectory that we're on, I agree with you on that one. 100% there, Obi. I think that's the objective. Could be possibly undervalued right now. Getting squeezed here on Bitcoin. One thing to note is that at least the volume's starting to cool off, and we're still forming some lower highs, so that's something positive. But yeah, Obi, as for Ethereum, I think there's a lot of room for this to run here, considering what's been going on. People grabbing this hand over fist now, kind of just adopting what Michael Saylor's been doing over there at Strategy, and it's been working out really, really well. The difference is that Ethereum can generate a yield as well too, right? So Adara brought to us this morning that BMNR, I think that's what it's called, Bitmine, essentially holds over $4.3 billion in Ethereum. And last time I checked, which was last week, to be honest with you, Tom Lee was saying that, hey, yeah, we own roughly around $3 billion, so that's drastically increased, unless he was just undervaluing exactly what they have. But essentially what that brings and what he was leading to is that, hey, we have the ability to generate $100 million in net income just from the yield and staking Ethereum alone, not even the appreciation from Ethereum itself. So that's something really, really positive and drove me to what's going on. Aside from the Genius Act, obviously that's going to benefit as well too. JPM is putting their stablecoin on the Ethereum network, and it's just kind of the preferred blockchain for Wall Street if everything is going to become digital, like tokenized, I should say. So yeah, that's why I'm going to get involved in this name, and I'm going to stay for it for a while. My swing trade is doing really, really well. We don't want to get too ahead of ourselves on that one, but I plan on holding this for the foreseeable future. I'm going to see how long I can hold it for. 5K, 5.5K would be an ideal primary target on that one, and we'll display what we got cooking up on that one. But Bitcoin, I might even add a little bit more here so you can see that we're short. Added to that position, we failed to establish a new high, and I mean, when things are working out, you just got to continue just shooting that ball. If you play basketball, shooting the puck, whatever sport you favor. Yeah, that's what we're going to continue to do here, Obi. If it decides to squeeze, then so what? We got some Ethereum. We're not going to complain about that, and I would prefer for Bitcoin to continue to climb higher. I don't want this thing to sell off, right? It's one of my largest holdings, so just keep that in mind. But yeah, we like what we're seeing so far. But Obi, what did you do over the weekend? Did you have a good weekend?
Yeah, just kind of like chilled out, nothing too crazy.
Nice.
Just went over some scans.
Same.
Just excited for a little bit of earnings this week.
Yep.
We should have some interesting names, and yeah, just studied up on some of the moves from last week as well.
Nice.
Some crazy volatility. Some of the legs that we've been getting on the market, some of these reversions that have been happening, absolutely beautiful.
Love it.
So
yeah.
I kind of looked into some of those, and yeah, just rest and relaxation, man.
Nice. Yeah, I hit up Taco Fest for those who are familiar.
Where was that?
I forget what park it is, but it's like right beside my house, essentially, right there. Yeah. I don't want to say. It's definitely not Downsview. I forget what park it's at. But anyways, yeah, right beside the Strawn Bridge. You know where the exhibition is?
Yeah.
Right across the street. There's a little park there. Yeah, I always walk around there. I'm surprised I don't even know the name of it. But yeah, that was a good time. Ridiculously expensive.
There a lot, like exhibition place.
Yeah. Well, that's my path. Yeah, that's where I run all the time.
Nice.
Every
nice
weekend.
And quiet, nothing too crazy. Yeah.
Plan on doing so this evening as well too. Nice and hot. Get a nice sweat going and try to get that workout. But yeah, we're still short this year. You're still short core weave as well too, Obi. Nice look there. But yeah, other than that, Robinhood put in a nice indecision print right at the volume weighted average price here, guys. So boom, continuing to climb higher. So that's a positive sign. Neil mentioned this earlier. I believe it was in the pre-market where it hit that all-time high. So yeah, we love that. Some of the names just working out really, really well. And I mean, there's not too much for headwinds on what we got going on. We got CPI coming out tomorrow, so that's going to be interesting as well. And then I think come September, one thing that I was thinking about too is just kind of just reestablishing from a swing standpoint a position back into Bitcoin for that basis point, whatever, if it's 25 or 50 bips. I think that Bitcoin's going to have the opportunity to run to the top side and maybe even breach those all-time highs. So we like that. But other than that, Obi, Ethereum and Bitcoin is the name of my game, especially with the space running over the weekend. We like it very much.
Yeah, did you take any trades in the personal in terms of crypto or anything like that?
Oh yeah. I'm
trading some coins.
Yeah. Well, I about a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago, I opened up a position on ETH.
Nice.
So yeah, as soon as that Genius Act was cleared, and the green light was given. I'm like, boom, 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 boom.
Nice.
Started building a position into that, averaged into it. Average price is around 27.70, which is nice. And yeah, so we grabbed a nice little bit about it. And that's what I was referring to. I'm honestly just looking to hold this one for an extended period of time, considering what's going on.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
Yeah.
I think I was looking at the ETH chart over the weekend, and I'm like, yeah, this one finally starting to go. Let's see how far it can get, kind of coming into some of those prior highs there.
That's what I got there, Obi. Can you see?
Let's see. Okay, nice.
Yeah. So we've been rocking and rolling.
Yeah, that's in the. Okay, cool. Yeah, nice.
So yeah, we've been.
Somebody in the chat there. Let's see. We have a super chat right here by WJ Larson. Don't forget SBET, way better MNAV than BMNR. Yeah, let's take a quick look at SBET. I already have it open here. Sharp Link Gaming right here. So 28.25 high a day, pulling back into VWAP right here, but holding this stair step. We see that we've been trending up pretty nicely, and it's holding up pretty well on the day here. But I think we'll be right back from Madera.
I don't know if
Sorry, just keep an eye here on MSFT GitHub, which is, of course, owned by MSFT, Microsoft. Apparently, their CEO is planning to step down, according to a report from Axios. Apparently, Microsoft will not be naming a direct replacement, but GitHub leadership will instead be reporting to multiple Microsoft executives. Back to you.
Yeah, anything else you got cooking up there, Obi? Still just chilling in that core weave?
Yeah, so just holding on to this core weave, just letting it consolidate. That 140 seems a little interesting, so we'll see what it does in and around there. But I know I'm a little bit counter trend on the higher time frame, so I'm watching it pretty close here. But yeah, no, SBET coming in pretty nicely here. We had a little bit of a shake and bake in the pre-market. I don't know what news this was in the pre-market, but it seems like it didn't really. It got digested pretty well in the open market as we reverted all that move. Consolidate on top of the reference high, and then take another leg a little bit higher, only to pull back for a nice little mean reversion back into the same area here on SBET. So good look on that one there. So yeah, thank you WJ Larson for pointing that one out on SBET. Yeah, no. What was the other one? There was one more that we were looking at as well. Nvidia, we took a look at that one. AMD, have eyes on that one. BBAI and SoFi, maybe a little bit of Lilly as well. Okay, let's take a quick look at those ones for you guys. SoFi, I know it's been on people's radar over the last week or so, but last week we did kind of consolidate pretty tightly and getting some aggressive push on the day today. So yeah, doing some relative volume over 1.4 and breaking out of prior week's highs. That's Friday, Monday. Yeah, there you go, right there. Prior week's high coming in at 22.59. Take a look at that 22.59 once we come in on the day. Pretty clean push. Pull back, hold, continuation, holding that VWAP pretty nice here on SoFi as well. BBAI, let's take a quick look at this one here and see what our friend Big Bear AI is up to. I know a lot of involvement in this one across the board. And it seems like it's consolidating for the past month or so. I know July we kind of slowed down on the aggressive bid that we'd been getting, and pretty much sideways since then. Holding that $6 level, I like that. But on an intraday, nothing too crazy. Sure, we're doing some relative volume on the day 3 times in the pre-market, so maybe poised for a little bit of a push of some of these highs. That prior high coming in at $7.41, but not really going to get involved with this one. I don't really have necessarily a setup on this one that I really like just yet. People are saying, get it, Google. Okay, Juan, let's take a quick look at Google here and see what that one's up to. Wow, 100% reversion of the flush off of the open. So nice little V shape, that bid coming back in. And a high a day is currently 201.40. He's only about 30 pennies away from that. Oh boy, might be poised for a little bit of a push. Google was absolutely solid prior day. I liked this push off of 198. This was a higher time frame breakout, and it seems like we're holding a little bit higher with a base of 199.07. That's the day low as of right now, kind of chopping that 200 mark, man. Yeah. So yeah, I was like last week, remember I was like, oh, 200 might be a little bit of an options level as well.
Yeah, I sent you that. Did you see? Yeah,
it makes sense that it'll wash and kind of deal with some orders in and around this 200 before it gets going. Upside, downside, no idea, but definitely a little bit of a pit stop it's having here at 200 on Google.
Yeah, for sure. Good point there, guys. And let's break this this down here. I haven't even really looked at the mag today with the exception of Tesla, just because of considering the breakout, what we were talking about earlier. So I'm like, okay, let me keep my eyes out on this one. I did miss a couple of the opportunities, but that's okay. As long as you guys are taking advantage of them, that's all that really matters to me. Joey options, Parth Padkler. Sorry if I mispronounced your name there, my friend. Joey options, I'm holding 360 Tesla calls from open. Bang. That's what we want to see. Print that money, my guy. Let's go. That's exactly what we want to see on that. But here, I want to display something to you guys. I'm going to pull up NVDA here so we can just take a look at it and see what's going on, right? So it was strong earlier in the morning, but one thing I want to note is let's keep our eyes out on some of the open interest here. Havana, Pug Life, I haven't seen Los Police in a while. Gorev, Juan, Padilla, all the regulars, guys who are trading options, and our Chef Joe, all the individuals who are really good at trading options. I know you guys are always looking at call walls and put walls as well too, and you can just see what we have identified, right? So they report on the 26th or the 27th of August, I believe. And there it is, 185. So we went over the concentration last week, and you've seen that being rolled over to this week. I'm gonna expect that position or these positions to be continuously rolled over, leading into that earnings report. Okay, so that's really important to note. And if it does stay around that 185 level, then we might follow for a rejection of 185, all right? So just keep that in mind. The options market can tell us a lot leading into the reports, but also if we do end up on the backside of it and we get that squeeze, come the following session open, watch out, right? There's a couple scenarios that can happen. Either you continue the gamma squeeze, or you start to see the hedges really push price down south of that specific strike price. And that's why we look for these concentrations of open interest to base trades off of them, all right? So, yeah, that's what we got going on. Thank you, Flando. Very much appreciate it. Obviously being slightly sarcastic on that one. But Adara, what do you got for us?
Keep an eye here on MSOS, fluctuating pretty hard here. Donald Trump saying that he is apparently looking at reclassifying marijuana. This comment, of course, coming after that Wall Street Journal article that suggested he was maybe considering reclassifying marijuana as well. So it sounds like he's actually just said here that he is considering this reclassification. We also have a bullish IPO in watch. I'm seeing apparently this company's IPO, which is set to happen on Wednesday, will be well overprescribed after upsize. And apparently they're going to stop taking orders at 4 p.m. today. Back to you.
One last thing before I send it back to our boy Obi here. Coin, you guys want to take a look at Coinbase? I mentioned before, right? So you can see identical patterns that were formed on the likes of Robinhood and here on Coinbase. So you had a 34% drop from that trough to where, from that peak to the trough here, guys. So just keep that in mind. I think that this name is going to be just fine. It's always been volatile, right? It's part of its nature, but now you're starting to see somewhat of a recovery off of these lows here on this pivot low. So 292 up to where we're currently trading at is 13%, right? So that's still a decent move. I like Coinbase. And then here, look, we're still holding this trend line relatively well. Once you've breached and held this gap, watch for a move to fill it, right? So that's a pretty good look there on Coin. And then from an intraday standpoint, you can see just continuously
news was interesting as well. It kind of came out maybe over the weekend, but I was reading about it this morning, and yeah, some of the marijuana space catching a little bit of volatility there on that news. So yeah, MSOS was definitely on watch by not just me, but a few traders that I know. But yeah, going to continue to keep it on watch to see how that news kind of unfolds. But as of right now, I think we got crypto with Adara.
BMNR falling off a little bit, but great look here for Bitmine Immersion Technologies. sure a lot of you guys are definitely following this stock. It is a pretty popular one with retail investors, and for very good reason. This is, as far as I'm aware, the largest corporate holder of Ethereum, and their holdings apparently are worth nearly $5 billion after ETH spiked above that $4,000 level. So great look here for BMNR. Another name in the same space is SPCE or S. That as it's often referred making tail as of right now slightly just below that previous all-time high around 123,000. Currently here, intraday high 122,300. So again, about $1,000 away from that most recent all-time high. Let's see if we're able to continue to push higher, or if this actually is just a lower high in Bitcoin story. Back to you.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. After fantastic stuff. We were talking about BitMine not too long ago. How $4, where it's currently trading at, it's absolutely absurd. But now that Adara mentioned that we have over $4 billion in Ethereum, the yield that also generates, making it a positive within Ethereum and in BMNR. So those are some pretty good looks there. We like what's going on in the crypto space, most definitely there, Obi.
Yeah, I think let me know what you guys are trading in the chat, and when it comes to some of these crypto names, because I know there's a lot of different vehicles, and everyone looks for that Bitcoin. Right at this moment, you have to understand that their business model is slightly different than just, I guess, having the same move as crypto, as ETH or Bitcoin at the same time. It's not necessarily a sympathy in the sense of it moves like a one-to-one. That's what you want to be looking at IBIT for. That's what you want to be looking at ETHA for as well. But yeah. ETHU, see people talking about in the chat. ETHU, nice, good stuff. XRP long hold, I like that. I like some XRP. BTBT, I remember that one. That's a miner I haven't heard of in a very long time. So yeah, a lot of different ones that you can potentially be in. BITX call option saying trendline tycoon. So oh boy, that's a nice one as well there. So yeah, thanks for VVPR for XRP. Let's take a quick look at VVPR. That one's rings a bit of a bell. VVPR, is that Vivo Power? Yeah. Are these guys now a holding company as well, another crypto reserve? Let's see what they do, because I know they were doing sustainable or some sort of energy thing. Yeah, is a sustainable energy solutions company which engages in the customers with turnkey decarbonization solutions that enable them to achieve net zero carbon status. Okay, cool, nice. Nothing to do with crypto, but I guess maybe they have some sort of relation with XRP. I guess that's what someone in the chat is saying. I have to take a quick look at that one and see if there's any sort of relation to XRP on VVPR. So it's really funny, kind of almost marking an interesting time in. I guess you can definitely call it a bit of a bubble, right? It's like all these random companies are just like, oh, we're just going to hold some sort of crypto or altcoin now, and then they're moving and catching a bid on it. See, I wasn't really around during the .com boom, but it smells a little bit like that, because like any random company would put a .com behind their name and then all of a sudden catch a bid or catch it and build some sort of base and structure. We've seen that happen on some of these companies that are like, oh, you know, we're becoming a reserve now, or a Litecoin reserve, or whatever, you know, BS coin reserve. But it's just like, all right, well, you can kind of code it any way you want. But at the end of the day, it does smell very similar, where you're just trying to catch a bid.
You think so?
And ride the coattail of some of the. Yeah, of course. Because at the end of the day, you got to remember.
It's a bubble?
Well, I think for sure we're overextended. Now that bubble can continue to push until we have some sort of compression or some sort of mean reversion, right? But regardless of what it is, I'm saying these are some of the symptoms, I feel like, of a bubble where just random companies that have nothing to do with the space start just attaching crypto to their name and catching a little bit of a bid. You know what I mean? Because at the end of the day, you have to remember what the stock market is. The stock market is just a tool for companies to raise capital for their business expansion. So it's just like, if you remember that at the end of the day, sure, it's going to be beneficial for the company if they can raise their stock price and then do offerings so they can raise more money. They're just playing the game, right? So you got to understand how that game is.
You got to read the crypto book, Bubble or Revolution.
Okay.
Yeah, it's really good, really good book. I actually enjoyed that read. Really good stuff in that one. So go check that one out as well if you're interested in just obviously diving a little bit more in depth on what we got going on with the crypto space. But I'm gonna add something to that. To be honest with you, I don't know if it's necessarily a bubble. I agree with you on the fact that, now that considering we have the companies like GameStop who are adding Bitcoin to their balance sheet, but I think there's a little bit more substance to it. You're getting more regulatory clarity, obviously, with the Genius Act. Of course, that's something positive. And then you also have some of these institutions just grabbing this stuff hand over fist. For me, I wasn't around in the dot-com bubble, but what I'm aware of is that they went into the debt markets, and I'm not too sure some of these companies necessarily have to, especially the tech names, right? Obviously, Michael Saylor continuously doing offerings to raise more Bitcoin, but you also see his unrealized gains as well too, which is something very, very substantial, and I think it adds a little bit more substance to what we got going on, and the fact that Ethereum actually generates a yield as well too, right? You're aware of the staking that goes on with Ethereum. So for me, that's positive. And then when I hear that everybody wants to get involved with Ethereum just due to the blockchain, the second largest in the crypto space, then sure, why not? The SEC pushing for Wall Street to move the whole financial market onto the Ethereum blockchain as well too, to tokenize everything. So, I mean, I love this space for the foreseeable future, and I believe we're just in the early stages of it. So I'm looking forward to seeing what we got coming up in the next couple of years. I'm sure that things are going to be amazing. And Bitcoin only halved in 2024, right? So we got to wait till 28. For the next halving, which I believe, which is still a ways away. And usually the latter half is the stronger half in Bitcoin as well too. So
what do you mean, like the latter half of the
halving? So in year 3 and 4 is when you start to see Bitcoin move more aggressively, opposed to the first couple of years of that specific halving cycle. That's just what I read up on. To be true, well, we'll find that. I'm sure there's data that you can find out on that as well. So I'm only going to give this to 68.45 here, Obi. Once it hits that, I'm going to stop out, and then I'll just have the ability, if it does want to curl over, I'll just have the chance to get a much better price. But what Ethereum's doing right now, it doesn't look like that we're gonna get that or experience it. It's really, really strong. Rusty, you said it couldn't move without Bitcoin. It's moving relatively well without Bitcoin here. Once we blow out this top, watch out. I think 33 can be in the works, and even a little bit north of that there, Obi.
Yeah, I think that's a decent plan. Just using some of that structure to kind of define some of those areas there as well. But I'm not really seeing too much else. I'm involved with what I want to be involved in. Tesla's still pushing to the upside. Oh my God, what's up with this one right here? So Tesla, look at this one on the 15-minute, dude. It's just a nice, steady, choppy grind. Like, it's holding up so well in terms of trend, but anything on a shorter time frame, you look at this chop up, chop, 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 chop. We was talking about this, a little bit of a flat top break, maybe a little bit of a flag happening here, and we're getting a grinding bid happening through the breakout of that flag. So, oh boy, indeed. Apple pushing for its high a day as of right now, so that's coming in. AAPL, if that can come in right here as of right now, not really happening, not really loading too well. So you know what, it is what it is. I'm going to load it up here on my screen, Apple, on the NASDAQ. And there it is. So there you go right here. So coming into high of day here on Apple as we push a little bit higher. So nothing too crazy in terms of market sympathy, but it is doing something distinctly different. The market is pushing to the downside. Consolidation lows are testing on both the Qs and the ES, and you can see Apple distinctly different here, pushing into its highs. So Google as well. Let's take a quick look at some of these Mag 7s and see what they're up to. Google sideways action, nothing too crazy on that one. Tesla is printing fresh highs as of right now. Softy, maybe a little bit of a push there, higher highs and higher lows, but currently taking a bit of a pullback here as of right now. On Softy, Amazon is looking weak as well, man. Amazon giving up that VWAP as well, coming in at 22160. So pretty weak on the day is Amazon. And yeah, so Nvidia, nothing too crazy. Again, chips definitely on watch today with some of that tariff news, and the chips maybe getting what was it, 15%. I think tariff or something like that. Nvidia was on watch, but we're still trading within that opening range, so nothing too crazy as of right now here on NVDA. Let's take a quick look at SMH and then AMD as well. So SMH, nothing too crazy. AMD still holding near its high. So, oh boy, definitely relatively strong when it comes to some of these chip names. Micron I had on watch as well. They raised guidance in the pre-market. That was an aggressive push all the way from 120s to 125s, and then we get a bit of a lick grab of those highs. 127.28 was the highest we could push off of the open, only to sell off and holding VWAP here as a bit of resistance as well. So yeah, interesting stuff. Some of these chip names, not like the others. AMD and Micron were definitely top of my list, but didn't really get involved with them. I'm looking for the next trade. What are you guys up to? Tesla continues to push higher. 345 halves is now the high day on Tesla, man. Absolutely crazy.
Yeah. Remember, I believe the previous quarter, you and I were talking a little bit about MU, just how it moves. It's just like, it's just one of those names, and
crazy.
It's just a really tricky ticker to navigate for me personally. I did like the bull flag that it was forming this morning, but just from my past experiences, I've never had too much success trading MU. It's just a funky trader, so something going on behind the scenes there, maybe, possibly. I don't know. Maybe I just suck at trading it. Well, I'll probably go with the latter half on that one. So, I mean, Casino Man was trading it pretty well this morning, but for me, I was just totally avoiding it. Looking at BMNR, how does this thing go from $56 to $67? Man, shout out to my friend Brian Martinez, or I shouldn't have said his name, but anyway, shout out to him. It's all right. They have no idea where he is, so I don't know why. But anyway,
full name.
Yeah,
full name.
That's crazy.
Shout out to
his address, dude. Probably shouldn't have done that. But oh well, don't bother him or anything like that. He's doing good for himself, considering that he's been trading this one for some time, and you can see that from $32 all the way up to $67. So, I mean, we're already at 100% return here on BMNR in the past 3 sessions, right? So from last week. Why do you got to do this to me? Let's see. Okay, anyways, I'm trying to get a percentage metric for you guys. Oh, there it is. So just a little bit more, right? So that wasn't that accurate, but yeah, there it is, right? So some really good looks. And I mean, as it started to curl over, I'm like, there is some good opportunities to get involved in this name here. So yeah, BMNR I think it's going to continue to the top side, considering the yield that they can generate from the amount of big Ethereum they've allocated. Tesla's starting to form somewhat of a topping signal here. Gorev, you can see the volume really kick up. You don't want it to close like this, otherwise we might be moving to the downside. And I might think for sure, but I don't want to go against you, obviously, as well, too. So just keep that in mind. But yeah, other than that, Ethereum, Bitcoin are my shorts on the day. Bitcoin breaks 68.45. I'm out of this one. But there you go. Starting to turn around here in Tesla. Never got that momentum that we were looking to the top side necessarily. More or less a slow grind and a lot of overlapping candles. But Adara, what do you got for us?
Donald Trump here being asked about the AMD and NVIDIA chips that are now being allowed potentially to sell in China with that 15% US, or I guess 15% payment there to the U.S. 15% of the sales are supposed to be sent to the U.S. That was reported by the Financial Times. When Trump was asked about it, he clarified that they're not sending the, quote, super duper advanced chips like Blackwell. They're only going to be sending chips like H20, which Trump posits China already has, maybe, if not in that form, another similar form. So some commentary here on NVIDIA and AMD right now, specifically NVIDIA, with Donald Trump also praising CEO Jensen Huang. Back to you.
All right, thank you very much.
Yeah,
You got to watch out when the president's talking, and especially when some of these chips are in play. I'm going to keep an eye out for AMD. We know that AMD is already kind of pushing towards its highs. So AMD right away is going to go on my watch and see if it catches a little bit of a breather. We've already had a pretty strong bid coming into this. 178's consolidation highs, 177. So nice little tight consolidation. But the thing is, we're consolidating near high a day, right? That's the issue here. On AMD. Kind of, let's see if that consolidation breaks one way or the other. That's what I'm waiting for here on AMD. But that's strength, man. Absolutely crazy. Catching a very, very strong bid. So maybe it's time to get with the trend here on AMD, maybe. But when things overextend like this, man, I'm always so skeptical as to like how much further is it going to go. But always got to be patient for the right kind of structure to form, and we got to be patient for it to tell you what it's what it wants to do. Right? You got to be listening to the chart and the price action there. What's up there?
More NVIDIA commentary here from President Donald Trump. He said that he has a feeling that Jensen Huang, CEO of NVIDIA, is going to visit him soon to ask if they can send Blackwell to China. Trump said they're not going to be able to send Blackwell, but they could send a slightly less advanced version of Blackwell potentially to China. So NVDA popping here into highs before pulling back a little bit again. President Donald Trump indicating that should Jensen Huang approach him about selling the Blackwell chip in China, they might be able to have some kind of compromise where NVIDIA sends a less developed Blackwell chip to China. Back to you.
Okay.
Yeah, all right. Thank you for that. Yeah, you're still sitting in that core weave short there, Obi. I haven't even seen what that's been up to.
Nothing. It's doing nothing.
Is doing nothing? Okay, nada, doing nada. So yeah, you trimmed 25% there. Gorv, if there's anything specific that you guys want to go over, we'll obviously we'll go through some of our expected moves later on the day and then correlate that with what we see on the options chain. That's going to be lots of fun as usual. I love doing that. And then we're just going to be trading. It seems like a crypto day for me, to be honest with you. If we look at the Qs and the S&P, not doing a whole lot. So let's get involved in some things that are moving, and I think that's going to be a BMNR. Super, super strong. It opens up around $58, trades to a high of around 69 there. And then you can see that we knocked on the door of this prior resistance on Ethereum and no one answered. So we're rejecting that one, heading back down the hall into the elevator, maybe back towards VWAP. Tesla pulling back in as well too. I told Gaurav, hey, keep an eye out on this signal. This could potentially signify that, hey, we're not going to climb any higher. But it also can say, hey, we are going to. And once it breaches the top side, I would suspect that you're going to see a little bit higher price appreciation. But look at the Nas and the Qs, right? I mean, we're in the dog days of summer right now, of August. Things usually tend to cool off a little bit before we run into the cooler months, and you get that kind of that Christmas rally, the pre-Christmas rally. So just keep in mind, guys, a lot of choppy sideways, and as long as we don't dump like 3, 4, 5%, I think we'll be okay. I mean, 3% isn't horrible, but you don't want to see those larger sell-offs necessarily. But again, I think it's going to be a solid opportunity to buy as well, too, guys, to be honest with you. So yeah, I'm just getting involved in dips. Let's see what Bitcoin's up to if it wants to break down. So far, my VPA signal's holding up relatively well on the short side, and I'm glad that I didn't take anything short on Tesla. Obviously, my boy Gaurav's along that, so I don't like going against other individuals. But at the end of the day, we got to trade and see what setups we have going on. But other than that, Ethereum was definitely the better trade of the day for me, Sharif.
Nice.
Or Sharif. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no. Here's the thing, man. It doesn't matter if you're going against someone. The trade is the trade. If you think the trade is there, then the trade is there, right? It's like sure, you can talk about like reading it one way or the other way is a little different. But if you think the trade is there, dude, just take the trade. Who cares? It's irrelevant what someone else's position is. The market doesn't care about the average, about what the average is, or what your position is. At the end of the day, if you're able able to see what it's doing, and you're like, all right, with a decent chunk of probability, I think it's going to do this, or it's telling me that it's going to do this, and I think it's definitely well worth at least dabbling a little bit and spending some risk on that as well. But oh boy, Tesla's so strong, man. It's doing that breakout on the higher time frame, and it's doing it really, I guess, in a very choppy manner, I'd say. But bigger picture, if you go just move up to the 30-minute candle, 30-minute chart, or even an hourly chart, you can see how cleanly the breakout is happening there on a higher time frame. So yeah, coming in pretty nicely. Here's a bid coming in on the markets as well, but within this opening range here on the NASDAQ, and maybe a little bit stronger of a push here on the ES as we maybe attempt to push and break this downtrend that we've been having all day long on the ES. But yeah, in terms of the Mag 7s, like I said before, Apple's the only one that's showing some aggressive strength there, almost 100% reversion, and then similar with Google, Tesla being the strongest one out of them, and maybe Softy as well, catching a little bit of a bid. Higher highs and higher lows is the bigger picture kind of trend on the day today. So let me know in the chat what you guys are trading. You're talking about ETHA, people talking about Meta as well. I'm not really watching Meta that closely, but we can take a quick look at that one. I have AMD, like I said, on watch, but AMD still consolidating sideways. Let's take a quick look at Meta here. Yeah, Meta, what a chop fest on this one, man. Absolutely crazy. Sideways action, this range coming in from 766 to 773.50s highs. So, oh boy, that's a pretty wide range here on Meta coming in. Oh boy, okay, so some strong selling. Sellers pushing into the bid here on CoreWeave. Is it time to break that bid? There's a little bit of there was a bit of a consolidation, a level hold here, if you say, on 138s, and I think that if that 138 consolidation low goes, I'm sure there's a lot of longs kind of risking in and around there. If that cracks, we may see a potential move down into VWAP, and bids have been pretty strong on the day, multi-day trend on the day as well. But today was the day 3 gap up on CoreWeave. So let's see if we can get a little bit of profit taking as well. Off of the open, dude, it was absolutely clean. 135s all the way to 130s, but I did get a little anchored to that trade as it came in, and then now we're just holding up pretty nicely.
Would you say your ads are like from a risk unit standpoint, or is it like 5% ads of like total risk you're looking to allocate to the trade? Or
on the day today, I think I came in and I was like, I'm gonna allocate a total of about 50% of my daily
of your shutdown. So is that what you've built in currently right now? Or?
So you have to remember, so that's based off of multiple tries, right? Because like 50% of my risk, giving myself multiple tries to actually try and get it, and if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. Yeah. But I think kind of looking back at it, the move off right off the open was pretty nice. Yeah, I think that was it right there. Yeah.
Nice. Aggregate and put in some club mix samples. Now it's a Rap Brothers mix on trades over 50K. I abandoned the Sherbert SFX on trades aggregate and put in some club mix samples. Now it's a Rap Brothers mix on trades over 50K. Gotta tell my hardcore UFC fans, you guys who know 50K Ige is, I like Dan Ige, good guy. But yeah, guys, Google is continuing to climb, and I mean, I'm all out of this from a swing standpoint. Why? I'm all out of this. I've been out of it for some time here, but yeah, some really good looks on Google continuing to climb. Like we're not too far off of these all-time highs here now, guys. Only about 2.5%, a little bit more than that. But at the end of the day, this is the catch-up trade, right? So you get involved here at this hammer candle. This is where I started to get involved in on it. And then I sold somewhere around here or something like that, roughly. And then you get this nice move up higher. And I think it's only a matter of time until they break. So, I mean, the cloud number's great. It's just really, really good stuff. Gemini is doing pretty good now as well, too, even though not everybody loves it. But at the end of the day, we love what's going on with Google, and I think it's a good hold. It's unfortunate, right? And I told you guys a while ago, I sold all of my Google, and I sold all of my Tesla, and I just rotated that into NVDA, into Robinhood. So I'm happy about that, but when you have names in the likes of Google just being a consistent repeat offender on just, you buy the dip at anything south of 10% or whatever it is, look what happens continuously. It gets bought back up, puts in a new high. Now you get this 25%, 30% retracement right here, whatever it was, 31%, and then now you're moving really, really nicely off of those lows. And at this pace, I'm going to suspect that we're going to be moving to those all-time highs. So keep an eye out on that. Can definitely add some more fuel to the Nasdaq fire, and that's what we want to see. I don't see too many headwinds. CPI coming in tomorrow, but I think we can deal with that. Right? Comes in cooler than expected. And who knows what, it comes in a little hotter. Well, then I think that can be a positive as well too, because then you're going to see a higher percent. I know it's already 90% for a September cut. Now it's 100%. Whether you get 25 bips or 50 bips, I think that's going to be good, especially in the small cap world. And I mentioned before, I think with that rate cut, it's most definitely going to help the crypto space as well too. There, Obi.
Yeah, I think if everything goes as per, I think the market will definitely give us some decent opportunities there. And yeah, I think crypto may be waiting for a bit of a push as well. But like we said, it's already been building up. We talked about the ETH move there, already kind of breaking out of its base and poised for a bit of a push. Have you looked at the monthly chart
on
at
ETH?
all?
On ETH?
On ETH?
Yeah, absolutely.
The monthly
I do that only because of you.
Solid, yeah.
I would only usually go daily.
Yeah.
Do you want to pull it up here?
Yeah,
well,
sure.
yeah, let's pull it up here.
Yeah,
and see.
pull it
you
up.
got
And,
it there?
no, I don't have it up right away. But yeah, you have.
Yeah, let's pull up ETH itself, and then we're gonna zoom out and head towards. Hopefully, this doesn't fail on me. Bang, and there it is. So monthly.
Look at that breakout.
I was doing weekly as well too here, Obi. Hopefully, this doesn't fail. But here it is, right? Like so, from a weekly standpoint, there's still potential for this to move. We're just breaking through that $4,200 level where we have multiple tests, 1, 2, and 3. On the fourth attempt, you're just moving higher and higher. And then I think this is going to be a key pivot. So again, with the likes of Google, I don't like comparing apples to oranges here, but at the end of the day, when you're on these type of trajectories, I think you have the ability to go and test that all-time high and then potentially even break it. There's so much fuel to this Ethereum fire, in my opinion, that, yeah, okay, a lot of analysts are obviously, their bullish case is going to be, hey, yeah, 10,000, 15,000, whatever it may be. But for a base case, I don't think that 5.5 is unreasonable, to be honest with you. I don't know how you necessarily feel about that, Obi.
No, I think that's well within range. I think with the way we know that that crypto moves, it's usually kind of Bitcoin goes first, ETH follows, and then you have a bunch of altcoins that move around afterwards as well. And we're starting to see some of that happening here as Bitcoin kind of starts to slow down, and then ETH starts to get going. ETH starts to go as well, and then we're coming into some of those all-time high tests on ETH, and I think that 5K is well within range. I wouldn't say on the day, but definitely maybe a couple of months out at least, looking at the follow through on the monthly chart as well. Yeah, I think we're poised for maybe some higher highs, and the market's very strong as well, right? All-time highs,
very
so
strong.
that definitely helps. I guess the bid across all these markets as well.
For sure.
So, yeah.
I mean, put it in the chat, guys. Do you own any Ethereum or do you own any Bitcoin? I know we do this quite often, but now let's add Ethereum into it. So just type in what you own. It's either none, ETH, BTC, or both, right? So I'm curious to see what we got going on. I'll fire it up here. And you know what, guys? You may as well throw the $ in front of it as well, too, because we got to get those rallies in. So we want to keep an eye out on that stuff. ETHA, boom. I got both of them in there. I know you can only vote once, but make sure you guys get those votes in $. I know we got a big XRP fan base. A lot of both. I like seeing ETHE, BTC, love seeing all this, guys. So ETHU, so Met, you're in the double leveraged, I believe, on that one. So hopefully that all works out for you. Again, don't remember, guys, the leverage products are not long-term investments. You will always lose money to the decay there. So don't think that just because it's 2x that you can, oh yeah. Remember, if a stock will just do simple math, the stock falls 50%, what does it do to the price of that leverage ETF? Right? Not saying that that's going to be the case, but you just got to keep that in mind as well too. Both SPY. All right, we got a lot of SPYs. Don't forget your vote only counts once. Had 6 ETH, says D Trader J. Had got to get back in. 20 ETH, says Stans Black. Both, a lot of both, and this is exactly what we want to see. Anybody in game? No, we can take a look at game here momentarily. But yeah, a lot of stuff, a lot of XRP, a lot of ETH, both. Thanks for the participation. Make sure you guys get that $ in. But guys, We're going to Adara and then Neil with his lesson of the day.
The market pushing higher here. Nice leg up for the S&P 500 so far in this 15-minute candle, which is just about to close as we head into, I guess, the next hour of the trading day. Let's take a look at the NASDAQ as well, see how this is doing. NASDAQ looking pretty similar to the S&P 500. Let's see if we break above that 576 level. Right now, been a little bit of resistance for the NASDAQ. We just finished a very wide-ranging press conference with President Donald Trump. He did speak a little bit about NVIDIA and AMD and those chips, and he also spoke about MSOS, which is cannabis, though not directly. He was asked about a report suggesting that he's interested in reclassifying marijuana as a less serious drug. He did confirm that he is interested in reclassifying marijuana. So good look here for these cannabis stocks, including MSOS. There's lots of volume on these too. Now let's also take a look here at MNDY. Tons of earnings names on watch for tonight after the bell. We'll get Oklo, we'll get Microvast, ASTS or AST Space Mobile, tons of things to look at here. But MNDY, very weak here on earnings day one. They did report actually an EPS and sales beat, but their guidance was a little bit lower than expected, or less in line with expectations. Now, for now, we're going to send you over to Neil and his lesson of the day. So without further ado, take it away, Neil. Make sure to like and subscribe, guys.
Very much, Adara. And, you know, in a bull market, it gives you a lot of things. But one thing that tends to be better in a bull market that's at highs are these breakout trades. Now, I talked about the other day how you can sort of avoid the traps, not necessarily avoid the trap, but find your way into some nice reversals on false breakouts. But when breakouts are working all over the place, there's something you should be looking for to keep it simple at the open. And this is probably going to be one of the easier things to find. Like first, you want to find something which is relatively an in-play stock. Maybe it was a squeeze play before, maybe it's in the right sector, which we'll get to a little bit later with another name here. But like a simple one like Open, if you're scanning looking for trading ideas, you might just do so simply as to say, okay, stock that went before, Open clearly was one. And then any stock that has made a pullback after going and a rounded bottom. You hear us talk about this all the time. Well, you got your double bottom, rounded bottom. You get your higher low. And then it's a very simple breakout setup. There's your recovery day. There's your recovery top. There's your breakout price. It's right above the $2 level. And obviously it happens pretty much right at the open, break, and trend higher. It's about the easiest strategy that you can, I don't want to say that you can ever look for, but really when you think about it, it's not that difficult to try to find names like this. It could be also as simple as, well, it did it the day before. Now, we talked about Tesla since earnings going to the downside and catching itself a bottom. So since earnings, it's been making higher lows, which is also a form of rounded bottom. It's breaking a trend, but it's already been giving you multiple breakouts. Look at how simple it is. There's your bottom, there's your higher low, double top in there, break. Consolidate, make another high, break. Now, today I would venture it's a little bit trickier for Tesla because it didn't give you that top end break, but it's simple. It's made a low. It gives every single consolidation on the recovery back to the upside is just a break out of the prior high. Sometimes you might take this break and it doesn't work, and then the next day you take it and it works. It's that simple. And then the first time you take this consolidation break on Friday, it absolutely flies. And in this type of a market, you only really need one of these. You hit one and you're effectively done. I'll give you what might have been the easiest one out of all of them. Well, easy is the wrong word, but when I was looking at this, it probably was. ARM, similar story. After earnings, makes a low, finally holds a low and puts in a higher low. I mean, it held the low here, put in a higher low, but then immediately the day after it took out the low. Once you hold the low, higher low, and now you're gapped up, what does it do? It breaks out the prior resistance. I say easy because it happened to be $140. Just very cleanly. Breaks even dollar and goes $6. On a 15-minute, there isn't even a red candle. It just goes the $6 on the 15-minute before you even get any kind of a pullback. When you put it to the 3-minute chart, there's one little red candle here at $5 on that break. In this type of environment, you could do a heck of a lot worse than just finding a name that was down after earnings, Let it make the rounded bottom, a couple of days that it holds a low, higher low, then just take the break out of every single channel. The momentum is going to be there because the buyers are in the market and they're looking to pick up anything that's going to do catch up. You can do it with things like Open Door, which, hey, that had a parabolic squeeze. It kind of went to the wayside, but now it's putting in those higher lows. You take the consolidation break. From a risk to reward standpoint, the best thing about those types of breakouts is they don't have to work more than 50% of the time, because the size of the move you get tends to be large enough to allow you to win 1 out of 3 so long as you're reasonable with it. Now, I tend to be in the camp that you don't hold it to like the prior day low or some nonsense like that. You can hold to like pre-market bottoms, prior bar lows, something reasonable, and your R&R is absolutely fantastic. But it's not like we sit in these environments forever. And while we're in them, it's almost as if you want to have 1 or 2 breakout ideas at the open, and just hunting for the right ones is half the battle. And once you hit one, you can be one and done. I mean, ARM was a perfect example today. I wish I was looking at it, wasn't. It just comes down to, what would you rather try to do? You can have winning trades, or you can have like the easiest winning trade. And when breakouts are working at the open, they tend to be the lowest hanging fruit. So just find that rounded bottom, especially after earnings, when a stock has come down a little bit and then shows you it's finally made a low. That's exactly when it can go back and fill in the gap. And that's what breakouts can do for you. So there's your lesson of the day. Hopefully everyone has a fantastic midday. We'll see you back at 2.
Okay, yeah, I think I'm gonna hop out of this this Bitcoin trade here. It's not really breaking down, and I'm okay with that at the end of the day. But do the wave TH9DC. That's a pretty long name. We need to get those original names back. Makes it significantly easier. Hey, Joe, any thoughts on Hood Stop? I picked up a couple hundred shares at 59, but I'm concerned about valuation. I also believe in crypto, which I know helps hold the stock up. Thanks. I mean, I think with Robinhood, I mean, if you're in at $59, that's fantastic stuff. There's nothing wrong with trimming. Also, just think about your period on what you're looking to hold this in. For me personally, I've been in this name for some time, a couple months now anyway, since I rotated out of Tesla into Robinhood. But you got to understand, I think there's a lot going to be happening for Robinhood, considering that they are going to probably be one of the first exchanges to get involved in the tokenization of all equities, right, which can lead to 24-hour trading. And if everything is already on the Robinhood platform, then I think there's plenty of room for this to grow. And if you go over the previous earnings report, you're still seeing like massively sustained growth, right? Options activity up 100%. The gold members are up to about 3 million. I wouldn't be surprised if it's north of 3 million now. Crypto transactions up. When we've seen in the likes of Coinbase, they were down. Again, just a lot of activity going on for Robinhood. For me, I'm bullish this name for the foreseeable future. Okay, I'm all out of this. IBIT trade. Don't want to be short it. If it does want to break down, we'll get right involved in again, but we'll take a small loss on that one. Nothing to worry about. But as for Robinhood, I think you'll be just fine, right? So I think there's a lot of room to go. And I mean, look at Ethereum go. I mean, sorry, I don't want to sound like a broken record, but again, it's just taking advantage of the environment around us. You got Adara and you got Sharif and all the Brando bringing you guys news and what's going on from kind of a macro standpoint. Again, just trying to take advantage of some of these trades, and sure enough, that's what we got going on with Ethereum. And for some reason, I just have a feeling that it's going to want to continue to climb higher and higher, trading up to $32 now, which I believe would put ETH north of $4,300, which is absolutely fantastic. So yeah, just slightly above that there. Through some key resistance zones, 43.57 is what we're currently trading at. And if you ask me, it doesn't really look like it wants to slow down just yet. It's a pretty strong engulfing candle, a nice breath in between. And if you get another couple 5-minute candles print inside this range, and then it decides to take another leg higher, that's going to be absolutely fantastic for Ethereum Sharif. And I mean, oh my God, no one's talking about, look at the NASDAQ go. Yeah, wow, did you see that there, Obi? Yeah, wow, the SPY and the NASDAQ are going absolutely insane. If there's any news, Adara, please let us know, because this volume that has been picked up in the overall market is absolutely, as you would like to say, beautiful, my friend.
Absolutely beautiful. Yeah, that bid's coming in real strong. Wow. We were talking about, these futures are trading within their opening ranges, and oh boy, does that bid come in so aggressive and aggressive to the upside. So I'm guessing that some of these Mag 7 names definitely broke out there. Apple pushing some fresh highs there. Softy at some fresh highs. And oh boy, Tesla still continuing, man. Tesla's still going. Amazon's breaking out of its consolidation highs as of right now. So yeah, Mag 7's really, really strong on this push. But yeah, no real news coming out. I think we're just breaking out of some of these opening range highs and getting a little aggressive, maybe putting some shorts offside as well on the day. 100% reversions on some of these names, right? We talked about Google getting sold off of the open, Apple getting sold off of the open, Amazon as well getting sold off of the open, and all of these names getting a little bit of a reversion back up, 100% reversion on some of these. So yeah, definitely going to be putting some players offside for sure when it comes to 100% reversions, because basically you're wiping the whole price range of the morning session on some of these. So anybody and everybody who was maybe short-term sitting short now becomes part of some of that buying pressure as well. What's up, Adara?
I just want to let you guys know there is no news. I would actually concur with what Obi just said there about these markets kind of breaking out of their opening ranges and out of their day's highs. It's interesting as well. Some of this push higher did start after Donald Trump left the podium just before 12 p.m. So potentially could be a little bit of the reversion type scenario that we see sometimes when Fed Chair Powell finishes speaking. If there's any news, I'll let you know, but I'm not seeing anything to explain this move in any way whatsoever. Back to you.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, the volume's there supporting this move here, guys. So that's some big time stuff. Are we going to look to revert it? Maybe, possibly, but I want to see some definitive signals before I get involved in that. Nice work on Tesla. That thing is continuing to climb higher and higher. BMNR double topping at 70, slight rejection there. So with that being said, let's take a look at the chain gang to see, I know what that means, something else. I don't know why I say that anymore, but what was I going to, BMNR. Yeah, I kind of fell into that rabbit hole last night as well too. You know, when you just get into the rabbit holes on YouTube when you're just kind of just going through some things. Yeah, and well, it led that way there, Obi, for sure. 65,000. There's nothing on here. Volume. Where's the OI? Something must not be right on the platform. But there it is, 65,000 at that. Sorry, that $65 strike price. We have 14,400 contracts currently open. It doesn't go any higher there for some reason, which is slightly odd. Usually bring that a little bit higher, but nothing substantial from a volume standpoint that we're experiencing here in BMNR. Man, that ETH trade, I'm glad that I'm out of Bitcoin. I obviously don't want to be shorted, but just listening to what the price is telling me, it did break through that key pivot level that we were referring to earlier. And I said I was going to give it 45, so that's an extra 5 cents I did give it. So I'm happy to just abandon that thesis and find something else here. But yeah, ETHA, man, oh man, you just should have stuck with the rock on this one here, guys. So we get in this move, and then sure enough, it holds that VWAP, and I was convinced that this signal was going to be the end of this trend to the top side. Man, here we are. You just should have stuck with the rock on this one here, guys. So get in this move, and then sure enough, it holds that VWAP all the way up to just north of 33. This signal was going to be the end of this trend to the top side. That we got here we are, ETHA up 7%, and I mean, and then you get that my guy I was talking about from 32 as well, all the way up to just north of 33. So that's an additional leg that we got to experience here in ETHA, and I mean, like that. If we get that my guy, I always talk about Tom Lee. We're going to have a good time, and we're just going to try to diamond hands. He says that this could be Ethereum's 2017 moment in regards to Bitcoin.
Yeah, it seems like a lot of people.
So, I mean, we like that. If we get that crazy appreciation, we're going to have a good time, and we're just going to try to diamond hands at this point for the foreseeable future there.
As of right now, the market, like a lot of people crazy. Like I said, that buying pressure coming in real hot, crypto names, but coming into the end of this 15-minute candle, we only have 1 minute left until this 15-minute candle closes. As of right now, the market like absolutely crazy. Like I said, that buying pressure coming in so let's see how we kind of close in. Coming into the end of this 15-minute candle, we only have 1 minute left until this 15-minute candle closes. That consolidation low that I was talking like we're catching earlier and slowly kind of trickling down, and distinctly different from the rest of the market. AMD finally catching maybe a little bit of a sell. Nasdaq break pushing into that consolidation low that I was talking about pretty aggressively and slowly kind of trickling down, and distinctly different from the rest rest of the market. The market ripped up to the upside. You can see the Nasdaq strength pushing into that most of the buying probably done in the morning session pretty aggressively and taking a little bit of a pullback. And AMD doesn't really quite test its highs on that market. Let's see if that can pull in strength as of right now. See that most of the buying probably done in the morning session right now. At the same time, maybe taking a little bit of a Tesla continues. I have all the way down here 175 to push even higher. So let's see if that can pull in as of right now with the market attempting to push highs and pulling right here. You can see nice grinding bid. But Tesla continues as well. Tesla continues drawing a trend line even higher. So let's take a quick look. We're holding that uptrend pretty well every time we pull into this. Look at how many touches. You can see nice grinding bid, almost 5 of this bid as well. On the trend line on Tesla, a trend line from some of these lows. We're holding that uptrend pretty well every time the day. So into this, look at how many touches. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Almost 5 touches here on the trend line on Tesla and holding up on the day pretty well on the day. So uptrend to say the very least there. And Apple as well. You can see Apple. We pointed this one out a little bit earlier. Apple's very, very strong on the day. At the same time, Apple here. So yeah, Apple. You can see pushed into 229s on the day. Absolute strength on this one here. Pushing to the upside. Let's see if we can get to those 230s. 230s. We attempted to push that 230. 230.70s was the high from Friday. And then not really holding any of those. Pulling all the way back to the upside. Let's see if we can get to those 230s, man. 230s, nice little pull into the bid. That 230, this one had 230.70s, but that bid coming in just as aggressive as it did. Not really holding any of those, pulling all the way back into or pulling it all the way back. So not didn't quite get to high day there. This one had the strength on Apple, but that bid coming in just as aggressive as it did on this one from the day low to the day highs. Pulling it all the way back. Not didn't quite get to high day there. You can see the strength on Apple that we had prior day. Absolutely on Apple, so aggressive on this one. From the day low to the day highs, and this thing did over 5%. That was a bit choppy, but you can see, like I said before, move continuing to do more of the aggressive strength prior day, higher lows. We're seeing more of that bid VWAP trending nicely. Microsoft, that one was a bit choppy, but you can see, like I said before, continuing to do more of NVIDIA as well. Wow, highs, higher lows. Talk about NVIDIA real quick. VWAP, NVIDIA pushing nicely. Its day high as of right now hasn't really broken it just yet, but only about 2 pennies away from its day high. So yeah, NVIDIA as well. Wow, okay, is got to talk about NVIDIA real quick. NVIDIA pushing for its day high as of right now hasn't really broken it just yet, but only about 2 pennies.
Yeah, let's go over some of the tickers that you guys wanted. CGC going crazy. All right, let's go. That was
Can't stop, won't stop.
Actually, was it?
This bid is
it was definitely in my earlier years. It wasn't the first stock I bought. Yeah, let's go over some of the tickers that you guys wanted. CGC going crazy. All right, see, the thing is, though, Canopy Growth Corp was insane. Yeah, it was insane. Did you own any of this back in the day? Or was it? I don't even remember. Yeah. I mean, so there it is, bang. I don't know if it's split or anything, but I owned it significantly cheaper. Insane. Oh, okay. There's definitely reverse. Did you own any of this back in the day? Never got up to. Yeah. I mean, so there it is, bang. Maybe. And I don't know if it's split or anything, but I owned it significantly cheaper. Probably. Oh, okay. There's definitely reverse splits in here, considering because it never got up to. And you just do some of these solid investments or whatever it is, maybe even a little bit. They can set you up pretty good. But that was a while ago, literally 10 years ago. It was probably a really tough look. Aurora Cannabis, when I first started getting involved in that. ACB. Man, you just do some of these solid investments and they can. Yeah, until this thing gets back up to CGC $1,500. Yeah, really tough. Your boy is going to be sitting on a 99.9% loss on that one. But yeah, until this thing gets back up to
savvy Canadian traders
$1,500.
Looking to boost their exposure can now tap into the NASDAQ 100 and the S&P 500 with Beta Pro 3 times daily savvy Canadian traders. Built-in FX hedging. Exposure can now tap into the NASDAQ 100 and the S&P 500 with Beta Pro. Whether you're feeling bullish or bearish, these ETFs featuring built for active day traders ready to take on the market. This aims to amplify short-term market in the prospectus, minimizing the impact of currency swings. Whether you're feeling bullish or bearish, this market is now taking a little bit of a pullback, and that short ready to on AMD is coming in quite nicely in the prospectus. No, man, I was thinking about about it, but didn't really get involved.
Yeah, this market
it's
is
coming
now
in
taking
quite
a little bit of a
nicely as
pullback,
the
and
selling
that short
starts
on
to come into this name.
AMD is
It was
coming in
aggressive to
quite
the upside,
nicely.
and I was looking for a reversion.
No, man, I kind of I was thinking about it, but didn't really get involved.
I didn't really like it as much, but it's coming in quite nicely now, much later. It was aggressive to the upside, and I was looking for a reversion, but going a little sideways like that, about a couple of hours. Like it as much, but it's coming in quite nicely now, much later. Coming in at 175, after the bid kind of broke. The bid broke what around 10:40, 10:50, and it's coming in nicely. Don't really have it. Let me know if you have the AMD in towards VWAP. The market was coming in at 175. Now we're finally taking a little bit of a breather here. So are we talking? Are we looking at any sort of false breaks? Don't really have it. Let me know if highs that we broke is what I'm asking. The market was pretty aggressive. Now we're finally taking a little bit of a breather here. So are we talking? Are we looking at any sort of false breaks on some of these highs that we broke? Is what I'm asking. Amazon, as of right now, right away comes this perspective as it attempts to break this high. We just talked about this one. Take a quick look at Amazon. Maybe some strong selling coming in. I'm seeing some red on the tape on this range as of right now. So going to continue watching this one here, but it seems like it's coming as well. We just talked about this one. Aggressive, but again, maybe some strong selling coming in. Very aggressive for the past 30 minutes, Joe. So it makes sense. Side of my eye here, if they are coming in and we are kind of seems like it's coming in across some buyers, sellers, a little bit aggressive. But again, buyers were very aggressive for the past 30 minutes, Joe. So it makes sense if they are coming in and we are kind of changing hands from buyers to sellers. It makes sense for a little bit of a pullback.
Yeah. We got to find that next trade there. Will be potential topping signals in the overall market as well too. Could be a potential pullback, so just keep that in mind. Still a little bit of buying pressure in some of those candles, so just keep that in mind. But ETHA, there will be potential topping signals in the overall market. Okay, yeah. So this makes sense, guys. So this is why we look at this. A little bit of buying pressure. Pug Life and I were literally just talking about this. Where's the highest level of open interest here on Ethereum? Right at that $33. Okay, yeah. So this makes sense. Where does it reject? So this is why we look at this stuff. Pug Life and I were literally just talking about this. 27 does have a little bit more. Where's the highest level of open interest here on Ethereum? Current open contracts on this strike cycle. But other than that, we're just going to go with the same method that we've been doing for some time. I mean, 27 does have a little bit more, but only a couple hundred, 500 more. So for me, it's like, all right, so now we have the concentration at $33 cycle. But other than that, we're just going to go with the same method that we've been doing for some time, right? Did it stay at 33, or did it lift a couple strikes? So for me, it's like, all right, so now we have the concentration at even more bullish on the underlying. I'm going to be looking come next week. Same thing we got going on with NVDA. We'll pull it up. I'm curious to see if that concentration has grown at 185. If it lifts a couple strikes, still at 119. I'm even more bullish on the underlying. Leading into earnings, what is happening? What is going on with that large amount of open interest? I'm curious to see if that concentration has grown at starting to slowly lift, still at 119, but it's the exact same thing, right? Leading into me personally, what is happening? For me to remain bullish on NVDA in the short term, staying short term, or the short term plays, is that I would want to see those 120,000, 150,000. So whatever it builds up into, for me to remain bullish on NVDA in the short term, right? Short term around that short term plays, but I'm also going to be want to see those 120,000, 150,000, whatever it builds up into, leading into earnings support, and I wouldn't be surprised. And with that being said, you can get that magnet effect around that strike price. But I'm also going to be looking for open interest levels. Does it go to 190? And then you go to 195 into that specific price, and then sure enough, and with that being said, you can get that magnet effect that we also talk about experiencing within these open interest levels, selling against that position, because they want those contracts to expire worth price, and then sure enough, you have the hedges that Neil likes to say, pushing price down. So that's what we got going on with those two names. 33 selling against that position, because they want those contracts. It might be a little bit of a wall here for Ethereum, right? Considering relatively 14,500 contracts at that specific strike price. 27 is out of the works. Those are out of the money. I think it might be a little bit of a wall here for Ethereum, right? From the writer's standpoint, relatively 14,500 contracts at that specific strike price. And then sure enough, what I want to see is out of the works. Those are out of the money. 35, 36, and that's just going to tell me that Ethereum has from the writer's standpoint, they're current. But it's unfortunate we didn't take an additional stab right at IPO up.
And then
holds it
sure enough,
beautifully there,
what I want to
Obi,
see is
and
that
then you
lift
get
to
that
34,
second leg
35,
higher,
36,
which is
and that's just
almost,
gonna tell me
it might
that
be even a little bit
Ethereum
larger.
has
So
much
let's
more
do the
room to
math here.
run. But it's
32,
unfortunate we didn't take
25,
an
all the way up.
additional
So about
stab right
75
after
cents.
you
We'll call
holds
it
it
80,
beautifully there,
and then we
Obi.
got from
And then you get that
second leg
all the way
higher,
up to
which is
72. So about
almost
$1.
It
So
might be even a little
less.
bit larger.
But you
So
can
let's
see
do
that
the math here.
sometimes
32,
the second legs,
all the way up.
when
So
you
about
come and you
75
hold the
cents,
volume
we'll
weighted
call it
average
80,
price are
and then we
equally
got
as
from
strong
31,
and have the
85
potential
all the
to
way
be
up to 72.
stronger.
So about $1. So a little bit less.
in that
You can
specific
see
move,
that
but
sometimes
Obi,
the second legs,
All right, guys,
when
trade
you
the
come
pool.
and you
You've
hold the
seen
volume weighted
trade
average
the
price
pool
are
here with us
equally
for a
as
while
strong
now,
and have the potential
Trade
to
the
be
Pool has created
stronger
something special just for you.
in that
A
specific
free
move, but
ebook
Obi.
featuring 4 proven
All right, guys,
swing trading strategies.
You've seen
from Trade the Pool here with us for a while now. Inside, you'll see exactly the Pool has created something special just how they manage risk. A free ebook featuring 4 proven swing trading strategies and grow from what Trade the Pool's top funded traders. Download it now by scanning the QR code exactly how they approach the markets, or hitting the link how they manage risk, and what setups they rely on. Check out so you can learn and grow from what actually works. Download it now by scanning the QR code or on the screen or hitting the link in the description. But the strategy here on AMD was a bit of a reversion to VWAP, and that's coming in pretty nicely as of right now. Didn't really get involved on that one there. Still looking for a potential reversion to VWAP. The strategy here on AMD was a bit of a reversion to VWAP, and that's coming in pretty nicely as of right now. Let me know in the chat what you guys are trading, what are you guys up to? They're still looking for a potential reversion to VWAP. Have you guys played any of the futures? Are you guys holding up pretty well? Anticipation so being patient for that one. But yeah, let me know in the chat what you guys are trading, what are you guys up to this week, and yeah, I'm curious to know how everybody's futures. Are you guys positioning in anticipation? Oh boy, there's 175s coming in on AMD and Apple. This week happening on the 15-minute chart. I'm curious to know how everybody's kind of trading for a bit of a turn. Boy, there's 175s coming yet. On AMD and Apple, par bar low break happening on the 15-minute. Oh boy, man, this one is real charged up on that technical breakout. We're looking at that price compression last week. I was talking about this, and I was like, when and if it gets released, we could get a pretty distinctive move. Oh boy, man, this one is real charged up on that technical breakout. We were looking at that price compression last week. I was talking about all the way to 3, 4, and if it gets released, as of right now, we could get a pretty distinctive move, and we're getting one as of right now on the day today. 335. Oh boy, that was a bit of an interesting stepping up. That all the way to 3 candle, man. Absolutely as of right now, 346.38 is that high of day here on Tesla today, and just slowly just stepping up.
I'm just looking at here how many subs we got on this one. First place, 82 subs. Bitmine, Immersion, looking really good. And we got a couple other crypto plays here as well. Coinbase putting it up there, putting up. I'm just looking at here how many subs we got on this one. The first place, 82 subs. Open, BBA, reporting after the bell. Looking really good. We got a couple other crypto plays here as well. Coinbase, so yeah, just putting it up there, in there, guys. It's on the board. Make sure you do so. In the podium on there. Open, BBAI, reporting after the bell. Advanced money, duplicator, dollar sign. I'm gonna do mine. Just get those votes in there, guys. Really make sure you do so. So how has Bitcoin or Ethereum not made any of the polls yet? So make sure you hit that dollar sign. I'm gonna do mine. You know what? I'm really ashamed to say
how can she slap?
that. How can she slap? How has Bitcoin or Ethereum not made any of the polls yet? Maybe we got to put that on there. That's what I'm going to be doing. It's kind of touches base on all of the kind of crypto space. I mean, we got Coinbase, and then we got BMN Tesla. Yeah, get those votes in, guys. Be sure to do so. It's kind of touches base on all of the
should have been short on AMD. Look how nicely it's coming in, man.
Shoulda, coulda, woulda. Tesla, yeah, get those votes in, guys.
Should have
I mean, could have
been fast.
What do we do?
Yeah, maybe.
Should have been.
Is that an actual?
Yeah. No. Could have been fast. You know what? Are you doing meeting, right?
Yeah.
Should have come into Toronto. Could have been fast.
Could have been. Okay. Yeah.
Soulja Boy's gonna be there. I know what Dara likes.
Is that an actual thing?
No. Could have been fast. You know Drewski, the comedian, right?
Yeah.
Coming to Toronto.
Oh, no way.
Drewski. Okay. Soulja Boy's gonna be there. I know what Dara likes. Soulja
this person
Boy.
who said I'm a fan of
Young
him.
I said Soulja Boy. I said Soulja Boy.
Okay, you were trying to mess with me.
Yeah,
Who was the first person
Drewski. So you know, yeah, there it is.
But this person who said
I still like
I'm a fan
Soulja
of
Boy.
him.
I said Soulja Boy. I said Soulja Boy.
Okay, you were trying to mess with me.
That was a banger. I remember the video. There was like dancing.
So you know, yeah, there it is. But so I still like Soulja Boy. With the oversized t-shirts, like triple XL.
I still got a lot of those. That was a banger. Half my wardrobe is full dancing with like oversized double, triple XL.
With the oversized
I don't know what I'm gonna do. Maybe I still got a lot of my kids. I still half my wardrobe is full with like oversized double, triple XLs. And I'm just like, I don't know what I'm gonna do. Maybe my kids can grow.
With your target on. That's crazy.
I have no idea.
Stream Deck? Yeah, that's
175 coming
Can I
out
on
AMD. Just watching right here.
What's your target on spam chat? We'll do money. Hit the money. Stream Deck? And then we'll hit the boy. So then I'll better get my fix before. Oh boy, AMD pulling back in there. Let's go forward. Breakdown for our spam chat here. That's exactly what we want to see. I'm the first rapper and then we'll hit the Vader TV. Says Stevenson. Yes, let's go. AMD first rapper to there. Yeah, let's go forward. Breakdown for our
yeah, it was the first ever. Yeah, it was the first ever.
I'm the first rapper ever to buy ECHA. Stevenson. Yes, let's go. The first ever to rapper really. So shout out to
Soulja Boy.
Yeah, he was the first ever. Yeah, he was the first struggles, but he kind of rebounded good. First ever to buy ETHA. First ever to buy IBID. First ever to just do it really. So shout out to a tougher run and then Soulja Boy there. He went through a little bit of struggles, but he kind of rebounded good. When he came out with Crank That, for him because
I mean, we'll think about
Adair and I were talking about the
Lil
child
Wayne
stars usually have a little bit
was
of a
pretty
tougher
young
run.
when he first started, but he's still going real strong.
Yeah, I mean, he was like
have you heard
16,
his new
17
album?
when he came out with Crank That, no?
It's pretty.
I mean, I don't know
we'll
what
think about
strong
it.
is.
Lil Wayne
probably
was
100 gallons.
he's still when he first started.
100 gallons
he's
of
still going real strong.
Later.
Have you heard his new album?
You can be going. No, but I mean, I don't know what strong is.
I mean,
probably
look at
100 gallons.
he's still got
100 gallons of promethazine later. I don't know how much strong. Oh yeah, I know Ramin's a big Soulja fan. Oh yeah, he went through some
best rapper alive.
Yeah,
I mean, look at best rapper alive. I guess.
Is he? Oh boy.
All right.
Oh yeah, I know Ramin's a big Soulja fan. Yeah. Oh yeah, he went through some.
Best rapper alive.
Alive. Okay. Best rapper of all time. We don't want to go
best rapper alive.
Eminem. Still?
Eminem.
Okay, fair.
All right.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Come on.
Best rapper alive?
Eminem.
Yeah. Alive. Okay, best rapper of all time. We don't want to go alive. The best storyteller is obviously Biggie Smalls, in my opinion. Best storyteller. Best storyteller.
By far, lyrical finesse. Kanye. Best MC. Kanye was pretty good.
The best storyteller is obviously
No.
Yeah. I mean,
like, come on. No rapper alive. By far, lyrical finesse. They've even said it. Best MC. Go to any rapper,
lyrical finesse,
and be like, would you battle Eminem?
I mean,
like, absolutely, come on. Nobody's gonna step up to alive right now. We saw what happens when they've even said just when go to any rapper, kids try to step up to Eminem. Would you battle MGK?
I'm not a rapper.
Absolutely not. Nobody's going to step up. He doesn't even. We saw what does he do now? He's
rock and roll. He doesn't rap anymore.
That's what happens when you challenge him. He will not only beat you, he will beat you out of the genre. He doesn't even. What does he do now? He's
rock and roll guy. He can't even rap anymore.
That's what happens when you challenge him. He will not only beat you, he will beat you out of the genre.
You got to find a whole other genre. Strong second.
Eminem was at Square One the other.
I'm sorry.
Oh boy, MGK. That's why Ramin went to go watch it. Get back with that one. Get back.
Ludicrous. Strong second. You don't know insane.
You don't know. Oh boy, that's funny. That's almost ludicrous. No, elementary school. Get back with that one. Dance thing because they were like, oh, get into groups and they pick like a song and you're supposed to do like a dance. You don't know. It's funny. I did it for high school. No, elementary school gym like dance thing because they were like, oh, get into group, and we was taking like a song, and we were supposed to do like a dance routine for Jim, and we did it for Get Back. Had some bangers.
Oh, there we go.
I was listening to Chingy.
I wish I did.
You remember Chingy? It was a pretty fun time.
What was that? What was that one guy's name?
Had some bangers.
Oh, there we go.
I was listening to Chingy.
Jaquan.
Yeah. Did he do Tipsy as well?
What was that?
That's
What was that one guy's name? One to the two to the three to the four. Everybody dancing it.
Jaquan. Yeah. Because didn't he do Tipsy as well?
Yeah, that's the song I was trying to sing.
Well, someone did tell me to get long Bitcoin, but I did not listen. I always say this story, but me and my buddy, we actually talked seriously about mining Bitcoin at home. Someone did tell me to get long Bitcoin, but I did not listen. So we were talking about this. I remember this story. Me and my buddy, and I was like, I only had like a few $100 in the bank, Bitcoin, and he was working as well, so he had a little bit more than me, and he was like, my dad's not letting me talking about this. I remember in high school, and I was like, because I only had like a few $100 in the bank. We had this long conversation. He was working as well, so he had a little bit more than me, and he was like, my dad's not letting me transfer into crypto because he thinks he doesn't believe in it, and we had this long conversation.
There is zero chance.
Yeah, no, it's fair to say that neither of us have Bitcoin from $6.
1,000 Bitcoin.
If I did,
what if you're still sitting here trading?
I probably would still be here trading. I would still want to trade. I still want to play the game.
There is zero chance.
Listen, if you had all the money in the world, you could do whatever you wanted.
1,000 Bitcoin.
Do you still want to trade?
You're still sitting here trading?
It's why, the question is, why do you want to play the game? Yeah, that was a byproduct. Making money is nice. Listen, if you had all the money in the world and you could do whatever you wanted, why do you actually trade? That's the question. Do you still want to trade? Of course, because I don't. Everyone has the question is why do you trade? Sure, but yeah, that was a byproduct. I like to play the game. Making money is nice. This, that, and the other. Test my metal.
Why do you actually trade? That's the question.
What I think is one of the hardest arenas.
Everyone has their own motivations. I get a little bit of pleasure from that.
I like to play the game. I like to kind of test my metal gambling, saying people. Yeah, I think is one of the hardest arenas in the world.
Shout out to
I get a little bit of pleasure from that.
But yeah, you got a good trade going on.
Yeah, I like playing the game.
Definitely, it's a fierce.
DJ's gambling, saying people. Yeah, 138. If you want to call it,
looking for the break of VWAP.
Shout out to Spartacus.
Let's see what happens when VWAP comes in. We are pretty much on top of VWAP as of right now, but this consolidation is what I'm watching. It's working. Consolidation low I have specifically on my chart.
Are you looking for the break of VWAP there?
137.75. Let's see what happens when VWAP comes in. We are pretty much on top of VWAP as of right now, but this consolidation is what I'm watching. I guess consolidation low I have specifically on my chart. Violate that price. That price is coming in to VWAP as well, so we're currently signifying that the average participant long not too far away from there. And I guess if the bid is kind of dissipated and the market's taking a bit of a violate that price is coming in to ES as well, so kind of signifying that the average participant long here as well, is sitting at these prices as well. And if the bid is kind of dissipated and the market's taking a bit of a pullback levels, and maybe take out some longs that are risking well off of that consolidation. That's what I'm looking for. 64.30s size well showing up. I'm looking for a bit of a push through that level. Let's see if we can crack some of those levels and maybe take out some longs that are risking that consolidation loss. That's what I'm looking for. Some size showing up. There's some liquidity for that 138, about 300 lots. Let's put on the filter there so you guys can see. Someone's definitely providing some of that bid on the NASDAQ 97 lots at that 138. I'm just waiting. I'm watching some liquidity for you. Let's see if the market takes it out. And this is also pretty much testing that consolidation. I say that if we break on the NASDAQ this consolidation or this bid, I want to see it go right. I'm just waiting. I'm watching. This is VWAP here. Maybe crack a little bit lower, and this maybe chop around VWAP. Maybe consolidate there. I say that if we break this consolidation or this bid, I want to see it go right away or off the bat, and then maybe crack a little bit lower, and maybe chop around VWAP, maybe consolidate there for another leg down. If VWAP's going to hold pretty nicely, we don't know. I don't know if that's going to come in right away or off the bat. That's kind of but that's what I'm looking for. No idea what it's maybe potential add as well. No probability. Structure holding lower, but if VWAP's going to hold pretty nicely, then I'm pretty much
favorite there, my friend.
Thank you very much. That's kind of the.
What was
the
I
look
just
there.
about to say?
No idea what it's gonna do.
Right on.
All probability.
Matthew McConaughey. CoreWeave looking pretty good. The odds, the downside, bouncing up VWAP right now, but I do believe we have the ability to breach that and head south. What was I just about to say? Robinhood doing pretty good. Right on. I mean, still hovering around 116. CoreWeave. Neil mentioned that we did touch that bouncing up VWAP right there, and then look at this. We have the ability to breach that and head south. Ethereum. Robinhood just putting in another consolidated phase right here, and still hovering around 116.42. Neil mentioned that again, anything can happen. It could right there, and then look at this name go strong right now. A lot of people saying it's undervalued, and I'm putting in another consolidated phase right here, and I would not be surprised 3305. If we do break 3305, I will be keeping an eye out just in case you get more VPA signals to flush it and saying it's undervalued. And you did get this one right here, and I thought it was going to be substantially stronger. If we do break 3305, I will be keeping an eye out just in case you run into the volume signals price. It's like no, AC Slater. You did get this one. We're going to continue right to move here, and I thought it was going to be substantially stronger. You want to get in on the lower end of the range where the print was, but as soon as you run into the volume average price, it's like here in TV in case AC Slater, and then you obviously want to give it a little bit of a stop. My issue is that keep an eye out on this one. You want to get in on the lower end of the range. You want to head maybe into the range, so that might be a little bit too much post up here and see if you can catch those fills, and then you obviously want to give it a little bit of a stop. My issue is that VWAP because I think it's just a total really wrong, but you want to head maybe into the range. As long as it's on the lower time frame, that volume stays relatively cool. I think we'll be all right. You can see kind of pick up as we're appreciating, and then as we have these pullbacks, it's really starting to cool off right into K. So that's something positive that we like. That volume stays relatively cool. I did just say you can see kind of pick up as we're appreciating, and then as we have these pullbacks, it's really starting to cool off right into K. So that's something positive that we like. So I did just say, even though I never watched the damn show he was on, it's just a little inside joke between me and my friends because we would always say see you later, and that just is it the Breakfast Club into.
Oh my God! Why are you even making this joke if you don't know the reference?
Even though I never watched the damn whatever show he was on, hey, I don't need to know the reference. I can make whatever joke I please. Is it the Breakfast Club? I can make any joke, but I have no idea what it's from.
It's Saved by the Bell.
So there it is. Saved by the Bell. Hey, I need to know the bell. I can make whatever joke I please. I don't know. I never watched either one of them. I can make any joke, but I have no idea what it's from. So there it is. Yeah, there you go. It's Saved by the Bell. Starting to pull back. The Breakfast Club right at that entry level. I never watched either one of them. So not too bad. Not too bad. Not my cup of tea.
I'm still watching this AMD, man. AMD finally catching a bit of a sell. That 175
Bitcoin right at that entry level when we were at earlier.
So not too bad. Not too bad. I gotta put my size. On this one still watching this AMD,
yeah,
120 finally catching a bit of a sell. That 175 coming in as of right now. No real size, and that's coming in quite nicely. 140. So let's see if that can crack and hold a little bit lower. This is what I was potentially looking for. 120 lots, 150 lots sitting at that 175 down lower because it is that's coming in. It is a little overextended on the day. 170 to 178 and hold a little bit lower. That's what I was potentially looking for. Maybe that consolidation. It is starting to calm down. It did revert potential continuation back right back into VWAP because it is a little overextended on the day. 170 to 178. Here comes the Nasdaq as well. Oh boy, there's that flush. So something's coming in. That ES, someone's slapping that bid on the ES right there as we come in pretty well here. Here comes the Nasdaq as well. Oh boy, there's that flush. So something's coming in. That ES, someone's slapping that bid on the ES right there as we come in to, is this the candle close here? About 3.5 minutes or roughly 3.5 minutes might be finally turning this 15-minute candle to close, and that was Joe. Aggressive sell if that can potentially give us a bit of a reversion here. Day high currently sitting at 346.64. Currently trading at 344, about 2 points away from its highs. So let's see if that can potentially give us a bit of a reversion here. Day high currently coming in at 341.46, bit of ways away. Currently trading at 340, maybe about 2 points, couple points to the upside, but is that 3 points to the downside as of right now. Don't know how you want to calculate your VWAP's coming in at 341. Market's taking a little bit of ways away from VWAP, maybe about a couple points to the upside, but 3 points to the downside. Going to continue watching this one. Let's see if it cracks calculate your R on that one. Bit of a multi-day trend on this one that's been holding pretty well. So if the bid does come in on VWAP, I do want to respect that. Going to continue watching this one. Let's see if it cracks. But if we are going to catch a little bit of a multi-day trend on this one that's been holding pretty well for the past 4 or 5 days. So if the bid does come in on VWAP, I do want to respect that and respect that piece of information. continuation. But if we are going to catch a little bit of a breather, because we have been absolutely crazy aggressively for the past 4 or 5 days, that's a 10-point move. Core weave, I do want to looking for a bit of a participating for a little bit of a 175 broke on AMD, but still we're chopping around there. 130 to 141. Chill out here for a little bit longer. Let's see some solid structure hold lower, or a potential 175 broke on AMD, but still we're chopping around there. But I'm going to let this back down chill out here for a little bit longer. Let's see some solid structure hold lower, or a potential push together. And does it have the filter on of a later trade, but continuation back down below view it does show up here. There's some there's pull up the tape frames there here as well, so we can on 175 on the ask, and does it have the filter on lock there? So yeah, getting taken out right away. Any sort of size. So interesting stuff happening here. AMD 175 could be something interesting. Dudes there. On 175 on the ask, holding with 100 lot there. So yeah, getting taken out right away. So interesting stuff happening here. AMD 175s could be something interesting.
Yeah, boom, didn't work out. We get stopped out right here, and then now, sure enough, it just curls right back in. I don't love it enough to get involved again just yet. You can see that we do have a definitive uptrend, so we are forming those didn't work out. We get stopped out right here, and then now, sure enough, it just curls right back in. I don't love it enough to get involved again. If that downtrend does snap, then maybe we do have a definitive volume is slowly starting to pick up. Ethereum selling aggressively here, market heading right back in. So whatever pop that was, keep an eye out on that. If that downtrend does snap, then maybe we'll get involved in that. Volume is slowly starting to pick up. Ethereum selling aggressively here, market heading right back in. So whatever pop that was. Who sings that one?
That's what the price action is doing right now. You gotta listen to
that means age there. That's our age there.
That's what the price action is doing right now. That was like early. Do you remember who it is? Huey.
Huey.
Whatever price action is this guy.
That's no idea. That's our age there.
Pop, lock, and drop it refers to a popular. That was like early. That was early. Huey. Whatever happened to this guy? I have no idea.
He had a couple bands.
A combination of popping, locking, pop, lock, and drop it refers to a popular hip-hop dance move, also the name of the song.
In case you didn't know on that one, but Google, very popular dance move, that's for sure. Selling off pretty aggressively, market selling up pretty aggressive here, guys, so maybe it's time to get short the overall market. Yeah, I mean, let's go, come on, Corey, break down for us as well. And Ethereum, you can see that we gap down, aggressively, market selling up pretty now we're heading back, guys, so maybe it's time to get short the overall market. Yeah, I mean, let's go, come on, Corey, break down for us as well. But again, you want to be cautious of the pullback. Fill that gap, and then now we're heading back. You'd probably want to give it above this range here, and then look for the continuation to the downside. And then sure enough, maybe get involved right on a rebound. But again, you want to be cautious of the pullback here compared to that might stop here. Considering that you'd probably want to give it above this range here, and then look for the continuation to the downside. So I'll be patient just in case the market does want to rebound. But Bitcoin relatively weak here compared to its peer Ethereum. There, Obi.
That's sure. I'm just gonna. Oh, here we go. This is what I'm looking for. Make this a little bit bigger. Okay, there we go. This is. Come on, you want me to download? This is the meme that I like to use whenever we get some strong selling.
That's all right.
What movie is this from? I'm gonna see if I can.
That I have no idea, brother. That's gonna be definitely a financial.
This is the meme that I like to use. This is a classic. We get some strong selling. What movie is this from?
The Big Short, is it?
Nope, not The Big Short.
The other one there.
People in the chat are already coming in with right answers.
Margin call.
That's the one. It's beautiful movie.
It's not.
And at the end they have a bunch of inventory, and
the other one there.
They have to deal with it. People in the chat are already coming in with how they deal with it.
Margin call.
There, that's the one. Beautiful movie. And he's at the end they have a bunch of inventory, and they have to deal with it.
My loss is your gain.
And how they deal with it is
that one. Just continuously calling. Is that the one? Trying to grab shares. Okay, I'm trying to think of something.
I don't.
He's like, that's the short. That's the Big Short, right, Adara? My loss is your gain.
Based on what you just did, I can't really tell what was supposed to be happening there, but I know it does not happen in margin call because despite the name, they actually don't make that many calls.
That's the short. That's the Big Short, right, Adara? What is so the guy from Suits, the smart kid from Suits? What movie is he in? Is he in the margin call or the Big Short?
I don't remember him being in either. There are a lot of phone calls in the Big for a fact he
What
is
is
not in the margin call.
so
at least
the
as far
guy
as I
from
can remember. I could be
Suits,
wrong,
the smart
but I
kid
don't
from
remember him
Suits,
being in either.
what
it's
movie
fine,
is he in?
so,
Is he
yeah.
in The Margin Call or the Big Short?
I don't remember him being in
name?
either. But I know for a
Patrick J.
fact he is
Adams?
not in the
Okay.
margin call,
I
at
just
least
know
as
him
far as
as,
I can remember. I
as
could be
the-
wrong,
as,
but I don't remember him being in
Now I'm
either.
forgetting too.
Oh,
It's been
it's
so
fine,
long
it's
since I've watched Suits.
What's the guy's
Mike.
name? Is his name Mike in Suits?
Patrick J.
I think
Adams.
so.
Okay.
I think so, yeah.
I just know him as
Suits
now
had
see, now
a
I'm
great
forgetting too. It's
start
been so
off,
long
and
since
then I kind of
I've
just
watched,
fell off
I've watched
pretty,
Suits.
pretty hard. Mike, isn't his name Mike in Suits? I think so. Did you see if he's in there?
No.
Or yeah.
Man,
Yeah, I don't think
Suits had a great start
Yeah,
off,
chance of
and
me
then
knowing
I
that.
kind of
Maybe
just
thinking-
fell
maybe
off pretty
thinking
hard.
relatively slim. That's all right, though.
Market taking a little bit
Did
of
you see if he's
shake and bake
in
here,
there?
that
No.
aggressive
Man,
sell.
I don't think
Coming
the
back
chances
in
of
and
either
catching a
of
bit
those
a little
Yeah,
bit
chance
there,
of me
but
knowing
we
that.
basically
Might be
grabbed
thinking
or
of,
wicked
relatively
off
slim.
of 23,800.
Market taking a little bit of a shake and bake here.
That
So
aggressive
gonna
sell.
continue watching
Pulling
that.
back in and
CoreWeave's
catching a
still
bit a
holding
little
this
bit
view
there,
up,
but
so
we
yeah, it might not
basically
be here for
grabbed
very
or
long.
wicked
If it's going to
off
continue
of
doing
23,800.
same.
But again, I'm
going to let it consolidate, let it do its thing.
Let's
Let's
see
see
that 138 is
CoreWeave's
still
holding
defending
this view up, so
yeah, it might not be
well.
here for
Every
very
kind
long.
of push
If
into that
it's gonna
138,
continue doing
it's
more
bought
of the
right
same.
back up. So I'm
But
kind of
again,
keeping
we'll
eyes
let it
on that
consolidate,
and
let it
watching
do
that
its
pretty
thing. We'll see.
closely.
That 138
As that consolidates
is still
and,
defending
does the thing there.
pretty well. Every kind
I'm
of
curious to
push
know
into
whether
that
that we
138
break
gets
this
bought
bid
right
that we've
back
been
up.
seeing
So I'm
on
kinda
the market.
keeping
The
eyes
selling
on
is
that
coming in pretty
and watching
nicely.
that
That's
pretty
what I'm looking
closely.
for. I'm looking for
As that
maybe,
consolidates
more
and,
selling
does the
potentially
thing
to come
there.
in here. But
I'm
Apple
curious to
relatively
know whether or
strong.
not we
No
break
real pullback on
this bid
Tesla.
that
We
we've
did
been
have that
seeing on the
first
market. The selling
red
is coming in pretty nicely. That's what I'm looking
15-minute
for.
candle.
Looking for maybe
Here after
more
a bunch
selling
of greens
potentially to
this is
come in
what I'm
here. But
talking
Apple
about right here. So
relatively
this is a
strong.
nice little
No
break
real
of that trend. We
pullback
defined
on
this
this
trend.
trend.
We
We
did
did
have
have
that
that
first
breaking
red
15-minute chart
was
was
15-minute
absolutely
candle.
strong.
You
Here
can see
after
back-to-back
greens.
greens.
This is what I'm
1,
talking
2,
about
3, 4,
right here.
5,
So
6,
this is a
7,
nice little
8,
break of that
9,
trend. We
10,
defined
11,
this trend,
12
and that trend is now
candles
breaking.
green.
15-minute chart
green
was
red candle.
Oh, that's who I was
strong.
thinking
You can see
of.
back-to-back
What do you think?
The guy
greens.
from
1,
You
2, 3, 4,
is in
5,
margin
6,
call.
7,
That's
8,
who.
9,
Yeah,
10,
that's who
11,
I was
12.
thinking of. Yeah, and
Candles
then it was
green,
this guy,
and
the
then
guy
the
who
first
played
green,
Vision.
red candle.
That's who I was naming. Yeah, Paul.
What do you think?
The guy from
Immersion,
You,
I think his name
is in margin call.
in the
That's
show, or
yeah,
either
that's
one,
who I
Paul
was thinking of. Yeah,
bet to
and
me.
then it
He's the
was
one who's
this
always-
guy, the
he's
guy
on the
who
phone,
played
he's like, yeah,
Vision.
my loss is your gain.
What's his name again?
Yeah, he's calling, trying to get people to grab some
Will
shares up and
Immersion, I
stuff.
think
So-
his name is.
But other than that, let's see what
in
we
the
got
show,
going on, guys.
either
Back to
one,
the
Paul,
market. Short
Bethany.
Bitcoin
He's the
once
one who's
again.
always-
Not the
he's on the
best
phone, he's like,
entry
yeah,
price,
my loss
but you
is
can
your
see that
gain.
we slowly
Oh,
growing
yeah,
over
he's
here.
calling,
So
trying to get people
small
to grab some
size.
shares
Let's see
up
if we
and
can get
stuff.
back on
But
what
other
we
than that,
lost
let's
on
see
it
what we
here
got
earlier
going
in the
on,
day.
guys. Back to the market.
If not, then we won't complain.
Short Bitcoin once again.
Didn't
not
have
the
enough
best
shares here
entry
on
price,
HDHA,
but you can see that we slowly curling over here. So small size. Let's see if we can get back on what we lost on it here earlier in the day. If not, then we won't complain that we know. I didn't have enough shares here on HDHA, but that's okay. See if we can get our other attempts on Bitcoin to work. If it doesn't, then I'm just going to stop trying to short it and just stick to names that have been working for me, and that's going to be heavy considering that we know. So there's a lot of strong. Let's see if that works out. Patience. See if we can get our other. I'm going to wait for a curl over. Maybe we do get a retest of this support level here and stick to names that have been working for me. And even I think in the best case scenario would be around this. Let's see if that works out. Patience. I'm going to wait for a curl over. Maybe we do get a retest of this support level absorbed in order for resistance. And even I think in the best specific zones and then head towards 68 lows. That's kind of the game plan here. We're holding this base relatively well. Was this enough 67, 80, and we're trading at around 68, break through those specific zones and then head towards some pre-market lows. That's kind of the game plan here. This would be one of the primary targets. Heading that's going to be 67, 80, and we're trading at around 68 right here in Robinhood. So maybe this will be the move where you break through that pre-market zone, but you can see the consolidation that it's been in, and it's just essentially buy the lows, sell the tops. So another right now in Robinhood, but some nice strong engulfing prints. Maybe this will be the move where you break through that pre-market zone, but you can see the up a little bit. We want to see it increase and more. Essentially, buy the lows, in order for us to kind of confirm that breakout and say, hey, in Robinhood, but some nice strong engulfing prints. And at the end of the day, and you're going for that 117. Is the volume starting to pick up a little bit? We want to see it increase some more. In order for us to kind of confirme that breakout and say, hey, 300% can be sustained. And then at the end of the day, boom, look at that, 117.43.
over 35,000
on Robinhood,
EVs in Q2
all the
of
way from those
2025,
lows.
marking a
300%.
172% jump
from last year. That brings their first half total to more than 72,000 EVs, 35,000 EVs, over 220% year over year. With stronger sales usually in the second half, they're on pace to easily double their first half total to more than 72,000 EVs. They're also up over 220% year over year. With nearly 70,000 sales usually in the second half, they're on pace to easily double 2024 from a year ago. And with gas-powered two-wheelers being passed out in Hanoi and Ho Chi Minh City with nearly 70,000 e-scooters and bikes sold in Q2, you can find them on the NASDAQ under the ticker from a year ago. And with gas-powered two-wheelers being passed out in Hanoi and Ho Chi Minh City by 2026, the growth potential looks huge. We got a strong bid them for 30-40 minutes under the ticker almost 30 minutes there on these two candles. You can see from when was this market? I guess consolidating. We got a strong bid for 30-40 minutes. All of that action, almost over 70% of that action on these two candles. You can see from on this prior 15-minute candle coming in at 12:30. So yeah. Let's see if sellers are on board finally. That 175 still holding 70% of that action. Apple seems like it might be pulling back in on this range highs. We attempt to push. We can't really get past them. Let's see if sellers are on board finally. That 175 still holding here on AMD. Tesla seems like it might be for a potential second red candle of the day. We attempt to push. We can't really get past them. We're pulling back in and taking a little sell-off breather here. Let me show you guys what I'm looking at. Apple, Tesla as well, on the day. Coming in for a potential second red candle of the day. Opening range first was at 228, red candle being printed on that last attempt to push that aggressive sell-off. This is what I'm talking about with Apple, and then pulling right back in. Choppy on the day. We attempt to push this opening range high, 15-minute opening range was at 228, and some change. Chips are attempt to push. Only get to 2.9. We just talked about that coming in pretty nicely right back in. VWAP's coming in at 227. Consolidating in and around. Let's see if we're poised for a little bit of hold on to this one. What else am I looking at? Let's see what the chips are doing in and around here. But the reversion from 177 coming in pretty nicely as well. Came in quite nicely in and around. Intel still going to hold on to this one. That was a bit of a push there. That was an aggressive this one and see what it does. Once this is a 15-minute chart, from and we're kind of reverting to all the way back down on Intel. Let's see if we can crack some of these consolidation lows. If sellers that was a bit of a push there. That was an aggressive pop into 20. That's where that's this is a 15-minute chart. TSM nothing too crazy. Micron was back down on a lot of people's watch list this morning. Consolidation lows had a bit of an earnings I guess guidance increase there, and that came in pretty aggressively with the selling pressure right off the open, giving us a nice watch list this morning. Again, it was distinctly different from the rest of the chips. I guess none of the other guidance really got this kind of a bid, and that came in pretty aggressively with the selling pressure right off the open, giving us a nice little reversion there. Again, it was distinctly different from the rest of the chips, as none of the other chips really got this kind of a bid that we had off the open. Definitely a little bit that we're getting as of right now. It's kind of doing reverted a decent chunk of that. What you guys are trading. I'm not really watching anything too else. Seems like QQs people are talking about. Yeah, got the bid that we had off the open. Palantir, oh boy. Okay, so that one was definitely on my watch list, and I took it off. I'm not really watching. Didn't really do what I was looking for. I was actually people are talking about. Yeah, continuation of this flat top consolidation that we had prior. So that one that did not was definitely on my watch list, and I took it off within that. Didn't really do what I was looking for. I was actually looking for a bit of a push continuation of this flat top consolidation that we had prior day. That did not come in off of the open. We're still as of right now. That's what I was looking at as of right now. Just chopping up sideways. No real. I guess it is continuing, but no real push. Circle as well. Circle did chopping on top of its core VWAP as of right now. That's what I was looking at now. It's still kind of chopping. No real. I guess it is continuing, but no real push. Seems like that's been a bit of a held bid there on the day. I was observing it earlier as well, and it's coming back in once again. Now it's still kind of chopping VWAP on top of its VWAP. This 138 bid maybe potentially stepped down with the market on the day. I was observing it earlier as well, and it's coming back in once again. Now confluence with. Let me know what you guys are watching, but looking for that buyer to maybe potentially step down with the market, with some market tailwind coming in as well.
So yeah, we're just still short here
on watch. Let me know what you guys are watching. I'm more than willing to take a quick look at some of that
everything
as well.
and keep everything in line here. exactly. So yeah, we're just still short here. Taking a little screener there, so you can go back and see what we got cooking up. With that later, and just kind of review and see how we can get just a little bit better, We'll put that one up there. That's kind of what we strive for. It is, no, it's not kind of, it is exactly what we strive for, to be honest with you. So with that later, and just kind of review and see how we can get just a little bit better. See if we can get that breakdown. Pug life, yes. What we strive for. Thank you for taking me in the chat. This is what I wanted to go over here. So essentially what we're talking about, we have a concentration of OI on AMD, just around that breakdown. Pug life, yes, through the 70s. Thank you for taking me in the chat. And sure enough, at an extreme high, 179. So essentially what we're talking about, we have a concentration of OI on AMD, right? So you get around that 180 strike, you're going to correlate that with the call walls up into 180. You're going to be able to establish. And then sure enough, at an extreme high, 179, you essentially run into there. It's obviously, it seems like, and this is what we look for, right? So you get those indecision prints, you're going to correlate that with your call walls, bang, and sure enough, you're going to be able to establish. Thank you for pointing that one out. And it's just quick thinking, right? Chain up, it's obviously, it seems like it takes a while to do so, but no, once you get more comfortable with it, you're like, oh, I see this, I see this, bang, right there, and you got 21,000 at 75. Thank you for pointing that one out. You see some substantial size there. If we want to look at put walls, I think 160 concentration is going to be our largest size here. So you got 19,000 current open contracts. Okay, no, never mind. So that would be max pain to the downside. 130 there. Yeah, that'd be pretty painful. Maybe 110 even. Sorry, I'm just continuously eating my words as I scroll down here. 110 would be contracts. Max pain. Okay, no, never mind. So that would be max pain to the downside. Let's take a look at the MP. Yeah, that'd be pretty painful. Maybe 110 even. Sorry, I'm just continuously eating my words as I scroll down here. 110 would be ultimate max pain for AMD to the downside. Let's take a look at the MP to the top side. Where's the highest concentration? All right, so just keep that in mind. The highest amount, and surprisingly so, it's kind of where we're at the money. So 185. Look at the top performing sectors here on the session. Considering we just had that massive pump up in the NAS and the SPY, but we did give back the majority of that move. So now let's take a look at the top performing sectors here on the session. Considering we just had that massive pump up in the NAS and the SPY, but we did give back the majority of that move. We'll go over earnings and expected moves here momentarily. But what was I just about to do? Shout out to them. That's keep this down here. This one you've been using it too? Yeah, we'll go over earnings and expected Wiener got it. Yeah, terribly. But what was I just? Oh yeah, he likes it. So he runs a couple scans. Yeah, so you got a couple things here on it as well, so you can just customize your own. This one you've been using it too? Wow. Okay, that's what they're doing here now. Wiener got it. Yeah, sure. Wiener it last year. All right. Anyways, I didn't like it. So he runs a couple scans. Yeah, so you got a couple things here on it as well, so you can just customize your own. Anyways, never mind. We're not getting into all of that here now. So yeah, let's take a look at the top performing sectors here on the session. Consumer discretionary at the top of its class, up about 0.5%. Consumer communication services, sorry, we're not getting into all of that. And then healthcare holding on. Let's take a look at the top performing sectors here on the session. Consumer discretionary at the top of its class, holding on to green there. And then in the last three, we got the industrials down about 4 tenths, energy down 6 tenths, and then materials. Technology is in that place, but just holding on to green there. Let's see what we've been doing over the week. In the last three, we got the industrials that did close green last week, up 3%, the SPY down 1.8%, and then the IWM small cap. Let's see what we've been doing over the week. So so the Nasdaq did close green last week. As for the past month, 1.8%, and then the IWM small caps 1.6%. The Dow in the past month have been negative, so holding up just keep that in mind there. As for the past month, roughly still the same thing. You're looking at the same return there, roughly in the Nasdaq, SPY, IWM, and the Dow in the past month. And now let's take a look at some of the volume leaders on the day, because I'm looking for where the next trade is. I'm not really seeing too much. And right off the bat, Intel is the one that's done the most volume today. Now let's take a look at some of the volume leaders on the day, because I'm looking for where the next trade is on the day. I'm not really seeing too much from what we normally do. Right off the bat, over 2 times the relative volume, especially after this strong push that we had in the middle of the day there on Intel on the day, distinctly different from what we normally do. This thing's doing over 2 times the relative volume, especially after this volume being done on this push that we had in the middle of the day there on Intel, and then nice little reversion back down into the mean.
speed move there, and also doing a lot of volume. So yeah, lots of volume being done on this one. Let me know, were you guys involved in Intel at all? This is what, earnings day 2? Yes, it is, and quite an extensive this was the move I was looking for on day 1. On day 1, so liquidity. But day 1 comes in with just a consolidation. So guess what? You get that leg consolidation coming in on day 2 earnings. And look at the breakout. This was the move I was looking for on day 1. What was that? That high was $14. Day 1 comes in with just a consolidation. So guess what? You get that leg consolidation coming in on day 2 earnings. Look at the breakout of prior day's range. Through the break of that, what was that? That high was at $13.65, coming in off of the open bids $14.25, 50s, and a second leg that gives you a high day of 16. Through the break of that opening, what a beautiful move. $13.65, straight howling to the upside, all the way to 15 there. 50s, and a second leg that gives you a high day of 16.02. So oh boy, what a beautiful move on SoundHound. But on the day today, nothing too crazy. Normally it does about 154 million shares by the end of the day. Lucid, we know this one right now we're coming in at 81. So yeah, maybe we volume leader list more often than not. The average on the day today, nothing too crazy. Normally it does about 154 million shares by the end of the day. As of right now, we're talking about this one a little bit earlier. Hopefully you didn't bet too strong on the long as we've reverted all the way back down into that crazy bit of a trend area here. That's coming in at 23.5. We were talking about this one a little bit earlier. Hopefully you didn't bet too strong on the long as we've reverted all the way back down into that opening range low area here. That's coming in at 23.5. I know a lot of people who are involved in this one here, and Open Door's been getting that relative volume and some strength over the past few weeks. Post earnings, we did attempt to sell off. We got Open Door. I know a lot of people who are involved in this one here, and Open Door is reverting some of that, getting that day 1 action volume and earnings day 1 high coming in at $2.24. Post earnings, we did attempt to sell off. We got to a low of $1, so pretty much within now catching a little bit of opening, reverting some of that earnings day 1 action. Earnings day 1 high coming in at $2.24. We're currently trading at $2.21. We talk about this bid, man. This bid is absolutely crazy and aggressive. We're still holding 341 opening range high as well on Tesla right now. So yeah, a lot of names here. Big Bear AI also trending to the upside. This bid, man, this bid is absolutely crazy and aggressive. We're still holding decent volume on the day. Is excessive low on Tesla right now. So I think a lot of names here. Big Bear AI also trending to the upside. A lot of names. Big Bear AI that are Big Bear AI, I guess, doing some decent volume on the day. Excessive volume.
I'm not going to steal it. I'm not going to.
I think that was Sean with the money bear. Which one? Big Bear AI, yeah, there you go.
The biggest
Bear AI, doing some nice stuff.
The biggest of the biggest. Okay, so speaking of, as Sean likes to say, I'm not going to steal it. What are we looking at for earnings here on BBAI? Well, or can I? Is that okay? The biggest of the biggest.
Options AI, what is that?
The biggest of the biggest. All right, let's see what we got going on.
Yeah. Aha. Okay.
What are we looking at for earnings here on BBAI? Right about the world of AI. So, guys, we're looking at about 18.8% expected move here on BBAI with a 232% at the money IV. Right about the world. We're right into earnings. So, guys, we're looking at about 18.8% the increase in premiums. We talked about this with a 232% at the money. You go through earnings, so just be we're right into earnings. We're right into earnings. You don't want to be buying contracts leading into the expect that the increase in premiums. We talked about this throughout the obviously the duration. The period of that also reporting after you go through earnings, guys. So we got a 12% expected move. 100's going on. You don't want to be buying contracts leading into the ask this ASTS, ASTS. I think isn't it? No, also reporting after the bell. So 13.4% expected move. 167.8% at the money IV. So not too bad there. And then we'll do one more because there isn't too much going on. No, plug powered. So 13.4% expected move. 167.8% at the money IV. So not too bad there. And then we'll do one more because there isn't too much going on from expected move. 11%, no, 138% at the money IV. All right, so keep an eye on those. I'm still short IBIT. Might get involved in some Ethereum here. Let's see what we got going on. Going to be patient on this one. So there you go, guys. 138% at the money. We can go through some. We want to say the other ones. Keep an eye on those. I'm still short IBIT. Might get involved in some Ethereum here. I'm going to be patient on this one. So there you go, guys. That's your expected move. You were just there. We can go through some. We want to say the other ones throughout the week. Mind you, I'm not here on Friday. Is that your first first time
Monday.
there, or
I will be.
I have family that lives
Yeah,
there.
yeah, you remember.
So yeah, I'm going over to Chicago.
It's a good city.
there.
You, like
You were
it?
just there.
It kind of, you were just there. How was it? A little bit there.
Yeah, the weather was good.
Is that your first time there?
Big city.
I've been there before. How was it? It's a good
family
city. Yeah, you're from Chicago.
Nice. Yeah, so
it's a good city. You
I don't
like
know
it?
where I'll be
kinda,
staying,
like
and
Toronto
all
a little
my
bit
friends kind
there
of
in
just
some
take care of it.
aspects.
Yeah, in some
So
aspects.
yeah, I
yeah,
just
big
give. I'm the
city,
type
I
to just
think,
like, hey, just send me the receipt after.
Yeah,
You're from Chicago. Nice. Yeah, so I just show up. I don't know where I'll be staying, and all my friends kind of just take care of it. I'm there, so yeah, we're gonna be doing some boat cruises in there. Just send me the receipt after.
Down the river.
Yeah, we got a couple of those.
I just show up. I just need an address and a receipt in there. The field there, I think it's Soldier Field. So yeah, we're gonna be doing some boat cruises in there. I'm good. Right there we go, Soldier Field, and then also the ballpark. We're gonna be going to the field there. I think it's Soldier Field. I don't want to get that one wrong. Here we go. I don't know which one.
Wrigley.
Right there we go. Soldier Field, and then also the ballpark. We're going to as well too. Wrigley. Yeah, we'll be at Wrigley. We'll be at Wrigley too. So.
Oh wow.
Joe, you are so lucky you got that one. And I have looked at nothing against the Chicago White Sox, but like, what's the park? There's literally like only a few ballparks. Joe, you are so lucky you got that one. And I have looked at nothing against the Chicago White Sox, but like, what's the park? There's literally like only a few ballparks. I've never seen the White Sox play. Like, baseball's not what it used to be. But if you go to Chicago, there's only a few ballparks that you better know. If you go to a game, obviously, all I will say is this: I was there years ago for a bachelor party. I've never even and I got outvoted as to what we should do after a Cubs win. We went to go to Chicago because I was on Dude's itinerary. If you go to he had an itinerary. His best man. I was there years ago for a bachelor party. But if you get a chance to party, and I got outvoted as to what we should do after a Cubs weekend. We went to go get deep dish because I was on Dude's itinerary. He had an itinerary. It's great. I don't know if it's still like that, but how he rolled, man. Like, but if you get a chance to party on the street, great time. It's better after the Cubs win on a weekend. Chicago is out of control.
Yeah, I got all my tickets. We're set up
I don't know if it's still like that.
Yeah, we're locked in.
Everyone just you can't go wrong. Great time. It's better if they win apparently, but
I can't wait for that deep dish.
I've been wanting. Yeah, I got all my tickets. We're set up there.
That we got around here. Yeah, we're locked and loaded.
Get some deep dish.
There's
You can't go wrong.
Great
city. All right, get back to it.
I can't wait for that deep dish. I've been wanting it for so long. You're gonna be the best deep dish that we got around here.
Yeah, send them to me.
It's not that good.
No, there's some deep dish places.
And you guys, for whoever's in Chicago, give me some downtown. We're staying downtown. I forget what district or whatever you guys call it down there. But yeah, let me know. And you guys, for whoever's in the pizza in Chicago, give me some downtown. We're staying downtown. I forget what district or whatever you guys call it down there. But yeah, let me know.
And the age-old question:
dishes because I am.
Do you take pineapples on your pizza?
No, I don't. I'm a pizza guy. That is for sure. I'm good with a good margarita pie as well
deep dish pizza. What's your favorite kind?
I think those come in fire.
And the age-old question:
for me, it's just Batty Alley's is
pizza?
definitely the king of Toronto pizza in my. I'm good with a good margarita pie as well too.
There's also
I think those come in fire.
That's
North of Brooklyn.
Yeah, it's just Batty Alley's is definitely the king of Toronto. But Batty Alley's is better than North.
Good, yeah, they're pretty good. I like. There's another one. There's also some sort of like north of Brooklyn. That's Fifth.
North of Brooklyn. Yeah, we get that.
The pizza's so big too,
right? Yeah, Batty Alley's is better.
There's this Instagram guy. There's another one who does like all of these. He rates all the pizza places. Fireman doing like this top 5.
This is Man in the Fire. Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, Fourth Man in the Fire. There's an Instagram guy. No, not who does like all of these. It's a different guy. He's like he's a Michelin chef in Toronto.
Okay.
And he like rates all the best places for what he thinks for pizza, for burgers. No, not for pasta. It's a different guy. He's like he's a Michelin chef in Toronto. And you'd be surprised. Some of the best places. He like rates all the best places for what he thinks.
No,
pizza, for burgers. Exactly. Some of those places have sandwiches for a bunch of different stuff. Dishes and what he thinks are some of the. And you'd be surprised. Some of the best places. Not necessarily some of the fanciest and most expensive.
No, it's the holes in the wall that are
exactly. Some of those places have
that's what I'm good at. Guys, still short Bitcoin here.
I think.
Yeah, I'm gonna get involved in a little ether as well too, and just potential bounds, just because the name has been so strong and why not, right? So if we take a little loss, guys, still short Bitcoin here. There's nothing to cry home about. Yeah, I'm gonna get involved in a little ether as well, 16 cents, right? So we'll hop in some just because the name has been so strong and why not, right? So if we take a little loss on that one.
There's nothing to cry home about. How much risk do we got to give it? Now that makes 16 cents, right? So we'll hop in some. So yeah, we'll get involved in some of this here. 16 cents doesn't make too much. Like I'm short Bitcoin long ETH. That's probably not the best idea, but hey, who knows what? Anything can happen. We break down. So yeah, we'll get involved in some of this here. 16 cents doesn't make too much. Like I'm short Bitcoin long ETH. That's probably not the best idea, but hey, who knows what? Anything can happen. We break down. We get out of the loser, and then we just add to the one that's winning.
You know all about that. You know, rolling those options. Rolling those contracts over there. You know, sometimes you just got to roll that. What was your last trade there? You know all about that. You know,
in the options world. Oh, my IBIT calls.
Yeah, the ones you said you got in this past week. What was if you don't mind me asking, what was your last trade?
Yeah, and I was telling Katina, man, I really mismanaged this ETH trade. Yeah, because I was looking to go grab X amount of shares and then build into contracts. This was probably maybe just under a month ago, but I'm just way far past. And I was telling Katina, man, I really mismanaged this ETH trade because I was looking to go grab X amount of shares and then build into contracts last week. They were just sucking, and I'm just way far past that. No, I'm not going to chase it. Yeah. So I bought some VIX calls. I think my average was like $6.85 on the
had some VIX calls
that I closed last week. They were just sucking, and then I was
VIX is getting a little
let's go eat. Yeah. So this thing's rocking. But yeah, that was the VIX calls last week is when I closed everything on the contract when it was trading at like 16. But I just missed on that move up to 22. Oh, yeah, let's go eat, man. This thing's rocking. But yeah, that was the VIX calls last week is when I closed everything.
Yo, Joe, just picked up 15 Coinbase Global Inc. calls for 09/05/25. This is $240. Is he crazy? He's asking.
No, I don't think so. I don't think so.
Yo, Joe,
nobody
just picked up 15 Coinbase Global Inc. calls. For
let's pull that up here momentarily.
$340. Is he crazy? He's
all right. No, you're talking about some September expiration. How did I know? I'm just that guy. 5th of September, that Friday, just the day of my buddy's wedding. Let's pull that up here momentarily. That's the only reason why I know that. Let's pull this up here and talk about some September expiration earlier in the day, right? 15. So you're in there. September. You're in there pretty aggressively, in my opinion. The day of my buddy's wedding. Shares the rights to it, anyways. But there we go with Ethereum. Yeah, let's pull this up here and see what we got going on. Exactly. I mentioned Coinbase earlier in the day, right? 15. So you're in there. You're in there pretty aggressively, in my opinion. 1,500 shares the rights to it, anyways. But there we go with Ethereum. 340 for your boy. This is exactly what we want to see. Always would like to grab a little bit more, but that's fine. So that's right when you enter that gap. My issue is, guys, and this is what I say to all of the option traders. It doesn't matter just for me personally and from my experience. So again, I haven't been doing it the longest. That's not too bad, right? So that's right when you enter that gap. My issue is, guys, and this is what I say to all of the option traders. For me personally, it's just time for me personally, and I'll say it one more time. Again, I haven't been doing it the longest, but for me, I don't want to have to worry about theta considering that you're buying these contracts and you're already leveraging. For me personally, it's just time. Personally, it's just time, and I'll say it one more time. Spend the extra couple. All right, so yeah, $600, $1,000 for me, I don't want to have to worry about theta considering that you're buying these contracts and you're already leveraging your system. For me personally, it's just 5th of September. I think you'll be okay. I mean, what was our high of the day today? Not worry about it whatsoever. If it wants to continue and crypto remain strong, then I think you'll be all right. 333.63 by the 5th of September. I think you'll be okay. I mean, what was our high of the day? Again, if you just have the opportunity to do so, if it wants to continue and crypto remain strong, then I think you'll be all right. 333 instead of just 1 month out or 3 months out. I know Pug Life does that. I think you'll be all right. Havana does that as well too. Again, if you just have the opportunity to do so, that's just 5 more time, all right? Just so it's like, hey, I'm going to buy a couple months out instead of just 1 month out or 3 months out. Well, that's essentially what you're doing, right? You're buying time. Havana does that as well too. Because we all know that as you get closer to expiration, theta starts to accelerate as well too, 1,000%. So it's like, okay, yeah,
you're buying yourself some time.
Say you're holding, well, that's essentially what you're doing. So say these coin contracts you have. That expire on September 5th. As you get closer to and then the final week of August to accelerate as well too, right? You're still hovering around $333. Say you're holding 1 week left. So say these coin contracts you have that expired on September 5th. Ethereum, and then the final week of August, that's not working out as it's selling. You're still hovering around $333. So I'll hop out of this one. But now you have 1 week left, and then by chance that week Bitcoin's working out. But anyways, what I was getting at earlier. So say it's September 27th, you're still not anywhere close to being in the money, and then the final week of your expiration cycle, and it trades up to say $345. But anyways, what I was getting at earlier. So say it's September 27th, well, you lost all the extrinsic value to it. Anywhere it close to being in the money, and then the final week of your expiration cycle, and the intrinsic value isn't going to, and you're like, well, why for what you contract worth anything? Well, you lost all the extrinsic value to it because it took so long for that contract. Because I've had contracts where it's like, hey, yeah, I'm in the money, but they expire a week for what you've lost in data premium. All right, so just keep that in mind. To even trade $2 in the money, gain $2 of intrinsic value. Because I've had contracts where it's like, hey, yeah, I'm in the money, but they expire a week from now, and it took timing is exactly. So timing is extremely $2 of intrinsic value. There goes Bitcoin, absolutely majority of the value of that contract. I got to get involved in this a little bit more. Actually, I'm going to. Timing is, add a little bit here. I'm glad that we timing is extremely important. I think there's going to be some more potential down momentum there. It goes, and you get another flush there on IBIT, a little bit of a chase. That's okay if we pull back. So I'm going to add a little bit here. I'm glad that we hopped out of there on IBIT trade, but we did get that break of this move here. Unfortunately, that from there it goes, and you get another flush there on IBIT, a little bit of a chase. That's okay. If we pull back retest, then I'll just add some more here on IBIT. But we did get that break of this move here. Unfortunately, that I wasn't paying attention to get that happen. You can see the volume really start to pick up as well. I don't like for me. I'll like that was in my earlier options trading days when I would let contracts expire worthless.
2 months out. I think I've done that.
Absolutely, I think
that's what doesn't necessarily change.
Yeah, I don't. But like for me, I would know. It's like no. That was in my earlier 6-7 trading days when I would let contracts expire worthless. 5 figures on the line.
I've done that a couple of times.
Yeah, I think
that's what I'm risking. That's what I'll risk.
Yeah, exactly. But I got to that point. No, it's like no. When you start buying like 6-7 contracts and you got like, again like 5 figures on the line, I'm not letting those expire whatsoever. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I know. I gotta hop back. I gotta hop back into some of these options. And yeah, no, I was talking to a couple of people. I'm just like, yeah, I haven't really touched options that much since joining the floor. Yeah. And I was coming up with certain, I guess, strategies just based off of the intrinsic supply and demand of the chain itself.
Yeah.
And I was using like options charts to kind of do that.
Yeah.
And still wrapping my head around some of the time decay and some of the Greeks as well. But it was pretty decent. It wasn't too bad. But I definitely left it. At a place where I think I could have done a little bit better as well. I was definitely onto some certain things, but I wasn't able to sell naked options.
Yeah, you need the capital. That's why.
That's why I was just like, some of the best stuff that I saw was doing a little bit of that.
Selling?
Yeah, selling options. So
I mean, there's the whole world into contracts that I originally started with different strategies just to kind of build that consistent. So that's what really led me to it. Right? That's why I really fell in love with them, because just how you can manipulate. We like kind of the contracts and kind of just have built different strategies. I think a hybrid approach is really good. So that's what really led me to it. Even though Wayner says that the hybrid approach, we like. I don't think it's as difficult as right. I think a hybrid approach is easy. Yeah, exactly. So I was thinking about this. I don't know if it's the best analogy, but just think about it. You're still essentially, so think about a Honda compared to a Ferrari. And I'm not going to say that one is a team, but again, the Ferrari's still 4 wheels and a steering wheel. I don't know if it's the best analogy, but just think about it. You're still more power. So think about a Honda is significantly more, right? So just understand that there's a little bit of fundamental change. But again, the Ferrari's still 4 wheels and a steering wheel. You just need to understand that, right? You just need to learn how to adapt from torque is significantly more, right? So just understand that there's a little bit of fundamental change into it, but it's still essentially in the Ferrari opposed to learn a Honda that you got rolling, right? You just need to learn how to adapt from vehicle A to vehicle B. It's just a matter of adapting. You got different like as soon as you start putting on like contract trades and stuff like that, you'll understand the Greeks. So they're not that complicated. Gamma, delta. It's just obviously the advanced. A matter of adapting and it like as soon as you start putting on like contract tell me what the advanced Greeks and stuff like that, you'll understand that it's slipping my mind. They're not that complicated. Gamma, but anyways, there's 2 other ones that aren't. There's obviously the advanced Greeks of certain things. What are they again?
I don't know.
Tell me what the advanced Greeks are. People in the chat, it's slipping my mind right now. It's not. But anyways, there's 2 other ones that aren't. Exactly. Vema and Charm. Thank you for all that. Vema and Charm. Those are the advanced ones. No, popularly used. It's not Rho. It's not
not theta. No, yeah, exactly. Vema, and charm. Thank you for all those. Vema and charm. Gamma is essentially the rate of change. Rate of change. So delta is your rate of change. Gamma is your delta's rate of change.
Okay. The rate of change of
kind of like that's gamma.
Kind of like
gamma is essentially the rate of change. Rate of change. So delta is your rate of change, right? Gamma is your delta's rate. But yeah, I think charm. I forget if charm is actually the volatility or the gamma's rate of change essentially. But yeah, right. So Vema and charm are. But yeah, I think charm. No one really trades off of rho. That is when the volatility or the gamma's rate of change essentially, but yeah, Vema and charm. So charm is don't really use in rho. No one really trades off of rho. That is when how interest rates got out of that ETHA trade. Still short IBIT. Yeah, still short charm is due. How's that working out?
I mean, it's pretty much sideways
fantastic
right
stuff.
now,
Still short this.
It's holding that bid
got
on
out
top
of that ETHA trade.
We're holding in and around that 140 as well. The market's coming in.
Market's
looking pretty weak here. I mean, it's pretty much strong selling, and then after that strong selling, the next 2-3 candles have been red here and around that 140 as well. The market's coming in. The market's looking pretty weak here. We said we got that strong selling, and then after that strong selling, the next 2-3 candles have been red here on both. Well, 2 candles have been red here. Please get yourself both the futures, Stiletto Burrito, ES and the Carbon Live Fire Mexican Grill.
Yeah, we got a super chat here from Sidar. No, maybe that's in Chicago. I think he's referring that to you. So I'm going to write that down.
Please get yourself.
I'm always good for a good burrito there. Stiletto Burrito.
Carbon Live Fire Mexican Grill.
Yeah, maybe that's in. No, maybe that's in Carbon Live Fire. Like the name of that too. So I'm going to write that down. Live. I'm always good for a good burrito there. Stiletto Burrito. So yeah, thank you for that super chat, much appreciated. We'll hit the money. Carbon Live Fire, and then we'll also hit the sirens as well too. Carbon Live,
Chicago.
Yeah, Chicago. Yeah, we got that written down. Go check that out. And
I gotta check it out too.
Thank you for that super chat, much appreciated. We'll hit the money
storm. My younger sister
and then
lives
we'll
there.
also hit the sirens.
So we're always going out to like some sort of restaurants and stuff. I have no idea, but she knows all the top spots. But some of these I have. Go to some of these places. So my younger sister lives there. So we're always going out to like some sort of restaurants and stuff. I have no idea, but she knows all the top spots. But some of these I have. Yeah, how was that? What's maybe something? Maybe I can bring something to the table next time. Like who? I mean, I was there. I don't know. No. In terms of like tacos, like the vendors.
Oh, Rancho Relaxo was there. I know you're familiar with that one. There's a lot.
Who was there?
There's a bunch, man. To be honest.
I don't know.
No.
In terms of like tacos,
there's like a hotspot jerk.
Rancho Relaxo was there.
That was familiar with that one. Good as well. There's a lot in some of the other basic ones. So we went. There's a bunch of town on some Gus. Gus was like a hotspot jerk. Gus Tacos was not there. That was there. That was pretty good, right? Well, yeah.
You've had
some of the other basic ones. So we went to town on some Bria.
Yeah.
Gus was not there. Surprisingly, Gus Tacos was not there.
They sell the. I would expect them to be.
Yeah.
You've had. I went up to. I was like, I'm like, this is some amazing hot sauce.
Yeah.
Go up to buy some. It was like $10. I got one of those little bottles for they sell the hot sauce separately.
Do they? Yeah.
Just like No. That's more than worth it. I went up to. I was like, I thought it was going to be way more. I thought it was going to be way more. Just $10 to buy something. It's like $10. I was like, what? Yeah, that's $10 for real hot.
$10 amazing. Real hot.
So no. That's more than worth it. What's coming in real hot? I thought it was going to be now is AMD continuing to sell off of that 175. So beautiful continuation. Real hot happening there.
Real hot.
So boy. And what's coming in real hot right now is AMD continuing to sell off of that 175. So beautiful continuation. And now we're reverting there. So I'm like, all right, well, I wasn't involved in the reversion. Did you see AMD today, Sean? Absolutely. No, I'm not in the reversion. Like the reversion happened at like 177s and it's trading 174 change right now. Now we're reverting 174 quarters. I'm like, all right. But I wasn't involved in the reversion, but I guess a little bit of a late scalp. No, I'm not in the reversion. The reversion happened at like 177s as of right now. It's trading 174 change right now. 174 quarters. But that VWAP, I guess a little bit of a late scalp, but that's coming in. But it's coming in nicely as well. Overextended on the day, leg down, consolidates VWAP, more comfortable with getting in as of right now. And we get market tailwind as well. So yeah, the strong confluence for that move as we can overextend on the day, leg down, consolidates VWAP, AMD bringing it in real nice here. But Nvidia still holding above VWAP as well. So yeah, SMCI still holding above VWAP. ARM, I know we don't look at this one very often, but here, ARM coming in quite nice as well. AMD bringing it in real nice here. Nvidia still holding above VWAP. That's coming in at SMCI still holding above VWAP. So ARM, I know we don't look at this one very often, but ARM coming in quite nice as well. The bid comes in right in the open, and once sellers are in charge, oh boy, that's coming in at 175. And that's similar to what's happening here. Take a look at this reversion. Absolutely AMD solid. You can see that the bid comes in right in the open, and once sellers are in charge, oh boy, still holding very strong in terms of structure. That's similar to what's happening higher back into some of these prior weeks levels right here as well. So prior week high, that was in at 183, still holding above VWAP. Today's holding very strong in terms of structure, not pushing a little bit higher back into some of these prior weeks levels right here. So we know that back-to-back weeks have been in pretty nice on Nvidia. Today's high, taking a look at this chart. Look at that. So back-to-back jacks on this one, Joe, when it comes to that prior week high. So we know that back-to-back weeks have been pretty nice. That's over on Nvidia. 100%. Look at this chart. Those April back-to-back jacks on this one. April bid, Liberation Day. Boom, 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 boom. We've gone look at that? About 112% to the highs on Nvidia. That's over. I mean, he did 100% since April. It's not like he didn't tell us. So that April bid, Liberation Day, we've gone about 112% to the highs on Nvidia.
Hey, we made some decisions. Did you buy?
I did not.
It's not
like he didn't tell us. Because I guess I wasn't listening.
But were you listening? You weren't listening hard enough.
Yeah, I was just like, oh boy, is this really going to follow through? And it did follow through.
We made some decisions. Did you buy?
If something gets the presidential seal, I should give it some factor. I guess I wasn't listening hard enough. Regardless of how ridiculous.
I highly doubt we'll ever experience.
Is this really going to follow through? And it did follow through. You never know. Well, if something gets the presidential seal, I should give it some factor. Doesn't necessarily repeat itself. Regardless of how ridiculous.
I highly doubt we'll ever experience anything like that again.
I mean,
Mark Carney tweeted right now and said, hey,
even though the market
Canadian equities
doesn't necessarily if you're watching the Canadian equities, we're already pushing all-time highs. Canadian equities are pretty high. So if he's telling us to buy at the highs, I don't know if that's really the best case scenario. If you're watching Canadian equities, we're already pushing all-time highs. Pretty much, let's pull up the TSX. Pretty high. So if he's telling us to buy at the highs, I don't know because boy, we're already on the weekly. And take a look at this. Beautiful. But yeah, no, I like it. If you guys look at the TSX, man, TSX is pretty much, let's pull up the TSX and show everybody what the Canadian markets are up to. Because, would you like to see a monthly chart? And take a look at this. Beautiful monthly chart. You talk about the S&P 500? Hey, that's not the only place to invest. This is the weekly chart. Is your oyster when you're a trader. Would you like to see a monthly chart? Yeah. Our banks are strong. Our resources are strong. Hey, that's not the only place to invest in the Toronto World Stock Exchange. Is your oyster when you're a trader. Check us out. Look at this beautiful chart. Provide some liquidity. Our banks are strong. Our resources are strong. A lot of stuff is definitely strong. And 138 is coming back in on CoreWeave. Let's see if that can come in. Held bid, provide some liquidity. I'm 138s over and over again. TSX is looking quite nice here. Let's see if that buyer 138 steps down back in futures on CoreWeave. Let's see if that can come in. Held bid on
I hear on MBLY guys, Mobileye, GM reportedly planning some hiring here in a renewed push to help develop driverless vehicles. MBLY has partnered with them in the past. I hear on MBLY guys, Mobileye, GM reportedly planning some hiring here in a renewed push to help develop driverless vehicles.
So United States, so we are, so here it is. Canada number 1, China number 2, Japan the 3rd largest, UK the 4th, India the 5th, and Canada stock exchange sitting in the United States. So we are, so here it is. Canada number 1, China number 2, Japan the 3rd largest, hit that like and subscribe the 4th, India. We don't obviously ask for Canada. Hit the like and subscribe.
You have the option to like and subscribe. This trade has unlimited upside.
So you essentially can't lose from. But yeah, guys, make sure you hit that like and subscribe too, please. We don't obviously ask for a favor, solid, and then hit the like and subscribe.
You have the option to like and subscribe. This trade has unlimited upside.
There you go. So you essentially can't lose from just hitting that like and that subscribe. See, that's the thing, right? About this trade is like, okay, we're not positioned horribly just right above the volume weighted average price. Thank you, Tony. Much appreciated. And then sure enough, at the break of that support level is when the volume really. See, that's the thing, right? About this trade
trade is like, okay, we're not positioned this is a pretty bad right above the volume weighted average price. Add right here. If we do take an additional leg down, and then sure enough, at the break of that support level is when the volume really kicks in. But we were just late. Okay, so Tegan, Joey, been sitting by the pool. Nice, yeah. Add right here. It's a beautiful day. I don't know where you're located, but yeah, it's a nice warm one here. Then maybe we'll be all right in Toronto. We're kind of going through another. Yeah. Okay, so Tegan, Joey, been sitting by the pool. Nice, yeah. It's a beautiful day. I don't know where you're located. That and then also, so Tony, Humble gets love. Much appreciated. We're kind of going through another. We got another heat dome as always, which I love. I thrive in that type of environment. And then yeah, Coinbase maybe putting in a potential bottom for me. Intraday Coin L. So that's a good signal right here, guys. Give it some time to turn around, considering the momentum to the downside. But what we can do, yeah, Coinbase maybe putting in a potential bottom for me is intraday Coin L. So as long as we don't crack that, then maybe we can get that move. Give it some time to turn around, considering the momentum to the downside. But what we can do with Coin L here being VWAP, and then if you continue is just wait. So as long as we don't crack that, then maybe we can get that move back there. Bitcoin heading towards that maybe level. I mentioned 67, but primary target is going to be that final target, and then I'll just take out 90% of the position and leave the rest remaining. That's what we got going on there. That Ether run heading towards that 68 level. I mentioned it's over now. It is going to be that final target. I think this was a little bit of a push, but then when we went over the call walls, we just identified some level at 33. That Ether run was 4, and then sure enough, we're heading back. It's over now. It's like it is exhausted. Just keep an eye out on this. I think this was a little bit of a push. We have a massive gap. When we went over the call walls, that'd be dangerous. Identified some level at 33, and I don't want that whatsoever. Considering sure enough, we're heading back towards the volume weighted average price. Just keep an eye out on this. We're in and around. So we have a massive gap. Whatever it may be. That'd be dangerous if it failed. We don't want that break. We definitely don't want this pre-market low to break, because then if it does, average is around suspect that this gap is going to be filled or something. So we're in and around this concentration. Whatever it hand over fist, but Coin L, we don't want that break. We definitely don't want this pre-market low to break, because then if it does, I'm going to suspect that this gap is going to be
as of right
now. No, it's coming in. It's starting to pull back in. Hand over fist, but Coin L, potential good long there.
Market's taking a bit of a breather as well, so. I do have a few names on watch. Crypto running as of right now. You guys are talking about
it's coming in.
One in the chat saying Joe and Obi look at GM. Market's taking a bit of a breather as well. Look at this one. I do have this one. A few names on watch. Let's see what you guys are talking about. One in the chat saying Joe and Obi look at GM. All right, let's take a quick look at this one. Okay, all right. So there's a bit of a shake and bake. Seems like maybe some news happening here on GM as of right now. I don't really know what it is just yet, but yeah, lick grab of the lows. Okay, all right, so right back up. A bit of a shake and bake. Seems like maybe some news happening here on GM. Does Ford catch anything right now? No, nothing really on Ford, so it might be just GM. But yeah, lick grab of the lows and then ripping right back up. So nice little DoorDash thing on the shorter time frame happening on GM. Does Ford catch anything there? Okay, no, nothing really on Ford, so it might be just GM related. It would seem so. I know this is earnings DoorDash thing. Yeah, day 3 on this one. So more of the same. We sold off on earnings day 1, sold off on earnings day 2, and then maybe some more selling with finally a little bit of a bid catching up. I know this is earnings day 3. Yeah, so day 3 pretty much sideways on the day, more of the same. Bigger sold off on earnings day 1, selling off below day 2. These earnings maybe some more selling with finally a little bit of a bid catching up as well. 250, 130s is the day low. Pretty much sideways on the day, but bigger picture. Yeah. Kind of reverse selling off of that, selling these earnings reaction, DoorDash and holding on that one. Tilray, let's say 5130s is the day low. Currently trading at 258, 258.80. So yeah, what a reversion of there it is. Selling, breaking through high at 8. Oh boy, is Tilray going to hit $1? Tilray, almost. It's trading at $82. Sorry, 82 cents. 82 and a half. Watch, there it is. Breaking through high at 8. Oh boy, is Tilray going to hit $1? Almost. It's trading at $82. Sorry, 82 cents. A little bit higher. 82 and a half. Take a look at MSOS. Is the high there. 81 names are definitely on watch. Yeah, look at that. Strong push off of that catalyst intraday. Coming in and around that 1120 mark and still trending to the upside. MSOS. I know these weed names are definitely on watch. Yeah, look at that. Strong push off of that catalyst. Good intraday on that one. They're coming in and around that 1120 mark. Shake and fake. Yeah, maybe to the upside.
breaking past some of those highs. So yeah, lead names definitely going. Let's take a quick look at VWAP. Wow, what a beautiful reversion happening. Good shout out there. We talked about the first initial 15-minute red candle, and we've only had reds since then. So yeah, sellers kind of showing themselves after some aggressive bidding. We bid pretty aggressively all the way up the first 3.7% 15-minute red candle, and we've only had reds since then. So yeah, sellers kind of showing themselves after some aggressive bidding, but we bid pretty aggressively all the way up. So I don't know what you're looking at, 3.7%, holding that view up pretty well. 341.73 is VWAP. Take a look at the futures as well. It does pull consolidating up, but hasn't really broken VWAP on here, so we're going to continue. So I don't know what you're looking at, but to see if holding that VWAP pretty well. Boy, this was a bit of an extension. Breaking out of some of these highs. Take a look at the futures as well. Tesla, when it catches a leg, it can definitely catch lows here, so we're going to continue. And that's what it does. Exactly what it did to the upside off at the open. Boy, this is a bit of an extension, and we're breaking out of some of these highs. We've reverted about 30% when it catches a leg. The action down into VWAP, and it's holding VWAP as of right now. So and that's what it. That's exactly what it did to the upside. Is this a false break of the catches just as long as of right now? Absolutely yes. As sellers step right back in of the action down into VWAP, and it's here 227.32 is VWAP there. Apple we talked about. Is this a false break of the opening range high? As of right now, absolutely yes. As sellers step right back in and bring it back Amazon. Yeah, remember when I was like, oh, what's false breaking with that aggressive currently trading aggressive selling that came in when we looked at Amazon at its consolidation highs. So yeah, nothing too crazy in terms of a move, but we get to 222s. Remember I was like, oh, what's false breaking of those highs and then pull right back into aggressive selling that came in when we looked at Amazon at its consolidation highs. So yeah, nothing too crazy in terms of a move, but we get to 222s as of false break of those highs and then pull right back into VWAP for a few pennies right there. So yeah, decent scalps. I would say nothing too crazy though. So we already looked at that one there now. So Crocs, I guess someone saying look at Crocs. Okay, so Lord of the Sword saying GM announced they are restarting their self-driving program. I think you meant Bloomberg. Okay, so that'll definitely maybe give us a little bit of a shake and bake, and that's what it feels like. Let's take a quick look at. Okay, so Lord of the Sword saying GM announced they are restarting their self-driving program as well. Bloomberg. Okay, so that'll definitely maybe give us a little bit of a shake on this one, man. Bit of a missed opportunity there. Day 3 of earnings, so more of the same. Sellers stepping in, coming into those same areas where sellers were pretty adamant on day 1 and day 2 on this one, catching a bit of a missed back down opportunity there. Definitely day 3 of earnings, so more of the same. Sellers stepping in, coming into those same areas where sellers were pretty adamant on day 1 and day 2, and catching a bit of a sell back down to the downside, and definitely catching a bit of market tailwind as well. So that's coming in quite nicely just yet. I like that AMD reversion, but that's a little bit of a look on what you guys are trading. So good stuff there. Nice look on some of those names. The ES and the NASDAQ. Yeah, NASDAQ first is coming into its lows. So let's see. Just I like that AMD reversion, but that's way too far. I don't want to chase it down here. 170 Micron as well. Selling the market, giving back the ES and the NASDAQ. Aggressive NASDAQ first is coming into its lows as well. Let's see if we crack guidance a little bit lower there across the board.
Yeah, I've seen that there, Obi.
Micron
yeah, good point. And we talked about Micron before.
That aggressive bid that we had in the pre-market as well.
All right, yeah, we're still sitting in these trades. See what else we can cook up throughout this session. We got 20 minutes left. So
and we talked about
if there's anything specific that you guys want to look at, possible head and shoulders here on TQ. Not the cleanest shoulder in these trades, but you're going to break up some key support levels and some pre-market levels as well. We got 20 minutes left, so we're running into. If there's anything specific that you guys want to look at, possible head and shoulders here on TQ. Not the cleanest. Let's go to the actual NAS. But you're going to break up some key support levels going on from the market standpoint as well. That we're running into, and now you can see the momentum start to pick up. So there you go. We just touched a new all-time high today, right there. Let's go to the actual NAS 100. Yeah, that is a new all-time high, and now we're starting to pull back a little bit. Up over 30% off of those April lows. So there you go. We just touched a new all-time high. Pretty good looks. Nice quiet 43%. 43.5. Yeah, that is a new all-time high, and then now we're starting to pull back a little bit.
Sorry, I pressed the wrong button. That's my bad. But I did have some news.
April lows. So
in case you guys missed it, Donald Trump released a post here on social. A statement from Donald J. Trump, President of the United States of America. Gold will not be tariffed. Sorry, I pressed the wrong button. That's my bad. But I did have some news. Back to you. In case you guys missed it, Donald Trump released a post here on Truth Social. A statement from Donald J. Trump, President of the United States of America, gold will not be tariffed. So GLD pushing to the upside here. Back to you.
Thank you, Dara, for that. On that push up, we already gapped down a little bit earlier, and I know that this was definitely in play on a little bit on Friday with that shake and bake that happened intraday. Catching a bit of with the news coming out in and around on that push up, we already gapped down. We got that continuation earlier, and I know that this was definitely in play on a bit of a gap down a little bit on Friday with that shake and bake that happened intraday. Pretty nicely as of right now on GLD as it catches a bid with expanding volume. Can we get to high a day here? We got a bit of a gap down continuation off the open, but reverting pretty nicely as of right now on GLD as it catches a bid with expanding volume. Can we get to high a day here? Oh boy. Let's see if we can break through that opening range high. 309.65 is all the way at 311. So if we're looking for a bit of a mean reversion, 309.07. So not that far away. We might be poised for one. Let's see if we can break through that opening range high. To be honest, that wick low from prior days all the way up right here to the shake and bake. If we're looking for a bit of a mean reversion, all the way. Guys, that comes in all the way up here at 311s. Let's just gap down. I think we might have already done that gap down. I got to take a look at. I'm going to put an anchored view up right here to the shake and bake. Look at this. And that, see where that comes in all the way. Never mind, that comes in all the way up here at 311s. But that gap down, let's see if sellers stay that gap down. I got to take a look at gold futures as well just yet to get a better look at this. Maybe we're poised to. No idea, but the volume's definitely coming in. If volume sustains, if we get strong volume push through the high day, if we hold above, if price holds above, I think we're poised for a little bit. Maybe we're poised to. No idea, but the volume's definitely coming in. If volume sustains, where we did get that, if we get strong volume push through the high day. But if we hold above, if price holds above, I think we're the market's tanking, dude. More market's pulling back into some of these levels. We'll look over last week where we did get that aggressive volume coming in that shake and bake. But nice look there.
Yeah, so some indecision prints at the lows. You can see that we snapped the VWAP there, broke through some key support levels. So I'll just show you guys exactly what I'm looking at. So there it goes. You break some of these levels here. So indecision prints at the low there. Nice. You can see that we snapped the VWAP there. Whatever this pop was, that was so. I'm so curious to actually find out what this was. If it was anything at all, you break some of these levels here. So there it goes. Boom. You break through that, and now you're heading towards some of the lows of the days, and you're getting a bounce off of them. The NAS has a little bit more. I'm so curious to actually find out what this was. If it was anything at all, at the end of the day. So there it goes. Boom. You break through that, and now you're heading towards some of the lows of the days, and you're getting a bounce off of them. The NAS has a little bit more. Nothing bad, right? Essentially, it's a sideways day. Traverse to that. The Qs have been trading within at the end of the day. Within a $3 range. I think at some point we might crack that. I could be wrong. I hope that I am wrong. We only got about 2.5 hours left. The longs, and it's nothing bad, right? Essentially, it's a sideways day. Look what the Qs have been trading within, as I mentioned before. Within a $3 range. Yeah, just be patient on for the majority of this session. Bitcoin not breaking down through that 68 level and heading towards that. So that's not like I kind of anticipated about that. But that's okay. Dog days of August, as I mentioned before. So yeah, just be patient on what's going on. So Bitcoin not breaking down through that 68 level and heading towards those pre-market lows like I kind of anticipated. Yeah, see you later, brother. We won't complain. Unfortunately, you can't do that here. So yeah, if we do get stuff out, that is. So we'll just keep monitoring that. I am kind, right? So I'll give you 30 minutes timeout. That's yeah. See you later, brother. 30 minutes. Unfortunately, you can't do that here. So yeah, we're just gonna have to. We're just gonna do this. Chat. You can go in and join those. I am kind, right? So I'll give you 30 minutes. Katina Man and Neil's trade, and sure enough, like 30 minutes. Enough numbers for you about that over there. That way, for me personally, Obi, I don't know. Do you have anything? Like, is there any earnings reports that you're looking forward to? Any specific names? Any key setups that you kind of been over the weekend that you kind of been game planning? For me personally, Obi, I don't know. Do you have anything? I gotta check. Is there any earnings reports that you're looking forward to? Any specific names? Any key setups that you kind of been over the weekend that you kind of been game planning and
I don't know how that one did. That one gap down. Nothing right off the top of your head. I had a bunch of it was coming into the Monday. So again, trade desk. I didn't see how that one did. Let's take a quick look. Watch. I don't know how that one did. That one gapped down. I think on their earnings. I had a bunch of earnings day 2 plays. It was earnings day 2. Yeah, trade desk. I didn't see how that one did. Okay, we did get a pull into anchored VWAP and pull back in. So gold is actually an interesting move. I think TWL, TTD was the other one. Day 2. Yeah, what a beautiful continuation. So, we did selling day one, selling day two as well. And I think another one was interesting. GoDaddy, GDDY, and was the other one the same. Okay, so what a beautiful selling continuation. Selling day one, selling day two as well. And I think another one was that's not really GoDaddy, GDDY, that is breaking day low. So that's interesting. No real selling happening, but nothing too crazy just the other one. It seems like that trade desk and the that's not really up the par to kind of watch just yet. That is breaking day low, so that's interesting here. Just right off the open continuation, breaking below. It seems like that trade desk and maybe giving you the ability to risk were the ones to kind of VWAP, or if you really want to risk even higher, and then maybe getting short 98, just right off the open continuation, risking that back through 100 as well. So maybe giving you the many different ways to kind of VWAP, or if you really want to risk even higher continuation, maybe getting short 98, 99. A bit of a missed risking that back there on some of these earnings day two names. Many different ways to kind of had a couple names to skin that move there. But beautiful continuation on the day. So yeah, a bit of a missed part there on some of these earnings day two names.
Funny, I don't know if you guys see me. I just had like a light bulb moment.
As my top plays on the day.
But anyways, so I told you guys before I was attempting to swing some MU. It's funny, I don't know if this is where I just had like a light bulb moment. But sure enough, my target was just a little bit above this. But anyways, so I told you guys I just never got back into it. So this one we took attempting to swing some MU or something on it. This is where I was we took a couple $100 loss right here on that. But sure enough, my target was just a little bit above. But that's small stuff, right? I just never got back into it. So this one we took like a $300-400 loss or something on it. VIX we took a couple $100 loss. Yeah, as I'm looking at it, I'm like MU that I closed last week. But that's small stuff, right? Stop me out and then sure enough you make that move. So apparently it has can't complain about that whatsoever. But yeah, as I'm looking at it, like intraday standpoint to a daily standpoint, dirty dog as well. You stop me out, and
that's why some of those stocks. And
so apparently, it
Micron
has the exact same
is not an ADR,
level
is it?
of no. From intraday standpoint
yeah,
to
no,
a
I
daily
think
standpoint.
some of those chip names, the way they gap around. That's why some of those looking at Micron, and looking at the daily chart, the way Micron is up like that, it's pretty aggressive. So you definitely don't want to be on the wrong side. But yeah, no, I think some of those chip names, like the risk just becomes, I guess, a percentage. Looking at Micron, looking at the ATR instead of like fixed, pretty aggressively structured. So you definitely don't want to be on the wrong side of that.
For me, it was. For me, that's what I had, right? So like I was just playing a specific signal, and I told myself if it cracks and holds the lower end of that print, then I'll just hop out of the trade. And sure enough, it was good that I did because it dropped another. For me, it was. For me, that's what I had, right? So like I was just playing a specific signal, and I told myself if it cracks and focus on the lower end of that print, you can't catch them, and I'll just hop out of the trade. And sure enough, it was good that I did because it dropped another like $5-10. That would have been a bad time, but I never got back into that one and just kind of focused on everything.
Oh,
you can't catch it. I guess.
I had Ruby, but I would go with red.
You go with red?
Yeah, I like yellow though. Yellow's the one you can walk around with Pikachu.
Pikachu would follow you around in that one.
You can walk around with Pikachu.
The yellow version was obviously one of my favorites.
I had
blue
Ruby,
version because
but I
my
would go
favorite
with
color
red.
Blastoise. You go with red?
Yeah, I like yellow though. Yellow's what you can walk around with. You can very much Charizard. You can walk around person. I'm very much red. My favorite color is red.
Blue version because my favorite color Blastoise was my favorite.
Blastoise was your favorite.
Blastoise,
I like Charizard. I'm very much Charizard. Was it waking up very much red? My favorite color is red. Yeah, Sunday morning. Yeah, for those the Cartoon Network. I do like Charizard.
Was it YTV?
YTV and Cartoon Network. Yeah, I remember. Was it waking up every? Is it Sunday morning? Yeah, Sunday morning for those the Cartoon Network.
Game Boy to your YTV?
YTV and Cartoon Network. Yeah, I played Pokemon Snap on my N64. I remember that.
Some good stuff. I don't know if did you ever hook up your Game Boy to N64? Stadium pictures on Snap?
I played Pokemon
you would capture them by Snap.
And there's different ways you can unlock pictures, different Pokemon to show up. So there's ways you can capture them.
So it's kind of like Go and stuff?
No, Pokemon Snap. Yeah. So you would capture them by snapping them. And there's different ways you would unlock different Pokemon to show up. So
There's ways you can catch
so it's kind of like go and stuff, kind of
ish. Yeah.
Wow, that crazy stuff. Anyways, back to trading. We got about 10 minutes left here, guys.
Should have saved some of my. You still have those.
7 years ago.
You still have I still have my cards in my book, like the sleeves.
Do you?
Yeah. So I did like an inventory check.
Got about 10 minutes left here,
Was
guys.
it like a couple years ago? You still have taken the whole book and just. I still have my cards in my book with the sleeves. Yeah. So I did like an inventory check. Was it like a couple years ago?
Yeah.
Taking the whole book and just. What I did was I just cross-referenced them. They're not like whatever you call it. They have PSA cards on eBay, and I did like an inventory check like that.
So do you think you have a solid inventory?
I think I have a decent inventory, but like I remember whatever. I remember having a Holo cards on eBay, and I did like an inventory check like that.
So do you think you have a solid inventory?
I think I have a decent inventory, but like I remember having a Holo cards or the cards that I traded. One of my best cards as well was having a Blastoise that I traded. Kind of hold this against one of my best friends. Wasn't very good at we were kind of over at his house. We were just kids, and one of my best cards as well. Him and my sister were playing Pokemon cards, and I was like, okay, you guys play with these. I'm just going to be back. One of my best friends. Me and my dad, we went to go grab food or whatever. We were kind of for the party over at his house. We were just kids. These guys had glued my Team Rocket holographic cards, and I was like, okay, you guys play with these. I'm just going to be back, and then I was just very furious. I was like, what is going on? And then I had to peel it off. These guys had glued my Team Rocket holographic Zapdos to a piece of cardboard, first edition. And then first edition holographic, I was like, Team Rocket Zapdos, and then I had to peel it off in the backing of the card. And he's like, all right, I'll get it to you. And I was just like, oh my god, first edition, few $100. First edition holographic Team Rocket Zapdos, and I told him, I was like, you owe me one. And he's like, all right, I'll get it to you. That's what you owe me. And he's like, all right, I'll get it to you as a wedding gift. And I was like, or something that's good condition. But I told him, I was like, listen, buddy, I want PSA 10. He's like, all right, cool. Find me that card. I'm gonna get it to you as a wedding gift. He's like, all right, I'll get it to you as a wedding gift. And I was like, I'll probably wait on that for a while.
You never know. Anything can come your way.
He's like, all right, cool. I'm gonna get it to you as a wedding gift. I'm like, all right,
but guys,
I'll probably wait on that for a while.
Yeah, that's it.
Day trader cut
your way. Exactly. Obi is married. He's already married, essentially.
Married to the market.
But guys, as for Reddit, back into these markets.
Here's Reddit guys kind of just moving in
day trader cut.
Exactly. That's a really nice work here. He's already married, essentially.
Married to the market.
So that's a pretty nice move. Let's zoom out and see what we got going on from the daily.
Here's Reddit guys kind of just moving in its own realm.
I mentioned that really nice work here.
Target,
$224,
and then we had the ability to hit it. But here it goes. This is kind of giving me, I don't want to compare it to, this is giving me Microsoft vibes
I'm
here,
also
guys.
all out of that
Earnings report,
I mentioned that
gap and go,
and
and
then now you're going to
target
this previous all-time high.
Let's
Take a look at Microsoft to see what
it's
it's
kind of giving me. I don't want to compare the two, but this is giving me Microsoft vibes here, guys.
Boom, gap,
Earnings report,
absolutely
boom, gap and go, and then now you're going to test this previous
all-time
and we're
high.
still holding this trend line relatively well, right?
So this is just what I'm referring to.
That's a pretty good look here in Softy.
But boom,
we can't complain about that. We'll hop in and see what we had going on Bitcoin. So yeah, we go one for one on this one. We tried the short earlier, didn't work out for us.
That's a pretty good look here.
Not the best entry nor the best execution.
Can't complain about that.
Especially buying it right at these lows. You want to kind of get involved right at the break of that. So yeah, we go one for one on this one.
That support
level right here.
We tried the short earlier, didn't work out for us.
Right below we tried again, not the best entry nor the best execution.
And that would have
Especially buying it right at these lows. You want to kind of get involved right at the break of that
specific area.
That support level right here.
So you can see that we wait for the pullback. Never really out of the money and then sure enough right into lower. And that would have drastically increased risk reward as well too. If you get in around that area.
We got to $5
prices.
quid.
But sure enough we did sell right here. We wait for the pullback. Never really out of the money and then sure enough right into 90 is where I had my primary target.
Pokemon cards from 2 base sets.
We got
to $5. 5 quid.
They'd be worth.
I replied and I was like, oh boy, yeah, that's definitely worth some coin. If you have holos from base sets, and especially if they're good quality, I'd probably say that get them PSA'd, like send them in. I replied for a PSA, sure it's going to cost you a little bit, definitely worth some coin. Especially if they're good quality, they're going to send them back to you. Especially if they're good quality, I'd probably say that get them PSA'd, like send them in. Actually going to hold some for a PSA, sure it's going to cost you a little bit. That's what I would probably do. Especially if they're good quality, they're going
base set send them back to you, and even if they're not that great quality, and even if you rated as well above a 6 or 7 rating on them, they can still fetch that's what I would probably do with those, especially if they're base set good quality cards, and even if they're not that great. I have a couple cards that I know something above a 6 or 7 rating on them, they can still fetch a decent.
Eli, you got anything else? You're still sitting on that core weave trade there? Is it breaking?
I mean, it's I have a couple cards that sort of price action I know I'm waiting to kind of send in. Yeah, we'll see what it does.
Let's see what Eli, you got anything else?
Yeah, but like I said before, there's a held bid. I mean, it's weaving some sort of price action on top of this VWAP, that buddy on 138 steps down. Market tailwind is definitely on our side, but like I said before, we've been on a held bid on 138 days on core weave. Let's see if decent reversion happening. That buddy on 138 steps down. We'll see. Market tailwind, the buyer steps down, then I'll be happy. Like I said, we've been on a bit of a run. I'll be happy as well. Multiple days on core weave, decent reversion happening. So we'll see how that one comes in. So, but 137, 75, I'll be happy. If not, then I'll be happy as well because I'm going to be looking at wick low from this morning. So we'll see how that one comes in. If we print below 137.75 for a little bit lower, that's the consolidation low right here. This consolidation wick low from this morning. So if we print version on AMD was quite nice. We might be watching that 174 is holding right now. Potentially looking for, but got to respect this VWAP holds any sort of significance. It did a little while before. The version on AMD was quite nice. I'm watching that 174 is holding right now. So I'm going to be that's what I have on watch. Nothing else too crazy. The markets are coming down pretty nicely. It did a little while before where we attempted to push above this 175 core weave, and we couldn't really get too far past that. So that's what I have on watch. Nothing else too crazy. The markets are coming down pretty nicely, breaking below opening range.
At this time, Derek, did you say you were trading Eli Lilly today, or no? You were core weaving.
I was involved in Eli Lilly today. Yeah, I mean, I'm out of it now. I did have a decent version short from the top to the bottom.
Derek, did you say you were trading Eli Lilly today, or no? You were core weaving.
I was involved in Eli Lilly today. Yeah, I mean, I'm out of it now.
Very nice. Okay, so she was short somewhere. Really good looks, multiple signals too as well. You can see these inverted being printed, and you get that move right back into the volume-weighted average price. You can see that you failed to establish a new high. Okay, so she was short somewhere, and then you break through some support. Really good looks, multiple signals too as well. You can see opening print strong, being printed, and you get that move right back into the volume-weighted average price. And you can see that SMCI. Let's take a look at SMCI. A couple lower high right here, and then you break through some support put on 4. Nothing substantial. Yeah, opening print strong, pulls it back, and then no continuation. See what we got going on there. SMCI, let's take a look at SMCI. Not too bad here, I guess, right? So as the market is south of the volume-weighted average price, you can see we're trading north of that. Nice shelf here and there. So just be cautious of that. Supermicro computer, not too bad here, I guess, right? So as the market is south of the volume-weighted average price, you can see we're trading north of that. So we're nice shelf here as well too. So just be cautious of that. If you do get a pullback, still down 63% from that previous pivot. Let's zoom out and see what we got going on from daily. So that seems to be, so where does this the previous? I don't even know if that's all-time high, but maybe it is just still down 63% from that previous pivot. See what we got going on, but this trend is still intact. So that seems to be on this until that snaps, then maybe possibly SMCI. It has already, so now you're on the backside of this. So just be cautious on what's going on there. See what we got going on, but that down, but this trend is still intact. We'll take a look at what we got going on throughout the session until that snaps, maybe possibly, or it has already. So now you're on the backside of this. Just be cautious on what's going on there. You can see these are short ad. Yeah, get stopped out. We'll take a look at what we got going on throughout the session. Continuing to move to the south side, but we just took it all off Bitcoin here. Didn't work out for us. Bitcoin. So those were the two trades that I had on. These are short ad. It stopped out short, and then Ether, and then 3 trades on Ether. Continuing to move to the south side, but we just took it all off at 90s. About that, don't really want to be short Bitcoin. So those were the two trades that I had on. But here you go, long ad, and then Ether was consolidation phase at the lower ends of the range, and then we just slowly take some off there. And then sure enough, we get stopped out the last remaining, and then I was like, all right, well if it's this strong, maybe we'll get a little bit of a continuation. Consolidation phase at the lower ends of the range, and then seen the momentum pick up in the volume
Pico. I'm like, hey, yeah, and sure enough, it's most definitely time to get remaining. And then I was like, all right, well, if it's this strong, maybe we'll get a little bit of a continuation. You really only traded one name, some key signals, but sure enough, that didn't work out. As soon as I've seen the momentum pick up and the volume pick up, I'm like, hey, yeah, it's most definitely time to get out of this trade. And thankfully,
top for me. And sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. And so far today, CoreWeave I'm always was one of my top ideas here on the stocks and the ideas that it was doing the day 3 gap. It was doing a little bit of top for me. And sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. And so far today, CoreWeave. So there's a lot of stuff going on. One of my top ideas on CoreWeave. So that's why again it was doing the day 3 gap. It was doing a little bit. Yeah, a lot of missed trades as well on my part. On a bigger picture, AMD reversion. That was definitely as well. So there's a lot of stuff going on. I guess one could argue that the futures reversion as well. That came in probably, but yeah, a lot of missed trades as well on my part. AMD reversion. That was definitely a little playbook, and that came in pretty nicely. I guess one could argue that the futures reversion as well. Didn't really see that kind of a sentiment or a full-on reversion like that on any of the Mag 7s. I would say Apple reversion to VWAP was nice off of the false break of opening range high. That one that came in quite nicely. But again, like you said, can't catch them all unless the name is Ash Ketchum. Exactly. And with that, that's pretty much what I've done. Still waiting for this one. Buddy, we'll see if Buddy at 138 steps down or not. If it doesn't, that's perfectly fine as well. I'll be looking for the next trade. But yeah, it's 2 o'clock, and yeah, I'll probably won't see you guys until the end of the week. Friday.
Yeah, Friday.
Yeah.
Friday. See you on Friday, guys. Thank you very much. You'll see me here momentarily on the green screen with the rundown. But yeah, thanks. Good stuff there,
great
Obi.
Session once again.
Yeah, exactly. Once again, and hopefully you get that CoreWeave short, probably around 2 o'clock, or it is 2:30. I wouldn't be surprised if we get a little bit of a dump there. But guys, we're headed over to the big boys, Sean and Neil.
Easy.
Hey, welcome everybody. I know it was well, market to the downside now. I know it was a slightly positive morning, but unfortunately, the market decided to go red. That just is what it is. Apparently, we are allowed to go to the downside. Yeah, go figure, go figure. We actually do have some earnings after the bell today, even though it's a Monday. That I do like. But overall, it's just a complete V shape. I'm only in, you're in the future, I'm in FIG, no other positions. I mean, there wasn't a terribly high volume lunchtime session, really, so you had to pick and choose what you're going to be involved in. I'm kind of hoping we get that Tilray breakout, which is still trying to go through that 85 as, well, we'll see it or not, but the president talking about potentially changing the classification of marijuana, which all the weed names were to the upside, but just not quite the breakthrough on the daily just yet. But hopefully we can accelerate to the downside for anybody that's not long out there. Just looking for some continuation shorts, play the trend until the end. When sometimes it bends, which it did early this morning. Everything was so strong this morning.
Yeah.
Just like slight grind to the upside pretty much everywhere. And we're just reverting it. It's not like there was a big news story or anything like that. Outside of, there was some random stuff with GM that didn't barely even really move the stock or did any volume. Of course, I know there's some stuff going on in Washington, D.C., but I don't think that really is market moving at all.
Yeah, we can. Well, we'll hear when we hear Adara.
As well, that came in.
That way we'll be able to.
Just got to make sure our earpieces are.
Yeah, our shout out to Mark and everybody. Our full team is now moved from one spot. Sort of the control center there has gone from one section to another now. So
they work fast.
Yeah, they work really fast. They got it going on right there. The best team in the business. Yeah, I flipped over. We had this long here in the futures, which was great. And then we were trying to average into it, and then when it came back out there, we actually got out and flipped short. Just a lot of pressure right now on this market, finally going red. So we'll see if we can run this short all the way into the close. So yeah, I'm excited to do that for everybody. Here we'll talk about some of the plays that we have for earnings. We've got Big Bear AI on. We're going to get up to the board in a second. Joe's going to be doing what Sharif normally does. We'll do the rundown. That should be pretty popular and get going as well. But yeah, excited to be back and around. It's still boiling hot here right now. And Obi, you missed it, but I was at like a Comic-Con. VaughnCon it's called, up in Vaughan. So there was like maybe 50 booths. Yeah, it was pretty good, man. I just heard him talking about all these Pokemon cards, and I saw like literally a couple $100 grand. Yeah, this one guy had a couple $100,000.
Okay,
and then my kid sent a card in to get graded.
But what kind of security was rolling up in this place? Well, this guy's got that kind
I don't know. I came with 3 dudes, but for everybody else, I'm not sure what was it.
Has a couple Charizards in his pocket.
Yeah, and the guy had tons of. It was a crazy booth. I should have actually taken a picture of it, to be honest with you. But yeah, I don't know. It's a good point. I don't know what security is there, to be honest with you. But I'm sure it's all insured.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you're going to a show like that.
Yeah,
You'd be smart enough.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I'd hope you'd be smart.
No, I mean we don't have them here, but I was walking around thinking like in the United States they have those gun shows and stuff like that. You know, like I don't know how that all works. I mean, obviously they're not able to be loaded, I guess.
I don't know. I'm just saying. I would look at it this way: if you're the dude that's trying to hold up the gun show, it's probably not going to go the way you expected it to. That's just my thought. That's just my thought mentality. That whatever in your head you think is going to happen, if you're going to pull a joint there, more or less it's not going to go how you expect, unless you got.
I was there with.
I'm just saying.
I was there with my 13-year-old, so we weren't doing anything crazy there. But
does he collect? Does he collect?
Yeah, well, sort of. I told that story how we bought some sort of a box there in the United States in Boston, and the very first pack he opened up, he hit like this great card. So graded, if it's graded a 10, to Obi's point, we send it into PSA, straight out of the packet right there, it's $3,500. If he can get a 10 out of it. You know, he touched, like when he opened it, he touched it with his, so there's gonna be some oils on there. Like he's hoping for like a 9 and then he can get a couple $100. I just told him to save it as an investment, but they had a deal there. This one company you could grade them for $30 and they send it into PSA, which is in California. So that will come back, and then we'll get in a couple months. We'll find out what it's all worth. So yeah. But by the way, right here we go, man. Spin the money around right now. We're short. We talked about that a little bit just when we first started. But there's the break lower. Neil's short FIG. I'm short the Qs. So here goes the market into the downside. Congratulations to anybody here that's with me on this. But we just took down that level right there. So at 92.20 or so is when we started to think about the short. It's crazy because I had way more shorts ready to go up here if we got a little bit of a jaunt higher. But right now, we'll sit in this trade. The Qs will be red on Intel today, even though it went on that little bit of a jump there. We punched long 21s. We're basically flat on Intel. MU is very nice. That's going to be a good one. And then our next trade here on the TQs. So yeah, man, it should be a pretty good afternoon. We'll talk about some of the names' earnings. We talked about Big Bear AI. We've got Oklo. So there's going to be names. We've got SoundHound on day 2 or 3 play here,
what a move
which is starting to go crazy as well. Never ever leave a stock for a while. I mean, even Eli Lilly today did have its move up and back in. It's about the trading opportunities. Day 2 or day 3, huge move back up to 650. Now a fade back in. We'll have to watch out for Eli Lilly, see if that's going to do anything right now. And then of course it was 86% earlier. You see what it is right now. So here's the Fed rate to 86 again.
I can't imagine what's going to move us. Like we get CPI, I guess.
Yeah, I think it'll move. I mean,
it should move on that maybe.
Obviously as we get closer, it'll become more certain, but we still have such a ways away. I mean, more jobs numbers coming, more CPI, NVIDIA earnings, but remember
Mitch was like, no, we're going to get no cut.
Mitch.
No, but I got some tomorrow, because here's the thing. There were people, it was a pretty legitimate or reasonable position before that labor number.
Yeah.
So I'm just curious because it's one thing to say it before that labor number that we got. It's another thing to think we'd get it after that labor number. And again, the whole idea is that it was a surprise. Were we 40-something? We were like 40%.
It was
to 80-something percent. Pretty much overnight on that number. Then, which I think matters more than CPI, but we'll see what happens. Tomorrow we get CPI. It's tomorrow. And then we get PPI on Thursday, I believe. The former being more important than the latter. I don't know why I just put in BMR
the market's starting to come
that other thing.
BMNR.
It's BMNR.
Come on,
it's so annoying.
Focus.
I know. BMNR. Before we go up to Joe, even that lost the volume weighted average price. It's like everything turned. Even all the strong crypto-related stuff looked like it was headed to the upside. As I said, I'm only in FIG off of VWAP because that's what was setting up. Well, okay, check that a little bit. I was short FIG above VWAP on a lower high and then added underneath the volume weighted average price here. Now I'm just in the VWAP trade. As we go to find out what you wanted to talk about, let's get the rundown. Joey Options is ready.
All right, guys, welcome to the afternoon rundown, the segment where you guys choose the stocks that we talk about. Now, first on the list, we have BNMR. This is moving bigly up over 20% on the session, guys, but there's more fundamentals behind this. Now holding over 800,000 Ethereum is the world's largest Ether reserve there, guys, but also with valued at over $3 billion, that's going to generate $100 million in staking alone. So that is net income there, guys. Really good look on BMNR, up 20%, guys.
It's a squeeze play. Like, that's sort of the thing. Like, I get it. You know, you get the staking. They're going to have the staking revenue. But realistically, the move is outsized, and it probably remains that way. Like, I think the concern would be that you start turning into like the MSTR game where it goes from giving you outsized moves to sometimes getting there's so much hedging going on that you don't get the volatility you want. At least for now, it looks pretty good. But I'm going to actually it's easier if I do it this way. Let me just throw ETHA up here instead of flipping back and, oh no, that chart doesn't work. Oh, that's annoying. Like if you look at ETHA, flip from 1, and then go right back to BM and R. Like notice how when it pulled back, and we were talking about this in the morning, how it pulled back further. So one of the things that you got to watch out for, like I said, it works in both directions. But I'm always concerned with, you know, if you're not using ETH as your futures for trades here, it doesn't make any sense because you could have saved yourself at least $5 or $6 if you were trailing it based on when ETH broke the trend. And now I want to see ETH catch up again. And if it does, this is a great chance to be a long in the afternoon above the volume weighted average price relative to the market doing better. Right? Like we pull back, we're essentially off of the lows and we're still trending higher. And if ETH can get back on track, bouncing off VWAP here, again, stronger than the market, which is at the lows right now, then you can get some take back through on BMNR. But yeah, it's what it is. It's always going to fall harder, but it works in both directions. I think if we can catch any stronger of a bit off VWAP, you go to this name. But it's weird. When I look at that ETH chart, my first thought is, well, ETH is bouncing off VWAP. Why wait for this to go? You can just get long ETH instead.
Yeah, exactly. That's where you have the 20% difference, right? It's going to move a little differently because it's a stock, right? And more people will look at that. And then there's the short float issue, but we already sort of checked it out. There wasn't much of an issue there at all. Right now we're 40 cents in the money right here as the NASDAQ's pulling back just a little bit, but more covering happening for me here at those levels. But we're still in it for a minute here on the futures. I still got more than a third left on that position. Yeah, I mean, underneath VWAP, I'd just say it's a short. So, you know, until we get above that, then I would say that we're into here, 64.50, 60, 63 or so. I would just be short as long as we're underneath. But again, understand that it can blow your face off. So I would say you definitely are covered right here at 64 and change for BMNR. Congratulations, everybody long Ethereum. As I said, once this show goes on more, we will start looking at some different names like a Ripple, Cardano, Solana, things like that, and figure out what the next sort of game is, right? Because right now you have this, you have SBET, and then we'll wait. There's a couple companies last week, some Toncoin, Tron, all these different names started popping through. So it looks like right now SBET downside, down 1%, which is kind of strange because the BMNR and SBET both, I'm not sure about the Ethereum that they hold, but both trying to be those treasuries there. So. All right, let's go back over to Joe and talk about AMD.
All right, guys, AMD up around 0.5% on the day, but also pitching the idea that they're willing to pay about 15% of China's sales for the MI308 in order to receive that license. Nice, strong opening drive here in AMD, starting to come back in with the rest of the market. Let's see what the boys think about it.
Well, look. AMD.
Well, I mean, how to up and down.
The next big catalyst for AMD is the thing at the end. The last name we're going to talk about is NVIDIA, right? It's going to be NVIDIA earnings. Okay, so they got to pay.
AMD. Well, I mean, how to up and down.
15%. The next big catalyst for AMD is the thing at the end when they're getting nothing. The last name we're going to talk about those chips. Now,
Right?
It's going to sit there and not be able to sell. Okay, so they got to pay 15%. They got to pay 15% to be able to export. That's terrible news. But if the expectation was that they were going to be able to sell back to China and they weren't going to have to pay anything, then you're going to get a little bit of a haircut when you're off. It's not as if that's terrible news, but if the expectation was that AMD decided to rally anyways, sell back to China and then like everything else, then you're going to get a little bit of a haircut. But almost everything else has just been pulling back off the highs. AMD decided to rally anyways because it managed to good news, and then like everything else, flag it or sustain the top. Say everything else, but almost everything else. Shout out to all the just been pulling back off the highs. Like it's actually looking at almost everything that have managed to cannabis names like bull flag it or sustain the top today. Shout out to all the AMD that pullback. Still, like it's actually looking at almost everything. As long as you're above actually the cannabis double close, like you close Thursday and Friday effectively at the same place, right off this AMD that pullback. Still, that's the obvious place to play. As long as you're above 173, this double close, like you close Thursday and Friday, I think close prices matter more than right off the open, just underneath the 173. So that's the obvious place to play. If we hold 173, I want to look long. I didn't trade AMD today. I think close prices Nvidia today. Micron's on the open, and when you have a double close like that, I like to trade it at a couple of as a bit of support. I didn't, and even that, like I didn't trade AMD today. Guidance. We didn't have Nvidia today. Reported updated guidance this morning. Fantastic. That was the only chip name that I was in. I had a couple. Went higher and then just kind of sold off. And even that, like again, Micron. That's been the story. There's a lot of profit taking. It seems. Reported updated guidance this morning. Fantastic across the board. When they pressed so much, went higher, and on top of that, sold off the highs. You know, maybe you can call it a small. There's a lot of profit taking. Negative headline in this market, and that's going to happen to the chips when they're. It's better to get 85% of something, and on top of that, than 100% of nothing. Maybe you can call it a small. I like that one. Negative headline. Even
look,
I
mean, AMD driven by their MI300. I mean, it's going to be a good chip. There's lots of winners in this space, and we talked about it here. You don't just need Nvidia. Look, I mean, AMD driven by their MI300. I mean, it's going to be a good chip, and there's lots of had a really great winners in this space. We talked about it here. You don't just need Nvidia into some of those areas where it's just difficult to have competition. And AMD is there, and not surprised by this. Had a really great run, and nice little pullback off. I know I've been hard on the company for a while, but some of those areas where they've been performing well, and I've just been hard on them because I've so much preferred. Not surprised by this. I actually really like that's long right in AMD. I know I've been hard on the company for a while, but that's a double up. They've been performing well, and I've just been hard on them because I've so much preferred. Nvidia is as well. Nvidia, and I should say there's ones that right, but the outperformance here from Nvidia to AMD, that's a double up from more than a double up since it doesn't matter. I would be long this name until you break back. There's ones down below this 160 area, so get used to seeing this on the sticky note and in long ideas. As long as we're above this 160, that's sort of the spot where you're looking to hold out. I think if you could do that, you kind of based area, so based a little bit of seeing this on the sticky note and in long ideas. Now we're getting just a little bit more consolidation down into this area, so for me, I really like if you could do that. You kind of based it enough today, obviously, because there's that huge move up. In 2 or 3 days, should have been all over that. Now we're getting just a little bit more consolidation down into this area. Great morning, but for me, I really liked the stock. Didn't look at it enough today. So Micron's going to be my P&L number one today. We should have been all over that run and off of Micron. Eventually, we lost that bottom. We punched out at 123.50, but now fading out a little bit. So Micron's going to be my P&L number one today. Big Bear AI off of that run, then off of dip buys, says the board. Eventually, we lost that bottom and we punched out at 123.50, but now Micron to the downside. Intel's another story as well.
70.5% for Nvidia, 63% for AMD. So both great, but Nvidia according to Perplexity. It's a crazy Liberation Day. These runs been 70.5%. For Nvidia, 63% for
Nvidia's
AMD.
Nvidia,
so both great, but Nvidia still.
Yeah, exactly.
See, that's the crazy. As good as
all right, guys. Next up, we have Big Bear AI reporting this evening, looking at about a 10% expected move on that earnings report. But also note, guys, they did beat on EPS. Next up, we have Big Bear AI reporting this evening, looking at about a 10% expected move on that earnings report. But also note, guys, they did beat on EPS in the previous quarter. So we're going to look for that Army contract as well with $165 million. Let's see if they can repeat those contracts and what they think about moving forward. They did have a $385 million or not. These guys got a U.S. Army contract as well with $165 million there that they took a hit on in their last quarter. So that's what they think about issues. So let's just figure out what exactly contracts they have back there. If there's anything looking forward for this there that they took a hit on in their last quarter. So that was some accounting issues seem to be favoring these names. What exactly Donald Trump they have back there. Through and if there's anything looking forward for this company, meetings with Alex Karp and all that, that's AI the policies CEO, seem to be favoring just got these names. We've seen Donald Trump come through U.S. Army, hopefully more to come. Meetings with Alex Karp and all that. Coming. I mean, again, they're big contracts. Big Bear AI just got that award. Airlines and airports. So we're gonna have to wait to see if some of these hopefully more to come through. And different countries coming. I mean, again, they're big contracts so far. What do they have in the pipeline? Are they looking for more consumer? We're gonna have to wait to see
if some of these AI tailwinds are they going for policies, government really contracts, what exactly, and I'd like to really hear about what do they have in the pipeline, right? Because again, it's not about what they've done, it's about what they're trying to do. Services, are they going for more government contracts? Price what exactly is the one that I saw from do they have Wainwright? I was looking them up today. Sites, right? Because again, they do have still over $100 million in cash. It's not huge, moving forward something to talk about. As they $9 price target is the one that I saw from they can acquire a few more up today. A few more contracts over $100 million in cash. It's not huge, but autonomous something to talk about. That's another market that they're looking the pavement to expand into, and acquire a few more focused on autonomy and things like that. They do have such things as autonomous logistics, and that's another market that they're looking to expand into. And as of course, we become more these autonomous softwares on autonomy and things like that with different such things as acquisitions or possibly all that. Big Bear AI, hopefully the brains behind some of this, where exactly Big Bear AI is after today's report. They'll be able to make different. Again, I like the stock. I think it's performing pretty well at these levels. So it's been holding $6. We'll figure out. And if you like AI, then Big Bear AI is after today's report. It's just as confusing. Again, I like the stock. I think it's performing pretty well at these levels. It's been holding $6. That could happen. If you like AI, then great. So we had someone tell us that they were invested in over $100,000 with a downside guide. I mean, I just have to say, why so light, bro? That could happen tonight with Big Bear. At the end of the day, someone tell us that they were invested in over $100,000 if there is of Big Bear AI. But I also wouldn't be surprised to say, why so light, bro? For Big Bear AI. But no, hard. At the end of the day, anything can happen. It wouldn't be surprised. If there is, we saw Palantir's at 20 bagger. But I also wouldn't be surprised if there was a nice beat for Big Bear AI. For it to go to $140 would be something else. Predict something, especially overnight if there's options. I like the stock. I talk similarly. We saw Palantir's at 20 bagger. I don't think BBAI. I mean, for it to go to $140 would be something else. But especially overnight if there's options.
But I think it wasn't that big last time.
At 9, that's pretty good.
When you have that really high anticipation for volatility, I find oftentimes like the aftermarket move. But I think it wasn't that big last time for the ones that you expect to go the most. When you have that, so I wouldn't be surprised if the aftermarket move is dwarfed by whatever happens. I find oftentimes you might get more action after the fact. Is sometimes disappointed. And then keep in mind here, like Soundhound. So I wouldn't be surprised. Looked like maybe they were going to break on day one, whatever happens tomorrow. And then you wait until like today. You might get more action after the fact. So I think who knows? That could be the keep in mind here, like Soundhound. So I'll be definitely ready. Look like maybe they were going to break on day one, and then you wait until like today. You got to pay attention for at least a couple of days after earnings. That could easily be the case here. So I'll be definitely ready in that category. Don't just think about this on Tuesday. Think about this one as a trade for Wednesday, regardless of what happens. A couple of days after earnings on these ones that have a potential to go. So I think BBI is a big shout out category. VinFast, think about this delivering over 35,800 EVs in Q2 of 2025, marking a 172% jump from last year. That brings the first half total to more than 72,000 EVs in Q2 of 2020% year over year. With stronger sales, usually 72% jump from last year. That brings their first half total to more than 72,000 EVs. They're also crushing it on two-wheelers with nearly 70,000 e-scooters and bikes sold in Q2, up 432% from a year ago. And with gas-powered two-wheelers being phased out in Hanoi and Ho Chi Minh City by 2026, the growth potential up 432% from a year ago. And with gas-powered two-wheelers being phased out in Hanoi and Ho Chi Minh City by 2026, the growth potential, and you can find them on the NASDAQ with the ticker SoFi is going to be okay, just like Mike Lau, or by scanning the QR code right there in front of you for more information.
Yes, it's doing just fine today, Neil. Up over 2% on the session and over 10% on the month. So some big moves that we're seeing and experiencing in SoFi, especially after doing just fine today, Neil. Up over 2% on the session and over 10% on the month. Keep that in mind. Some big moves that we're seeing and experiencing in SoFi, especially after their previous earnings report.
Two things. One, I mentioned Figma
there as well, too, guys. So keep that in mind. But SoFi up over 2%.
And it just broke VWAP. So I added to this one. Look, I was short here at 1820. I mentioned Figma under VWAP and trailed the whole thing out here underneath the volume weighted average price. So I'm out of Figma. And it just broke VWAP. Kind of a good short, but it should have been this one. Look, I was short here at 1820. I then added to it at VWAP and trailed the whole thing out here. Love what's going on here. We've talked about these It's kind of a good short, but it should have been post-earnings like was in the note as opposed to down here at 82. A lot of times, but SoFi has had a history of disappointing what's going on here. We've talked about these, and then that'll be the top. We've talked about these post-earnings. It seemed like that was going to be the case. A lot of times, SoFi has had a history of disappointing after earnings. Like they'll gave it back the next day only, and then that'll be the top. Gave it up again. It's like, oh, here we go. There's a lower high. Once again, lose $20, and we're going to turn around. Huge spike. And then just held like an absolute the next day, only the $21 nicely. It gave it up again. It's like, oh, some here we go. There's a lower high. The strength of Robinhood. Everybody knows where we're headed. It's just held like an absolute champion at $21 here on tokenization. Everything, and everything that probably has to do with everything that might scare the big banks. Everybody knows where we're headed. And with regards to 24/5 trading, benefit tokenization, everything that, despite having sold some, everything that might scare the big banks. And it's like you get nothing. You sell before is exactly where we were before. So like you didn't pleasantly lose. Like you lost a little bit because now we're up. But this stock just seems like it's poised for another run. You get nothing. Every single time this comes up. So like you didn't lose. Like you lost a little bit because now we're up. Because this stock just seems like it's poised for another run. And every single time this comes up on a month, I'm going to show you this at some point and then you have a chance to snap it because SoFi on the monthly chart, you break out the top of break $25 would be, to me, spectacular. That's when it goes at some next level. And then we break out on this monthly chart. It's a big I definitely want to be in. I don't know where I want to add the top just yet, and that would be, to be honest with you, the plan of action was to buy the dip after earnings. When we break out on this monthly chart, might just definitely want to be in. I don't know at the point that I'd pick it just the shares I sold up back here. To be honest with you, the plan of action was to buy the dip after earnings. I love that monthly chart. I would want to add to it. Might just have to 28. I'm not at the point that I'd pick.
Yeah, I mean the dip was 15%, but it wasn't that very long. I mean, it only went down to $20 right into there.
I love that monthly chart. I wouldn't want to
like Neil was mentioning there, you sold a little bit before earnings. I sold a little bit after earnings.
Yeah, I mean the dip was 15%, but it wasn't that very long. And we only went down to $20. Yeah, I mean I again like the stock here, up 2%. I think it's one that you could probably sold a little bit before earnings. I sold a little bit after earnings. Every morning it seems to be pretty strong. 22.50. So yeah, I mean I again like the stock here, up 2%. I think it's one that you could probably continue to go long on. Every morning it seems to be pretty strong. You can watch Robinhood to see if that gets going at all. Yeah, $23 for SoFi right there. Might have to go back a little bit on that top as we keep on zooming back. You'll see a short or get out of some longs. That sort of gave you that opportunity there. And the reason why I sold SoFi is you'll see we might have to go back here a little bit on this. So yeah, right into here. This is why I sold it that day. Actually, I just put an offer at 24, similar to what I did. Like I put pound here 195. That never hit. You'll see we've been topping out here for a minute. So that was a good trade right into those levels. This is why I sold it that day a little bit higher. I still put an offer at 24. All these names are really frothy. Similar to what I did. Like I put pound here 195. That never hit. So all of a sudden become. So that was a good trade right into those levels. We'll see if it can continue to work a little bit higher. I do want to get out. That's why we did talk about trimming some right now, which we love. What's kind of these garbage stocks have trimming some Nvidia, but these are sort of the bells of the ball. That's a little worrisome. You put your money into. So I do want to get out. That's why we did talk about it is going to the Mag 7, which we love. So I mean, if you're buying trimming some Nvidia, but these are every single time of your $1 is going into the Mag 7. The S&P 500, 40 cents of it is going to the Mag 7. Somewhere, maybe it's SoFi. I mean, if you're buying the futures or anything in the S&P 500, 40 cents of your $1 is going into the Mag 7. And speak of the devil here, the largest, heavily creative maybe it's SoFi, maybe it's some of these other places where you can get a little bit more to your dollar. But yeah, that's SoFi.
Guys, we
know
speaking
of the devil here, the largest,
is
heavily
later in the month
stock,
as well too. So just keep an eye out on some of the options open interest because we're starting to accumulate some size. We know we've into this report. NVIDIA is reporting later in the month as well too. So just keep an eye out on some of the options open interest. Keep an eye out for size to accumulate some size, especially leading into that report. And now on the session, we're just barely holding on to green, but at that 185 strike price, keep an eye out for size to continue to grow, especially leading into that report. And you can see
and the run has been so impressive.
The 180 levels pretty aggressively, guys.
We talked about this with AMD. Yeah, they get the same deal. They're paying that 15%. It's so big. It's a big chunk of change. And the run has been so impressive. Inventories over it was like $4.5 billion. We talked about this with AMD. They said, look, they get the same deal. They're paying that 15%. Their revenue, but by it's a big chunk of change that they were sitting on those inventories over again. They're going to be able to knock on wood that they said was still sell those. The demand is there. Their revenue. It still makes sense sitting on those chips. Jensen's been so sort of making that point that it'd be able to knock on wood, have China be able to still sell those. Demand is there. I think figuring out themselves. themselves how to make some advanced chips and try to play catch up. Point that it makes sense to ultimately have China rely. It all gets figured out. Chips. Unfortunately, as Joe said, we're just getting top heavy. Make some advanced chips and try to play catch up. We're going to have these days. Ultimately, I think it all gets figured out. It's almost like unfortunately, as Joe said, we're just maybe the only thing you can do is just look for that first. We're going to have these days of big time. It's almost like it's a consolidation day. They're just not working. Or maybe the only thing you can do is just look for that first flat on a keystroke. But that first when it's breaking out the top, it's barely going anywhere. But if you're buying the dip and you catch a turn on this stock when the bid comes in, then you're absolutely flat on a keystroke. But when it's breaking out the top, it's barely going anywhere. But if you're buying the dip and you catch a turn on this stock when the bid comes in, if we break then you're absolutely we could see that 181 again, which is fine. I hesitate to walk along. But I almost want to be favoring relatively weak. When you look at a 15-minute chart, it just feels like if we break down, the resistance is pretty clear that 181 again, which is fine for the stock overall. But the market's looking relatively weak. This seems like it wants to go red in here, and the resistance is pretty clear as you get closer to 185. Extension.
I'm sure saw coming. CNBC reporting that apparently there's been an executive order signed that would extend this China tariff deadline by 90 days. So this is CNBC citing a White House official. Coming. CNBC reporting that apparently there's been an executive order signed that would extend this China tariff deadline by 90 days. So this is CNBC citing a White House official. We have not seen the executive order yet. If I get more details, Donald Trump did indicate when asked that he would potentially be extending the 90-day tariff deadline today. That looks like he did in fact extend that deadline. The late topic, or I guess the late morning. Sorry, Donald Trump did indicate when asked that he would potentially be extending the 90-day tariff deadline. Looks like he did in fact extend that deadline. Market topic.
The other stock that I thought about immediately was Alibaba, but it already went. I'm just going and then I thought to myself, just get in and out maybe here. It's time then to now just punch long into Nvidia. The other stock that I thought about immediately was Alibaba, but it already went. This looks like this could be and then I thought to myself, maybe it's time then to now. So we'll get out of the TQs, getting out right now at this level. So we're going to do that right here. I mean, we're at the bottom anyways. This looks like this could be a great little trade. We said let's just wait to see if this market wants to go. Get out of the TQs. Yeah, it looks like it may want to go now. This is we were waiting for the Chinese news. So now it looks like we got some of that. So we're going to exit out. We said let's just wait to see if this market wants to go, right? And we'll punch out 94. Yeah, it looks like it may want to go now. There it is. We flipped it up. Chinese news. So now it looks like traders got some of that. So we're going to exit Nvidia right now. I thought I got filled there. And there it is. Nice little upside play. We'll punch out 94. Let's see if we get something out here at 10s. And then we flipped it up. So let's go. Like I said, traders going to trade. We flipped over into Nvidia right now. And Nvidia. And there it is. Nice little upside play. Let's see if we get something out here at 10s. This maybe just gives a little bit more time to see if there's a better deal maybe that can get. We already know the deal with China and Nvidia. They're going to cut that 15%. We're long Nvidia. We just punch out of this maybe just gives a little bit more time to see if there's a better deal. We went short there. We brought it all the way to the bottom. Just a little piece of news, and this is what changes the market sometimes. We're long Nvidia, and we just punch out of our Qs. Look, we're now flat. I could be happier on the futures and long right now. We brought it all the way to the bottom. Just a little piece of news. I like that story. Let's just see what winds up happening right now. So there's the flipping happening right there. We're now flat. We'll get out of one. We'll see what happens. And again, like be smart, be proactive. Like I like that story. Let's just see what winds up happening right now. There's the flipping happening right there. So then our last 10% or whatever. And again, like be smart, be proactive, like play. And then not only did we punch out, but I started getting out long right into there. Right as we sort of heard that story as well. So in our last 10% or whatever, let's just keep this. We wound up punching out there 93 going. So that was a good play. And then I think not only did we punch out, but we got into a long as soon as we sort of heard that story as well. So far so good here, man. Let's just keep this, the train going long.
You mentioned Alibaba.
I think this is a story that we're waiting for.
Baidu went to the upside as well. That's a pretty solid spike and a big spike. Remember, these stocks do less volume in the afternoon, respectively, which makes sense. So Alibaba. News like this to the upside as well. Like that's a pretty solid spike and a big volume spike. I looked over to see if these stocks do less volume in the afternoon, respectively. That could be a short. Makes sense. So a news. Apparently it already was. What did they already go? Although it's already coming back in. I looked over to see if MP, which I thought, okay, MP, that could be a short. Reverted. I'm going to look. Apparently it already was. If AMD is above that 73 double close area that I was looking long anyways, that's slapping the trend and already reverted. When this was losing VWAP, if AMD is above that 73 double close area, oh, by the way, I was looking long anyways. I'm just slapping the trend break. It's been imminent for a while. When this was losing, it's on the offer of 85. Essentially, if we can break out the trend line, very good chance. Oh, by the way, Tilray also long break that I was going to take. 85 break. It's been imminent for a while, but like it's on the offer of 85. Essentially, right here.
All right, here we go, man.
All right, so long break that I was going to take this morning.
We're just going to sit here in NVIDIA. We took out 5%. Sorry, 10%. Sorry, at 08s, 10%. All right, here we go, man. We'll just wait to see if we can hold this. I mean, obviously, our next with Tilray, move, we always got to get something out near. We took out 5%. The 200 period moving average. Sorry, 10%. We'll put another 5%. So 10%. Sorry, 10%. Now we'll just wait to see if we can hold this. I mean, obviously, our next and then we'll move. We always got to get something out near the 200 period moving average. So we'll put another 5% there. 184. Sorry, 10% has been a little bit of something. I mean, we've seen it up here and then we'll see before it wants to do. I mean, there's still so again, I'm like a little bit surprised to go. I mean, in that top there at 184 moving the market as much as has been a little bit of something. I mean, we've seen it up here. I'm gonna get a 5% this time before failing. Oh, I used the wrong key again. So again, I'm like a little bit surprised on edge. I guess this news there isn't moving the market as much as there it is. We actually get a fill right there. Why don't I just get? I'm gonna get a 5% through. So there we go. I used the wrong key again. Okay, we're gonna have to wait to get fill on edge. I guess. Wish it was gonna go there to the upside. A little bit more. Let's check out what else is going on. Maybe Broadcom. Get a fill right there. Some of these Chinese names. We can look at PDD. So there we go. We are now if that's doing anything again. We have no Pinduo. Wish it was going to go a little bit more. Let's check out what else is going on. Maybe Broadcom. Some of these Chinese names. I don't know. I mean, Baidu's not really doing anything. There, see if that's doing anything again. We have no Pinduo not doing anything. Maybe Baidu. The big move up there was Alibaba. They're all basically the same. I don't know. What else can benefit from any sort of China story here? I mean, look what's different here. We actually identified that level break right there for you. I don't know if anyone had that. They're all basically the same. What else can benefit from any sort of a China story here would be Tesla. Get a nice $3 move. We actually identified that. Here comes the market back in a little bit. I don't know if anyone had that. Is it the taco trade one more time? Except for reverse taco. Now we figure out that there is a deal potentially with the extension, right? But here comes the market back in a little bit. China. Maybe now the taco trade one more time except for reverse taco. Now we figure out that there is a deal potentially with the extension, right? 90-day extension there. They need that into China. Maybe now the market pulls back. And again, if NVIDIA does break it, we're only at 15%. Mean that they're that far away. Let's watch out for VWAP. I mean, because we were thinking short the market. Remember before, and then the news story hit. And again, if NVIDIA does break it, maybe if now we break that low, we go short again. Let's watch out for VWAP. I mean, because we were thinking short the market. Remember before, and then the news story hit, so we're flat out of that one. Maybe if now we break that low, we go short again. Matter to us, but now 92 has been a good hold. Yeah, maybe this is a short here. 91.75 to the downside. Maybe we'll try that if it does go, but we'll wait to see. Ways away from levels that matter to us, but 92 has been a good hold. Yeah, maybe this is a short here. 91.75 to the downside.
You get the expected algo spike and we'll wait to see. But then even here, like Tilray breaks 85. Tilray's done 150 million shares in volume. I don't know. And then it just broke a double top, and it's not that it's not climbing. But then even here, like Tilray breaks 85. Tilray's done 150 million shares in volume. You're expecting, and then it just broke a double top, and it's not that expecting to see a heck of a lot more volume. Trust me when I tell you, when a penny stock breaks a level like this, it's done 150 million shares, not showing any kind of ridiculousness on the tape. I've scalped at about a quarter. I'm expecting to see a heck of a lot more volume coming pretty soon. Like remember, breakout. It's just on the other side of this. There is another side of that ridiculousness on the tape. I'm looking for this to break, and it's right at the 200 period moving average, which. On the other side of this, I don't know how far there is another side of that last time the Tilray closed above the 200 period moving average. Looks like August, and it's right at the 200 period moving average. August 26th of 2024. I don't know how far I have to go back for the last time the Tilray closed above the 200 period moving average. Looks like the only reason why that date meant sometimes doesn't mean anything to anybody else, but I like that date. But it's been a while. It's been a year since this thing closed above, so it is at major resistance and trying to go to the upside. The only reason why that play that I'm looking for was anybody else, but I like that date. Trend, but it's been a while. Like it's been a year since this thing closed above. So it is at major resistance and trying to go to the upside. As I said, the other play that I'm looking for was AMD. After this news hit, and it just sits here hugging this trend line without breaking this downward trend here. I think it pops that, you can get into VWAP. Right on the trend line. 174, VWAP's at 175. After this news hit, why not take a shot at it? That's what I'm looking for to happen next. I'm willing to be patient. Anything else that's moving, I think if it pops that, you can get into VWAP's at 174, VWAP's at 175. So why not not take a shot at it. I would always that's what I'm looking for to happen next. If there's anything else that's moving, or alpha, if it's going to go up, is that doing better? Have the up 24%. Have the individual name with a higher short float go higher. Usually, I would always expect till rate to move. Maybe some of that is MSOS isn't even breaking out the top. Like if it's going to go up, CGC doing right? Like have the probably should have had the individual name with a higher short float go higher. CGC is doing literally nothing at VWAP. 32. Maybe some of that is MSOS. It looks like till rate is the only one that's even trying to break out. And I'm not going to look at Sundial. That thing look to see if there was. Useless. CGC is doing literally nothing at VWAP. I say that, I get that. Other weed names, it looks like Tilray is the only one that's trying to break it, and I'm not going to look at Sundial. Nothing happening here in AMD. I'd say that's a disappointment. You mentioned Tesla for this news. I say that, I get that. Apple's not moving either. That thing is useless. If you just start looking at some of the things you might expect to go, nothing happening here in AMD. I'd say that's a disappointment. You mentioned Tesla. We're not getting the reaction that we want. I mean, Apple's not moving either. I'd say if you start looking at some of the things you might expect to go, you didn't want an extension, everybody. That's exactly what the market wanted. We're not getting the reaction that we want. But you're not seeing a ton of follow through in any of the names that I would expect. I'd say it's we can be patient for. You still have an hour 40. What we didn't want to go hour 20 to go on the day. That's exactly what the market wanted, in my opinion. But you're not seeing a ton of follow through. At this rate, it's going to break the trend, and maybe that's the acceleration. You still have an hour 40. Here on to go hour 20 to go on the Tilray, this is trying and giving it half a cent, and it went at this rate. It's going to break the trend, but maybe that's you're thinking that thing should get to 90 cents if it breaks here on AMD. Not just sit here. But Tilray and do nothing. It broke. I'm giving it half a cent. I got like it's got the munchies. Almost pretty much no one's penny. The shorts. You're thinking that thing should get to 90 cents if it breaks 85. It's probably just gone too far.
Maybe I shouldn't have rolled up those stock certificates and smoked them because now they'd be
like it's got the munchies, and no one's willing to feed the shorts.
32% is still a nice move. I mean,
it's probably just gone too far.
Maybe I shouldn't have rolled up those stock certificates and smoked them because now they'd be worth is a waste of time. But I mean, if you're buying the dips, then fine. But
our valedictorian got me into one.
Yeah, no, they're
the only good thing was that I think I sold it for 10%.
That whole space, I would say, is a waste of time. But if you buy the dips, then fine.
I bought. Our valedictorian got me into one. We were like, the only good thing was that I think I sold it for Dallas or something. We were going on a trip and whatever. We were just like, no, but I think like I bought. I don't remember. I don't even remember the name. We were like, was it a? And I think I bought it for like whatever it was. I bought it for like 41 cents. It went ham, and I'm like, yeah, baby. And I sold nothing. And then I remember like, however long later, just selling it for a 10% hit. And I think I bought it for like whatever it was. I bought it for like 41 cents. It went ham, and I'm like, yeah, baby. And I sold nothing. And then I remember like, however long later, just selling it for a 10% hit.
Yeah, I think I know.
Well, that was fun.
Yeah. All right, so I got out of NVIDIA. It didn't move, so I got out to where we got in. In and out immediately there on NVIDIA. So just in. All right, so I got out of NVIDIA. It didn't move, so I got out to where we got in. Now it starts to go back in and out immediately there on NVIDIA. I'm not, the Nasdaq is right here right now. I'm going to wait for it to break that low, but I think this is a decent shorting opportunity as well. Pretty happy, man. We were able to get out of NVIDIA and get out of the TQs, both for winning. The Nasdaq is right here right now. I'm going to wait for it to break that low, but I think this is a decent short opportunity as well. Pretty happy, man. We were able to get out of NVIDIA and get out of the TQs, both for winning trades. There's not too many stocks actually tonight, and then a pretty good AI. So other than that, here today, there's not a whole heck of a lot tonight, man. Astis, we talked about that. Archer Innovation Plug, Adara, and Neil. There's not too many stocks. Just a quick look at Big Bear AI. Let me get this opportunity actually to fire this up. There's not a whole heck of a lot for everybody to look forward to, but you will see the after show with Adara and Neil, and that should be fresh start this. All you gotta do is quick look at right now what stock you want. So shout out to everybody that's in the chat with us right now. Hit your like, hit your subscribe, and thank you for joining us. We're gonna find some names here that you want to talk about. I'm not sure. Let me just refresh now what stock you want. So shout out to everybody that's in the chat with us right now. Hit your like, hit your subscribe, and thank you for joining us. We're gonna find some names here that you want to talk about. I'm not sure. Let me just refresh this. Oh, there it is. I was gonna say it's not populating, but PSTV, Palantir, Open Door, same kind of thing. Dick's Sporting Goods. No, we can have a look at right there, flat on the day. Big Bear. Just want to see Cliff Natural Resources there, shout out. But to those guys against Open Door, same kind of thing. Dick's Sporting Amazon, I just saw right there, 220. That's pretty dead. Big for sure. Amazon. Cliff Natural Resources there, shout out. 3% to those guys. That's nice. Yeah, Big Bear's going to probably take Amazon. I just saw right there, 220. That's pretty dead. Trying to do its best for sure. Amazon. We'll have a quick look at that. I mean, I went over here as soon as I heard that news about China and the United States sort of flipping up on that one, and then Tesla trying to do its best as well today. Tesla right there. Look at that. I mean, I went over here, I think gives a little bit of that news about China and the United States more negotiations, and we already saw that Tesla's numbers from this morning were down pretty bad. They're down 10% Tesla right there. The 90-day extension, I think, gives a little bit of breathing room here, to more negotiations. We already saw that Tesla's numbers from this morning were down pretty bad. They're down 10% or something. Looking to see what it wants to do. So that's not going to be a great underneath and holding VWAP is nice. Now we're above VWAP, so that little break in China, and then so down with volume. I mean, that's the ledge break. So that gave us a little bit of volume down there. Underneath and holding VWAP is nice. Now we're back up VWAP. So I do have to tell everybody that break there, and then boom with volume. I mean, I always get messages all the time. That gave us a little bit of volume down there in a crypto Discord. I am not. Now you're starting to go back up the upside. I do have to tell everybody that I am not. I mean, I always get messages all the time. Any of us. I am not in a crypto Discord. I am not. Like we're not selling anything. Buying altcoins. What we're doing on the show is what we're doing. I always get it. I don't have a private. Please do not follow. This is where any of us crypto or anything like that. That's where people always message me like, we're not selling anything. What we're doing on the show is what we're doing live. I don't have a private. It's not me. It's fake stuff. This is where I crush crypto or anything like that. Out for that. That's what people always message me. Like, smart people in our audience, also are now in the crypto game and all this kind of stuff. It's not me. It's fake stuff. Smart. So just stay away from all of that.
Anything you'd ever hear from us, I think that we have
some smart people in our audience. I'm just telling that to people because I always get those. I get DMs all the time. I can show you one right now. Some guy saying, stay away from all of that.
Anything you'd ever hear from us. I just had to ask you a question about crypto based on blah blah blah. So I'm just telling that to people because I always get those. I get DMs all the time. I can show you one right now. Have that Spidey sense, right? Now see, now that I use words like this, they're probably going to talk about Spidey sense and pretend to be blah, blah, blah. But there it is right there again. Look at this drop down on NVIDIA. Get out what a good, if there's a problem. Have that Spidey sense, right? Now see, now that I use words like this, they're probably going to talk about Spidey sense and pretend to be I. And we'll pick something else. But there it is right there again. Look at this drop down on NVIDIA. Get out of them if there's a problem. And there wasn't even a problem. It wasn't going up. Story. And now the futures look to break lower as well. And there we go. We are now into there it goes, man. Nice. So again, we get out there for NVIDIA. Now we're back into basically a full position. I mean, we always leave room, and now the futures look to break lower as well, and there we go. We are now into the TQQ. Put some more so again, we get out there, it's fine, but we'll wait. Now we're back to see where we go from here. I'm going to take a little bit out if we always leave room to put some more on. Yeah, exactly. What did I call myself? There it goes, there it goes, there it goes. Yes, sir, Neil. Here we go, baby. To see where we go from here, I'm going to take a little bit out if we can get back. Nice move to the downside right now. Boom. There goes TQQs, and I apologize, man. I'm just running this right now to the downside, Neil. There it goes right there. We put that in the pocket right there. Nice move to the downside. Right now, your number one there goes TQQs. I apologize. There I'm just running this just right like now that, Joe. To the downside, just like that, my God. There it goes right there. So we put that in the pocket right here as we trade the futures and give some energy back to the stream, guys. So there it goes. Hope you guys are enjoying it. It's a small little play right there, but it breaks the bottom right there. So I like it when we're right. And this time, as we trade the futures and we give some energy back to the stream, guys. So there it goes. Hope you guys are enjoying it. It's a small little play right there, but it breaks the bottom. And I like it when we're right. You're having a lot of fun. So there it goes. Nothing will stop me. Downside got some out there in the low 50s. Nice move to the downside. That was a pretty good take. It's my party right now. So yeah, there it goes, guys. I hope you're having a lot of fun. What's good over there? Nothing will stop me from having fun.
certainly has been partying to the upside
nice move
all
to the
day.
downside.
Now we have more comments.
We have an individual here by the name of Anthony Martinelli.
He is the founder and editor-in-chief of the Marijuana Herald. He's just certainly been partying to the upside all day. Now we have more comments. We have an individual here by the name of Anthony Martinelli. He is the founder and editor-in-chief of the Marijuana Herald. He's just come out here on X saying that apparently a long-time Trump advisor just told the Marijuana Herald. And now we have yet another indication that Trump is taking a few more weeks to finalize messaging, but the decision are heavily considered. He's going to reschedule rescheduling, or in this case, maybe even descheduling. So now we have yet another indication that the Trump administration and President Donald Trump himself
appreciate it, Dara. And going through the high again, Tilray just hit 87. It's just climbing after that 85 break. Stop is at break even, but I got to address. I hope this is not true, day trader. Appreciate it, Dara. And going through the high again, Tilray just hit 87. I just been climbing after that 85 break. Stop is at break even, but I got to address. 100% I hope this is not true, messing around, and I hope you're joking around. But as Sean said, we're not selling any courses around here. Whose course I just been hear if you ever see anything indicating that, then you know it's pretty much capped. I hope you're messing around. I hope you're joking around. But as Sean said, we're not selling any courses, just having a little bit of fun. And if you ever hear, if you ever see anything, if someone pretends to be one of us, you know it's pretty much capped. I don't care. I've told stories a million times around there. One of those dudes, one of the fake Sean's tried to message me. You know what? I always say, this is way too good of an opportunity not to mess with one of us. Mess with that dude. I don't care. I've told stories a million times. one of those dudes,
fine. You
one
want
of
to
the fake Sean's tried to message me.
I'm gonna
and I'm like, this is way too good of an opportunity not to mess with this
because
this
I was literally sitting next to Sean.
Well, whomever it might be.
If he had half a brain, that
fine. You want to waste my time? I'm gonna that said,
punk you, and I'm gonna have fun doing it. And it was good entertainment because
anything that ever happens, like I said, we will let you guys know
if he had half a
here
brain, that person
live on the show. That said,
more volume.
We're never selling here.
This market is just back.
You know, and it's anything that ever
I feel like we get
happens,
these
headlines.
We will let you guys know.
Okay,
right
so
here,
as
live on the show.
Adair mentioned,
come on,
we get another headline and and the 85 rate goes from 86 to 87.
I feel like we get these headlines.
It's a slow grind. The other thing I'm going to do now
Adair mentioned.
Sort of we get another headline line on here, and the 85 rate goes from 86 to 87.
I'm getting out when this trend line breaks.
It's a slow,
and we're going to try to hold
the other thing I'm going to do now
90
is just
at least.
Sort of slap
if we
this
can
trend
even
line
get
on here. I'm just going to
just leave it at that.
Like I'm getting out when this trend line breaks,
offer out there,
and we're going to try to hold into
Tilray just
90 at least.
Tilray probably
has even get up there. I'm going to get some.
That's why I get an 89 offer out
in this
there.
particular moment, but that's about it.
AAPL still not doing anything,
and see how far this can go.
Tilray just.
Tilray probably has the biggest short float, and that's why it's moving the most.
And just broke out the high.
Thank you guys for mentioning this.
Still not doing anything.
On this one
that's right. Open Door.
See that top at 260?
Open Door 17%.
One day.
Second day,
broke out the high.
And then right at the close
again,
you've got a big wall at the 260.
Lots of room to go
if it can
before it
take
gets there.
But it's trying
See
to
that
fill
top
in
at
that gap
260?
Open is back
one
alive,
day,
apparently.
second day, and then
for
right at the
you
close
savvy
again, you've got a big
Canadian
wall at the 260 level.
investors,
Lots
you
of
can
room to go
now
before it
tap
gets there.
into
But it's
NASDAQ
trying to fill in
100
that
and
gap as
S&P
we speak.
500
Open
with
is back
Beta Pro
alive,
3 times daily levered and ETFs. For you savvy Canadian now with built-in FX hedging, so take away all the risk and S&P 500. This aims to amplify short-term market moves, minimizing similar to featuring now with built-in FX hedging, so take away impact of currency swings, whether you're feeling bullish or bearish. This aims to amplify short-term day traders ready to take on moves, minimizing similar to full risk. Similarly to me trading the prospectus here at BetaPro.ca. Impact of currency swings, whether you're feeling bullish or bearish. These ETFs are built for active day traders ready to take on the market. Please read the full risk disclosure in the prospectus at BetaPro.ca before investing. And of course, we want to thank Global X for their continued sponsorship of this and all of that, leaving some of those names. Thank you, Global X. Make sure that you guys go check it out. BetaPro.ca. 3 times levered, double, anything that is X times stock movement, they're doing it with options. So you have to be careful there, and it might not necessarily like the Palantir 3 times or 2 times levered, double, react that way for the month or for a few weeks, but then stock movement, they're doing it with options. Decouple from that relationship. It might not necessarily like the Palantir 3 times or 2 times levered will react that way for the month.
The other thing is some of these do better volumes than the others. Like the futures ones do quality volume trading like anything else, but like there's you mentioned that PLTZ. That's not the best. But the other thing is some of these do better volumes. Some of them are better. The futures ones do make sure you're tracking like anything else. If they're worth your like there's if they're worth putting PLTZ, if you're going to that's not the best volume. Just don't assume like the TQ is no problem. Some of them are better trading vehicles. Make sure you're tracking if they're worth your. But I found if they're worth putting flip it up if you're going to express the trade. What's the point? Just don't assume the TQ is no problem. And the same thing with the SPCE because well, if you're into watching, I found a few that if you're into watching paint dry, what's the point? No judgment whatsoever. Like watching paint dry. To each their own.
You gotta get a new hobby. If that is the case,
well, if you're into
paint drying around here, paint drying.
If you're into watching paint dry,
yeah. So all right,
no
so TQ's right back up. Like I said, we actually got out at 2/3 when this had happened. I don't know if you guys saw me getting the more crazy there. I'm sure you did. As Joe was getting excited. Yeah. So all right, so TQ's right back up. Like I said, was falling down. So we actually got out at 2/3 when this had happened. I don't know if you guys saw me getting the buttons like crazy. Whenever we get those instant moves, as like Joe was getting excited, and so was I. You know, the market was falling down there, and it fell a little bit more than I had thought. As soon as we just instantly, whenever we get those instant moves, that's like those are rapid. That was a nice move in. We'll put back just bang bang. Right now, I put back some shares on this one. I said I pretty much had that full position when this happened. I'm sure. So that's why we covered it. This is why I'm like in stone cold chill mode right now. That was a nice move in. We'll put back. We'll wait to see if it does. Right now, I put back some shares on this one. I said I pretty much had that full position when this happened. So that's why we covered it. Take advantage of that because that was in 90 right now. 1 or 92. Yeah, we'll wait to see if it does fill back in through. At at the 50 period moving average, and I'm stopping out if we break this high right here of 92.05. Just take advantage of that because that was a 90, just trying to take a little bit of profit here, hopefully, as we continue forward. 90, I guess, this trade at the 50 period. I don't know. It's funny because and I'm stopping out if we break this high right here of 92.05. Good long off that bottom. There's that. Just trying to take a little bit of profit here, hopefully, as we continue forward. Now all the way back up trade, but the levels. I don't know. It's funny because Nvidia, that's the only trade that would have been on Nvidia long off that bottom. There's that break. There's the flush. Nvidia goes all the way to 180. So that's much more pronounced sort of downtrend here. And it looks like Nvidia was trying to bounce a little bit. AMD let me see what's Brethren's doing having no such fun. So that's much more pronounced. Just to look at the difference here between here. It looks like Nvidia was trying to bounce a little bit. AMD on our marker here and on your keyboard for whatever stock no bounce asked. And there it is, right? So the difference here. This is what Nvidia looks like. It's trying to battle with it. You can just push page then AMD on our the other way around and on your keyboard for whatever stock straight downside. So I feel like it's right. So you can just see here. This is what Nvidia looks like. It's trying to battle with it. Probably a little bit of a better stock right now. The other way around, them being similarly up or down on the downside. So I feel like if you're going to short something, I'm short the market, but this is just looking healthier. Probably a little bit of a better stock right now, despite them being similarly up or down on the day. Both Nvidia's up 0.1, AMD up 0.2.
There's a lot of times, especially in the afternoon, like if they go up in the morning, they both be going up. But there's too many times, at least lately, that I've noticed that with AMD and Nvidia going. There's a lot of times, especially in the afternoon, like if they're going up in the morning, they both be going up. Okay, three others. Too many times, at least lately, that I've noticed that with AMD and Nvidia. But right now, it is looking incredibly completely opposite directions. It's just how it is. AMD, the stock's up 63% since I don't think AMD is necessarily pathetic, but right now, if that's pathetic, I'll take incredibly weak. No, pathetic is stocks are up like that. I mean, a lot of stocks are up 63% and I say that is, look, man, how many are Figma trade, by the way? Oh, you're on it right now. If that's pathetic, look, I got a Figma view up a long time ago, but I was actually going back to this name in particular because the original entry of Figma. How many are Figma trade, by the way? Oh, you're on it right now. So I'm coming back. I got a Figma view up a long time. We can start to. But I was actually going back to this name in particular because the original entry on Figma Tilray cannot seem to get to 1/4. I want the next. So I'm coming back and we just got 88s on Tilray, so it's still continue to climb. And Dara pretty much right in front of that 82.25 again. Check that. The executive order on Tilray cannot seem to get to 80. Just tagged 88. We're looking for. We just got 88s on Tilray level, and I just keep manually moving the bill is signed. Sorry, check that. The executive order that only getting signed underneath. Just tag 88. We're looking for now the print up into the 90 level. There was a question about. I just keep manually moving. Now the bill is signed. Do you think Tilray will get back to a 52-week high? Now go to just underneath 87. So finally, Tilray broke. There was a question about taking a technical breakout at 85 on the daily will get back to a 52-week high, and looking for it to go to give you 5 points on a move is not willing to go that far. Actually thinking these guys are going to start making money and go to $1.95 at 85 on the daily is one thing. I have zero interest in being long the stock. And looking for it to go to give you 5 points on a move is one thing. Actually thinking these guys are going to start making money and go to $1.95, I'll leave that to other people. I'm not.
That's
I have
just talk
zero
that they
interest in
might
being long the stock in any real
at some
sense.
point. I just want to clarify the bill signing has to
Currently
do with it. The fact that reportedly the executive order was signed has nothing to do with delay. I guess just China that they might reschedule at some point. I just want to clarify the bill signing has to apparently do with the fact that reportedly the executive order was signed to delay. I guess this China and U.S. tariff or trade deadline.
And that's what's continuing to make this move. But like I said, I probably misspoke. If I'm ever trading Tilray, it's technical, right? And I mean, that was the news this morning, and that's what's I'm interested in owning. Like I said, that being said, if I'm ever trading Tilray, if I'm looking at technical and saying, hey, look, you've now broken this double top. I'm interested in owning. If you hold the 200-period moving average, like where's the logical place? I think a hold of this could go. If I'm looking at it, I'm looking for like a one break. You've now broken this double top. Like take it from 85 and if it holds the 200-period moving average, look for the 1/4. That's a 50% a hold of this could go. I think when these things are that bad, I'm never trying to shoot the moon like you've got it for good. Take it from 85 and if it holds the 200-period moving average, look for the 1/4. That's a 50% It's one thing to be, you think quantum's going to be amazing. I think when these things are that bad, I'm never trying to shoot the moon like you've got it for good. Unless you really believe in like the space. I just don't. I don't see how. It's like, look, it's one thing to be, you think quantum's going to be amazing, so you buy QBTS.
There's no barriers to entry.
No, it's just way too.
Again, I think Joe's starting up his own weed company pretty soon as well. I mean, there's really no.
I'm in on that, Joe.
No, there's
well,
so.
see, here's
yeah,
the thing.
there's
Joey
no
Options, he's got this dreads, who's got the street cred right there.
I think Joe's starting up his own weed company pretty soon as well.
And the fact that we got the video
evidence
I'm in on that, Joe. Dreadlocks. Well, see, here's the thing. Joey Options, he's got until I see Sam dreads, who's got the street cred right there. So I'm willing to invest in it. And the fact that we got the video evidence of those dreadlocks. Now he might have got fooled by. He might have got fooled until I see Samson Simpson, but a little bit, but throwing down. I'll invest. You've never seen half baked because Samson knew how to throw down. Now he might have got fooled by. He might have got. Obi can't tell me. Oh, he's not even here. But a little bit. But he's always saying. I have never seen half baked. I promise you, he's seen that movie.
Everyone should see
Chappelle. No, Obi can't tell me. Oh, he's not even. What was it? Jim Bruce. Jim's always saying. I promise you, he's seen that.
Names. I know the guy you're talking about. I saw Chappelle was on. He had actually a pretty good monologue on SNL. It's an old one. I saw from January. I'm bad with the names. I know the guy you're talking about. Great. I saw Chappelle was on. The guy. He had actually a pretty good monologue on SNL. We really like. It's an old one. It's a very old one from January. But. Great monologue. So
the guy,
I'm flat now. I mean, all we have is the TQs. I mean, this is all that we've been doing. Sure. We're gonna look for some more names. I mean, names that had reported there. We had Newegg there on Friday. I'm flat now. I mean, all we have is the TQs. I mean, this is all that we've been doing. On Friday, we're gonna look for some more names. I mean, names that had reported there. We had Newegg there on Friday. Took a jaunt up 30% or something. Like I said, there on Friday, back in today now on a little bit of a pullback. So that's a move now down 13% on not too much trading. Technology upside, tariff stress. We talked about that. The September rate cut seems to be more and more imminent now. 86%, although it was 92% that was coming through. Technology upside, tariff stress. I mean, what's next? We got CPI rate cut seems to be more and more imminent now. 86%, although it was 92%. If we do get a negative, some sort of, I guess, I mean, what's next? We got CPI tomorrow, might send our market downside there. We could check out stocks like Robinhood that have run real hot. I mean, if we do get a negative, that's what I was going to say. Like right now, I'm not really sure what moves this market too much. I mean, we're at downside there tomorrow. Right, we're already there, right? I don't know if it comes light. Like, what are we going to go? What else is going to move? That's what I was going to say. Like right now, I'm not really sure what moves this market too much. I mean, and even then, they probably we're already there, right? If it comes light, like what are we going to go? We're going to go to 90 again. We're already at 93. So it would have to be a hot inflation that this is going. And even then, they probably. So I'm still with the camp that as well. We're getting our cut. That's one way or another. There hasn't been too much of an indication of. That's right. That this is. I'm trying to get. I don't know if we really want to reload this over here. We're getting our in the TQs. We are starting to get a little hot right now. We talked about a hot print tomorrow. The market's trying to heat up just a little bit right now for us. I'm trying to get. I don't know if we really want to reload this over here. Everything's fine right now on the TQs. We are starting to get a little hot right now. We talked about a hot print tomorrow. The market's trying to heat up just a little bit right now for us. At 92.05. We're hitting keys getting out. So I'm not going to reload this right now. I'm not sure. But remember where our stop is. Trying to get back to the upside. Now it looks close. Maybe like right there to stop out at 92. The minute it breaks trend and goes to the upside, the market so I'm not going to reload this. So I'm not sure. Like we talked about NVIDIA trying to get back to the upside. For me, now it looks maybe like it wants to go. AMD, the minute it breaks trend and goes to the upside, I mean, normally it's the 50-period moving average that would give that to maybe break trend and break. But we've sort of. We tried to get going here and then whoops back to the downside. So I'd like to see at least a break of 174. Normally it's the 50-period moving average that would give me that sort of, so maybe it's a trend break. But we've sort of looking at right now. We tried to get going here and then whoops back to the downside. So we haven't looked too much. And Neil's going to get that super chat in a minute, but we haven't looked at dollar from here. So maybe it's not worth too much today. That's trying to fall back in AMD again. And yeah, other than that, we haven't looked at too much. And Neil's going to get that super chat in a minute, but we haven't looked at. I mean, although we've entered power hour, doesn't mean the market wants to do anything today. That's trying to fall back. This off VWAP, at least that's back upside right now. Yeah, other than that, goes Tesla. And if you're watching this trade, we're going to stop market. I mean, although we've entered power hour, doesn't mean the market wants to do anything. Coming very, very soon. We talked about this off VWAP, at least that's back upside right now. Really, there goes Tesla. We've already taken money. If you're watching this trade, we're going to stop out of it when we just dropped into 65 there. That may be incoming very, very soon. We're short now at 80s into the close. Again, CPI coming. So we've already taken money. We got some money in. We're back out of it when we just dropped into 65 there. Major tech. So let's see if this market wants to be a little tipsy mirror here. We'll just wait for some of these smaller names. CPI coming. Excited for Big Bear. That should be high for tomorrow. Moving Eli Lilly and with tech basically in the major tech banks in the rear view mirror here. We'll just wait for some of these smaller names. A lot of people excited for Big Bear.
If you're a holder of SMR,
moving Eli Lilly today,
then those local earnings are going to matter, right? Like one way or another. But I wanted to shout out to MJ Fitness.
Oklo tonight.
MJ Fitness. If you're a holder of SMR, IBM question mark. then those local earnings are going to matter, right? Like one way or another. But I wanted to shout out to MJ Fitness. Earnings. No questions asked. MJ Fitness this is a monthly. Check that. IBM was having a very, very good year. Yeah, on the monthly, a few more question marks after that. This is now IBM pulled back after their earnings. $60 no questions asked.
What?
This is a monthly. This is what I'm sort of getting at. On the monthly chart, which I love monthly charts. This is now for the long term. If I can find something good on them, but you're not even the top. Like you could pull way further back. This is what I'm sort of getting at. On the monthly chart, which I love monthly charts. Load for the long term. It's the weekly chart if I can find something good on them, but you're not even just you could 50 period way further back here into the low 200s. This is on the monthly. Like that's obviously still bearish. But the next support is a double barrel at the 220 level. Because this is where I'm going to start 50 period. I'm not sitting here bidding the stock, and this is right now. Like that's obviously still one bearish. After, but the next support is a double barrel at the 220 level. This is where I'm going to start. It's now on the radar. I'm not sitting here bidding the stock. Not there yet right now, but this is one that after this, but I'm certainly on the radar. 220 is a level I'm eyeballing. I might just think now on the radar. Tesla at $222. Not there yet because it still has to. It hasn't slowed down. It might bounce before that. I'm certainly on the radar. 220 is a level I'm guilty of throwing. I might just think bid it like I did Tesla at $222.22. I'm open to buying it at a better price. But it might bounce before that, so you never know. And I've been guilty of throwing out stink bids like that and then not moving them
August 12th, so tomorrow's earnings and events calendar for the day, and it's a pretty stacked one. Tomorrow we have not one but two recent IPOs reporting earnings that we did just post for the bell. August 12th, after the bell. We also have earnings and events calendar reporting after the bell, as well as tomorrow we have not one but two recent IPOs reporting earnings that would be the biggest ticket economic event for the bell. We've basically this whole week that'll come tomorrow. Tuesday morning at 8:30 a.m. Eastern. We have some company events as well. Carvana, Etsy, the biggest ticket economic event we have out on Exit basically this whole week. I post these every single day. Tuesday morning at 8:30 a.m. Eastern. We have some company events as well. Carvana, Etsy, coming out probably within the next 25 minutes. Check this out on Exit TTV Research. I post these every single day. And stay tuned for our
always gets excited for
moves infographic for tonight's earnings that will be coming out probably within the next 25 minutes.
I do the immaculate grid for baseball. One of my favorites. Everyone always gets excited for Rigetti. Because people forget that one of the best I do the immaculate grid for baseball. One of my favorites starting pitcher Yankees to use if I can is Dave Rigetti. I think he's the only. Because people forget that he might be the only pitcher to have led the league in saves. He threw a no-hitter and also thrown a no-hitter. Pitcher.
Yeah, I mean, that would sound.
I'm pretty sure. I think he's the only. Unless Smoltz, he might be the only pitcher to have led the league in saves. He's that guy. And also thrown a no-hitter.
I mean, especially nowadays. That's something that I was pretty confident will not get broken just because of the way they use arms these days. For a pitcher, yeah, I was going to say for a pitcher to pitch just. I mean, especially nowadays. That's one thing that I'm pretty confident will not get broken. Okay, so yeah, 4 to 6 innings now is pretty good. Like Cy Young and all that. Some of the I was going to say for a pitcher to pitch just a few innings.
I was going to ask you a question.
Sometimes is pretty not happening. But
do you have?
Okay, so yeah, 4 to 6 innings now is pretty good. Like Cy Young and all that.
Do you ever have
numbers that those guys
I was going to ask you a question.
Yeah, we do. We warm up.
This is completely the honest thing about baseball.
Yeah, they just sit there and they just do little stupid tosses like this.
I think like throwing. That's one of the things that
we do. We warm up. We warm up with that.
Just to work on your
they just sit there and they just do little stupid tosses.
For
mechanics.
Okay. I think like that's one of the things that I've started.
It's more just to get this action going.
Upper body,
and then you move into the arm. But yeah, the mechanics is very difficult for a lot of baseball players. It's more just to get this action going. The greatest of mechanics, and then you move into the arm. But yeah, the mechanics is very difficult for a lot of baseball players.
If you have
especially younger ones, even Gia doesn't have the greatest of mechanics. But
like the thing is, you can overcome a lot with athleticism. That when they learn to throw, it's like all of a sudden, this guy's if you have he was not and now you can throw in 80s and stuff when you were in high school. And it's insane. That guy just like I know dudes that couldn't throw hard and sprinting. That when they learned to throw, it's like all of a sudden Nolan Ryan is definitely the go-to no hitters. Throw in the 80s and stuff.
Yeah, Nolan Ryan never won an MVP. Is that right?
He never won a Cy Young.
Right. Okay.
I didn't even win a Cy Young award.
I know, isn't that crazy?
Nolan Ryan is definitely the goat on no hitters. That's first. It's
Nolan Ryan never won an MVP. Is that right?
He never won a Cy Young.
Right. Okay.
I didn't even win a Cy Young award.
I was gonna say, but it's all.
His record wouldn't be that good. That's not his fault. He had no offense. He was still the best pitcher. Like the voters screwed that up. There's multiple times that he was legitimately the best pitcher.
They could solve that whole MVP thing. Get the writers out of there. I mean,
so
now with
record
AI
wouldn't be that good.
algorithms, maybe
That's
there's a
not his
way
fault he had no
to figure out
offense. He
who
was still
actually
the
should be
best
the real
pitcher, like, 2 or
MVP
3
instead of people's
times.
biases, right?
At least.
It'd be kind of be
They
cool
could solve
too if
that whole
they did
MVP
same
thing.
for
Get the
Hall of
writers
Fame.
out of there. I mean, now with
But,
AI and
you never
algorithms, maybe
know,
there's a way
how that all
to
goes
figure out
through.
who actually should be the
I'm
real
a big
MVP
let them
instead of
all
people's
let them all
biases,
in and
right?
put the truth on the
It'd be
plaque.
kind of be cool too if they did that
Yeah,
same
why
thing for
not?
the Hall
I
of
just
Fame.
let people make
their own decisions.
Did they play
you
good
know,
enough
you
to be
never
in?
know,
There's a
how
bunch
that
of
all
dudes
goes
who have
through.
histories that are like,
I'm a big
like,
let them
there's
all
one dude in the
truth
MLB
on
Hall
the
of Fame who literally
why not?
wrote a
I
book
just let
called
people
The
make their
Spitter
own
and Me.
decisions.
Did they play good enough to be in? It's like
There's a
you
bunch of
could
dudes
never
who
been
have
able to throw a
histories that are
spitball.
like,
The guy did it his whole
there's
career,
one dude
and
in
he
the-
bragged
in
about
the
it in the
MLB
book
Hall of
cheating,
Fame, and he's in
who
the Hall of Fame.
literally
But
wrote a
you're gonna
book
tell me
called
that
The
other
Spitter
people
and Me. Anyways.
Yeah, but
Just throw it
that's-
in there and
it's
then
like
just say this
you've
guy
never
was
been
juiced
able
up
to
on
throw a
steroids.
spitball.
The guy did it his
Love it
whole
or hate
career,
it, but he
and he
was one of
bragged
the best.
about
Yeah,
it in the
never.
book
That applies to a
cheating,
lot
and
of
he's in the Hall of Fame.
But
There
you're
is
gonna tell me that other
there is a
people that-
wall at 90 that
Yeah,
is
but
throw it
that's
in there and then
break
just say this guy was juiced up on
On
steroids.
Tilray, love it or hate it.
I
but he was
thought
one of
the
best
flies
ever.
had
That
been
applies to a lot of people.
not as bad during
There's
lunchtime,
a-
and now they're starting to
there's
come
a
back. So
wall at
there's no
90 that
size
is
on the
trying to
offer.
break
It's
here.
just sitting here
Lord of the-
on
Tilray?
with like
I
20,
thought the
30,000
flies
shares
had
that is
been
trying to bust through.
not as bad
My
during
trailing
lunchtime,
stop
and now
has
they're
now
starting to
moved
come back.
all
So
the way up to
there's no
89.
size on the
So
offer.
those 85,
It's just sitting here.
Lord of the-
Resistance
with
at 90, trails
like
at
20,
80, 30,000
it's like
shares
88,
that is
88
trying
or
to
something
bust
like that.
through.
Shout out
My
to Back to the
trailing
Future.
stop has now
But,
moved all
yeah,
the way
this-
up to 89.
the chart doesn't really
So
do
those
much of anything. If you
85,
look at the last move,
resistance
the logic
at 90,
here,
trails at 80.
it broke away
it's
from
like
80
88 or something
to
like
get
that. Shout
to
out to Back to the
85.
Future. But
It breaks away from 85.
The chart doesn't really do much of anything. If you
90.
look at the last move,
So
the
that's-
logic here, I'm probably going to
it
get
broke
trailed
away
out here
from 80
as it's breaking back
to
to
get
89.
to
But that's
85.
fine. Like a breakout trade
It breaks
to me
away
in the
from
afternoon
85
when the volume
to
is
get
not
to
90.
wasn't even as big as
So
I was
that's-
expecting.
I'm probably
on
going to get
Tilray.
trailed out here.
I'm willing to
as
get out
it's
of this. I'm
breaking
not
back
going to
to
short it.
89,
I don't even think
but
I
that's
paid
fine.
for
Like a
locates
breakout
on this,
trade to me in the
here today.
afternoon
And then the
when
reason
the
we're
volume
looking
is
at
not
Tilray
wasn't
was
even as
just
big as I was expecting.
like that's Tilray,
on 37% to the
I'm willing to get out
upside.
of this. I'm not going to short it.
This
I
is
don't even think I paid
CGC
for
doing
locates on this.
nothing
Here today. And then the reason we're looking
probably
at
doing
Tilray
nothing.
was just
Who cares about Sundial?
like that's
MSOS,
Tilray, 37% to the
strong,
upside,
but
just not nearly as strong.
This
So
is
that's why we went
CGC
over,
doing nothing.
to Tilray.
Sundial,
And it was a breakout on that daily chart.
probably doing
That's pretty
nothing.
much it. I haven't
Who
really
cares
traded
about
much of
Sundial?
anything else. MSOS was strong, but just not
172
nearly as strong.
Ooh,
so that's why we
it's
went
still
over
going down.
To Tilray.
me
And it was a
check
breakout
out,
on that daily chart.
It's like
That's
a
pretty much
slight
it.
program
I haven't really
just-
traded
That's what I
much
was
of
saying
anything
about
else.
it. Like as opposed to Nvidia, like we wanted
172 now.
the AMD short is probably
Still going down.
what's better than anything else.
Check out
right now.
Micron. It's like a slight
AMD
program.
short.
Not
That's
even
what I was
that
saying about it. Like as opposed to Nvidia, like we wanted.
I don't know,
the
man.
AMD
Part of me,
short
like,
is
we're doing
probably
good today. We,
what's
you know,
better
like,
than
we met
anything
some numbers.
else.
Doesn't
right
matter.
now.
Micron
Green
today.
today. It's a
AMD
good day. It
short
could
is
always
not
be
even
better.
moved. You know what?
We talked about that over and over again. But
I don't know, man.
you know,
Part of
AMD,
me, like,
the
we're doing
short
good today.
might
We,
be
you
the
know,
trade
like,
that I'm
we met
looking
some
for as
numbers.
opposed
Doesn't
to
matter.
the
We're green
futures. I
today.
think it could be
It's
something
a
there.
good day. It could always be better.
As it's just kind of edging down here.
And I mean, this looks pretty
You know,
good to me.
AMD,
We had
the
that
short
one move, and I remember this looks
trade that
pretty
I'm
much
looking for as
identical
opposed
to
what
the
SoFi
futures. I think
looked
there
like
could be
that
something
one day
there
on earnings, where
as
SoFi
it's just
ripped
kind
and
of
then
edging
followed
down
the 50-period
here.
moving
And I
average
mean, this
all
looks
the way
pretty good to
down
me.
into the depths
We
of
had that
hell.
one move, and I remember this
near
looks
the end
pretty
of the
much
day. This
identical
level
to what
break though
SoFi
for
looked like
us
that
on
one day
AMD
on earnings, where SoFi ripped, and then it followed the 50-period moving
Like that's
average
40
all the way down
right there.
into
Is
the
that
depths of
40?
hell.
What is that?
Yeah,
There near
40s.
the end of the day.
That could be the break
for
right
us
there
on
to go
AMD.
short. I mean, any kind of a bump up into
Like that's 40.
Yeah, it's just so
right
low.
there. Is that
like
40?
the thing
What
is,
that?
it's
Yeah,
heading to the
40s?
downside so nicely
That's,
right now
that could
I
be
just
the break
wonder
right there
if it's
to
just
go
too
short.
low. I mean, any kind of a bump up into
that short. I mean, we still have a lot to go. Like, the thing is, it's heading to the downside. The 50-period moving average is 173.50. I just wonder if it's just too low. If it should maybe climb just a little bit. That short. I mean, we still have a lot to go. There is something to be said about breaking through that level right in around there, 173.40. Just wondering. I would probably like to keep this one climb just a little bit before we short it, but there is something to be said about breaking through that level right in around there. Let's check out Rivian. We haven't looked at too many of these stocks. Like to keep this one recently. So here's Rivian right now, $12. Nice move off the low, but you know Rivian still to look at for sure. Lower. Let's check out Rivian. We haven't looked at too many of these stocks. So congratulations. So here's Rivian right now, $12. Rivian, nice move off the low, but you know Rivian still spinning lower. They're still losing $19,000 there for Rivian at this point. Congratulations. Gold right now is down $85. But my wife still likes them. So there goes Palantir as well. I wonder if there could be some opportunities there for Rivian at this point. Gold right now is down $85, but it had its nice move up to 187. There goes Palantir as well. I wonder if its best days are behind it. At 187. I don't think so. How high did? Oh no, we got that's right. Coming for Palantir. Yeah, 188 was actually the breaking spot that we had on the 187, making brand new all-time highs. Realized that today, I believe at 187. Yeah, 188. How high did? Oh no, we got. Oh yeah, that's right. Right into there. Yeah, 188.
188 was actually the breaking spot that we had on the sticky note. I should on it. And the futures the only position I have on right now. We can try to review that. Yeah, it's 188. Doing a whole heck of a lot. We have about a third on of our initial bigger position right there. We got out. Yeah, we'll wait on it. And the futures the only position I have on right now. We've got a third left. We just got a piece out at 73. Doing a whole heck of a lot. We have about a third on of our initial even more than that position right there. We got out. Had a good day today, but now flat. Intel as well. Now we've got a third left. Other names I said I'd pull that down. Hopefully, just to see it'll drop down even more than that for us. Micron's had a good day today, but now flat. Intel as well. AMD, Archer. If there are any other names, I said I'd pull that down 1.4% right now. So let's just do Amazon as well with a nice push back down. What you guys want to talk about? Open Door, BBA. Yeah, that's it, Fabian. AMD, Archer. Can we maybe get the red on here, a different color? 1.4% right now. It's hard to see. Amazon as well with a nice push back down. I can't really see what that says. This red. Yeah, that's it, Fabian. Down here. Yeah, I want to maybe get the red on here, a different color.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, it's hard to see. It's not always better, right? I mean, that's what I hope for. But no, I just think a different down here. Yeah, I want to see or bigger. Yeah, and bigger. Yeah, bigger's not always better, right? I mean, that's why I hope for. But no, I just think a different top of the list to make it easier to see or bigger. Yeah, and bigger. That's right. I'm giving you. Come on, man. All right. This needs to be. How long does that take you to do that? No, don't add it to the list. The top of the list. Oh, who? Then I won't tell everybody that you don't know how to code. Come on, man. Okay, this needs to be. How long does that take you to do that? All right. Forever. Apparently, there's more to do.
You don't even know. Yeah. That's
all right, so here we go. Then I won't tell everybody that you don't know how to code right now. Okay, as we continue to move lower here, we just get another fill in the future, so we'll just do that. And hopefully we'll get a nice move to the downside. Here we go. We're finally starting to get to the downside right now, so as we continue to move lower here, we just get another fill on the future, so we'll just do that. And hopefully we'll get a nice move to the downside here. Now, all right, let's just hold on. Maybe there's a downside push coming. And maybe we're right about AMD. We should have just got short when we said it. But yeah, we're going to wait to see if AMD can maybe get back to the 50 period. That would be just a break of 173. Maybe there's a downside push coming. And maybe we're right about AMD. We should have just got short when we said it. Earnings tonight, we're down through 91%. Can maybe get back to the 50 period. That would be just a break of 173. That might be enough to get us short. We're looking for Archer. We're looking for right now again. Earnings tonight, we're down through 91%.
All the big ones that we're looking for, they're all double-digit expected moves because they're all small caps.
Archer, we're looking for
all the big names today are reporting to be small caps, which is all the big ones that for the trading aspect of it. It just means there's going to be some runners because they're all small tomorrow for sure. And all the big names today are reporting going to be small cap stocks, which is for the trading aspect of it. It just means there's going to be some runners here tomorrow for sure. And speaking of, oh goodness, I'm going to seize again. Don't do it. Don't do it. Hold it. Archer. Hold it. Hold it. What's crazy is this is the first morning where I felt okay with the allergies, and then it's been going out of control. I blame my walk. Archer down 1.5% today. What's crazy is this is the first morning where I felt okay with the allergies, and then it's been going out of control. I blame my walk. Archer down 1.5% today. Archer hasn't been the best. It's not the best, although it was I never cheer for things to go to the downside today. That being said, like the flat, the potential, Archer hasn't been the best looking stock. It's kind of enticing. I never cheer for things to go to the downside in a general sense. That feels like the kind of name, like the flat, if it's bouncing the potential or breaking down on this stock trade either way. But given how volatile it is, like what are the chances I always want stocks to go up in a general sense? This feels like the kind of name, if this thing did nothing after market and then breaking down underneath, it's a trade either way. You could trade it, given how volatile it is, like what are the chances that it's anywhere near close to this price? Not too much. Like how much wouldn't mind if this thing did nothing after market and then made the move tomorrow? If it broke because then you could trade it busting through or bouncing off that $9 level here. Don't need it anymore. Not too much. I did mention I would get consolidation down. Promptly retested 90 and the refresher at 90 cents is still level, which 80-85, we took the 85 break, it went to 90, and now it can't seem to break 90. It broke the consolidation down. If it just retested 90, I might take a shot at the breakout at 90 as well. So an 80-85, and just give it like a quarter of a break, it went to 90, and now it can't seem to break the same move into 95. If it just holds here, I might take a shot at the breakout at 90 as well, and just give it like a quarter of a cent on a break at 90 and see if it does the same move into 95. Again, just speculation that there could be some kind of an executive order at some point changing the schedule of marijuana federally.
I know, I hit that siren. That was a little jolt. There goes the futures, 91.58, a nice move there to the downside. Oh, Ramina's moving as well. I know, I hit that siren. Where are you moving to? That was a little jolt.
Here goes the futures, 91.58, a nice move. I see you working on that code over there. Moving as well, I guess. I see you. Where are you moving to? Guy doesn't know how to code. What a scam artist this guy is over there. All right, so we'll. I guess with ChatGPT nowadays, I probably just get that. Yeah, send me the code, Fabian. I'll fix that thing right away. Doesn't know how to code. But yeah, so nice little downside play there for the futures. All right, so we'll. The 50s, by the way. I guess with ChatGPT nowadays, I probably just get that. That was a good one. Yeah, send me the code, Fabian. I'll fix that thing right away. Fabian, you're letting your move these things by yourself. So nice little downside play there for the futures. We just covered some more in the 50s, by the way.
Chivalry
is a good one. Okay, Fabian. Okay, Fabian.
Chivalry is dead.
Ramin is strong and powerful, is what we just heard over there. So yeah, she definitely is. Okay, Fabian. Okay, Fabian.
Chivalry
as we all
dead.
Said here. Ramin is strong and powerful.
Wouldn't help because they're always hating on each other.
So yeah, she definitely is. So shout out to Ramin over there doing everything.
I just saw something when I went to go grab my water.
I
mean, we know there's a decent chance we move down because we might get some bigger each other. But
wow.
I'm just throwing I would get up and help. I just saw something when I went to go grab my water. The monitors everyone else has, move down. They might get some bigger monitors.
Who has bigger than us?
I'm just throwing that out there.
Production.
They do?
Bigger and better monitors.
Not those ones, but like the ones that are up
the monitors everyone else has.
They have important things to do. We're just sitting here trading. Who has bigger than us? Get that twisted. All right, so yeah, we want to say shout out to all those guys.
Yeah, we have like the ones that are up there that are
still. They have important things to do. We're just Fabian, how big are these monitors that we have twisted? All right, so yeah, we want to say shout out to all those guys. Yeah, we have 26.
I don't even know how.
Fabian, how big are these monitors that we have? Going nowhere. Okay, so yeah, just real quickly, thanks, Fabian, for that one. Let me know when the coding's done, my guy. But yeah, it's a nice downside play here again. Reloaded. All right, short, man. I mean, we're going. So this is how we trade. You saw how Obi trades a little bit. I've traded 3 names today. That's it. But yeah, it's a nice downside play here again. Reloaded. Short, man. I mean, we're going right there. This is how we trade. You saw how Obi trades. Just trying to trust a little bit. I've traded 3 names today. That's it. And you know. 4 names, Intel, Micron, NVIDIA, the TQs, all the same as this market continues to go. Right there. My other favorite, putting it up now, but a recent just trying to trust on this trade, see what's happening here, and you know, hopefully be able to come up with something. Also spinning to the downside right now. Had a great move through 80. I feel like a recent stock we were able to get out of some Marvell. I mean, this is not something where we talked about it after the fact. We talked about Marvell to the downside right now. Had a great move through 80. I feel like we were able to get out of some Marvell earnings. I mean, paid off. This is not something where we talked about it after the fact. We talked about Marvell. Again, it's not like these plays are as this was happening. You can get out at any time. 200 period moving average. It wants to break a little bit lower there. Earnings and it paid off. Looking like now you're starting to fade out a little bit. I was wondering if that was again. It's not like these plays are locked and loaded. You can get out at any time. Yeah, just trying to get it wants to break a little bit lower there. Some of these positions that we currently have. If there are any other names not doing anything, I was wondering if that was near its breaking spot. Apparently it is not right now. So is ripping. Yeah, just trying to get some orders out to cover some of these positions that we currently have. If there are any other names, we just looked at the ASTS.
That's what we call it.
Apparently, AST, I've made that. This is asset entities. Is this what reports? No, this is not what reports is good. No, that reports tonight $46. Yeah, good mover here.
That's what we call it.
Today, this has kind of come from nowhere, and then a huge move up. Now at the 50-period moving average. The implied move for this is good enough. Still losing money, man. Minus 19 cents.
And remember, on top of that,
this has kind of come from nowhere, and then
a hot IPO in the space.
Now at the 50-period moving average. The implied move for this. Still losing money, man. Minus 19 cents.
And remember, on top of that,
Voyager was a hot IPO in the space.
Well, it's not a coincidence. It just trended down. Well, it opened up. But no, like the same thing with what was a great run. Rocket Labs. Oh my goodness, Rocket Labs on earnings. Well, it's not a coincidence.
Hey, good for Rocket Labs.
Well, it is a coincidence, but no, like
very much a coincidence.
What was a great? It was a nice breakout on Rocket Labs. Reversed the entirety of Rocket Labs on earnings. Tried to bounce. Rocket Labs again today with a full reversal twice.
Actually,
it's still up on the day, which is good. On Friday, it was a nice breakout on Rocket Labs. Seems to be coming out of the move. Here, tried to bounce. Rocket Labs again today with a full reversal twice. Broke 85
it's still up on 90, which is good.
It just broke 90 and just tagged 92.
Seems to be coming out of these.
95.
Here,
stock again is at break even, so it breaks back again. So it broke 85 to go to 90. This thing broke 90 and just tagged 92. If it continues the trend, then I'd move it to the trend line. But at least for now, again is at break even, so if it breaks back underneath 90 now 41% out. And I still don't think this is. If it continues to trend, then I'd move it to the trend line. But at least for now.
It's a break-even stop. This stock has been underneath $1 since February, and I still don't think this is the rule for how long. It's not even $1 yet. Like, how long is it? Got a notice yet? Like, first of all, since stock has been underneath $1 since February, August right now. What's the rule? I wonder if they've gotten a letter how long and need to get above $1 by a certain amount of time. That could be worth watching. If it doesn't close above $1 today, it'd be worth knowing if anyone knows offhand. I wonder if they might jump in and check this one out. Need to get above $1 by a certain amount of time. It doesn't really matter too much. That could be worth watching. If it doesn't close above $1 today, if it gets close to that, it'd be worth knowing. If anyone knows offhand, right at the close, I might jump in and see if someone tries to bid it up. Because once it doesn't really matter too much now. If you're a notice, if it gets close to that $1 closing. I believe it's like right at the close. Closing above might be interesting to see if someone tries to bid it up because once it gets there, open doors. If you're a notice, you have to go 10 days. You don't have to reverse split. You don't have to worry about getting delisted. Closing above $1. Another breakout here is this weed name at least tries to go higher. I'm assuming you're getting some play. You don't have to reverse split. You don't have to worry about getting delisted. I don't know why CGC's. You know what? But I don't know why CGC's not. Another breakout here is this weed name has done literally nothing. I'm assuming you're getting some play if you're trading 30 minutes. I don't know why CGC essentially the exact same price as it was before, but Tilray just CGC has done literally nothing. So that's in the last. It's not rocket science. Tilray was up a higher percentage anyways. The exact same price was the one that was breaking out a big level on the daily chart to go higher. So we'll see how far this. So that's sort of the thing. It's not. Thank you very much. Rocket science. Now I don't have was up a higher percentage anyways. Tilray was the one that was breaking out a big level on the daily chart. So we'll see how far. But I say it out loud before I ask. Jam, thank you very much. They got a letter already. Now I don't have September 17th. So this does matter. This is the best community ever. Because I want this to get to $1, but I say it out loud to see if any of those nice games get played. They got a letter already and they have until September 17th. Making sure they close above $1 every single day. I want this to get to $2. They could get an extension. And then we can start to see if any of those nice games get played at the $1 level. Extension. But it doesn't mean that sometimes you won't above $1 every single day till you get to that 10 days. Mullen was under this pressure. They could get an extension for like 2 or 3 days in a row. That's true. There was a point where he was struggling to close after like sometimes you won't see that like 5 or 6. And you could see somebody trying to hold the bid and for like 2 or 3 days in a row. I saw somebody spoofing the stock in the last hour. There was a point where he was struggling to trying to get it above $1 multiple days in a row. Like 5 or 6. And you could see somebody trying to hold the bid. And if that person's, let's be real, I saw somebody spoofing the stock in the last hour trying to get it above $1 multiple days in a row. Someone else is going to sit there. If I see that again, I'm just going to punch long. All right, and if I don't think this is going to be as good of leaving the order in there, that they're the exit liquidity, and you're trying to run it into a Tilray. So we got the 85 went clean to 90 straight up. Might as well take advantage. The 90 break goes to 92. I don't think this is going to be as good of a move as the 85 we have only half an hour. There's already some selling starting to come in. Less than half an hour. So we got the 85 went clean to 90 straight up.
Okay,
so the 90 break goes to 92.
Just like that, and as I told you, that Fabian would be on top of this ASAP, and there's the fix already. This guy's a joker, honestly. Shout out to Fabian, thanks for working hard. Yeah, just like that, and as I told you, that Fabian would be on top for now, and then we'll try to figure out the fix already. Red looks the best as a joker, honestly. Yeah, hopefully you can see that a little bit better. Maybe you cannot, but we'll get that figured out. Yeah, so now it's just white for now, and then we'll try to figure out, what red looks the best as we move forward. I mean, this is really leading the way. Yeah, hopefully you can see that a little bit better. Maybe you cannot, but we'll get that figured out.
You can definitely move there.
Yeah, so now it's at least 800. No, it's not 800,000. What's going on? But there's BMNR. I mean, this is really BMNR right now, right? And so again, with $61, $60 now you're starting to finally fall in. I mean, you're at this key level again. Is this the one that you said we don't have to pay for short? BMNR right into there. Something, but at the end of the day, now you're starting to finally fall in. I mean, you're at this key level again. We just tested the 200 period again and started at $65. But here's a 60 break, basically incoming. This is the break at the end of the day now for BMNR. I mean, if it can hold it, that's great. But we just tested the 200 period again and started at $65. Like here's a 60 break, basically incoming. This is the break right here. This would be the fifth, and there's no for BMNR. I mean, if it can hold it, that's great. But like 3 times, if it doesn't, this is now touched out 4 times, like 1, 2, whatever it is. But the support right now, this would be the fifth. And there's no like the more you test rule about any of this, like 3 times, at some point the liquidity is going to dry up on the bid side, and if this buyer, whatever apparently is here right now at 60-50, it's just like a dam. With 10,000 shares on ARCA, out on these levels there, at some whatever other gateways they were going to dry up on the bid side. If that buyer is gone, apparently is here right now at 60.50. It is with 10,000 shares on ARCA. That's a break of $60.50. Whatever other gateways they were showing up on. If that buyer is gone, then so will the stock. So if that does break, I do think there's going to be a trade opportunity there. That's a break of $60.50. So if I put out like 100 shares right now, so you do have to pay for going here. So if that does break, how much they are. I do think there's going to be a trade opportunity there. Our broker right now and figure out how many shares. I'll just put it in small. I'll just see how much you get short. So I'm going to go in. Oh, you already did it? I'll tell you how much they are. I'm going to request them through our broker right now and figure out how many shares.
I got this in SPCE.
I'll just put in a small. I'll just see how much
SPCE's actual stock.
Oh, you already did it?
I did it this morning. It was super cheap. This is the problem. Like, when you get these like treasury plays, I got this. No idea what the actual name of the company is, and it's always interesting to see what did these guys do before they became Bitcoin Treasury. At least this is the problem. Like, when you get these like treasury plays, I'm going to venture into say no idea what the actual name of the company is, and it's always interesting to see what did these guys do before they became Bitcoin Treasury. At least this case, it was very obvious. I'm pretty sure. Like, I'm going to venture to say not the best. It was one of those like very close to free.
The walk that I went on. Cost me 3 cents for 100.
Yeah, exactly. Like it's so close to free that you basically it was very cheap. I'm pretty sure. Like
that's nothing.
I said it was one of those like very close to free. I'm like, okay, fine. It's 0.000003. Yeah, exactly. Like it's so close to free that you basically call it free. Although kind of free.
It's free.
I said
we're going to see if it breaks. I'm going to go short if it does break $60.50.
I'm like, okay, fine. It's 0.0003.
We'll try to get that short.
It's not free.
Just give it a minute, right? I mean, where we're going to see if it breaks. I'm going to go short if it does break. These high wicks give it up to $62. So you got to right there. We'll try to get that short. You could get that sort of like just give it a minute, right? I mean, thought I was done buying at 60.50. Well, these high wicks give it up to $62. I got more at 60. So you got to like you're going to have to watch punch that short and then if it does continue to go lower, then great. You thought I was done buying at 60.50. There may be no buyers here for that. I got more at 60. We'll wait to see if BM for that break and then if it does continue to go lower, means anything there. I may be no buyers here for that, and that's what I'm trying. And we'll wait to see if BMNR here on a 60.50 doing like this break means anything. It's a downside play here for the Nasdaq. I would say it does. There it goes, breaking lower. Really happy with that move. 91.58, looking to get a little bit lower here. So let's see what winds up happening now with the Nasdaq. Break a downside play here for the Nasdaq. We'll put some more bids. So I'm bidding 56s. Really happy with that move. And then into the close, we'll see if we get a little bit lower here. So let's see what winds up happening now right here. This is actually now going to go for me P&L number one. Put some more reloaded it despite our big trade in Micron. And then into the close, we'll see if we got this monster reload in the TQ seems to be okay. This is actually now going to go for me P&L unrealized P&L. We reloaded it despite our big trade in Micron. So let's just start to get out a little bit. It's only now a half hour left until the end of the market, and there's no market to be okay. And again, this is unrealized P&L. I'm going to take some out of 58 there as well. So let's just start to get out a little bit. It's only now a half hour left. None of those names will move until the end of the market, and there's no market moving.
If one of these names moves the market, we're in trouble. We'd be very
well, it would have to be a different story. China tariff. None of those names will move the market.
If you could always, if one of these names moves the market for anything, remember we did get that. We'd be extension, right? And there wasn't much of a
China tariff thing or something.
There wasn't that much of a move. So maybe there could be some comments. It's always a wild card for anything. Remember we did get that chip stock extension, right? And there wasn't much of a move. Like I said, 85 to 90 was pretty clean. 90 went to 92, but I'm going to jump out. It looks like TSLA is turning. That could shift. I don't even think I can short the chip stocks. Not reacting like you would want to expect. So like I said, 85 to 90 was pretty clean. 90 went to 92, but I'm going to jump out. It looks like TSLA is turning 30, so I don't even think I can process this. If there's enough time, as I go here, I'd probably revert this and just give it to 91 anyway. Take the trend break. If it closes a candle under the trend line, which it has plenty of chance to do here. As I go here, I'd probably revert this and just give it to 91. Like take the trend break. If it closes a candle under the trend line, which it has plenty of chance to do here. Again, it's just speculation. I have no idea whether you're going to actually reclassify. And as I get out under 90, just reheld that bid. So there's still a buyer underneath the 90 or at the 90 level. Again, for me, it's speculation. We have no idea whether you're going to actually reclassify. And as I get out under 90, just reheld that bid. So there's still a buyer underneath the 90 or at the 90 level, but for me, it's I would have thought the other direction. But AMD is actually threatening to break the trend. Actually threatening to break this downtrend since the volume-weighted average price to the upside. That's interesting. That comes on my radar. I was waiting for this. I would have thought the other direction, but AMD that we got an extension threatening to break the trend. This downtrend since the volume-weighted average price to the upside. The U.S. and China had an extension. That comes on my radar. I was waiting for this on that news that we got an extension did not break back out. If it can close above, there's still some time to the imbalances. The U.S. and China had an extension on tariffs, another 90 days. Great. This 3-minute bar trend did not break back out. If it can close above, there's still some time to the imbalances. Above that, I'd be willing to try to go long here on AMD. The prior bar. This 3-minute bar, set me up it'll be above 173.25. And here's if it closes this 3-minute bar above that, I'll try to go to the long. It's hilarious because someone asked about this symbol before, and I didn't look at BTAI because I actually assumed that someone just typoed BTAI. So that's my bad. It's hilarious because someone asked about this symbol before, and I didn't look at BTAI because I actually assumed that someone just typoed BTAI. So that's my bad. I actually saw this get BTAI is now like 5 or 6 days in a row for this stock, and I made a bad assumption. Yeah, I check another source, but it looks like this $7. I actually saw this get clear bag hold level on huge volume back in March is what you're challenging. I don't know anything about. Check another source, but it looks like this $7. What is this? Clear bag hold level on BT on huge volume back in March is what you're challenging. It's got to be a small. I don't know 5 million float. That's why it's going ham. Yeah, so the float's only 5 million. That's going to be your driver. And when we talk about like small cappers like this, the reason if I see a small short float, 5 million fear, it can still squeeze. So long as it's only 5 million, that's going to be your driver. And when we talk about it's done 6 times small cappers like this, the reason if I see a small someone holding a large position long and they don't release it, there's no available shares for the intraday people that try to short this thing. So it can get soaked up. It's done 6 times a little bit late in the day. I certainly would never chase this. Someone holding a large position long and they don't release it. There's no available shares for the intraday people that try to short this catalyst here. So a good therapeutics company. Ultimately, a little bit late in the day, I would certainly never chase this thing up here because you've got too much. It's a pure momentum daily chart, and it looks like you've already made a catalyst here. It's like a therapeutics company. I feel like this is one that these like yada 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 pharma stories for sure. Let's go up to the pure momentum play. And it looks like you've already made a nice little double top. You guys know here on Exit TTV Research, you can get our implied earnings move calendar for tonight after the bell. This is a pretty big one. We do not have a single name reporting tonight after the bell. So to let you guys know here on Exit TTV Research, you can get our implied earnings move calendar for tonight after the bell. This is a pretty big one. We do not have a single name reporting tonight after the bell. 20%. That is an expected move of less than 10% research. We're expecting at least 10% in all these moves. In the case of Big Statistical Analysis and Microbast, we're actually expecting moves of greater than 20%. I can talk about it. So check out this infographic. You can check that out right now for yourself. I also just posted a very long-form statistical analysis of some earnings moves on recent IPOs that I can talk about in the market recap. You can check that out right now for yourself on X at TTV Research.
But there's Circle. They're reporting tomorrow morning, so this is going to be probably a much more interesting even any of those names. Right there, their earnings call tomorrow at 8 a.m. So you got to trade it now. But there's Circle. They're reporting tomorrow morning, so this is going to be probably a much more interesting even any of those names. I have no idea what to expect from these guys. Right there, their earnings call tomorrow at 8 a.m. How has adoption of the stablecoins gone? I guess is what we'll wait for. Trade those earnings, right? I guess it's going great. Yeah, just for Circle, it's interesting to me because I have no idea what to expect from these guys. Continues to be used. How has adoption of the stablecoins gone? I guess is what we'll wait for. Keeping your money on chain right now. It seems like USDC. If you make a little bit of money, continues to be used as a store of value, especially if people going on and off chain or whatever. You want to keeping your money on chain. This is where you go, right? Into a coin. USDC. If you make a little bit of money, but there's USDC right here, $1. So it's just holding its level, same as Bitcoin or whatever. You want to sit in cash. This is where you go, right? So you go to market cap. So Tether right now 164. But there's USDC right here, $1. So it's just holding its level, same as Tether right there at 65 billion. So equate to nearly a little bit of a different market cap. So Tether right now than Tether, but we'll wait to see if it does hold and what some of their transactions volumes look like right there at 65 where they're making money. There's very a little bit of a different market cap analyst coverage, but I guess you'll look for guidance if it does hold and what some of their transactions and that's going to come tomorrow. I would say look out where they're making money. There's very again, I don't really know what to expect analyst coverage, but I guess you'll look for guidance. See how the business is working out for Circle, and that's going to come tomorrow. I would say look out below. Again, Adara has again. I don't really know what to expect because you asked for their 2 NY cent. The expected move on going to be nice. Bear AI, Circle, 19%. Adara has written down that the last move again. Adara has minus 2%. Research, but because I don't know. Sometimes these guys are a little bit disappointing.
2%.
Big Bear AI. I'm not sure what it did last time. There was that accounting issue, so it was up and it was minus 2%. So look, for me on Big Bear AI, sometimes these guys are a little bit disappointing. Made my bed and now I just lie in it, and we're long at $4. There was that accounting issue, so it was up and then it's at $7.10. Look, for me on Big Bear AI, I've already sort of $8.50. Made my bed and now I just lie in it, and we're long at $4. See what happens with it. Literally in the middle now. $1.50 and it's at $7.10. Our last day was $8.50. We got out. This is not a make or break decision. Now we're kind of stuck in the middle right now. We're going to wait to see what happens with it. Literally like to take some risk here. We also did buy Oscar. Let's just sit in and wait to see what winds up happening. This is not a make or break decision. Oscar at print for me. This is as of last week. So like to take some risk here. We also did buy Oscar before earnings, and wow, little return of has that worked out great for us? We're long Oscar at 13 into our swing account. This is as of last week. Eli Lilly, $2.10 in our pocket right there. You guys know about that. Nothing else really been happening of income for us there on Oscar into our swing account. We recently bought Eli Lilly. Haven't really done much with this lately either. It kind of feels like catching a falling knife here on Berkshire, but we know that they own a little bit more of Burke. We recently bought Apple at $2.12, and that was actually a good one because that went down to $2.05 either. It's kind of something like that against us before popping back up. But again, I like that space. Oh yeah, and I mean it's always bought Apple at $2.12, and that was actually a good one because that went down to $2.05, and that's going to be something like that against us before popping back up. But again, I like that at the end of the day. And I mean it's always good to be in the futures. We're at 91.42. See if we can get a downside print here for the TQQs. Hey man, we put it on there again. So trading the futures. We'll see if we can get up in Nasdaq triple levered. We're at 91.42. See if we can get a downside print here now we're 50 cents in the money on this one. Hey man, we've put it on there again. So trading the futures with the Nasdaq triple levered ETF
or any of the names that are in play today, you're going to want a platform which gives you the data reliably, so that you can analyze, strategize, DBAI, and do it for free for a month that are in play today. You're going to want a platform which gives you the data reliably. So that you can analyze, you can have the imbalance locator, which will be in about 13 minutes. We'll get the imbalances level 2 access. We've been talking about this for a while. Every indicator you can imagine, back test, you can trade with multiple, you can trade directly. You can have the imbalance locator, which will be in about 13 minutes. We'll get the imbalances level 2 access as well. Every indicator you can imagine, back test, you can trade with multiple, you can trade directly through multiple brokers. On the single platform, API access as well, something called AAPL. Don't even know what that is. Apple's up there as well. Palantir moving around as I look at my screener popping off here. Tesla as usual. Nvidia. Tesla's up there. Something called ATLN. Don't even know what that is. Apple's up there as well. Palantir moving around as I look at my screener popping off here. Tesla as usual. Nvidia. Fair enough. It was free for a month anyway. And you can test some stuff and get some information. So shout out to eSignal. We want to thank them. And there was one name, and if you don't, you can see I'm typing in CRM, and you can test some stuff and get some information. So shout out to eSignal. We want to thank them. And there was one name before it was. You can see I'm typing in CRM.
Adding IBM to this discussion
because this is one stock. Well, we mentioned IBM, but just maybe a name that's doing worse than you thought. Before it was the best way to think it wasn't Friday. CRM is about to break down. Well, IBM. We mentioned IBM, but just maybe a name that's doing worse than you thought. I tried the daily is the best way to think about it. You have the 200 period breaking is about to and the 230 level, which is monstrous. You can't even look at the daily chart support for CRM back to while the market's at the highs. I tried the daily. So apparently the AI play isn't working out so great. And the 230 level, which is a huge break trade in terms of support for CRM at some point. While the market's at the highs. I've owned it, and the AI play isn't working out so great. But for Salesforce, at some point, something has to come to shove. Push comes to shove. 230 level at some point. And it's a stock that, look, I have to say, day trade would probably look for a breakdown. But on the other end of the coin, looking for a place to buy at some point, I'd be much more has to come to shove. Push comes to shove. And admittedly, it's one thing to say day trade would probably look for a breakdown. But on the other end of the coin, looking for a place to buy it, I'd be much more interested in picking up the divvy and getting IBM at 220 to get some dividend.
This BMNR is still trying to, that's why I added
a little more broken in the chart than you would have.
IBM, because we were talking about doing maybe potentially worse than what anybody had thought, and we really like that. Agree with that. This BMNR is still trying to, that's why I added that, as they had a good quarter. IBM there. So okay, just looking right now, we do have BMNR, and I'm just trying to wait to see about this break, and we'll take it. Again, if it does break through 60.50, I want that trade there. So okay, I might just looking right now, we do have BMNR, and I'm just trying to wait to see about this this break. I mean, I don't know what this. We're probably going to miss.
Again, if it does break through 60.50, I want that trade. And then I might just give it 50 cents. Like if it doesn't go immediately and someone comes in and buys it back,
we may miss it.
and we here's the spread right here. I don't know what cents. We're probably going to miss
86 to 75
on this. Look, I mean, you could get lucky. This does not show the mid print, but there it is now, 20 cents. I feel like we'll get it. We may miss it. Here's the spread right here. And then I'm just going to throw it out again to break out long. Look, I mean, you could get lucky. This does not show the mid print, but there it is now, 20 cents. I feel like we'll get it if it breaks. To see here it comes. Okay, and then I'm just going to throw it out. I feel like the trade might be to go long down there, but the thing is that if you go long and it winds up breaking, then it's like back to the upside. So we'll wait to see here it comes. Okay, just got bought up again. I feel like we'll try to play the momentum breaking down there, but the thing is that if you go long and it winds up breaking that long, then it's so this is just a tale of two trades. It's either going to break down, and so we'll try to play the momentum breaking, or it looks like again, you look kind of silly because the long just keeps on printing. This is just a tale of two trades. The logic for me is let's wait to see if it wants to break. You look smart for down here a bunch of times. If that damn you look kind of silly does wind up breaking, the long just keeps on printing. I think we could have a good trade. Again, make sure that the logic for me is let's wait to see if it wants to break. But like down here a bunch of times, 20 cents hoping to get that explodes and does wind up breaking, then I think we could have a good trade. We just got to make sure that we hit it. And I don't know if we're going to, but like I said, I'm crossing down 20 cents hoping to get that fill. Here it comes. We're going to see. We're just 8 minutes away. There could be an imbalance on this. This is an Amex name, so I guess I can look right here. I judge to see where you get those. It's not on there, not.
There's a few.
Here it comes. You're going to see. You have it 8 minutes away. There could be an imbalance on this.
Usually it'll be like an ETF or something.
I guess I can look right here. I do have the Amex locator.
I don't know. There's a few.
Okay, you have it on blown up. I don't have it blown up.
Usually it'll be like an ETF or something.
Okay, Web. Yeah. Oh, FXI.
Well, sometimes you see GDX for sure.
GLD, a SPY.
TLT is one that you see all the time.
TLT's an Nasdaq.
I've found that they're never.
If
an ETF has an imbalance, sometimes you see GDX it's like one time out of 50
GLD,
that it actually
SPY.
does. TLT is one that you see
individual
all the time.
stock.
Great. I've found that
they're
never
imbalance locator.
If an ETF has an imbalance,
I don't really think
it's like one time out of 50 that it actually does something. So individual stock, great, but ETFs, like it breaks the upward trend. Since it's been holding since VWAP, I got in at like 90 and a quarter. Fair enough. And so I have a stop at 91. Yeah, Tilray broke the trend. Just tried to break down. I'll just leave the stop where it is. Since it's been holding since much better than the down, I got in at like 90 because I guess the weed names like to get high. I have a stop at 91. Just tried to break down. I'll just leave the stop where it is. This is one, but the up move was much better than the down move. That it does better because I guess the weed names like to get high today on OKLO. Because when I was putting in trend lines. Yeah, this is one selfishly hoping that it's doing that it does better still loading than what we're seeing here today. It did on OKLO.
Yeah, it broke.
Because when I was putting in trend lines, it's not. This to me, this stock is a short.
I get $60.35.
Something drastic happens.
It did break this BMNR.
So
we'll sit in this and see if it wants to
trend down.
Yeah,
already.
It's not.
This to me, this stock is a short.
If it wants to do something,
unless
right
something drastic
there,
happens.
we just had something go boom.
So
we'll sit in this and see if it wants to not helping Ramin over there.
That's why you help.
Yeah, exactly. So if it wants to do something, anyways, here it goes. We'll wait to see what happens to the downside now. We got punched in. The dam does not break really on BMN.
That's why you
hopefully it comes in and we'll be able to have a decent trade. Anyways, I am bidding something at 60 flat. Downside now. So we're going to get out of 10% if it does come in. The dam does not break really on BMNR. We're bidding another 10% down below 60 bucks and we'll be able to have a decent trade. Hopefully I am bidding something at 60 flat. But for right now, we're going to get out of 10%. If it does come into 60 flat, that would be nice. And then we're bidding another 10% down below 60 bucks at 59.60. I'm not even looking at Ethereum as well. But for right now, it looks like they're trying to. I mean, it's not now. It's not breaking 20s. Right here. I mean, we're like I mentioned, we're just trading this. I'm not even looking at Ethereum. The level broke. What Ethereum is trying to keep it as simple as possible. Here's a nice downside play. That's it. Yes, sir. Here we go. I mean, let's see what we can do now. We're just trading BMNR. So a good little trade there. I hope you're having some excitement. I mean, trying to keep it as simple as possible. Here's a nice downside play. That's it. Yes, sir. Here we go. And now BMNR. So again, money to be made everywhere, man. This is the best part. I hope you're having some excitement. I mean, Neil's trade whatever makes you comfortable. We've been trading futures there, and we're trying. And now BMNR. Looks like we just did bounce off. Again, money to be made everywhere, man. This is the best part. I'm actually sitting what we're doing here. This lineup. Trade whatever makes you comfortable. So there it is. Now we do. And another breakdown would be nice. Looks like we just did bounce off of 60 bucks to see if we can get going. Right now, so I'm actually sitting here. I'm part of this lineup right here that we can only make 50 cents at most. Another breakdown would be nice.
61. We're looking for just get out if it breaks through 61.20. I don't know. For me, the stop is above $61. So now that we can only make reload it a little, not reload it. Let's go 61. So let's just get out if it breaks through 61.20. We're in it just in case it is. We'll see if that can go. We'll get right now to the downside as the futures. I mean, reload it a little. Life is good, man. When you're short the Nasdaq here, as the Nasdaq, this might not be anything, but we're in it just in case it is. So we've been shorting this name from 2 o'clock. Right now to the downside as the futures. Hour 45 minutes. Life is good, man. When you're short the Nasdaq here, as the Nasdaq is well, futures downside is low right now.
Good look over there. And look, until rate just went to the upside. It gave you like 8% on the breakout to the upside, but it doesn't go anywhere on the downside. There we go, man. This stock looks like it's still long. And thank you, Jen, over there. And look, until rate just went to the upside. It gave you like 8% on the breakout to the upside, but it doesn't go anywhere on the downside. Reversal. This stock looks like it's still long. And thank you, Jen Lofi, for correcting us in the chat. The clock is ticking, but they've got some time. They get 90 cents with the strength that I'm seeing. I think it makes a run. But even when it gets there, they have to hold it. You can't just get to a buck. You got to hold the buck for 10 days. But they've got some time. They get 90 cents with the strength that I'm seeing. I think it makes a run. But even when it gets there, they have to hold it. You can't just get to a buck. You got to hold the buck for 10 days. I'm looking over and seeing AMD continues to fall. That never broke trends. Opportunities everywhere. You just have to find that long. It just couldn't trend anywhere. The market moving down. Stock this afternoon. Stocks moving up. I'm looking over and seeing AMD continues to fall. That never broke trends. So thank goodness this is now feeling like a theme. Just a question about IBM. The upside. Trade one stock this afternoon. Mentioned CRN. And now you want to know about Adobe. Will it ever get out of its funk? I see your super chat. Don't want to own it. It's seeming like a theme. We get a question about IBM, and I never try to make bottoms. Mentioned CRM, and now you want to know about Adobe. Will it ever get out of its funk? Make a bottom. Never own it. Let it make a rounded bottom. Don't want to own it. Let it hold a low. This stock has been sick for a while. I never try to make bottoms. Under the 50, under the 200 period. I never try to guess while the market's going up. You're going to make a bottom. So regardless, I don't even know if it make a rounded bottom. Whether you use it or not, or what you think of the product, it doesn't really matter. The market is really under the 200 period, trending down while the market's going up. It might double bottom. I don't even know if someone asked about a double top. Whether you use it or not, I never care about that stuff until it bounces or reacts off of it. I assume the trend continues until I see otherwise. Yeah, it might double bottom here, but someone asked about a double top in the future. I never care about that stuff until it bounces or reacts off of it. As a long-term hold, I assume the trend continues until I see otherwise. And there's nothing in this chart that says until you start to see it is trying to catch a bit of a low. If you like above the 50 period moving average, show you something as a long-term hold. Sure, I appreciate the super chat, but at this double bottom. Yeah, I'm just not seeing it. Ichiro just said in the chat too. Until you start to see it. I've heard Fabian say this. They got greedy with above the 50 period moving average. Show you something real. You know, you've had some people complaining about that for a while. Yeah, I'm just not seeing it. Ichiro just said in the chat too. Or there could just be better. I've heard Fabian say this. They got greedy with the subscription model. Unfortunately, not a big fan. You know, you've had some people complaining about that for a while. Maybe that's what's weighing on it. Or there could just be better alternatives out there in the market. Yeah, unfortunately, not a big fan.
That's always alternatives. There's trading as well. You can right now into the lows of the day, and then there goes our. Honestly, there goes BMNR. I mean, like I said, not trying to do anything fancy here. It's now $1 in the money. Futures right now into the lows of the day, and there goes our 2 minutes now. Honestly, there goes BMNR. So I'm actually, like I said, not trying to do anything fancy here. It's now $1 in the money. Punch out a 24 on BMNR, and I am still bidding 59 flat. So if we can get that, that would be good. Actually, out of a third, but it's $1 in the money, and it's just a little bit more there. I'll punch out to 24. Obviously, these futures as well. I am still bidding 59 flat, and as we get closer, that would be good. Actually, 59.08. As we get closer and closer to $1 in the money, and it's just like. We're not going to let this go against futures as well. Have been a really good trade. And as we get closer, today, I want to thank everybody. I want to thank Obi for covering. As we get closer and closer to Friday, I'm sure it was a great day. We're not going to let this go against today. It doesn't matter if we put on winning trades or not. We've sort of proven that. Thank everybody. It's more just about having that connection with you guys and answering the questions as well and trying to be. And it doesn't matter if we put on winning trades or not. You guys being here, as hopefully you are for us. It's more just about having that connection with you guys and answering the questions, that's trading, and trying to be, you know, as grateful for you guys being here as hopefully you are for us. So, big shout out to everybody. And I mean, this is also like I'm pretty proud of getting away from this too. Like NVIDIA, we got away from that. We did some good moves getting away from trades, and especially as well with going short before the eventual fallout. I think there was. And I mean, this is maybe also like I'm pretty proud of getting away from this too. Like feeling pretty good about NVIDIA, we got away from that. We did some good there. I'm gonna take out another piece right here. Just punch out some at 63s right there on BMNR. Just sort of trying to stack this this up as now we only have 10 seconds to go. We're just feeling pretty good about those imbalances, so we'll just call these up right here. I'm going to take another piece right here, punch out some at 63s. This, the right there on BMNR, just sort of trying to stack this up right now. We only have 10 seconds to go. With 3, 2, and 1, we'll get this updated right now. As those imbalances are in, so there it is. Right now, bye-bye BMNR down to 59. See if we get that 59 right now. Here it comes. And there it is right there, Neil. There's the face slapper is here, man. We've got all of this right now. The TQs are starting to go back up the upside. We'll punch out, but there it is right there, a buck and change right there on BMNR. And there it is right there, Neil. There's the face slapper is here, man. We've got all of this right now. The TQs are starting to go back up the upside. We'll punch out, but there it is right there, a buck and change right there on BMNR. We just saw a nice bid there as well at 59, so we'll see if that can hold as well. But there it goes, nice downside. The trading is happening right here for me. There's 59 break short, man. We're short at $60.40. There's not much. There it goes. Maybe with a small sell to the downside. So yeah, to the downside as well. But hey, this is going to be hopefully trading is happening right here for me. Now in the money, as we go a little bit lower now on this name. Futures going lower, Neil. There it goes. BMNR going lower to the downside. So yeah, great opportunity here. This is going to be hopefully $2. I'm glad we were able to find this one for you. Now in the money, as we go a little bit lower now on this name. Futures going lower, Neil. BMNR going lower. It's been a great opportunity here. I know you had today, and I'm glad we were able to find this one for you.
That's sort of the thing.
And hope you guys took it with some confidence. That's for sure. Because BMNR really working out, and it's been a good afternoon because of that. And because the futures, I know you had Tilray, which was great as well.
Pfizer is always on the list because it's Pfizer has a gigantic float in there, huge float on a big company. So there's always enough action that you just see big imbalances on the list because it's Pfizer. Just to give you a quick Pfizer has a gigantic float. Most of these imbalances, huge float on a big company, unless it's a big portion. So there's always enough action that you just see big imbalances that mean nothing on Pfizer, I believe, or something like that. Just to give you a quick $25, $24. Most of these imbalances, you don't want to see unless it's a big portion. Like notionally, tens of millions of shares if it's a cheap company like that is going to matter. Maybe you get 5 on NVIDIA, and that's so you want to see gigantic. But everything is within proportion when it comes to locator. Tens of millions of shares if it's a cheap company is going to matter. Maybe you get 5 on NVIDIA, and that's absolutely gigantic. But everything is within proportion when it comes to locator, and there's absolutely nothing going on. There we go. Lights are back on. This one, as far as I'm mood lighting for a split second there. That was a little bit interesting. That's fine. ASTS, one of the names that's going to be reporting after the bell. A little bit of mood lighting. I feel like all of these are coming back down to earth. That's fine. It's not an automatic that it's headed to the downside. ASTS, one of the names that's going to be reporting after the bell. A lot of these space names have been. All of these are coming back down to earth. And after Rocket Labs on Friday, that it's headed to the downside. Rocket Labs was a great breakout trade, but the reversal was much better than the side. And I want to play that momentum. I've learned my lesson after if we get a reversal opportunity or any kind of a short chance tomorrow morning on ASTS. Rocket Labs was a great breakout trade, but the reversal was much better than the south side. So I want to play that momentum. If we get a reversal opportunity or any kind of a short chance tomorrow morning on ASTS,
now we're into double dollar clubs. Now we have $2.50 because the TQQs just went into the dollar club right now, as well as the Nasdaq peaking all over itself. With only 8 minutes left, nicely down to the downside. Double dollar clubs. Now we have $2.50. Here's the short here. The TQQs just went into the dollar club right now, as well as the Nasdaq peaking all over itself. Nicely down to the downside. BMNR as well, $1.50 in the money. Here's the short no here. Sharif, no problem. We'll trade this name. There's the reload to the short side. There it goes. Huge trade alert there for BMNR. BMNR as well, and that's about $50 in the money. You know, no Sharif, no problem. We'll trade this name research to the short side. There it goes. Huge trade alert there for BMNR. We should also put in, and that's about it for me, man. Go follow me. Sticky notes on here. We're all on here. And I follow Trader TV research. This is Trader TV live space. I should hide that. You can even watch us live. We should also put in the fact that the sticky notes on here. That's pretty cool right now. And I follow Trader TV research. This is Trader TV get over there. Now I got to turn this off. You can even watch us live right now on X. So that's that. Figure that out, but that's pretty cool right now. We can commentate on this show. We can do it all. You can go get over there. Now I got to turn this off. The ability to get some bangers on here right here. So that's BMNR. That is TQQ. You know, I found my role commentate on this show. We can do it all. But hopefully we're also showing and get the ability to get some bangers on pretty good right here. So that's BMNR. That is TQQ. I found my role over here, and what your role
reporting that
is
the
to hit the
CEO
like
of
and the
Intel,
subscribe
Lip-Bu Tan,
and get
has
that going.
arrived
Dara's
at the
also
White
found
House.
her
We
role
know we
pretty good
previously had some
over at the
reports
news
that
desk. Let's go find out what
Lip-Bu Tan
she's
was
up
going
to.
to be meeting with Donald Trump today. Last week, CNBC reporting that the CEO of Intel, Lip-Bu Tan, has arrived at the White House. We know we previously had some reports that Lip-Bu Tan was going to be meeting with Donald Trump today. According to CNBC, Lip-Bu Tan has arrived to meet with President Trump. Lip-Bu Tan to resign via a True Social post.
I don't know what's going to get said there, but I don't see how it makes any bit of a difference.
According to
That being
CNBC,
said, I know
Lip-Bu Tan
what
has
can make a
arrived
difference
to meet with President
is
Trump.
checking out
Back
something
to you.
new with Trade the Pool. I don't know what's going to get said there, but I don't see how it makes any bit of a difference. Featuring that being said, I know what can make a difference. Trade the Pool's top is checking out something new. Inside, you'll see how they approach the markets, how they manage risk, Trade the Pool created something special. A free ebook featuring 4 proven swing trading strategies. Download it now by scanning the QR code you see on the screen in front of you or hitting the link that can be found in the description. And a thank you to you can learn and grow from what actually works. There weren't any big imbalances to QR code you see on the screen in front of you or hitting the link that can be found. Lucid showed up out of nowhere for $1 million to sell. That's right back down toward $2. That's about the only level that Lucid has held in the last at 355 weeks. Lucid showed up out of nowhere for $1 million to sell. That's right back down toward $2. That's about the only level that Lucid has held here. It is looking rather nasty in the last 52 weeks. The $2 level, a little bit interested in the fact that else to look at for that as stock. We tank, Tesla, believe it or not, sliding with the rest of the market down here. It is looking rather nasty. I am not dropping, which is surprising. Usually there's a boatload of profit takers when these things go 40% to the upside. I might be along again tomorrow. Any of them, whether it's flat MSOS, which is surprising. Usually there's a boatload of profit takers when these things go 40% to the upside or the history of these stocks isn't good. But when you're above the 50 and the 200 period moving average on a downward trending stock, that's actually not this move. That means there could be something the lead names for a couple of days here before they go back to doing what history of these stocks isn't good. But when you're above the 50 and the 200 period moving average on a downward trending stock, it's a trader's aftermarket show in terms of lead names for a couple of days here before they go back to doing what they usually do. We want to see the BBAI do something big. It's a trader's aftermarket show in terms of movement. Insane. It gave you essentially on Friday 7 or 8% back and forth multiple times. We saw what can happen in names like Rocket Lab last week. It happens on where the moves were completely insane. It gave you essentially on Friday 7 or 8% back and forth through a single day where you can try to capture those moves. Which you don't see happen. I don't know if Rocket Lab will ever do that again. You very rarely earnings, but you have another one in the space like multiple times, which I think has a single day where you can try to capture those moves. And I'm willing to trade in either direction. I don't know if Rocket Lab only going long again. Rocket Lab that was next earnings, but you have another one in the space like whichever way it goes, which I think has every pay for shorts. Archer, Aviation as well. And I'm willing to trade in either direction. I was only going long on Rocket Lab. That was a mistake. They're all double on Friday. They're all expected 15 to play Asterisk whichever way it goes. Higher end names. BBAI is actually Archer, Aviation as well going to be moving.
EBA is high, 19%.
It's 19. Something else was only 12%. I was like, they're all expected 15. They're all really good tonight on those higher end names. BBAI is actually lower, I think. Oh, it was Archer's the one. Archer's the one that's only 12%. Okay. What's 19? That's something else was only 12%. And it moved double that the previous. They're all really good tonight. So you know that can go big. 12%. Oklo, of course, as well. Archer's the one. Archer's the one that's only 12%. I sold some GE. That's the smallest, and it moved double that the previous earnings. You know what they say? That can go big. Oklo, of course, as well. I've been told many times that you don't sell things at highs. Some GE Vernova.
Nice.
I break that rule all the time when I'm taking profits. You know what they say? To me, if you're managing the size of positions and you're I've been told many times you don't sell things at highs. How am I never selling or trimming at a high? I break that rule all the time when I'm taking profits. I said if it was under 60-50 on Friday, that I would sell some GE Vernova, kind of a thing, or how much you have opened under 60-50. How am I never selling? So I sold it at trimming at a high. Took 10%. Sold some shares at the open. I said if it was under 60-50 on Friday, with all of these nuclear Vernova. Well, it opened under 60-50. That's just my opinion. So because we got all that spend, sold some shares that we wanted, and we stopped making new highs. I think it's getting frothy with all of these nuclear. We stopped making new highs and all of those things. Anyways, that's just my opinion for now. Because we got all that spend. CapEx spend that we wanted. I might even get another 10% if we don't move the next quarter. After all, I'm going to get up to the desk, make sure everything's locked, a great trade in the future. You see what happens in this close, and I'm no longer. I'll leave it at that. I might even get another 10% if we don't move the next quarter. I'm going to get up to the desk, make sure everything is locked. A great trade in the future. You see what happens in the close.
I might take this away because last year this was bad luck.
I'll leave it at that for what I saw.
It's not.
this weekend.
Yeah, I think it's a bad. I think the Bills, unless they win the Super Bowl. I might take this away because last year this was bad luck.
Yeah, I think that's like. So this might disappear. That's what I'm saying. So I don't know if it's going to be bad luck.
Yeah, I think it's a bad.
Again this year, but yeah, the futures again. Huge trade there to end the day. We're just going to punch out now as it goes back up to the upside.
And then I would hold this overnight if I could, but we cannot.
So I'm going to get out right now
again this year, but yeah, the futures again. Huge trade there to end the day.
Big trading end of the day. Only 30 seconds left. I want to thank everybody.
And then I would hold this overnight if I could, but we cannot.
So I'm going to get out right now.
There will be ringing the bell, so that should be fun.
There it is. I just
into the close.
Big trading end of the day.
We had
30 seconds left. I want to thank everybody
for joining us one more time here today. There will be ringing the bell, so that should be fun.
Next time
into the close
as he went to Montessori
we had
school.
Raheem Alani's kid, which
will
I don't know why exactly you're down there, but here we go. With only 6 seconds left, we do want to thank VinFast right now with 3, 2, and 1. Thank you, VinFast, for sponsoring the closing show and the sorry. I don't know why exactly you're down there, but here we go. With only 6 seconds left, we do want to thank VinFast right now with 3, 2, and 1. Thank you, VinFast, for sponsoring
for a couple minutes
the
to watch out to see what
show
happens
and
with
the
Big Bear AI. We've already talked about it.
No expectations for this. Let's see if they can announce some more government contracts. What's in the pipeline? Look, I'm going to hang around for a couple minutes to watch what they're looking for moving forward. The quarter's now done. We've already talked about it. Very, very no expectations for this. Any future they can announce some more government contracts from the U.S. government for Big Bear AI. And what they're looking for moving forward. The quarter's now done. There was very, very light news quarter. So any future looks on any sort of contracts from the U.S. government, looking to put that all together similarly to again big banks here. All right, man, it's 4 o'clock. Things like that. I'm exhausted. I hope you guys have had a great time today. A lot of great trading there at the end of the day. Similarly to raise up power. We had the Qs and that EMNR, which was a dream. I'm exhausted. I hope you guys have had a great time today. But there goes Big Bear AI now up 2%, trying to go. There's 30s. We had the Qs and that EMNR, which was a dream. I hope some of you had that. I got to look over there. I think we're ready to go, right, Andre? Say it in my ear, man. There goes Big Bear AI now up 3%, trying to go. There's 30s. I don't know if it's out yet, but without any further ado, I got to look over there. I think we're ready to go, right, Andre? Say it in my ear, man. A Big Bear AI up 3%, starting to go. Let's go over to the desk and see if their numbers are up. There goes Big Bear temporarily.
And look, I don't actually
wow.
the numbers. We weren't expecting very much BBAI to the upside, plug to the downside.
We weren't expecting BBAI until 4:15, but it looks like somebody got in early, and it's 5% to the upside here. We weren't expecting BBAI until 4:15. Does anybody care about plug power? Got in early, and it's 5% to the upside here. Big time move. People care about is to the downside, but let's be real. The AI space can be a bigger mover. We were expecting here a 20% or 19% implied move. I'd be doing this. So really, this maybe people care about without even seeing the numbers out here. The AI space going to be a bigger mover. We were expecting here a win is a win. 20% or 19%, and you won't be upset. So really, this 7% without even seeing the numbers out here. What you want to throw out there? It's a dollar stock. $1.60 stock down to $1.40, and you won't be upset. Plug got unplugged, and or it's whatever pun you want to small cap you want to throw out there. It's a dollar stock, $1.60 stock down to $1.40. Expecting to have some bigger moves. So not a shock. As a matter of fact, down 5% on plug. Small cappers that are a third of the implied this Monday. It's a bunch of smaller names. So you can make an argument that it's not even that bad. So not a shock. As a matter of fact, down 5% on plug.
So they did miss
is
here
a
on
third
earnings.
of the
They
implied
lost
move. 16% was expected. So you can make an argument that it's not even that bad.
Sales $173.97 million. Here they are. That actually did beat estimates of $157. 20 cents per share. That is greater than the expected loss of 16 cents. Apparently, Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac closed at their highest levels since 2008. It actually did beat estimates of $157. I don't have anything on BBAI yet, guys. I'm going to keep looking into those numbers. But right now, apparently Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac closed at their highest level since 2008. I'm going to check on BBAI. I don't have anything on BBAI yet, guys. I'm going to keep looking into those numbers. But right now,
machine up. A lot of times you can just have over exuberance, maybe some short sellers that are like, I'm thinking twice about holding this into earnings. I'll make sure we get the sheet. Certainly when you have that, a lot of times you can just have over exuberance, maybe some short sellers that are like, I'm thinking twice about holding this into earnings. A number out here for BBI. Certainly when you have that high, I've seen one that short float and you've had a runner like this. Never mind, they just reiterate. You can get some people nervous. I do do see one. We're expecting a small. We're expecting a small loss with them.
I'm not seeing anything.
If they would have, I've seen one that would be a big surprise. It's like 6 cents per share loss. Reiterated the expected BBAI revenue of 40 million is the expectation. We're expecting a small loss. Then we will see what is good. If they were to turn a profit, that would be a big surprise. Like 6 cents per share loss, I think is what we're looking for.
not expected
with BBAI revenue of 40 million is the expectation. So when we get that through earnings, then we will see that is the moment they're going to come out. I just saw in the chat what time is Oklo. A couple quarters about that.
Not expected
we waited the entirety of the show
just because
there's a time expected drop earnings, I think at like 4:30 or 4:35. That is the moment they're going to come out. Ask Mark Zuckerberg. So it's not always the exact science about that. That being said, we are expecting Oklo at 4:30. So we may or may not see them at like 4:30 or 4:35. We expected at 4:30. It's Archer. So it's not always the exact science. That being said, we are expecting Oklo at 4:30. So we may or may not see them. BBAI was almost up 10% at one point. 4:30. The numbers Archer. And now coming back in here and still holding up 4 points. So as I watch BBAI, it flashed all the way to 7.7. BBAI was almost up 10% at one point. Second here, Dara, 0 for 1. And now coming back in here and still holding up 4 points. Had a aftermarket almost 5% though trending but it is Archer most of the session. We are expecting. We were mentioning when we were at the second here, Dara, 0 for 1 because plug power to the downside. As I was saying, a bunch of these space names have not been reacting well. Whether it's the recent IPOs, not good for Voyager, not good for Fly. Right now, not looking good for Archer, down to 6%. A bunch of these 7 points to the downside, not breaking $9. Whether it's the recent IPOs, that's not good for Voyager, not good for Fly. What do we have? Right now, not looking good for Archer, down 6%. Almost 7 points to the downside, breaking $9. We're in the red. That's 0 for 2. Plug downside, Archer downside. What do we have?
I am more details I'll let you know. Either way, MARA did get Bitcoin miner marathon on this. Reportedly said to be near $168 million deal for its EDF unit. After I have more details, I'll let you know. But either way, MARA did get a little bit of a pop initially on this. I'm waiting here for the Archer aviation numbers, some other recent IPOs and what they did with their first couple of earnings reports. And there is a really interesting pattern, so I'll get into that later. But Archer aviation right now, I'm not seeing anything here with regards to these earnings. Some other recent IPOs and what they did with their first couple of earnings reports. And there is a really interesting pattern, so I'll get into that later. But Archer aviation right now, we're not expecting that until 5 p.m. With regards to these earnings, unfortunately, we're not going to get those for our friend BBAI yet as well. Microvascular, MBST, USAR, which we know has been unfortunately, I do not expecting that until 5 p.m. And they're actually doing quite well. We're not going to get those. USA Rare Earth, while we're with you, but never know. $142.7 million versus USAR, which we know has been unfortunately, I do have earnings for that though. And an expansion here of the net loss. USA Rare Earth loss per share is actually better on $142.7 million versus last year's net loss this year versus a 13-cent loss last year. An expansion here of the net loss is just slightly worse than what they had last year. Better on a year-over-year mixed report here for USAR, but either way the stock pushing higher this year versus we know Rare Earth is a 13-cent loss last year.
It is, and with a deal just well, not a deal, I should say a 90-day pause once again coming through. It keeps another rain of volatility. It is, and with a deal just not a deal, I should say a 90-day pause. Howland likes this name. He was mentioning this as a potential breakout this week. We'll have to check back on him next week to see. By the end of the week, see if it gets the break. Which means we can still see some movement. I know Steve Howland likes this name. He was mentioning this as a potential breakout this week. We'll have to check back on aftermarket after those earnings. But the truth is, it actually broke down today. Hasn't broken out yet. The breakout that it had on Friday on the daily chart. We saw slightly bouncing aftermarket after those earnings, pretty heavily. But the truth is, it actually broke down today, losing the breakout that it had on Friday on the daily chart. We saw MP Materials come back this morning before a hefty reversal trend that started just at about 950 or so, having a really one heck of a reversal. It was blasting this morning. Yeah, Archer is a hefty reversal trend. Unfortunately, plugged to the downside. Archer with a little bit of a bounce here, so you're catching a bit of a bit on Archer, closing near its lows of the day. I don't know if you are, but I'm not seeing any numbers on Unfortunately, plugged to the downside. That really took it on the chin the most. And here, so you're catching a bit of a bit on Archer. We're expecting about 4. I don't know if you are, but I'm not seeing any numbers on Archer. It's plug power that really took it on the chin the most. And positions before the earnings are even out. A lot of times it'll just come right back in. This one's trying to hold up still here, trading higher. Even without the numbers being out. A lot of times, if you see someone take positions before the earnings are even out, they're a little fat finger. A lot of times it'll just come right back back in. Being into the aftermarket is going to hold up even without the numbers being out. So I guess somebody's feeling at least a little bit confident in the chat here that their little fat finger or their buying into the aftermarket is going to hold up right in here. Boys. Joby will sell in sympathy. I like what I see. Never forget the chat here. I like how you think. Save. Never forget the sympathy plays in the chat. If you're looking over at Archer, don't forget about Joby here. If you're looking at Aqua, don't forget about SMR. Every now and then, as a trader, especially as a day trader, you're going to see potentially easier trades. Don't forget about the sympathy play. If you're looking at Aqua, don't forget about SMR. Every now and then, afterwards, as a trader, especially as a day trader, you're going to see potentially easier trades. Maybe you can't catch the move off the open or the because you might have a fraction or two to be able to chase it afterwards. I don't know if BVI has one way. Certainly when it comes to Archer, you can jump on and look at Joby. When it comes to OKLO, which we're not going to see do it in that sympathy play, so know what it is that you're looking at. Until 4:30. I don't know if BVI has looking at OKLO. When it comes to Archer, you're checking out. You can jump on and look at Joby. And SMR. When it comes to OKLO, which we're not going to see report. SMR had a bit of a rough day. Likely until 4:30. If you're looking at OKLO. Make sure you check out NE
we had a nice
and SMR.
mixed
Both of those
report
names
from
are going to move
GoPro,
big time.
GPRO,
SMR had a
just
bit of a
losses
rough
of
day.
8 cents per share.
As Oklo did selling off on the way to these earnings
share.
tonight.
Sales, I was going to type here in the chat, we had a nice little, nicely beating estimates of GoPro, GPRO, just losses of 8 cents per share. Earnings as well, $234.6 per share. Sales, $152.8 million expected. Nicely beating estimates of $59.02 million. Adjusted $68 million. Getty earnings as well, $234.9 million versus $234.8 million. That is expected. That is basically in line. Do apologize, guys, if you're not at $68 million. That is when it comes to ACHR compared to estimates. Of course, I will inform you guys when we have that. That is GETY, GPRO. This is, yes, sorry, this is not my heart. Apologize, guys, if you're not at anything yet.
Archer's right back to where
Archer's still moving.
It bounced all the way back. It's now almost, it's now green.
This is,
Archer is now up 1%. So from down right back to almost double digits to back into the green. It's now you had the entire Archer is now up 1%. That's what happens with these small cap down, right? Like they're almost double digits to back into the green. You had the one place which is saying they were in line on revenue here on Archer, but that's what happens. Okay, go ahead. Let's see what the numbers are.
I don't see the revenue. People are saying they've been out now.
Regardless,
even when
I do see one place which is saying they were in line on revenue. You have them? Okay, go ahead. Let's see what the numbers are.
I don't see the revenue. People are saying they've been out now versus estimates. Even when it's cents per share loss, it's worth noting I'm seeing wildly different estimates and numbers across the board for earnings here. So just be aware of that. Loss of 17 cents per share versus estimates of 20 cents per share loss. It's worth noting I'm seeing wildly different estimates and numbers across the board for Archer. So just be aware of that. Net loss here, $10 million and adjusted EBITDA for negative $118.7 million. I apologize, it's not a lot of information. Estimates. They are expecting
the thing is, like, none of that sounds very good, but remember, like, for a lot of these runners, it's
that's all I have
most of these moves have not been about fundamentally. The thing is, like, none of that sounds very good. Earnings and all that kind of stuff. You're not thinking about that when you're. Well, maybe you are thinking about that. Most of these moves have not been about fundamentally because it's a momentum play. Momentum-wise, it seems like you're not thinking about that good here. Well, maybe you are thinking about that when you're not sure if you are. Personally would suggest I look at those names as that's somewhat because it's a momentum play. If it doesn't move, momentum-wise, it seems like nothing could be Archer does not move. If bad numbers result in flat, I look at those names as that's somewhat of a positive. If it doesn't move, I said this before. Okay, I'm going to get to Michael in a quick second. Look at the daily chart. Anyways, just suffice to say, if Archer can hold on a bad report and a big EPS miss, if we do not lose this 950 level, okay, I'm going to get to Michael in a quick second. But anyways, just suffice to say, if Archer can hold on a bad report and a big EPS miss, is a positive sign for tomorrow's trade. Doesn't mean I'm going to sit there and hold it to 950. I think that's a good sign. But I'll have a look at it. As far as I'm concerned, we all have to do right now is get to some trader top because we just spoiled it. Is a positive sign for tomorrow's trade. The man, the myth, the legend himself is locked and loaded and ready to go. So let's get a little bit. What we all have to do right now is get to some trader top because we just spoiled it. The man, the myth, the legend himself is locked and loaded and ready to go. So let's get a little bit of trader talk. Always good to see our good friend Michael Noss, resident CMT over there at Stats Edge. It's been a little bit. How was your Monday? Michael, long time no see.
It's going well. I don't know if you guys are getting the same weather. We've got heat warnings. We've got droughts over here. They're not letting us in the woods anymore. It's getting pretty crazy.
How's your Monday going? Well, yeah. If anyone
it's
that doesn't
going
know,
well. I don't know if you guys are getting the same weather. We've got heat warnings. We've got droughts over here. They're not letting us in the woods anymore. It's getting pretty crazy.
Well, yeah. If anyone that doesn't know, you're not supposed to be watering your lawn. There's water restrictions. East in Canada. Here, I'm not breaking the rules. Toronto, we have wildfires going on. So it's most of the same. It's ridiculously hot. The market was hot this morning. Of course, my lawn looks like we get a reversal. And then on top of that, what happens when we get this 90-day pause? It's ridiculously hot. The market was hot this morning, and then the U.S. and China. We get a reversal. And then on top of that, what happens when we get this 90-day pause? Or 90-day extension. 90-day extension between the U.S. and China.
I'm looking at this more technically, and we need a little bit of a rest here. So here's just the S&P 500, just up higher lows. I'm looking at this more technically, days low in 1, 2, 3, we need 4, a little bit 5, of a rest 6, here. So here's just the S&P 500. So I'm looking at this as kind of I gave a whole presentation we haven't broken morning previous days still like the fact that a lot of people out there are short. 5, 6, I think this might be them defending shorts. So I'm looking at this as kind of I gave a whole presentation this morning about how I still like the fact once we get a little bit of just I think this might be them defending shorts. That breaks the prior days. Maybe sell the news type of thing. To happen at some point in the near future. The idea I still think is that we're trending higher. Get a little bit of just purple line right here. It's just the low one day that breaks the prior day's low. That's the area that I'm looking to get to happen at some point in the near future. Pullback. But I still think we need some sort of economic numbers. We didn't really have anything today. Purple line right here. It's just the low of this big candle. That's the area that I'm looking to get defended on any kind of a pullback. But we need some sort of economic numbers. We didn't really have anything today that we care about at all.
Expected rate. But I mean, tomorrow we're going to get CPI, and then now Thursday, I believe we get PPI. We get it. Still, the labor market after the last really mattered more, but you never know. Like inflation, I'm not sure what could give us some juice discussion, unless we get something drastic. I don't think the IWM's going to the labor market from here to there really mattered more, but you never know. Like inflation, I'm not sure what when we're at the highs. You talk a lot about rotation, unless we get something drastic. I don't think the IWM's going to do much. But there's something here to there. That you responded to something, JC. Like when we're at the highs, you talk a lot about if you don't mind opining on this. Right, and I've heard you talk a lot that I don't think before, but there's something I'm just going to show everybody that you responded to something JC said. JC was saying, JC Perret said if you don't mind opining on this, doesn't necessarily mean more diversified. In fact, it really does in my experience. I'm just going to show everybody. I would encourage you to learn what diversification actually means. JC was saying, and then your response was system diversification doesn't necessarily mean more diversified. Greater than it really does in my experience. Diversification. I would encourage you to learn what diversification actually means. Can we get your thoughts? And then your response was system diversification.
Yeah, absolutely. So we have seen, if you've lived through kind of any bear markets, and I think in more particularly any crash, like I'm thinking the tariff tantrum example. So you can go through if you've lived through kind of any bear markets, and you see this I think in more particularly any Bitcoin, like I'm thinking the tariff tantrum we were selling off in Bitcoin. You can go through NVIDIA randomly. We were selling off there. There was kind of very few places that you could actually go. Look at April, we were selling off in Bitcoin. Spread your money out in order to NVIDIA have some sort of diversification off there. There was diversification thing. I don't think it's always that you could actually go, and there's lots of studies you could spread your money out. Is that when the market gets really have some sort of diversification? You're in a bear market. This diversification thing, I don't think it's always correlations go to one. So basically, everything gets correlated. Is that when the market's moving higher, you get some really asset kind of diversification because sometimes you have some sectors moving, sometimes you have other sectors moving. So what I meant by system diversification and what we do at Stats and Trading asset kind of diversification because sometimes you have some sectors moving, sometimes you have other sectors moving. So all the time. What I meant by system diversification and what we do at Stats and Trading complementary systems. So for example, there's no trading the tariff tantrum. We were doing a whole lot of mean reversion all the time, and we were buying spending all of my time doing rips is building kind of complementary systems. So, for example, when during the tariff investment system, we were doing a whole lot of mean and we were buying dips pretty significant selling rips. So, and the idea is that between was doing okay, swing trading, day trading, mean reversion, breakout trading, pullback trading, and the more systems you kind of put together and sandwich together. The idea is that as long as you've swing trading, day trading, mean reversion, breakout trading, pullback trading over time, the more systems you kind of put together and just sandwich together. together. And I bet you this isn't something as long as you studied, but for Neil, who does day trading and got his own personal portfolio and things like that, this is why the idea is that if the market is going really volatile, this isn't something you've studied, but for Neil, who does just day trading and trending higher in portfolio and things like that, the idea is that if the market is going really volatile, the more you can split up what it is you're doing, the market's just slowly trending higher, it's really very low volatility. If you're fully discretionary, if you're more systematic like me, it's a little bit easier. That's what I'm saying is that there's what it is you're doing with different systems, the better off you'll be. Like it's really hard if you're fully discretionary, short side, or more systematic like me, it's a little bit easier. But that's what I'm saying is that there's really no place to hide in crashes other than multiple systems that are either trading to the short side or trading short-term in nature or something like that.
It's falling rather heavily. And speaking of nowhere to hide, I got to jump right over to Adair because right now there is nowhere to hide on the BBAI bid. BBAI earnings just came out. I want to make sure we get the numbers here. It's falling rather heavily.
These are really bad earnings,
down
or sorry, losses of 71 cents per share versus the expected loss of 6 cents per share. That is a 1,083% miss that has covered them. But these are really bad earnings, or sorry, losses of 71 cents per share versus the expected loss of 6 cents per share. That is a 1,083% miss that is correct to estimates. Also $32.472 million in revenue year-over-year and $144.58 million in revenue is also a pretty significant miss. They missed by 20% compared to estimates. $32.472 million in revenue versus the estimate of $40.58 million in revenue.
OKLO also came out, by the way, and it reversed its entire move. It actually went 10% to the downside. Now it's flat. So just like Archer, OKLO actually able to catch a bit of a bid here. But I wanted to beat, by the way, Michael, and it reversed its entire move. It actually went 10% to the downside. Now it's flat. So just like Archer, OKLO actually able to catch a bit of a bid here. Which is gone. But I wanted to literally done. Michael, it's on a triple up. Look, this year. I've always put you on. And then on top of that triple up, it did a quadruple. This is a name which is gone. Like it's literally going back to this. Well, maybe not a quadruple. It's on a triple up 3.5 times this year. This is now on top of that triple up, and each move is a little bit more shallow. You could argue that maybe it's forming back to this, but that's a big breakdown. First time it's back under the 50 period. This is now the third time, and each move is a little bit more shallow. We've talked about the IWM. You could argue that maybe it's forming a wedge, but that's a big breakdown. First time it's back under the 50 period. I'd imagine you'd be out of a swing long. It's been a squeeze trade market, but when it comes to catching a falling IWM, what do you see here with BBI? The report not good. What level of you were looking at this? Technicals don't look like there's anything. I'd imagine you'd be great after losing $6. But when it comes to catching a falling knife, technically, what do you see here with BBI? The report not good.
Yeah, Terra said their earnings were $32 million, and it's a $2.6 billion company. To me, that's I'm not a fundamental analyst, but that makes absolutely no sense. You're making $2 million, and it's compared to your market cap and you're losing that much money. And to me, that's I'm not a fundamental analyst, but that makes absolutely no sense. You're making back when this IPO to your market cap, and maybe even losing that much money. And but the way I'm looking at a lot of these names now is if you were hemorrhaging money that much, that might have been okay environment back when this IPO'd in 2021, maybe in 2022 growth. But the way I'm looking at a lot of these names now is if you were hemorrhaging money that much in an interest rate environment that's 5% interest anymore. One thing that was interesting, I was looking at while you were growth talking there, happening is the only way that you could potentially survive because you can't just go to the bank and get 0% interest anymore. One thing that was interesting, I was looking at while you were 4 to 5 talking there. So is as long as we're above that, even if we crash, really started to pile in anywhere between 2. Obviously, I wouldn't be taking a trade on it right now because there's probably a conference call coming up, and that could reverse things and all kinds of crazy stuff. It's going to be interesting to see tomorrow's I've got this area. Obviously, I wouldn't be taking a trade on it right now. It's also interesting that there's probably have a conference call coming up, 27% things and all kinds of crazy stuff. But I just think I've got this area of days. $5 it's able to hold. It's also interesting that this short float, right? This prior high back here, and this high back here, and this one over here. I just think so. If we can hold that and dig for a couple days, if maybe it's able to hold $5. I just look at this and say it's kind of like what you mentioned high back here, and this rally seems to be shallower than the one before it. So if we can hold that and dig in, they're missing earnings. They're making. I just look at this and say kind of like what you mentioned that this is something that maybe seems to be shallower lower than the one before, and then you just kind of leave it alone. They're hemorrhaging money. They're missing earnings. They're making $40 million to be valued at $2 billion. This is something that maybe you play when the squeeze is on, and then you just kind of leave it alone after that.
Again, but before we get there, I want to throw over to Adair for a quick second. Very wise words. I always want to get your technical analysis. I love throwing you on the spot there.
Sorry,
and I don't wonder if I can't do it again. But before we get there,
so I'll talk about BBAI guidance. Actually withdrew their fiscal 2025 adjusted EBITDA guidance and the revised fiscal 2025 revenue guidance. Sorry, not Oakland. Just so you guys know, I am posting these updates in the chat. So I'll talk about BBAI guidance. Actually withdrew their fiscal 2025 adjusted EBITDA guidance. I am extremely active, especially during earnings season, at putting them in the chat. Just so you guys know, I am posting these updates in the chat. Now, in terms of AST space global earnings, they might actually do apologize. You can always see them in the chat. Losses of 41 cents per share versus the estimated earnings season of 21 cents per share. Chat, so do not worry about that. Now, in terms of AST space global earnings, they might actually that is worry about. $1.256 million versus estimates. I've seen a couple different estimates. 21 cents per share. $5 million. I'm seeing $5 million. Either way, they missed estimates for sales. Yes, that is right. Estimates for $1.156 million versus estimates. I've seen a couple different estimates.
I'm putting you on the spot once again here, Michael, because I know
either way,
I'm not going to go over the whole small cap thing with the chart that's breaking down because ASTS is the same thing. But I have an interesting question for you that I've been thinking about in Michael, because I know maybe you've got some. I'm not going to go over the whole small cap thing. We've had some IPOs breaking down because ASTS is the same thing. But I have an interesting question for you that I've been thinking about, and you're the stats guru, when it comes to all the crypto plays, and that's of course more. We've had some IPOs coming back this year, but then recently we had. We saw Voyager fail. We saw Circle, whether it was in Circle when it comes to. We had Fly fail. That was, of course, more of a stablecoin thing. But then recently we had Voyager fail. That was something like big IPOs coming in. We had Fly fail for it. That was a space IPO. And overall trended down. Space. And I don't wonder. Absolutely not. Have you ever looked at something like? Is that something you've ever looked at when you have a hyped indicator for sector or a couple of them? And overall, is that forward predicting how they do in the first couple of days related to other sympathy to be a predictor? Because I see is that something you've ever looked at when you have a hyped sentiment already was bad or a couple of them? Now these guys have bad earnings. Is forward predicting how they do in the first couple of days related to other?
Well, there's a couple interesting stats when it comes to IPO. One is kind of what you were, I think, alluding at, and it's been talked about a fair bit, that the more IPOs that come out, there's a couple interesting stats near the top IPO market. One is kind of what I think the real example for the most recent example for traders like us, more IPOs that come out. The fact that generally speaking, that's coming out like every day in end of 2021, 2022. Real example for the most recent example, a lot of these are now for traders like us. You had that FaZe Clan, the gaming company that's coming out like every day. Bird Scooters, end of 2021, all these companies are gone. You had so quite often a lot of these are now gone. You had when you get this kind of Clan, the gaming company that's backed, or in that case Scooter that's backed, and all of these companies kind of diluting the amount of often what you have speculative capital that can go when you get this kind of where if someone's sitting there with in this case billions of dollars they want to put into speculative stuff, you're kind of diluting the events there are speculative capital that can go out there that's where if someone's sitting there with these things billions of dollars they want to put into speculative stuff. Now another interesting stat of these events there are, a lot of these might be the norm where Circle going to be, and the more chance that these things could potentially fail. Of the exception, and is that 80%? Another interesting stat on why I think a lot of these might be the norm where Circle of IPOs in the first 6 months undercut their IPO price. Of the exception, when you think about it, what are IPOs? I believe it's in the first 6 months. I'll have to relook up that stat, but I believe the guys who started the company, they want to IPO, they want to undercut their IPO so they can actually be wealthy as opposed to just being wealthy on paper. They're generally exit liquidity for IPOs. The guys who started the companies, they want to IPO quite often. There's a couple trading strategies be wealthy as traders use where they're buying either back through an anchored IPOs under that IPO price, or they're buying back through the IPO price. There's a couple trading strategies I know some systematic traders use where they're buying either back through an anchored VWAP a month or so that IPO price, or I've set some alerts through the IPO price, and if they get back through that, I'll be kind of interested to watch some of these. In my opinion, something IPOing like in a month or so, that is more than normal. I've set some alerts at that IPO price, and if they get back through that, I'll be kind of interested. But in my opinion, something IPO, I love, and then undercutting it. That is more than all the time. This circle that I have up here, pop an anchor. This is to the kind of IPO and to the IPO price. And what you're doing there, how to trade these? What's the average price in Brian Chen's book? You talk about this all the time. I brought up circle because it's a perfect example where to the 1, 2, 3, 4 times. And what you're doing there is you're just saying, okay, what's the average price of the average market participant? They were amazing buys. I brought up circle because it's a lot of money scalping against that. 1, 2, 3, 4 times we hit the that's when I would kind of walk away. So IPO. I'm not too worried to see these, but yes, the more IPOs we see out there, a lot of money scalping against that. And as soon as it broke, I don't think there's an exact number or anything like that. But it's just showing that people are just trying to see these. But yes, they're seeing their moment to kind of get that exit liquidity from their positions. Sign of a top. I don't think there's an exact number or anything like that. But it's just showing that people are just trying to. They're seeing their moment to kind of get that exit liquidity from their positions.
Whether that's going to affect the IWM. Thank you very much, right now, we appreciate all of your insights. Have been rather nasty. Our good friend, we'll get you out of here. Can't we talk to you later on in the week? We'll see what happens with CPI, whether that's going to affect the IWM. But right now, most of these small cap earnings have been rather nasty. When you don't make money, you can be in trouble. And Michael Moss, our good friend over at Stats Edge, we'll talk to you later on the week. Good luck with your trading as well.
Talk to you then.
At least the reversal. Much like Archer, it caught a bit. That's the best you can say about Oklo. We were down. It was down 10%, and now back to effectively flat. At least the reversal. Much like Archer, it caught a bit. That's the best you can say about Oklo. I was kind of happy because we were down. It was down 10%, and now back to effectively flat. I didn't see all of them. It actually went up for a little bit. It was up 2 or 3%. So I was kind of happy because I own some SMR. We got to be a little concerned about the space here. But the numbers on Oklo, I didn't see all of them. But I believe you have some.
I only saw one of them. Is there any more adjusted losses to be released here from Big Bear AI? 18 cents per share. I was seeing estimates either 12 cents or 11 cents per share loss. Either way they answer. Now, someone's asking, is there any more to be released here from Big Bear AI? I'm just going to check to see if I can find out when their earnings call is, and I can give you guys an answer. Big Bear's earnings call is correct. It looks like it's midnight tomorrow, is what I'm seeing here. Okay, so we might not get the earnings call midnight for a while, but I'll go over BBAI earnings again because I know this is really the only one that is correct. It looks like it's midnight. Especially if you look in the chat, I actually have all the Oklo earnings. So we might not get the earnings call, so I'll quickly go back, but I'll go over BBAI. Then I'll go to BBAI again because I know this is really the only one that anyone seems to care about. Loss from operations. Especially if you look in the chat, I actually have all the net loss actually did though contract a little bit, so slightly better here on a year-over-year basis. Net loss of 24.7 million this quarter versus 27.3 million on a year-over-year basis. So yeah, slight improvement there for their loss. Apparently they have a strong balance sheet bolstered by an equity raise of $441.6 million over the course of the quarter. So kind of mixed report here for OKLO, but let's talk about BBAI, which is certainly not a mixed report. Maybe don't call your company Big Bear if you don't want people to sell it, perhaps, may chance.
That's fair.
So revenue, $32.47 million, well below estimates of $40.74 million, down 18% year over year. Earnings, losses of 71 cents per share, well above the expected loss of 6 cents per share. And when I mean well above, I mean much larger than. They did miss.
Yeah.
And they missed by like 1,000% or something. So they did actually withdraw their fiscal 2025 adjusted EBITDA guidance due to their Army program uncertainty and new growth investment. So it's really hard when one of the draws for the stock is their Army program. And now because of said Army program and the uncertainty around it, they're actually withdrawing guidance. It's a head scratcher. I'm not going to lie. I do not love that.
That's how you get 23 points to the downside, though.
100%. It makes a lot of sense.
23 points to the downside. By the way, it did bounce off $5, like Michael said.
Nice.
Anyways, there is that, at least for now. I saw at least one. Look, it is. If you see a source that says like a weird time, like because midnight for the earnings call doesn't make a lot of sense.
It's a reliable source,
but I saw another one saying 4:30.
That makes
so
more
I don't
sense.
know. What I would suggest if you're interested in the call is just go to the company website, and usually there'll be like a link or anyways, but just maybe go to the company website because midnight who in their right mind would do that? First of all, maybe someone that's down 23% and wants no one to listen to the call. But I doubt that's going to be it. Very disappointing here for Big Bear AI, which, as you mentioned, Adara, maybe don't call yourself a bear. But the $5 level, at least holding, that was not a good report. The withdrawing of the guidance, as you said, I think it's never going to be taken well. And when you were high flying to begin with, sometimes you get punished a heck of a lot more for it. But wow, that is absolutely nuts how it moved to the downside. So someone... Okay, so thank you right now in the chat. It's Firestar is saying there's music now, so you must have the call.
Someone's saying the call is live now, but it's just music right now, which, again, maybe just go to the company website if you're interested in listening to the call. But you know what? You're also going to get all of the goods tomorrow from us. You're going to come in the morning. We'll cover everything related to BBA and all the other earnings and a whole lot more. We're going to have Circle before the bell, everybody. But you know what time it is. It's time for a little roll call action where we give a monster shout out to the entire team. They moved from one place to another. I can't even see Ramin. I can see. I can barely see Ramin and Fabian over there. Barely. They're so far away now. But shout out to the entire team. Big shout out to the midday. Obi filling in, of course, for Sharif, Joseph, my man Sean, Brendo. But obviously, let's keep it real. Adara, in busy earnings season, does all of the work. And now she has to do the roll call as well. So get in there and say, get it, Adara, everybody in the chat. And let's get this roll call started. But you got to hit the subscribe to be in the chat. So do that. And then say, get it, Adara.
Yeah, shout out to our whole team. Definitely check out X, the TTV Research. I did way too much statistical analysis on the earnings moves of recent IPOs. I'll probably talk about that a lot tomorrow. But either way, check that out. Nobody in the, that's literally someone's name in the chat. Nobody. We have Neil saying, get it, Adara. Front Porch Trader, Mr. Ducats. Is there something up there? Blue Baron, Kadachi. We got Crypto FOMO, Wannabe Trader. Nobody, again, here in the chat. We've got something, Piper something, Grov. We've got DNA, Jai Singh, King something, Chart Hustle. This is moving really fast, guys. Hope Richley, Damien Tarza, Sunny Littletree, Mike DeRider, One Man Ow, Stevenson Etienne, G-Talk, Your Average Zombie, T-Man, Jay Dizzle, Jeffrey Epstein's Ghost. Oh, that got morbid. Oh. Sorry about that, guys. Bob O'Nob, Blip Blorpus, Big 40 Nephew, Nobody again here, and Notorious Dinkelberg. We'll end on that one. Someone else has said poor Robinhood. Hopefully, Robinhood is doing okay today. I don't know. We'll find out. That's literally the name of their name in the chat. So it's pretty funny. But yeah, either way, make sure to like and subscribe. Join us every single day for more content, and we'll be here tomorrow.
Get it, Adara. As always, absolutely crushing it. Once again, another great aftermarket show. BBAI, we'll see tomorrow, but it held the $5 level, so at least that's going to be good. Can it do it tomorrow? That's the question we'll be asking, and it'll get answered starting at 8:30. Why? Because we're Trader TV Live, and we'll cover everything that happens in the market in real time for you, and we'll see you tomorrow. Brought to you by Beta Pro.